Chen Changsheng crosses into a metaphysical novel and becomes the Cloud Sky Sect's villainous ancestor. The descendant heir accompanies the heavenly destiny heroine to withdraw from the marriage. The object of withdrawal is actually the son of heavenly destiny, and 5 years later, he will kill the Cloud Sky Sect, and ultimately, he is also backstabbed by his own descendant. Completely heavenly collapse opening. Originally thought that the miserable villain life began. Did not expect to awaken the strongest family system. As long as you marry and have children you will be able to obtain the system rewards. There is also a future empress in the clan who meets the criteria for marrying a wife and having a concubine. Chapter 1, Villainous Ancestor. Reverse Sun Pitfalls. Tianlan Prefecture. Yun Tian Sect. Adverse Sun. Kneel down for me. In a luxurious palace? A rather imposing man was sitting on top of a high position, with an unruffled majesty on his body. Father, my child knows he's wrong. A young man at the bottom of the great hall fell to his knees with a thud. Chen Changsheng woke up with a start and realized that he had crossed over. Actually crossing over into the world of a metaphysical novel he had read before, and had also become the old ancestor of the Cloud Sky Sect. The Tianlan Prefecture was a vast area, and the Cloud Sky Sect was the dominating force here. Being a Cloud Sky Sect ancestor with a high status and a heavenly cultivation, this would have been a good thing, but Chen Changsheng was not happy at all, because this old ancestor is the villain of the book. A year ago, the Cloud Sky Sect worshipped a female disciple with a stunningly beautiful appearance and excellent talent named Lu Qingyao. She came from a small place, and naturally, she could not be compared to the Tianlan Prefecture's hegemonic level Cloud Sky Sect. So after worshipping the Cloud Sky Sect and seeing the real world, Lu Qingyao's mindset changed. Originally, Lu Qingyao had a fiancé named Ji Tian in her small place. Previously, he was also considered a genius in the local area, but for some reason, his cultivation had suddenly stopped over the years. In Lu Qingyao's eyes, even if this hadn't happened, the fiancé from that remote little city was not worthy of the current her. So a few days ago, he went to the Yi family with the son of the old ancestor to break the engagement. And this Yi Tian was the original Heaven's Destiny protagonist. Chen Changsheng, who was familiar with the plot, was very clear that the real reason why the other party's cultivation had stopped was that the ring he had worn since he was a child hid an ancient great power. Later on, with the help of this great man, Yi Tian opened a path against the heavens. According to the original plot, it wouldn't take more than a few years for Yi Tian to hit the Cloud Sky Sect. Using the Cloud Sky Sect as a stepping stone, he completely made a name for himself in the Tianlan Prefecture. These are all caused by that asshole son of the predecessor. Based on this, how could Chen Changsheng give the other party a good face? Of course, what infuriated Chen Changsheng the most right now wasn't messing with the Heaven's Destiny protagonist Yi Tian. According to the original plot, Yi Tian had wasted that rebellious son after his rise to power. The predecessor did quite well in order to avenge his son's death by taking the forbidden medicine to increase his cultivation. As a result, after forcing Yi Tian back for the first time, his cultivation was temporarily suppressed and he actually ushered in the betrayal of his own son. Father, I am your only son, so help me to the end. Only after devouring your cultivation will I be able to truly control my destiny. Father, there is no shame in your dying to fulfill your son. So, you go to hell. The son of his predecessor was invalidated. His mentality directly collapsed, so he cultivated the devil's power, wanting to devour Chen Changsheng's cultivation to realize the reversal of fate. But the result was still defeated in the hands of the faithful protagonist Yi Tian. Still a good son of his, Chen Changsheng truly felt unworthy of this Chen clan ancestor. Of course, he hadn't really thought about it that much before, but now that he had crossed over to the Chen clan's old ancestor, he really felt extremely upset. Looking at his predecessor's rebellious son who was kneeling on the ground with incomparable respect, Chen Changsheng's eyes were filled with killing intent. Now he wondered if he should send this ungrateful son or grandson to meet his predecessor ahead of time so that they could be reunited as father and son. A few days ago, you weren't in the Cloud Sky Sect. Where exactly did you go? Kneeling on the ground was the young master of the Chen family, Chen Tianyu. Hearing Chen Changsheng's question, he hurriedly replied, Father, I accompanied senior sister Qingyao a few days ago, and went back to her old home. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng coldly snorted. I'm afraid, you're not just going back to her old home. Feeling the coldness in Chen Changsheng's words, Chen Tianyu was at a loss, not knowing what had angered his father. He was afraid that his father would blame him, so he could only say, Father, my child accompanied senior sister Qingyao back to her hometown, and indeed did something important. Before senior sister Qingyao joined our Cloud Sky Sect, She had a marriage contract with the Yi family of Fallen Leaf City. If it was before, forget it, but now that senior sister Qingyao has worshipped in our Cloud Sky Sect and even become a true disciple, how could the tiny Fallen Leaf City Yi family possibly be worthy of senior sister Qingyao? So I took the liberty of helping senior sister Qingyao break off this engagement. In his mind, it was just a small thing that his father wouldn't care about. But how could he not expect that just as his words fell, his own father burst into a rage and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. How dare you do such a thing? Do you know that the departed ancestor of the Yi family of Fallen Leaf City was once an old friend of mine? To help Lu Qingyao break off the marriage contract by making a good claim. In the future, in the 9 springs, what face will I have to meet that late friend? What? Father's old friend? Before he could react, Chen Changsheng looked at the elder who was at the side. Elder Han, pass on my order. From now on, take Chen Tianyu to the back of the mountain to face the wall, and you are not allowed to come down the mountain until you break through the enlightenment realm in one day. Hearing Chen Changsheng's command, Elder Han responded, yes, old ancestor. At this moment, Chen Tianyu was completely flustered. On the Tianxian continent, 10 realms of cultivation, Qi cultivation realm, Ho Tian realm, innate realm, enlightenment realm, Shenzong realm, Zifu realm, enlightenment realm, cave ruins realm, sage realm, and great emperor realm. His current cultivation level was only the 9th heaven of the Ho Tian realm. He hadn't even reached the innate realm, and he didn't know how long it would take to break through to the enlightenment realm, confining him to the back of the mountain to cultivate. This was even harder for Chen Tianyu than killing him. Right now, he no longer wanted to pay attention to the matter of why his father was an old friend with the old ancestor of the Yi clan of Fallen Leaf City. Seeing that his father had asked Elder Han to take him to the back of the mountain to face the wall, Chen Tianyu immediately kowed out and begged for mercy. Father, I also didn't know that the departed ancestor of the Yi family was your late friend. My child knows he is wrong, and I ask my father's forgiveness. Seeing that Chen Changsheng didn't say anything, Elder Han directly dragged away the crying Chen Tianyu. At this, the great hall immediately fell silent. Chen Tianyu didn't realize that just now, he had already walked through the gates of hell. In fact, Chen Changsheng was eager to send this fellow down to reunite father and son. However, when he thought about it, he felt that it was not right. After all, everyone in the Cloud Sky Sect knew that he had always favored Chen Tianyu, and killing him like this would not be conducive to stabilizing the Cloud Sky Sect. Confine this fellow in the back of the mountain, and do not allow him to come out until he breaks through to the enlightened realm. It was estimated that without hundreds of years, Chen Tianyu would not be able to come out and wreak havoc on others, even if he could come out. So what? When the time comes to find a random reason to send this guy back again. Anyway, this life will not want to leave the back of the mountain. Now that the matter of this rebellious son was settled, Chen Changsheng was immediately thinking about how to deal with that heaven's destined son, Yi Tian. According to the original plot, after Yi Tian had risen to fame in Falling Leaves City, that rebellious son Chen Tianyu had brought people to rob and kill him a few times, which had led to an irreconcilable conflict between Yi Tian and the Cloud Sky Sect. And now that he had directly imprisoned Chen Tianyu, these episodes shouldn't happen again, right? Chapter 2 Strongest Family System, First Beauty Lu Qingyao. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Changsheng realized that he now had 2 choices. The first option was to find a way to mediate the conflict between the Cloud Sky Sect and the Heaven's Destiny Son, Yi Tian. The second option, that was to strike first and find a way to find Yi Tian and directly kill the other party. Chen Changsheng had never been an indecisive person, and he was more inclined towards the second option. After all, he wouldn't send someone to deliver experience to the divine ordered son step by step like in the original. If you're going to make a move, make it a thunderous one, and solve the problem once and for all. It was just that now he was a little worried that his direct strike would not trigger certain variables. What if that golden finger old grandpa, who hadn't appeared in the original story, suddenly possessed Yi Tian and erupted a terrifying battle power, and then allowed Yi Tian to escape? If the other party escaped, it was likely to trigger an even bigger change. That's pretty hard to do. Just as he was meditating on how to solve this problem perfectly, a mechanical voice sounded in his head. Ding! Detected that the host meets the conditions for binding the system. Congratulations to the host for activating the strongest family system. System? Hearing that he had obtained the system, Chen Changsheng was thrilled for a moment. Immediately afterward, he began to learn about the system, and soon realized what kind of system he had acquired. The strongest family system. As long as one takes a wife and concubine and gives birth to offspring, one will be able to obtain system rewards. Maybe God couldn't stand the fact that he had a rebellious son who backstabbed him, so he gave such a system. In the next moment, a curtain of light appeared in Chen Changsheng's mind. Name, Chen Changsheng. Realm, First Heaven of the Divine Hidden Realm. Identity, Cloud Sky Sect Ancestor. Roots and Bones, Heavenly Quality. Techniques, Dala Sword Cannon. Tai Xian Jing. Burning Sky Divine Technique. Wives and Concubines, None. Descendants, 1. With that, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! The system has detected that the host currently possesses an offspring, and has been rewarded with a one-step root bone enhancement. In the next moment, Chen Changsheng immediately felt a warm current appear within his body, and his own root bone immediately changed, directly elevating from a heavenly grade to a holy grade. The root bones, from low to high, were Yellow Product, Xian Product, Earth Product, Heaven Product, Holy Product, and Emperor Product. Roots and bones are extremely important things in the cultivation world. It also determines the upper limit of a cultivator, as well as the speed of cultivation and enlightenment. In his predecessor, this Chen clan ancestor possessed heavenly quality roots and bones, and had gained a lot of chances when he was young, which was why he had cultivated to the divine hidden realm. It was just a pity that the predecessor's root bones were not considered superior among the heavenly products, and reaching the 9th heaven of the divine hidden realm at most in this life would top the sky. The holy root bone was different. According to the ancient records of the holy root bone, if the cultivation went well, one would be able to at least reach the 7th realm of enlightenment realm in the end. This was 2 great realms higher than the divine hidden realm. It was fortunate that he had not been impulsive just now and had directly killed Chen Tianyu, or else the system reward would have been gone. Next, Chen Changsheng attempted to cultivate. It had to be said that the sacred root bone was just awesome. He clearly felt that his cultivation speed was more than twice as fast. Chen Changsheng had already deeply experienced the power of this system. Since this was the case, it was only natural for him to make good use of it. He pondered for a moment and spoke. Call Lu Qingyao over. No one responded to Chen Changsheng, but a dark figure flashed past outside the window. Soon a woman with a stunningly beautiful face came into the great hall with a feeling of apprehension. Lu Qingyao greets old ancestor. The moment she saw Chen Changsheng, Lu Qingyao was the first to kneel on the ground and salute. Get up and talk. Only after hearing Chen Changsheng's voice did Lu Qingyao dare to stand up. Chen Changsheng didn't say anything, but instead carefully sized up Lu Qingyao below. No wonder it could make Yi Tian, the son of heaven's destiny, unable to forget. No wonder it could make the rebellious son Chen Tianyu with whom he ran to the Yi family to withdraw from the marriage. It had to be said that this Lu Qingyao had some capital. Tall, with a head of long black hair. Features exquisite to the extreme. Cannot find any flaws. Skin as white as snow, as if out of the painting. In his last life, Chen Changsheng had already seen a lot of various beauties, but those beauties were complete trash compared to Lu Qingyao. As Chen Changsheng sized up Lu Qingyao, the other party's information also came into view. Name, Lu Qingyao. Realm, Hotian Realm. First Heaven. Roots and Bones, Heavenly Quality. Techniques, Autumn Water Divine Skill. Autumn Water Sword Technique. Face value, 90. According to the system's information, as long as one takes a wife and concubine as well as giving birth to an heir, one will be able to obtain the system's rewards. However, at the same time, the system also has instructions that the face value of the object of marrying a wife and concubine must reach 90 points or more, and you can't marry a wife and concubine indiscriminately. The world of cultivation is full of beautiful women. Chen Changsheng also didn't know what the system's criteria for judging this 90 points was. However, everyone in the sect said that Lu Qingyao was the number 1 beauty of the Cloud Sky Sect, so he had someone directly call her over. I have to say, this system is a pretty high standard of judgment. The Cloud Sky Sect possessed 1 to 200,000 disciples, of which there were 70 to 80,000 female disciples, all of whom were born with natural beauty and looked as beautiful as flowers. And this Cloud Sky Sect's number 1 beauty actually just happened to score only 90 points, but it didn't matter. It was good enough to be able to find a wife and concubine so quickly. In the original story, Lu Qingyao became a female emperor in the future. That's a future empress. If he was able to marry a future empress, it would be absolutely profitable for him. Lu Qingyao didn't know what the old ancestor had called her for, and as the old ancestor didn't open his mouth to speak, she didn't dare to ask more questions, so she can only stand there cautiously. It wasn't known how long it had been, but Lu Qingyao, who was a little panicked from waiting, finally heard the old ancestor's voice. Qingyao, do you know where I made Chen Tianyu go? Hearing this, Lu Qingyao hurriedly whispered. Qingyao doesn't know. You don't know? Chen Changsheng let out a light hump as his aura exploded out. Where was the aura of the divine hidden realm that a small cultivator who had just entered the Hotian realm could withstand? She was instantly shocked and lost her color, hastily kneeling down again, not knowing why the old ancestor was so angry. Old ancestor, please still calm down. Seeing Lu Qingyao's pretty face pale and trembling under his pressure, Chen Changsheng also withdrew his qi. I've asked Elder Han to take him to the back of the mountain to face the wall, and he won't be allowed to go down the mountain until he reaches the enlightenment realm. Face the wall in the back of the mountain? You're not allowed to go down the mountain until you reach the enlightened realm? Although Lu Qingyao hadn't joined the Cloud Sky Sect for a long time, she knew what kind of place the back mountain was. In the Cloud Sky Sect, only disciples who made big mistakes would be punished to face the wall in the middle of the back of the mountain, confined there and unable to go anywhere. Wasn't it said that Chen Tianyu was the old ancestor's favorite son? How come the old man punished her so severely? Lu Qingyao's heart was filled with doubts. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng directly said in a deep voice, a few days ago, you and Tianyu went to the Yi family of the Fallen Leaf City to withdraw from the marriage. This seed is already aware of this. And perhaps you don't know that the departed old ancestor of the Yi family was a former dear friend of mine. You rashly went to the Yi family to withdraw from the marriage under the banner of the Cloud Sky Sect, forcing the other party to bow down. In the future, what face will I have to see that dear friend in the 9 springs? Xing Yao, do you know your sin now? As soon as Chen Changsheng's words fell, his body's aura erupted once again. Lu Qingyao was so scared that her pretty face was as pale as paper, her whole body trembled, and she prostrated herself on the ground. Old ancestor, calm down. Please forgive me. Lu Qingyao's heart was alarmed and disturbed, and at the same time, it was also filled with doubts. Chapter 3, Forcibly Marrying the Future Empress. 10 times the speed of cultivation. If the ancestor of the Yi family of Fallen Leaf City had such a relationship with the Cloud Sky Sect, how could it not have been exiled to a poor mountainous place like Fallen Leaf City? It was just that she had doubts in her mind and didn't dare to ask them. All she wanted now was for the old ancestor to calm the anger in her heart. After all, even the old ancestor's favorite, Chen Tianyu, had been punished to face the wall and was not allowed to come down the mountain until he reached the enlightenment realm. In her place, the old ancestor's chastisement was even harsher. After Chen Changsheng frightened Lu Qingyao for a while, he also withdrew his aura and spoke. Xingyao, according to the friendship between me and that old friend, abolishing your cultivation and expelling you from the Cloud Sky Sect would be light. Abolish your training? Expelled from the Cloud Sky Sect? In an instant, Lu Qingyao's face turned even more ugly down. If that's the case, might as well just kill her. Seeing this, Lu Qingyao hurriedly begged for mercy. Old ancestor, please also forgive me. Qingyao really didn't know that the Yi family and old ancestor still have this level of friendship. As long as old ancestor is able to forgive Qingyao, Qingyao is willing to prepare heavy gifts and return to the Yi family again to properly make amends and apologize, as well as resume the marriage contract. Hearing this, a wave of helplessness ran through Chen Changsheng's heart. Who asked you to go to the Yi family to accompany you to apologize, but also to restore the marriage contract? However, he still maintained his indifference and said, Xing Yao, are you truly aware of your mistake and genuinely want to repent? Old ancestor, Xing Yao already knows that she's wrong. Please give Xing Yao a chance to reform. Yes. Chen Changsheng looked at Lu Qingyao, who was kneeling on the ground, her face pale, and said blandly, Xing Yao, you are also sincere in worshipping our Cloud Sky Sect, and for that reason this seat will give you a chance to reform. It's just that you're still being punished for doing something wrong. That's it. From now on, you will be this seat's personal maid. What? A maid of honor? Lu Qingyao raised her head and looked at Chen Changsheng with a blank expression. How could he not expect that the old ancestor would actually make such a decision? Make her the old man's personal maid? The next moment, before Lu Qingyao could react, Chen Changsheng spoke. You can choose one of these 2 options. In the original, Chen Changsheng still knew Lu Qingyao's character extremely well. Originally, she was the heavenly daughter of Lockheed City, and then she joined the Cloud Sky Sect to see the big world, and then she was out of control. It's similar to a lot of people in the last life, but once you've lived the life of a rich person, you can never go back. Therefore, Chen Changsheng was confident that Lu Qingyao would make a wise choice. Seeing the old ancestor's gaze roaming over her body, Lu Qingyao had realized the problem at this moment. Her body trembled slightly, not expecting that she would actually be looked at by the old ancestor. Truth be told, she had her own criteria for choosing a spouse, believing that the only ones worthy of her were the true sons of heaven. Luoyi City's Yi Tian didn't deserve her at all. Chen Tianyu of the Cloud Sky Sect was not worthy of her either, and was nothing other than relying on the majesty of the old ancestor. Lu Qingyao was confident that she would be able to catch up with Chen Tianyu in the future, but now she seemed to have run out of options. If she was expelled from the Cloud Sky Sect, where would she have the face to live in the world? It wouldn't work, not with those people looking at her funny, saying nothing. There was no way she would ever return to that part of Fallen Leaf City. Old ancestor, Qingyao is willing to become your personal maid. I also request that old ancestor be able to forgive Qingyao's faults. Seeing Lu Qingyao make the right choice, Chen Changsheng could not help but smile and blandly said, "Qingyao, come sit next to me." Lu Qingyao already knew what was going to happen. Although there was some unwillingness in her heart, she didn't dare to resist and walked directly towards Chen Changsheng. However, in the next moment, her entire body appeared in Chen Changsheng's arms, her body being embraced by the old ancestor, and she said with a look of trepidation, "Please also have mercy on the old ancestor. Qingyao, just don't worry, this seat will absolutely treat you well." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded in Chen Changsheng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully taking a concubine and obtaining a tenfold cultivation speed reward. The flowers and the moon, the cave and the candles. It had to be said that Lu Qingyao's figure was truly a masterpiece, especially those long legs. In the world of cultivation, it basically doesn't depend on age, it all depends on cultivation. There was naturally no need to talk about Chen Changsheng's physical condition. 3 days and 3 nights later, Lu Qingyao had already fallen into an exhausted slumber. While Chen Changsheng was still energetic and not at all sleepy, Chen Changsheng then began to take stock of his gains. This time, I was very lucky, and I didn't expect that after accepting Lu Qingyao, I would be rewarded with 10 times the speed of cultivation. Originally, after the root bone was upgraded to a saint grade, the cultivation speed was increased by 2 times, but he didn't expect that this time it would be increased by 10 times. A man cannot indulge in beauty. Chen Changsheng directly moved one of Lu Qingyao's long white legs that was resting on his body away from him. Then he sat down on his knees and started cultivating. The surrounding auras swarmed around him and were all absorbed by his body. With the double increase in cultivation speed and root bones, Chen Changsheng's cultivation was also growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. In the Tianlan prefecture, having a cultivation of the divine hidden realm was enough to be called a dominant figure sitting on one side. If there was no special chance, according to the original story, Chen Changsheng was afraid that he would have difficulty breaking through to the first heaven of the divine hidden realm in this lifetime. But now, after only 2 or 3 hours of cultivation, he felt like he was about to break through. A terrifying aura erupted from within him, directly causing him to succeed in his breakthrough. Divine hidden realm second sky. How could Chen Changsheng not expect that he had broken through so easily? He also remembered that in the original, Yi Tian possessed a heaven-defying chance and a powerful golden finger. Even so, it was only in the middle stage that he broke through to such a cultivation realm. And breaking through to this realm had taken several months. Chen Changsheng did some rough calculations in his mind, and based on his current cultivation speed, it was estimated that it would only take 2 or 3 years to reach the peak of the divine hidden realm. If there were any strange encounters during this period, it was likely that he would break through to the Violet Mansion realm early. The cultivation breakthrough caused Chen Changsheng's heart to be overwhelmed with joy, and at the same time, he thought of something. In the original story, after 5 years, Yi Tian would directly fight his way up to the Cloud Sky Sect, when his cultivation reached the peak of the Enlightenment realm. But after all, the other party is the son of heaven's destiny. There is always special treatment, and it is not uncommon to have a breakthrough on the verge. Had it not been for the temporary breakthrough at the last moment in stepping into the divine hidden realm, Chen Changsheng would not have been forced to take the forbidden medicine. But it was different now. Not to mention the subsequent system rewards he had received. Let's just say that according to the normal cultivation speed, in 5 years' time he would be able to raise his cultivation to the middle to late stages of the Purple House realm. At that time, if Yi Tian dared to come to trouble him, with his cultivation at that time, it was enough to crush the other party. Originally, Chen Changsheng was still torn between whether or not to go find Yi Tian's trouble now, but now he already had an idea. It wasn't that he didn't have Yi Tian in his eyes, but rather than going to find Yi Tian in trouble first, he would rather save his time to get more wives and concubines, and swipe a little more system rewards. If one was strong enough, then one would not be afraid of that heaven's destined son at all. At some point, Lu Qingyao had already woken up. She felt the terrifying aura around her and immediately sensed something and hurriedly said, "Congratulations to old ancestor on his breakthrough." Chapter 4, Old Ancestor is truly a demon. You're awake. Chen Changsheng glanced at Lu Qingyao and didn't say anything more, tossing the other party a spatial ring. "This one's for you, ancestor." "What is this?" Lu Qingyao subconsciously glanced at the spatial ring, and then directly froze, only to see that the spatial ring was piled with spirit stones. She had never seen so many spirit stones in her entire life. In addition to that, there were dozens of pills with an overflowing fragrance, all of which were pills needed for the Hotian realm. In the Tianxian continent, pills were extremely expensive, even if the Cloud Sky Sect was the overlord of the Tianlan prefecture, and the disciples of the Hotian realm within the sect worked their asses off to complete their tasks. According to the sect's regulations, they could only receive at most 1 or 2 of these pills a month. And now Chen Changsheng had directly given Lu Qingyao so many pills. The cultivation resources in it were already enough for him to use for several years. With these resources, she would also be able to greatly accelerate her cultivation speed. Chen Changsheng still knew more about women. In his opinion, Lu Qingyao was at most respectful towards him as an old ancestor. After all, his age and status were there. Lu Qingyao thought of herself as a proud daughter of heaven, and it was absolutely impossible for her to become emotionally involved with this old ancestor of his. Right now, in being treated like this, what he did is definitely considered bullying, although it didn't show on the surface, but in the other party's heart unwillingness and resentment is definitely there. Actually, this is a good situation to solve. Just give some sweeteners. In the world of cultivation, in order to enhance their strength, it is not uncommon for many female cultivators to exchange their bodies for cultivation resources. After all, this was a world of the weak and the strong, and without strength you were nothing. This spatial ring he gave to Lu Qingyao. The cultivation resources placed inside was not a small amount. To put it bluntly, for Lu Qingyao, who was born in a remote area, all these cultivation resources were enough for all the late generations of the family to cultivate together for several years. Cultivation resources were definitely good things, equivalent to money in the last life. Hard currency. Chen Changsheng believed that if he treated Lu Qingyao this way, the other party would not feel nothing at all. Qingyao, if you follow this seat now, this seat will definitely not treat you poorly. Take the cultivation resources from this spatial ring and use them. You don't have to do the sex quests from now on. If I remember correctly, the techniques you cultivate are the Autumn Water Divine Skill and the Autumn Water Sword technique, both of which are very average in the sect and are only the top grade of the yellow rank. But now that your cultivation level is relatively low, there's no need to be in too much of a hurry. When you break through to the peak of the Hotian realm, at that time, I'll personally pass on a Xian ranked technique to you, and as long as you perform well, even an Earth ranked technique isn't out of the question. As the Cloud Sky Sect was the dominating force of the Skylands How, there were many techniques within the sect. Putting the Yellow Order upper grade feats on Lu Qingyao's old home side, it might be called a superior feat, but in the Cloud Sky Sect it was the most chicken-ribbed feat. Only Xian rank Gongfu could be considered a true Gongfu, and with Lu Qingyao's talent was qualified to cultivate it. However, the time he had joined to bring in the Cloud Sky Sect was too short, and he had to accumulate enough contributions before he could do so, and a conservative estimate was that it would take several years. And now that she heard Chen Changsheng's words, as long as her cultivation level rose, she would be able to cultivate Xian rank techniques. As long as one performs well, Earth level feats are also possible. Lu Qingyao's breath couldn't help but catch. Thank you, Elder Ancestor. Qingyao, behave yourself in the future. I will definitely serve old ancestor well. It had to be said that Lu Qingyao, who had a face value of 90 points, had horrible charm. Seeing her unclothed, revealing a large portion of her snow-white skin, Chen Changsheng's feeling returned. Without realizing it, he placed his big hand on Lu Qingyao's long, slender and white thighs, feeling the old ancestor's movements. How could Lu Qingyao not know what the old ancestor wanted to do? Her pretty face immediately reddened. Old ancestor. Before Lu Qingyao could finish her sentence, Chen Changsheng had already made a move. Another rippling sound soon came from the room, but unfortunately, the room had already been isolated by Chen Changsheng with a formation, so those outside could not hear any sound at all. And so, half a month passed. During this half month, Lu Qingyao did not leave the palace for a single step. Of course, although she was stunningly beautiful and had a wonderful figure, Chen Changsheng was not a man who had become a man of beauty. He now chose to bring Lu Qingyao to cultivate during the day, and then flip the switch at night. With a saint-grade root bone and 10 times the cultivation talent, Chen Changsheng's cultivation speed was growing by leaps and bounds. In just half a month's time, he had consecutively broken through 3 minor realms, reaching the 5th level of the Divine Hidden Realm. This terrifying breakthrough speed directly frightened Lu Qingyao. Since joining the Cloud Sky Sect, Lu Qingyao had seen the world and knew the terror of a Divine Hidden Realm cultivator. However, Whenever one's cultivation broke through to the divine hidden realm, they were definitely at the level of an overlord. Looking at the entire Tian lands, how known God hidden realm cultivator only how much full count is less than 10. Basically all the major forces of the ancestor level characters. When one's cultivation reached the divine hidden realm, it was extremely difficult to make a breakthrough in even a small realm. Without a certain amount of chance and talent, it would take at least several decades for any divine hidden realm grand cultivator to break through a small realm. But what about the old man? In just half a month's time, he had broken through from the second level of the divine hidden realm to the fifth level of the divine hidden realm. Seeing this scene with her own eyes, Lu Qingyao's mind was filled with one thought. Old ancestor is truly a demon. Due to her stunningly beautiful appearance and possessing a heavenly root bone, Lu Qingyao had always felt that she was a proud daughter of heaven. But now he felt that he was nothing compared to his old ancestor. In half a month's time, she, who was still at the first heavenly realm of the Hotian realm, was unsure of breaking through a small realm. The old ancestor, on the other hand, was a great cultivator of the divine hidden realm, yet he had broken through 3 minor realms. This cultivation speed could no longer be described as terrifying. If it was spread out, Lu Qingyao could be sure that the entire Tianlan prefecture would be shaken. Dressed in a thin shirt, Lu Qingyao struggled to digest today's harvest. Seeing that the old ancestor had finished his cultivation and completely stabilized his cultivation, she didn't dare to delay and hurriedly said respectfully, "Congratulations to old ancestor for another breakthrough. Old ancestor's talent is unrivaled. Our Cloud Sky Sect will surely rise with old ancestor at its helm." Hearing Lu Qingyao's congratulations, for some reason, Chen Changsheng always felt strange. Talentless? Isn't this all used to describe a heavenly pride demon? Is it appropriate to use it to congratulate one of his ancestors? But to be able to say these words, it was also the girl Lu Qingyao's intention. It was always comfortable to be patted on the back. And Chen Changsheng didn't care. Compared to this, Chen Changsheng was more concerned about another matter. Seeing Lu Qingyao looking at herself with a face full of adoration, Chen Changsheng reached out and pinched her fair little face as he spoke. "Qingyao, we're in this kind of relationship. Do you still call me old ancestor?" Seeing Chen Changsheng's smirking expression, Lu Qingyao immediately understood what Chen Changsheng meant. Previously, Chen Changsheng's judgment was not wrong. Becoming a personal maid was not something that Lu Qingyao had willingly done, although she didn't dare to resist, but in the end, there was some unwillingness and aggression in her heart. After all, the old ancestor looked like he could be her grandfather. But there is a saying that the fastest way to a woman's heart is always. It might have been true that she was a bit high-minded before, but in her bones, Lu Qingyao was still a conservative woman. Chapter 5, Yun Tian Sect Patriarch, Bai Luo Yang. It had been almost night and day for half a month. And although she was embarrassed to admit it, she had finally become an old ancestor's person. In addition to her body being conquered, something about the old ancestor still struck her, especially the speed at which the old ancestor cultivated. This was a world where strength was honored, and a strong strength was able to be worshipped and respected. What kind of beauties do those powerful mighty men want that they can't get? An old ancestor's talent was definitely rare in the world. In that case, it didn't seem like it was a big deal for him to follow his old ancestor. Moreover, the old ancestor had given her so many cultivation resources at once, and had also promised to give her a more powerful technique, and had treated her very well. All of these factors, although she was too embarrassed to admit it with her mouth, it seemed that her body and soul had been captured. In this case, it seems like a change of heart is in order. Feeling Chen Changsheng's gaze, Lu Qingyao's pretty face immediately reddened and said in a low voice, "Old ancestor brother. Brother ancestor? What kind of name is that?" Chen Changsheng couldn't help but stare, then waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter what you call yourself, just be happy." He could also feel that the gaze that this girl Lu Qingyao was looking at him had obviously changed, and Chen Changsheng was in a good mood. Without realizing it, he wrapped Lu Qingyao in his arms again. "I won't treat you badly in the future." "Well, many thanks to brother old ancestor. Please also brother have mercy on Qingyao." A new round of conquest began in the middle of the room as the formations around them went into motion. In a flash, a few days passed. This day, suddenly there was a woman wearing a long white dress with a stunningly beautiful appearance, riding a flying sword to the outside of the Cloud Sky Sect's mountain gate. Seeing this stunningly beautiful woman appear, the disciple guarding the mountain gate hurriedly lowered his head and respectfully saluted. "Welcome back, sovereign." Seeing the disciple salute, Bai Luo Yang nodded slightly. With that, he entered the Cloud Sky Sect and arrived at the main peak hall. "During the time I was out, did anything happen within the sect?" The elders of the Cloud Sky Sect rushed over when they saw the return of the patriarch. Hearing Bai Luo Yang's inquiry, an elder immediately replied, reporting back to the patriarch, during the time you were out, there were no major events within the clan. Bai Luo Yang nodded gently and didn't ask anything more. But then, as if he had thought of something, one of the elders stepped forward and said, Patriarch, even though there are no major events occurring within our clan, there are some minor things happening. Not long ago, the old ancestor suddenly ordered that young patriarch Chen Tianyu be sent to the back of the mountain for confinement, and that he would not be allowed to come down the mountain until he reached the enlightenment realm. This thing. Before this elder finished his sentence, Bai Luo Yang directly froze. Backwoods confinement? As the current patriarch of the Cloud Sky Sect, how could she not know what the back mountain was? It was said to be the sect's retreat, but in fact, that side was like a prison. Moreover, it also said that he was not allowed to go down the mountain until he reached the enlightened realm. With Chen Tianyu's talent, it was still hard to say whether he could break through to the enlightened realm in this lifetime. Master has always loved Chen Tianyu the most. How could he make such a decision? Bai Luo Yang pondered for a moment, and subconsciously asked, did Tianyu do anything wrong that angered his master? The elder who had just spoken, hesitated for a moment, but still recounted the recent events. Reporting back to the patriarch, not long after you left the sect, young patriarch accompanied Lu Qingyao on a trip to Fallen Leaf City. In the name of our Cloud Sky Sect, we forced a small family in Fallen Leaf City to break their marriage contract with Lu Qingyao. They came back. The old ancestor knew about this matter on the burst of anger. As if that small family ancestor old ancestor, and the old ancestor relationship is very shallow. In a fit of rage, the old ancestor punished the young patriarch to go to the back of the mountain for confinement. Hearing this elder's explanation, Bai Luo Yang also counted on knowing the ins and outs of the matter. Okay, by the way, where is Qingyao? Hearing Bai Luo Yang's inquiry, one of the elders respectfully said, reporting back to patriarch, half a month ago Qingyao was called over by the old ancestor, and has yet to return. Still not back? Bai Luo Yang frowned slightly, but didn't ask much. Well, I already know. If there's nothing else, all the elders should go back to their cultivation. I'm going to make a trip over to Master's side. Soon, Bai Luo Yang, who was dressed in white, arrived outside the hall of the mountain peak where Chen Changsheng was located. Master, hearing Bai Luo Yang's voice outside the main hall, Lu Qingyao, who was snuggling in Chen Changsheng's arms on the bed, feeding on fruits, sat up directly, her expression dull and tense. This is the voice of the patriarch? The patriarch has returned? It should be Luo Yang who has returned. Chen Changsheng nodded and then got up. Lu Qingyao hurriedly dressed Chen Changsheng, and then hurriedly put on her own clothes as well. Seeing Lu Qingyao get dressed, Chen Changsheng then instructed her to go and bring Bai Luo Yang in. Name, Bai Luo Yang. Realm, 8th Sky of the Enlightened Realm. Identity, Master of the Cloud Sky Sect. Roots and bones, heavenly quality. Techniques, Wushuang Sword Cannon. Shenhua Heart Sutra. Face value, 92. Bai Luo Yang was Chen Changsheng's close disciple, and when Chen Changsheng saw this disciple, he couldn't help but lose his mind for a while. How could he not expect that this disciple was actually this stunningly beautiful, white clothes out of the dust, floating like a fairy? It is not too much to say that it is a heavenly fairy descending from the earth. Soon, Chen Changsheng withdrew his gaze. At this moment, his mind raced and he quickly recalled the original storyline about Bai Luo Yang. Not bad. In addition to the future Empress Lu Qingyao, this Cloud Sky Sect patriarch Bai Luo Yang was also one of the heavenly destiny female lords. Later on, in order to seek a breakthrough, she went deep into the mountains and fought with demonic beasts, and was severely injured, and it was at that time that she befriended the son of heaven's destiny, Yi Tian. Saved by Yi Tian, the two of them developed a good feeling, and later, due to the conflict between Yi Tian and the Cloud Sky Sect, she was in a dilemma left and right. In the end, the Cloud Sky Sect was destroyed, and Bai Luo Yang still became one of Yi Tian's harem members. Sister White. This was Yi Tian's name for Bai Luo Yang. Before Chen Changsheng didn't feel anything, but now when he thought about this, he felt a wave of nausea. But it's nothing. What is like in the original Chen Changsheng can't care. However, since he had become the Cloud Sky Sect's oldest ancestor, he couldn't be like this, and he definitely couldn't give up this beautiful disciple to that guy. Just how to gain Bai Luo Yang's favor? Chen Changsheng felt that there was a need for some good planning. In his opinion, Bai Luo Yang and Lu Qingyao were definitely different. Bai Luo Yang was not only the patriarch of the Cloud Sky Sect, but also his own disciple, who treated him with respect. He definitely couldn't be treated like Bai Luo Yang. the so-called near the water tower first get the moon. He also understand the character of Bai Luo Yang, want to pick him up to the hand of the opportunity, but also not in a hurry. Thinking of this, Chen Changsheng spoke. Luo Yang, have you gained anything from going out to practice this time? Reporting back to master. My disciple has indeed gained some opportunities this time, and my cultivation has already broken through to the 8th sky of the enlightenment realm. Chen Changsheng nodded and then did not ask anything more. Seeing that Chen Changsheng did not speak, Bai Luo Yang took the initiative to say, Master, I heard the elders say that you punished Tianyu for confinement in the back of the mountain? Chapter 6 A disciple turned master's wife. Who can stand it? Chen Changsheng nodded and said, Tianyu's heart is very poor. I hope to be able to make him change through this. This time, Bai Luo Yang also knew why the master had locked Chen Tianyu up in the back of the mountain. But this was good. Chen Tianyu's character was not to mention other people. Even she was not used to seeing it. Before, it was only because of the master that he turned a blind eye. Now that her master teacher had made this arrangement, she was not in a position to ask more questions. Next, Bai Luo Yang didn't think about Chen Tianyu anymore, but instead glanced at Lu Qingyao, who was obediently serving her master, and opened her mouth. Master, I heard from the elders that Qingyao has been on your side for most of the month. Is master guiding Qingyao in her cultivation? Cultivation? Lu Qingyao didn't know what came to her mind, and her pretty face flushed red. Chen Changsheng smiled blandly and said, Luo Yang, speaking of Qingyao, master has good news for you. Good news? Bai Luo Yang said with a blank face. Master has already decided. From now on Qingyao will be your senior mistress. What? Bai Luo Yang's eyes widened and he froze directly there. What was master just saying? Lu Qingyao will be her teacher's wife from now on? She desperately suspected her ears had misheard her. Not only did Bai Luo Yang freeze there, even Lu Qingyao herself on the side froze there. The already pretty face was red, and at this time, it became even more red, but it did not retort. After all, for the past half a month, her body had long since belonged to the old ancestor, and even her heart had been handed over to the old ancestor. Now that this is a fact, what is there to refute? Bai Luo Yang did feel that he had heard wrongly, but when he saw Lu Qingyao standing behind Chen Changsheng with her pretty red face and that meek look, he immediately couldn't say anything. Apparently she also realized that she hadn't misheard. As a cultivator of the enlightenment realm, how could Bai Luo Yang not see that Lu Qingyao was no longer a virgin? Having not taken a closer look before, now Lu Qingyao didn't know how to describe her feelings at this moment. Lu Qingyao possessed heavenly quality root bones. Such talent was extremely extraordinary. Although this girl's heart still needed to be tempered, these were not problems. Before this outing, Bai Luo Yang had already thought of accepting Lu Qingyao as a personal disciple when he returned to the sect. Earlier, when she heard the elders say that she was on her master's side, Lu Qingyao thought that her master was instructing her in cultivation alone. But now it seems, she had never expected that the disciple she was about to take on would actually become her master's wife. An apprentice and a master's wife. But they are 2 generations apart. Bai Luo Yang stood there, disorganized in the wind. Chen Changsheng also knew that the impact of this matter was too great for Bai Luo Yang, but this was all trivial. Being one of the few powerful divine hidden realm practitioners in Tianlan Prefecture, what was the point of having a wife? In the next moment, Chen Changsheng looked at Bai Luo Yang and asked, Luo Yang, do you think there's a problem with this? If the two hadn't had a relationship, with Bai Luo Yan's character, he would indeed persuade his master. However, now that the raw rice had been cooked, anyone could see that Lu Qingyao was in love with her master. Even if she felt it was wrong, it was pointless. Bai Luo Yang took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Master, if Qingyao is willing, then, before Bai Luo Yang could finish his sentence, Lu Qingyao had a red face and said in a low voice, Patriarch, I'm willing to marry old ancestor, even if I become old ancestor's maid. Hearing this, what else did Bai Luo Yang have to say? Seeing Lu Qingyao take the initiative to open her mouth, Bai Luo Yan's mood was extremely complicated. Then she sighed and said, Master is willing to take Qingyao. That's her good fortune. In that case, this is indeed good news. She actually looked away, not realizing that this girl had such a heart. While saying that, Bai Luo Yang glanced at Lu Qingyao with quite a deep meaning. To be able to become the Cloud Sect leader, in addition to talent, there was naturally a requirement for intelligence. Although this happened very suddenly, but Bai Luo Yang quickly figured out the ins and outs. In her opinion, other than doting on Chen Tianyu, her master teacher had no other hobbies, and was definitely an honest man who never approached women. Now that he suddenly decided to take a wife and concubine, Then there was only one possibility. It must be that this girl Lu Qingyao had used some means to curry favor with her master. Before, she had thought that this girl was simply high-minded, but now it didn't seem that way. But now that the wood has been turned, the master has made his decision. What Lu Qingyao didn't know was that she was already considered by the patriarch as a woman with a deep heart. She was still immersed in joy. The old ancestor was now willing to give her a name. That was naturally a great thing. Right at this moment, Chen Changsheng reached out and wrapped his arm around Lu Qingyao's waist, which caused her pretty face to brush red again. But Lu Qingyao didn't resist, and was still as docile as she was just now. Bai Luo Yang frowned. How could she not expect Lu Qingyao to be so tactful and actually curry favor with her master? Bai Luo Yang was somewhat unable to look on and spoke. Master, if there is nothing else, then I will go back to my cultivation first. Go ahead and remember to close the door. After Bai Luo Yang left, Lu Qingyao did not know if it was sensitive. Carefully looked at Chen Changsheng and said, Old ancestor, brother, does the sovereign hate me a little? Why does Qingyao feel as if the patriarch was a little less than happy when he left? This girl wasn't too stupid to actually perceive this. After Chen Changsheng pondered a little, he knew why Bai Luo Yang was like this to Lu Qingyao. Nothing more than treating her like a woman who will do anything to get ahead. Unbeknownst to him, all of this was led by Chen Changsheng. But these were minor matters and there was no need to explain. So Chen Changsheng didn't say much to Lu Qingyao. Don't worry about it. Maybe things are too sudden. Luo Yan is hard to accept for a while. It will be fine when time is long. Qingyao, I'm here. You don't have to worry. We were interrupted earlier. Now let's move on. In the next moment, Lu Qingyao felt her body go soft, and she was carried by Chen Changsheng. Without realizing it, a month had passed. Chen Changsheng left Lu Qingyao in the middle of the sect to cultivate, while he brought Bai Luo Yang and arrived at Tianyan City. This is the royal capital of the Tianyan dynasty. In the Tianlan prefecture, apart from the clan forces, there were also three major empires. They were the Dark River dynasty, the Tianyan dynasty, and the Northern Li dynasty. Master, is there something special about this year's recruitment election? Why is the master especially concerned about this? The recruitment election was about to begin. It was an event in Tianlan prefecture, and it was also the day when all the major sects recruited disciples. Each city of the three great king dynasties had root bone testing points set up by each major sect. Yung Tianzong is the dominant force in Tianlan state. In the past years, the small recruitment election, even the inner door elders will not come. In the big competition to recruit disciples in the matter of all the outer door elders in the handling. Bai Luo Yan had been practicing in the middle of the sect when she suddenly heard her master say that she wanted to bring him to Tianyan City, so she followed. However, she was very puzzled in her mind as to what her master brought herself here for. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng smiled mysteriously and said, Master does have some things to take care of. You'll know when the time comes. Chapter 7 Yi Family Widow. Yi Wushuang. Hearing his master say this, Bai Luo Yan became even more curious in his heart, but he didn't ask much. Soon, she led Chen Changsheng to the Cloud Sect's stronghold here. Sovereign, what brings you here? The one in charge of this stronghold was Elder Tian of the Cloud Sect's outer sect. At this time, he was preparing for the upcoming recruitment election in Tianyan City tomorrow, when he suddenly saw Bai Luo Yan come and hurriedly saluted. Bai Luo Yan waved his hand and said, There's no need to be polite. This time when I came to Tianyan City, I was also accompanying my master for a bit of business. Hearing Bai Luo Yan's words, this Elder Tian couldn't help but stare. But the next moment, he saw Chen Changsheng walk out from behind Bai Luo Yan. This directly shocked this Elder Tian into a cold sweat, and he hurriedly bowed respectfully. Outer sect Tian Ichio, pay respects to the old ancestor. Get up! Both the old ancestor and the patriarch had come to Tianyan City. Could it be that something big was about to happen over here? Elder Tian was terrified in his heart, so after standing up, he carefully asked, Old ancestor, you... Without waiting for Elder Tian to finish his sentence, Bai Luo Yan opened his mouth and said, Elder Tian, you don't need to be nervous. This time, I've come with my master and I just want to look at the recruitment election, so just get busy with your own things. Today, I'll stay here temporarily with my master, and if there's anything tomorrow, I'll command you again. Yes, Sovereign. Elder Tian hurriedly nodded his head and then retreated. Day 2. The big recruiting election. It's official. Countless young people came to test their root bones, but the vast majority of them had extremely ordinary root bones, and simply couldn't meet the conditions to join those sects. On the other hand, on this side of the Cloud Sect's stronghold, there was already a long line of young people who had all come to test their root bones. in the blink of an eye. There were dozens of people who had completed their tests. Most of them were extremely average, and there were only a few that were yellow product root bones. If you wanted to worship the Cloud Sky Sect, you had to have at least Shin Pin root bone to be able to do so. On the pavilion not far from the testing point, a stunningly beautiful woman in white was cooking a pot of tea, pouring the boiled tea into a cup. He then handed it to Chen Changsheng. Seeing Chen Changsheng's gaze on the root bone test side, she couldn't help but ask, "Master, you personally came here. Do you want to select some good seedlings?" Chen Changsheng did not say anything, picking up the tea and taking a light sip. Seeing that the master teacher didn't speak, Bai Luo Yang didn't continue to speak either. But the next moment, something changed on the recruiting election side. "This is beautiful. There is actually such a beautiful and touching woman in this world. Which sect is she from? I want to go forward to pay homage to her. You guys, is it possible for this fairy to become my senior sister?" Under everyone's gaze, this stunningly beautiful woman dressed in green clothes and holding a long sword arrived at the point where the recruitment election was held. Looking like a country, with skin as fair as snow. It was just that the young girl's entire body exuded an icy, piercing chill. From a distance, it looked like an iceberg fairy. Seeing this woman, even Bai Luo Yang, who was serving beside Chen Changsheng, couldn't help but look at her a few more times. This young girl has an extraordinary aura. Exactly which sect's disciple is she? As if hearing Bai Luo Yang's question, Elder Tian, who was not far away, walked by and respectfully said, reporting back to the patriarch, "That young girl isn't a disciple of any clan. She's here to participate in the recruitment election." "Here for the recruiting sweepstakes?" Hearing Elder Tian's words, Bai Luo Yang frowned slightly and muttered, "How is this possible? That young girl has already reached the Hotian realm. How can she be a casual cultivator?" There were not only sect forces in this world, but also some scattered cultivators. Loose cultivators liked freedom and were unwilling to join sect forces, and some changed their minds midway to join sects because they needed cultivation resources. However, such loose cultivators didn't need to participate in the recruitment election. They could just go directly to their preferred sect. They had all reached the Hotian realm, yet they still came to participate in the recruitment conference, and they seemed to have good talent, which made Bai Luo Yang feel strange. As if he could see the patriarch's doubts, Elder Tian spoke. "Patriarch, do you know where that woman came from?" This woman's name is Yi Wushuang, from the Yi family of the four great families." "Yi family?" Bai Luo Yang pondered for a moment, then thought of something and his face couldn't help but change. How could it be the Yi family? Wasn't the Yi family exterminated a few years ago? In Tianlan Prefecture, other than those small forces that were not in the top tier, the other forces were divided into a total of 4 classes, which were third-rate forces, second-rate forces, first-rate forces, and hegemonic forces. And there were only 12 hegemonic forces in total, 7 in the Orthodox way and 5 in the Devil's way. The Cloud Sky Sect was one of the 7 hegemonic forces of the righteous path, ranking 6th overall. In order to reach the hegemony power, there had to be a powerful person of the divine hidden realm sitting within the clan. The hegemony power was extremely high in the Skylands Hao, occupying one side. In addition to the hegemonic forces, the first-class forces should not be underestimated. In the Tianlan Prefecture, there were a total of more than a dozen large and small forces that were considered first-class, and the 4 great clans that Elder Tian spoke of were among them. A few years ago, for some unknown reason, the Yi family, one of the 4 great families, was wiped out overnight. This news directly sensationalized the entire Tianlan Prefecture, and even the hegemony forces sent people forward to find out the news. But there was no news, so we had to leave it at that. Everyone thought that the Yi family had been exterminated, which was why Bai Luo Yang was so shocked to hear that this Yi Wushuang was from one of the 4 great families, the Yi family. Now, seeing that Bai Luo Yang seemed extremely surprised, Elder Tian briefly recounted what happened. "Patriarch, the Yi family was indeed exterminated, but on the day of the extermination of the human family, this Yi Wushuang escaped because something was wrong and he was not in the Yi family." "You got away with it because you weren't in the Yi family?" Bai Luo Yang nodded, then said, "So that's how it is. Then what's next? What is this Yi Wushuang doing here for the sect election?" Reporting back to the patriarch, "As far as I understand it, she came here to pay homage to the clan." Elder Tian spoke of what he had learned. It didn't take long for Bai Luo Yang to realize why Yi Wushuang, a survivor of the Yi family, had appeared here. Yi Wushuang was gifted and had a stunningly beautiful appearance. In addition to that, he also possessed a special physique, as well as heavenly roots and bones. Such a talent would be enough for him to worship any of the hegemonic forces in the Tianlan prefecture even without the Yi family. It was also true that since discovering that Yi Wushuang had survived, there were indeed many forces that wanted to take her under their wing. It was just that Yi Wushuang put forward two conditions, which directly made the many hegemonic forces give up. First, help her find out the murderer who exterminated the Yi family back then. Second, after finding the murderer, help her take revenge. With these two conditions, there were a few hegemonic forces in the entire Tianlan prefecture that would dare to take her. Not to mention whether or not it could be traced. Even if it could be traced, on what grounds would those hegemonic powers go and feud with a major power for the sake of a little girl? To be able to exterminate the Yi family overnight, and everyone still couldn't find out the real culprit. This was something only a hegemonic power could do. Chapter 8, Two Conditions. A strong man? Because of this, it was impossible for these hegemonic forces to take such a risk for the sake of a single Yi Wushuang. Although the heavenly roots and bones and special physique were both rare, one more and one less was nothing. Previously, Yi Wushuang did go to some big powers to ask, but they were all rejected. That was why she had come to take part in the sect election and come here to try her luck. Patriarch, if you ask me, this Yi Wushuang is sick and desperate. All the major clans have already refused. As far as the clan election is concerned, these forces do not say whether they are willing or not. Even if they are willing, will their own strength be able to do it? Wanting to avenge the Yi family? This matter is not that simple. To be able to silently exterminate their Yi family and we still can't investigate. This matter is already full of weirdness. In fact, she should be more down to earth. Worship a major overlord power. Cultivate well. And then find out the murderer of the Yi family after she becomes a strong person. And then take revenge. Elder Tian made his point. Bai Luo Yang heart also agrees with such words. Beg others is not as good as begging yourself. It's better to expect others to avenge you than to do it yourself when you're strong. Chen Changsheng, who was standing on the side, did not speak. However, right at this moment, above the sect election, someone suddenly stopped Yi Wushuang's way. Fairy Yi, where are you going? Obviously that person knew Yi Wushuang. Su Shan, something wrong? Yi Wushuang's absolutely beautiful face was filled with coldness as she said in a deep voice. This Su Shan came from the 10,000 Sword Sect, a first-class power in Tianlan Prefecture, and was the son of the 10,000 Sword Sect's patriarch, as well as the 10,000 Sword Sect's holy son. He had been coveting Yi Wushuang for a long time. Looking at the stunningly beautiful face, the cool temperament, as well as Yi Wushuang's exquisite and delicate body curves hidden in the white long skirt, Su Shan's eyes were filled with greed. Fairy Yi, it's been 3 years. You've participated in 3 sect elections in these 3 years and all of them ended in failure. Haven't you given up yet? I'm sure Fairy Yi knows that no clan would be willing to take you in under those 2 conditions you put forth. If you want this Saint's son to say it, Fairy Yi might as well be realistic and agree to join our 10,000 Sword Sect and form a Dao couple with this Saint's son. In the future, when this Saint's son inherits the 10,000 Sword Sect, he can also use the power of the 10,000 Sword Sect to find out the murderer who exterminated your Yi family back then. Su Shan stared at Yi Wushuang's body recklessly, his face full of greed. Yi Wushuang glanced at the other party. A wave of nausea ran through his heart, and he fiercely clenched his teeth and said, Su Shan, if you can help me fulfill those 2 conditions, more than just being a Taoist couple with you, even being a slave or a servant girl is no problem. Hearing this, Su Shan's face sank. Are these 2 conditions capable of being accomplished by a human being? Su Shan's heart was burning with anger. He knew what Yi Wushuang meant. If she didn't fulfill these 2 conditions, she wouldn't agree to anyone's conditions. Fairy Yi, don't you think that these 2 conditions are a bit strong? With your talent, as long as you're willing to become a Dao couple with me, my 10,000 Sword Sect will surely cultivate you to the fullest extent. When you become a powerful person sitting on one side in the future, then you will have the opportunity to avenge your Yi family, which is what you should do. Without waiting for Su Shan to finish his sentence, Yi Wushuang directly walked past the other party. Su Shan felt like he was being ignored, and his heart immediately grew angry. Yi Wushuang, stop right there. Yi Wushuang did not pay any attention and continued walking forward. In the next moment, Su Shan snorted coldly and said angrily, Elder Ma, take down this Yi Wushuang for me and bring him back to the 10,000 Sword Sect directly. Upon hearing the Holy Son's command, an old man in black walked out from the darkness. Seeing that the other party couldn't do it softly, so they came directly to the hard way, Yi Wushuang's pair of beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light. Gripping his long sword, he could strike at any time. The black-clothed old man was about to strike when he seemed to sense something and his face changed violently. At some point, a stunningly beautiful woman and a handsome man with an extraordinary aura blocked in front of Yi Wuxuan. Who are you people? That elder Ma from the 10,000 Sword Sect saw the sudden appearance of the stunningly beautiful woman and handsome man, and a trace of fear rose in his heart. Not bad. These two were none other than Chen Changsheng and Bai Luo Yang. Get out! Chen Changsheng did not bowl **** with the other party and said in a cold voice. Seeing someone talk to him like that, Su Shan burst into a rage. You actually dare to tell this holy son to get lost? Humph! Before Su Shan could finish his words, Bai Luo Yang let out a cold snort. A palm wind appeared out of thin air and slapped Su Shan's face, directly sending the other party flying out and smashing heavily on the ground, spitting out blood. A fourth realm enlightened realm powerhouse, at least 5 heavens above the enlightened realm. Feeling the aura that permeated Bai Luo Yang's entire body, that elder Ma became even more fearful. Dare I ask what your honor really is? Why did you make a move to injure our 10,000 Sword Sect Saint Son? Bai Luo Yang didn't pay any attention to the other party, but it was Elder Tian of the outer gate of the Cloud Sky Sect who came forward and said in a cold voice, Our Cloud Sky Sect does things. Does Elder Ma have a problem with that? Cloud Sky Sect? The onlookers, the melon eaters, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Cloud Sky Sect. It's actually the Overlord Power Cloud Sky Sect. This is one of the 7 major forces of the righteous path, the dominating force that majestically dominates the Tianlan prefecture. Even Elder Ma, who had been furious just now, froze in place at this moment, his entire scalp tingling. How could the Saint Son's coveting of the Yi family's widow have provoked the Cloud Sky Sect's powerhouses? Not to mention how the other party's cultivation was, in this huge Tianlan prefecture. With the Cloud Sky Sect's status there was simply no one who dared to impersonate it, and fear arose in his heart. Elder Ma directly knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. I didn't realize that a few seniors were from the Cloud Sky Sect, so please be generous and change our horses. The 10,000 Sword Sect, which was only a first-class force, simply didn't have the strength to compete with the hegemonic forces. Bai Luo Yang glanced at Elder Ma who was kneeling on the ground, then looked at Chen Changsheng and asked, Master, what should we do with these two fellows? Just tell them to get lost. Chen Changsheng waved his hand and said, as one of the hegemonic forces in the Tianlan prefecture, not many people dared to go against the Cloud Sky Sect. Therefore, even if the other party's Saint Son was injured, this Elder Ma from the 10,000 Sword Sect did not dare to say a word. Instead, he continuously begged for forgiveness from Chen Changsheng. To put it bluntly, these two were just minions, and Chen Changsheng did not bother with them. Immediately afterward, this Elder Ma left in disgrace with a severely injured Su Shan. Above the building, Chen Changsheng brought Bai Luo Yang back here. In addition to Elder Tian, Yi Wuxuan was also called over, and at this moment, Chen Changsheng was sizing her up. Name, Yi Wuxuan. Realm, Hotian Realm. 9th Heaven. Roots and Bones, Heavenly Quality. Techniques, Traceless Sword Technique. Cold Ice Divine Technique. Face value, 92. It had to be said that Yi Wuxuan was genuinely beautiful. In Chen Changsheng's opinion, Yi Wuxuan was a different style compared to Bai Luo Yang and Lu Qingyao. Her skin was as white as snow, and she exuded a cool temperament, as if she were an iceberg snow lotus. The slender thighs hidden under the white dress, as well as the wonderful curves are even more fascinating. While Chen Changsheng was carefully admiring Yi Wuxuan, similarly Yi Wuxuan was also sizing up Chen Changsheng. Although the Yi family had been exterminated, Yi Wuxuan, who had once been a disciple of the Yi family, had an understanding of the many forces in the Tianlan prefecture. Chapter 9, The Blood Demon Sect, the enemy of the exterminating clan. Cloud Sky Sect, one of the 7 hegemonic forces of the righteous path in Tianlan prefecture. Having a divine hidden realm ancestor sitting at the helm was definitely a major dominating force. This stunningly beautiful woman on the side with an excellent temperament and possessing the flavor of a mature woman, who could make Elder Tian of the outer sect treat her with such care, also possessed the cultivation of the enlightenment realm. I think the other party is the Cloud Sky Sect Patriarch, Bai Luo Yang. Thank you, Patriarch Bai, as well as Elder Ancestor Everlasting for saving my life. Today's matter, regardless of why the Cloud Sky Sect had stepped in, had helped her resolve her troubles. Yi Yunchuan wasn't an uninitiated young girl. She had matured a lot in the past few years, and the proper etiquette still needed to be there. Seeing Yi Yunchuan thanking himself, Chen Changsheng smiled bashfully and said, "It seems that Miss Yi recognized us. Back to Elder Ancestor Everlasting. My father took me out on a trip back then and once saw Patriarch Bai from afar." Hearing Yi Wuxuan's answer, Chen Changsheng didn't ask any more questions and looked into the void and spoke. Your Excellency should be Miss Ye's protector. Hiding in the darkness is quite tiring. Why don't you come out? As soon as Chen Changsheng's words fell, an old man walked out from the void. Late Chu Zheng. Greet Elder Ancestor Eternal Life and meet Patriarch Bai. Yi Wuxuang possessed an extremely high level of talent and had a stunningly beautiful appearance. So naturally she needed the protection of a path protector when walking outside. This Chu Zheng's talent wasn't bad either, possessing an earth-grade spiritual root, and his strength had also reached the first sky of the enlightenment realm. Chu Zheng's duty was to secretly protect Yi Wuxuang, but at this moment, he directly showed his face, naturally because of the white-haired young man in front of him, the old ancestor of the Cloud Sky Sect. If this divine hidden realm powerhouse had malicious intentions towards him and Miss, neither of them would be able to escape. In that case, there is no point in continuing to hide in the shadows. Chen Changsheng did not speak, neither Chu Zheng nor Yi Wuxuang spoke, and the atmosphere appeared to fall silent. In the end, it was Chen Changsheng who broke the silence. Miss Yi came to the recruitment election to pay her respects? Chen Changsheng looked at Yi Wuxuang and asked. Nice. Yi Wuxuang nodded and said, I heard that if you want Miss Yi to worship your master, you need to fulfill 2 conditions before you can do so? Chen Changsheng continued to ask. This was also something that was well known, and Yi Wuxuang did not hide it, saying, back to Elder Ancestor Changsheng. My youngest daughter wishes to find out the murderer who exterminated our Yi family, and I hope that I can be helped to avenge the death of my family. Speaking here, Yi Wuxuang's expression went cold, his entire body exuding a chill. The vengeance of extermination is not shared. No matter what the cost, she was going to find her enemy and get her revenge. Just then, Chen Changsheng said blandly, Miss Yi, this seat knows the murderer who exterminated your Yi family. The words were a stone's throw away. Yi Wuxuang's eyes were even wider, and even Bai Luo Yang, who was serving at the side, had a look of surprise on his face. Master actually knows who the person who destroyed the Yi family is? In the middle of the building, there was a dead silence, a pin drop. In the next moment, with a fluttering sound, Yi Wuxuang directly knelt on the ground. At this moment, she could no longer maintain her composure, and at once knelt down in front of Chen Changsheng, her face filled with thirst. Elder Ancestor Changsheng, please also tell me, who exactly is the person who annihilated our Yi family? Yi Wuxuang's whole body was trembling. For so many years, he had been tracking down the murderer who had exterminated their Yi family all the time, but there were no clues. She wanted to know, more than anyone else, who that murderer really was. If Elder Eternal Ancestor can fulfill me, I, Yi Wuxuang, am grateful. I beg the Elder Ancestor of Eternal Life to inform me. It's been 3 whole years. Do you know how I've spent those 3 years? But Kung Fu is not enough. Finally someone knows who the murderer who exterminated their Yi family is. With Elder Ancestor Everlasting's identity and status, he definitely wouldn't lie to her. Ever since he knew that the Yi family had been destroyed, Yi Wuxuang had not slept soundly for a single day. Being able to silently, overnight exterminate their Yi family, Yi Wuxuang knew that the murderer was extremely terrifying. But she grew up in the Yi family. It was full of loving relatives. Yi Wuxuang couldn't stand by and watch them die in vain. The murderer must be found and avenged. Within Yi Wuxuang's pair of beautiful eyes, there was no trace of fear, only determination. Seeing this scene, Chen Changsheng looked toward Bai Luo Yang and softly said, You guys go out first. I'll talk to Miss Yi alone. Yes, Master. Soon Bai Luo Yang and the girls all left, and only Chen Changsheng and Yi Wuxuang, who was kneeling on the ground, were left on top of the pavilion. Seeing that there was no one else at this time, Chen Changsheng directly said, The one who exterminated your Yi family back then was the Blood Demon Sect. The Blood Demon Sect? Hearing this, Yi Wuxuang frowned deeply. 10,000 years ago, there was a major force in the Tianlan prefecture named the Demon Sect. The Devil Sect had a huge strength and dominated Tianlan prefecture. At that time, with the Devil Sect in Tianlan prefecture, the righteous path was almost overwhelmed. Later, I do not know what happened. The Devil Clan suffered a great disaster, and then fell apart. The huge Devil Clan directly divided into 5 major forces. This was also the origin of the current 5 dominating forces of the Devil's Way. One of them, the Blood Demon Sect, was one of the 5 dominating forces of the Devil Dao. Like the Cloud Sky Sect, the Blood Demon Sect also had a divine hidden realm ancestor in attendance, and was the dominating strength of the Tianlan prefecture. With the terror of the Blood Demon Sect, it was indeed capable of overthrowing the entire Yi family in one night. However, at this time, the matter is very important. Yi Wuxuan does not know the truth or falsehood of what Chen Changsheng has said, so she hurriedly asked, Elder Ancestor Changsheng, saying that the murderer who annihilated our Yi family is the Devil Dao Blood Demon Sect. Is there any basis for this matter? Hearing this, Chen Changsheng recalled the original plot before speaking. Before your Yi family's accident, did you obtain a key by chance? A key? As the Yi family's holy daughter, Yi Wuxuan naturally knew about this matter, and then she opened her mouth and asked, Elder Ancestor Everlasting, how did you know about this matter? Chen Changsheng didn't answer this question of his, but continued, this key is related to the demonic venerable secret vault. It was only 10,000 years ago that the huge demon sect fell apart because of the sudden departure of the demon father. But there have always been rumors within the Devil's Way that the Devil's father left behind a hidden treasure vault before he died. Only to want to open the Devil's father's hidden secret vault there are a total of 3 keys. And your Yi family obtained one. That's why after the Blood Demon Sect obtained the news, they immediately went after your Yi family. I can't confirm the authenticity of these things either. Miss Yi can verify it herself later. Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Yi Wuxuan also froze in place. I didn't expect that as soon as the Elder Ancestor of Eternal Life opened his mouth, he revealed the ancient secrets about the Demon Sect. With the cultivation of the Cloud Sky Sect's Elder Ancestor and knowing that the Yi family had obtained one of the Demon Sect's keys, they probably wouldn't deceive her. In other words, the murderer who had annihilated their Yi family was really likely to be the Blood Demon Sect? Knowing the murderer who had exterminated their Yi family sent a thrill through her heart. However, when he thought that it was the Blood Demon Sect, a hint of despair also rose in his heart. That's the Blood Demon Sect, one of the hegemonic forces of the Tianlan Prefecture. With a divine hidden realm ancestor sitting at the helm, even their Yi family had been wiped out overnight. Did she really have a chance for revenge in her life? Chapter 10, Reaching a Deal. Killing the Blood Demon Sect. The 7 hegemonic forces of the righteous path had worked so hard for so many years, and up to now they were only fighting the 5 hegemonic forces of the devil path evenly. Although she would grow up, the Blood Demon Sect was a behemoth in front of him. She possessed a heavenly root bone. Could it be that there were none among the Blood Demon Sect? It's likely that there's more than one. The more he thought about it, the more Yi Wuxuan felt powerless. Although she had long expected that the murderer who exterminated their Yi family would most likely be an overlord force, she really didn't know what she should do when it was actually confirmed. It's really the enemy that's too powerful. It was as if Chen Changsheng could also see Yi Wuxuan's helplessness. Honestly, he could understand the other man at this moment. Not to mention that the Yi family was now destroyed. Even if the Yi family was still around, borrowing the family's power, Yi Wuxuan would still find it difficult to fight against the Blood Demon Sect. However, Yi Wuxuan was in the end a woman with a strong character, and after a short period of confusion, her gaze was firm. Even if the enemy was strong, so what? The lives of thousands of people up and down the Yi family could not die in vain. Thinking of this, Yi Wuxuan gratefully said, Thank you Elder Ancestor Changsheng for informing me of the truth. In the future, if the Cloud Sky Sect has any use for me, let me go through fire and water without hesitation. After saying this, Yi Wuxuan got up and was ready to leave. Miss Yi, don't you want to seek revenge on the Blood Demon Sect? Right at this moment, Chen Changsheng suddenly spoke. Yi Wuxuan stopped and looked back at Chen Changsheng with a firm face. Elder Ancestor Changsheng, the Yi family is the place where I was born and raised. As a member of the Yi family, I naturally want to avenge them. Speaking here, she didn't know if she was afraid of Chen Changsheng's misunderstanding, took a deep breath and added a sentence. Elder Ancestor Everlasting, please also rest assured that Wuxuan is not an irrational person, and the Blood Demon Sect is powerful. It is not something I can deal with right now. I will now join a large force first to enhance my strength before plotting my revenge. Yi Wuxuan was interrupted by Chen Changsheng when he said this. Chen Changsheng smiled and said, Miss Yi, then why don't you consider our Cloud Sky Sect? Yi Wuxuan lowered her head and did not answer Chen Changsheng's question. Chen Changsheng could also guess the other party's thoughts and said with a smile, I'm sure that Miss Yi is worried that joining our Cloud Sky Sect will cause conflicts between our Cloud Sky Sect and the Blood Demon Sect in the future and bring us trouble, right? Chen Changsheng guessed correctly. Yi Wuxuan did think so. Chen Changsheng told her that the murderer who exterminated the Yi family had shown her great kindness. She absolutely could not harm the Cloud Sky Sect. Seeing Yi Wuxuan's silence, Chen Changsheng also knew that he had guessed correctly. He didn't come all the way here to watch the recruitment election or to tell Yi Wuxuan the truth. Thus, Chen Changsheng directly opened the door and said, I heard that Miss Yi once promised to the outside world that if someone could tell you who the enemy of your extinguished clan was and help you take revenge, you would be willing to agree to any conditions on the other side? Yi Wuxuan nodded and said, Not bad, Elder Ancestor Everlasting. That's what I promised. That's good. Chen Changsheng smiled and nodded his head. I won't hide it from Miss Yi. This seat has traveled thousands of miles to come here just for you. This seat wants to make a deal with Miss Yi. When these words came out, Yi Wuxuan was filled with surprise. This elder ancestor of eternal life came all the way here just for her? And make a deal with her? Yi Wuxuan couldn't help but stare. Then asked, Elder Ancestor Everlasting, I don't know what kind of deal you want to make with Wuxuan. It's very simple. I'll help you destroy the Blood Demon Sect and take revenge for you. And after that, Miss Yi will marry into our Cloud Sky Sect and become this seat's concubine. From now on, serve this seat to the best of your ability. I wonder if Miss Yi is willing to do so. After hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Yi Wuxuan directly froze in place. How could she not expect that this elder ancestor of eternal life had come from thousands of miles to actually make such a deal with her? She was very confident in her looks and temperament, and she didn't know how many people in Tianlan Prefecture coveted her. But she had been in Tianlan Prefecture for many years, and she had never heard of the Cloud Sky Sect's old ancestor preferring beauty. Could it be that she hadn't paid attention to this area before, so she didn't know? It was a multiple-choice question in front of her now, but Yi Wuxuan barely considered it before making a direct decision. Elder Ancestor Everlasting, if you can help me avenge my death, Wuxuan is willing to agree to any condition you want, even if you marry me as a concubine and make me a slave. Wuxuan will never regret it. Yi Wuxuan said with a firm face. This would have been what she had promised before, and at the time she made the promise, she had obviously thought about others making such an offer. Now that this elder ancestor of eternal life had proposed it, there was nothing difficult to accept. Seeing this scene, Chen Changsheng smiled and said, since this is the case, then our contract is established. Now follow this seat over. Chen Changsheng got up and walked directly outside. Although he didn't know where the elder ancestor was going, Yi Wuxuan didn't hesitate and directly followed him. Seeing Chen Changsheng come out, Bai Luo Yang, who was standing outside, couldn't help but inquire in a low voice, Master, have you finished talking with Miss Yi? Talk. Chen Changsheng nodded and said, Luo Yang, Master has one more thing to do. Do you want to come along? Together. Bai Luo Yang nodded directly, not even asking where Chen Changsheng was going. In the next moment, Chen Changsheng directly waved his hand, and a ball of light wrapped around the few people present. Everyone then left the place under Chen Changsheng's leadership, heading towards the northwest. After flying in the air for an hour or two, Bai Luo Yang finally couldn't help himself and opened his mouth to ask, Master, where are we going? Blood Demon Sect. Blood Demon Sect? Hearing this, Bai Luo Yang couldn't help but stare, and then said with a face full of doubts, Master, what are we going to do in the Blood Demon Sect? Bai Luo Yang was one of his own, and his future concubine. Chen Changsheng did not hide anything and said directly, the Blood Demon Sect sits on its back for many times, and there is no longer a need for it to exist. When these words came out, the few people present all froze. There's no need for it to exist anymore. Is the elder ancestor going to destroy the Blood Demon Sect? The most shocked person present would be Yi Wuxuan, even though he had made a deal with the Cloud Sky Sect's elder ancestor of eternal life today. However, in her eyes, the Blood Demon Sect, as one of the hegemonic forces of the Devil Tao, was definitely on the same level of existence as the Cloud Sky Sect. Even if Elder Longevity Ancestor made an enemy of the Blood Demon Sect for her sake, this matter would still have to be considered in the long run. In her opinion, it was necessary to at least unite the other hegemonic forces and then crusade against the Blood Demon Sect together. Only then did Elder Eternal Ancestor negotiate a deal with her, and before anything was prepared, he directly led the crowd to the Blood Demon Sect. Is it to destroy the Blood Demon Sect in one fell swoop? Not to mention Yi Wuxuan, Bai Luo Yang, who was Chen Changsheng's close disciple, was also confused. What exactly did Master just chat with Yi Wuxuan on top of the pavilion? How is it that after this chat, Master Teacher suddenly wants to attack the Blood Demon Sect? As the dominant force of the Devil's Way, the Blood Demon Sect not only has many strong people, but also possesses a divine hidden realm ancestor sitting in the town. Even if Master Teacher is hostile to the Blood Demon Sect because of something, there is no need to be in such a hurry. Wasn't it too hasty to lead them to attack the Blood Demon Sect without any preparation? Needless to say, Bai Luo Yang was in the wind at the moment. Senior, are we really going to attack the Blood Demon Sect? Chapter 11, Exterminating the Blood Demon Sect. I alone am sufficient. Nice. Master, is it just you and my disciple? Among the few people present, Yi Wuxuan was only at the 9th heavenly realm of the Hotian realm. That outer sect Elder Tian was only at the innate realm. Yi Wushuang's protector, Chu Jiang, was only at the first level of the Enlightenment realm. These three people were complete cannon fodder in front of the Blood Demon Sect's powerhouses who were as expert as the clouds. So at this time, Bai Luo Yang directly ignored these three people, and she was a strong person of the 8th heaven of the Enlightenment realm, able to contribute. But counting him, that was no match for the Blood Demon Sect, just as Bai Luo Yang was in a daze, not knowing what in the world his master was trying to do. Chen Changsheng's words directly caused her to freeze in place. It's not the two of us, it's master alone. It's enough for me to destroy the Blood Demon Sect by myself. I have brought you here with a mission indeed. During the attack on the Blood Demon Sect, if any leaks come out, you will then step in and leave them behind. What? Hearing this, Bai Luo Yang couldn't believe her ears. Master is going to destroy the Blood Demon Sect all by himself? Master, when did the Blood Demon Sect provoke you? Bai Luo Yang couldn't help but ask. The Blood Demon Sect didn't mess with Master. They're just Wushuang's enemies. Muoi? Bai Luo Yang couldn't help but stare, but quickly reacted. She was very puzzled in her heart. When did this descendant of the Yi family have a friendship with her master? Just as Bai Luo Yang was filled with doubts, Chen Changsheng opened his mouth and explained. Luo Yang, this Blood Demon Sect is actually the real culprit that exterminated the Yi family back then. I was just above the pavilion and made a deal with Miss Yi. I helped her take revenge and destroy the Blood Demon Sect. Bai Luo Yang froze directly in place after hearing this. What's this? Master wants to destroy the Blood Demon Sect, but actually for the purpose of taking Yi Wushuang as a concubine. Hearing this sudden truth, Bai Luo Yang, who was in mid-air, almost didn't stabilize himself and directly fell down from the air. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Master, do you really want to take Miss Yi as a concubine? Or what? Chen Changsheng glanced at Bai Luo Yang, who was full of confusion, and said, since ancient times, all people have the heart to love beauty. This Miss Yi has a stunningly beautiful appearance, as if she were a celestial fairy descending from the heavens, and the master is very fond of her. So may I ask what's so strange about it? No. What else can Bai Luo Yang say? That's certainly strange. Bai Luo Yang is an orphan since childhood, since the young was picked up by Chen Changsheng, and then only to accept it as a disciple, is also considered to be served from childhood in Chen Changsheng left and right. She thought she knew her master's character very well. Apart from overindulging his only son, Chen Tianyu, he can't pick any other faults. It wasn't surprising that many powerful people in the cultivation world preferred beauty and had many wives and concubines. However, in Bai Luo Yang's eyes, Master Chen Changsheng is definitely not a person of good color. After all, Shizuan no longer had a Taoist partner other than that deceased Shizuan's mother. Also, in addition to managing the affairs of the Cloud Sky Sect, the master's father basically spends all his time in seclusion and doesn't ask about the outside world, not to mention his preference for beauty. How is it that now master has changed and started liking this aspect? Such a transformation was too sudden, making Bai Luo Yang somewhat caught off guard. Miss, are you going to marry the elder ancestor of eternal life as a concubine? At this time, Bai Luo Yang was not the only one who was baffled. Yi Wushuang's protector Chu Zhang's entire body was also filled with bafflement after knowing about this. To be honest, although Yi Wushuang had made a deal with Chen Changsheng, she hadn't expected that Chen Changsheng would actually bring this matter straight to light. Sparing her cool character, her pretty face reddened at this moment. Uncle Chu, I did make such a deal with Elder Ancestor Everlasting. If Elder Ancestor Everlasting can help our Yi family avenge our death, I'm willing to marry him as my wife. Chu Kong. He was Yi Wushuang's protector and had watched her grow up since she was a child. After the Yi family was destroyed, he escaped because he and Yi Wushuang were both out of town. After that, he didn't choose to leave and chose to continue to protect Yi Wushuang, wanting to help the young lady take revenge. He also knew that he was too strong to do it. Just how could he not have expected that the young lady would make such a deal with this elder of eternal life for the sake of revenge? If it was before, Chu Jiang would definitely persuade. But now that the contract had been reached, Chu Jiang didn't know what to say. As if Yi Wushuang could see Chu Jiang's thoughts, he took a deep breath and said, Uncle Chu, you don't have to worry about me. Making such a decision is completely voluntary for Wushuang. As long as I can avenge the Yi family, I'm willing to work as a cow or a horse for Elder Ancestor Everlasting. Yi Wushuang had said his words to this point. What else did Chu Jiang have to say? He looked at Chen Changsheng at this moment and asked cautiously, Senior Changsheng, are you sure about helping our Yi family take revenge? Yi Wushuang also understood why Chu Jiang asked. With the power of the Cloud Sky Sect, it was able to compete with the Blood Demon Sect. Joining forces with other hegemonic forces and attacking the Blood Demon Sect in one fell swoop might be able to help their Yi family take revenge. However, now that it was just the elder ancestor of eternal life alone, he didn't believe that the other party would be able to exterminate the Blood Demon Sect, no matter what he said. To be honest, Yi Wuxiang didn't expect Chen Changsheng to kill the Blood Demon Sect directly when he said he would. As the elder ancestor of eternal life was a powerhouse of the divine hidden realm, he was famously known as the town of Tianlan Prefecture. However, the Blood Demon Sect was not a generalized one, and it also possessed a divine hidden realm ancestor in attendance. She didn't know where elder eternal ancestor got the courage to kill the Blood Demon Sect alone. Chen Changsheng looked at the several people and said with a smile, "This seat has its own way of attacking the Blood Demon Sect this time." Hearing this, Yi Wuxiang did not ask more questions. Bai Luo Yang, who was next to him, also had a complicated look. She wanted to inquire, but in the end she did not speak. It seems that the master has changed his nature and is starting to punch his nose in the red. In that case, the matter of taking that girl Lu Qingyao as a concubine was not incomprehensible. Perhaps she had misunderstood that girl before. It wasn't necessarily that she had taken the initiative to hook up with Master Teacher. It was highly likely that Master Teacher had originally taken a liking to this girl. Chen Changsheng didn't pay attention to Bai Luo Yang, who looked like he wanted to say something, but asked Yi Wuxiang about something. "Wuxiang, do you know a man named Tian Yang?" "What? Tian Yang?" Hearing these words, Yi Wuxiang couldn't help but be stunned. Then, as if he remembered something, he opened his mouth and said, "Elder Ancestor Everlasting, you know Prince Tian Yang?" Chen Changsheng did not answer this question. Instead he continued, "Do you know where he is?" Although Yi Wuxiang didn't know why Chen Changsheng brought up this person, he still said, reporting back to Elder Ancestor Changsheng, "I've only had a one-sided relationship with that Duke Tian Yang, and I'm not familiar with him, and I don't know where he's located." Hearing this, Chen Changsheng didn't ask much. Yi Wuxiang also did not continue to speak, only that a figure of a green lotus subconsciously appeared in his mind. The reason why he would help Yi Wuxiang exterminate the Blood Demon Sect was very simple. Chapter 12, Blood Demon Ancestor. 7 Fiends. In the original story, Yi Wuxiang was one of the Heaven's Destiny heroines. This Yi family's eldest young miss, with her stunning appearance and peerless temperament, was a renowned heavenly pride demon in Tianlan State. In Yi Tian's opinion, it was a person who would not be missed no matter what. Having met just now, it also proved his judgment. Yi Wuxiang had been running around Tianlan Prefecture in order to find out the real culprit after the destruction of the Yi family. While passing through a small town, a group of thieves took a liking to her beauty and wanted to take her away to be their mistress. That group of people were only at the Qi practicing mirror cultivation level, and even if they didn't have a protector, they weren't a match for her, and trying to make a move against her was a complete kick in the teeth. Just before she could strike, it suddenly appeared. A man named Tian Yang made a decisive move and decapitated the group of thieves. And the man named Tian Yang was the alias of Yi Tian, the son of Heaven's Destiny. That was also the first time in Yi Wuxiang and Yi Tian's life that they met. According to the original storyline, the second time the two met was shortly after the recruiting election. Previously, that holy son of the 10,000 Sword Sect was unsuccessful in laying his hands on Yi Wuxiang because she was surrounded by Dao protectors. Then, after the recruitment election, he led the sect experts to ambush Yi Wuxiang. In the end, Chu Jiang was injured. Yi Wuxiang was also injured, and the two of them separated. Yi Wuxiang was saved by Yi Tian for the second time on his way to escape, and the two of them began a bond. Later, in a series of episodes, Yi Tian has a golden finger to help him. His cultivation became powerful, not only found out the murderer who destroyed the Yi family, but also in the plot of the Tian Lanzhao War in one fell swoop to destroy the Blood Demon Sect. This act gained Yi Wuxiang's favor and made him fall in love with the other party on this. Chen Changsheng came over here for two purposes. The first was to intercept the party, and the other was to see if he could find out Yi Tian's location. According to the original, Yi Tian was in the middle of Tianyan City during this period. Embarrassingly, although he knew the other person's real name and alias, he didn't know what they looked like. After looking at the pavilion for half a day before, he didn't find that Yi Tian, and he didn't know where the other party had run off to. If you find it, exterminate it as you go to prevent future problems. If he didn't find it, then forget it. After all, his primary goal was still Yi Wuxiang. Create a hero's rescue and develop slowly with him or her to gain favor with the other person. This behavior was a complete waste of time in Chen Changsheng's eyes, but it was very much in line with the approach of the Heaven's Mandate protagonist. But it didn't fit the style of this villain of his. As a villainous ancestor, he naturally possessed his unique methods. He prefers to keep it simple and rough. Let's make a deal. Didn't you say you'd do anything to destroy the Blood Demon Sect? Then he would just destroy the Blood Demon Sect and then make Yi Wuxiang his woman. It's fine if there are no feelings. When Yi Wuxiang becomes his concubine, then there will be a love for each other over time. Looking at Yi Wuxiang's flawless body and her white jade-like skin, one didn't need to think about it to know that this was definitely the absolute best color on earth. At this moment, Chen Changsheng had even figured out what kind of pose he wanted Yi Wuxiang to assume. Yi Wuxiang also sensed Chen Changsheng's strange gaze, a gaze that had appeared for an unknown number of times. There was no need to think about it to know that this elder ancestor of eternal life was eyeing her body, and before she was extremely averse to such gazes. However, facing the elder ancestor of eternal life, Yi Wuxiang didn't know why, but an unspeakably strange feeling suddenly rose in his heart. It could be that Chen Changsheng had promised him that he was willing to avenge the Yi family, and that he had immediately launched an operation to kill the Blood Demon Sect. One must know that she had visited an unknown number of sects over the years, but all of those people had ignored her. Chen Changsheng was the first person who was willing to help her and tell him who his enemy was while avenging their Yi family. She took a deep breath and stopped imagining things, only hoping that the elder ancestor would be true to his word and really exterminate the Blood Demon Sect, even if she made it pay a certain price. The Blood Demon Sect's headquarters was in the northwest of Tianlan Prefecture, in a mountain range. All know where the Blood Demon Sect is headquartered? However, not a single person dared to come and attack this place, and from this, it was possible to see how powerful the Blood Demon Sect was. Great cultivators of the divine hidden realm were able to fly thousands of miles in an hour. Under Chen Changsheng's leadership, a few hours later, the group arrived at the outskirts of this mountain range. In the next moment, Chen Changsheng also gave instructions. Luo Yang, you guys just stay outside. If any of the Blood Demon Sect's disciples escape, just make your move and leave them behind. There were dark clouds in the sky, accompanied by flashes of thunder and lightning. At the same time, the deepest part of the mountain range suddenly heard a roar. Everlasting old man, are you out of your mind? Just by yourself, you dare to come to our Blood Demon Sect. The owner of this voice was the Blood Demon Sect's supreme elder, Seven Fiends. Nowadays, he was already a powerhouse of the first heaven of the divine hidden realm. Like Chen Changsheng, he was also a powerful divine hidden realm practitioner from the Tianlan Prefecture. Technically, the two of them were contemporaries. He had crossed paths several times when he was young, so the seven deadly souls naturally knew Chen Changsheng. As the Blood Demon Sect's supreme elder, Seven Fiends seldom left the sect and spent most of their time in seclusion within the sect. As a result, the Seven Fiends didn't know what kind of wind Chen Changsheng was pulling today, and actually ran to their Blood Fiend Sect's headquarters to cause trouble. That's why the seven deadly sirens are ready to strike first. It was just that as soon as he struck out, a dense corpse chi immediately rushed towards Chen Changsheng, and with just a slight wave of Chen Changsheng's hand, endless gusts of wind blew through, directly dispersing this terrifying corpse chi. Above the void, the seven fiends stood there holding a skeleton walking stick, and in addition to anger in a pair of pale eyes, there was also a hint of doubt. Eldritch old man, what the hell do you want? Our Blood Demon Sect and your Cloud Sky Sect do not interfere with each other, so hurry up and leave today, or this seat will not be polite to you. Hearing the seven fiends' words, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but smile. Seven fiends, this seat has come today to exterminate your Blood Demon Sect. In my opinion, your Blood Demon Sect has done all the bad things, and it's time for your chi to end. If you tie your hands now, perhaps I'll still be able to give you a pain in the ass. Otherwise, ha ha ha. Before Chen Changsheng could finish his sentence, the seven deadly souls' loud laughter rang out. Everlasting old ghost, you're really arrogant. If you want to destroy our Blood Demon Sect, do you think you can do it alone? We were all the same divine hidden realm grand cultivator, and this was the Blood Demon Sect's headquarters. So the seven fiends didn't think that Chen Changsheng had such strength. If the other party had destroyed their Blood Demon Sect by themselves, then they wouldn't be worthy of becoming an overlord power. The seven deadly souls didn't have any hesitation either, and directly chose to make their move. In the next moment, a dark gray mist rose around his entire body, and three puppets could be vaguely seen within this mist. This was the seven deadly sirens' greatest dependence, puppetry. Seven fiends, it seems that your puppetry skills have refined quite a bit more, actually refining another peak enlightenment realm puppet for you. Chen Changsheng could tell at a glance the cultivation level of the three puppets summoned by the seven fiends. One puppet of the first sky of the divine hidden realm. The remaining two were both puppets at the peak of the enlightened realm, plus the seven deadly souls were originally of the divine hidden realm cultivation. From this, It was able to be seen that the Blood Demon Sect's overall high-end battle power was a bit stronger than the Cloud Sky Sect, but that was all. After all, the Cloud Sky Sect had the bottom of the barrel. Chapter 13, Punching and Grinding. The 7 fiends didn't want to talk nonsense with Chen Changsheng, so they made a direct move in the blink of an eye, the skeleton crutch directly pointing forward, and those 3 puppets directly killed Chen Changsheng. At this moment, Chen Changsheng also instantly struck out. His endless flames filled the void, instantly wrapping around the 3 puppets. The 7 deadly souls immediately recognized this technique. Burning Sky Divine Skill. Earth grade lower grade martial skill. Cultivated to a certain extent, it can invoke heavenly fire and burn everything. Fire attribute martial arts were very much restraining the evil. The eternal life old man used this trick, just to rely on him? A sneer ran through the 7 deadly souls' mind. A few years ago, he had a strange encounter and obtained a heavenly material, refining it into the 3 puppets, making the puppets invulnerable to water and fire. What a time for all that phasing. The 7 fiends controlled the 3 puppets, wanting them to directly attack Chen Changsheng's main body. But the next moment, something incredible happened. The flame, after completely wrapping around the 3 puppets, actually burned through them, and the puppets showed signs of being completely incinerated. No way. How is this possible? The 7 fiends stared at Chen Changsheng in disbelief as their eyes widened. Why can't I? Chen Changsheng said with a bland smile. The 7 fiends didn't even have a chance to retrieve the 3 puppets, and were directly incinerated by Chen Changsheng. Pust. The 7 deadly souls spat out a mouthful of blood furiously, and their faces paled for a few moments. Chen Changsheng had now reached the 8th level of the Divine Hidden Realm. Against the 7 fiends of the first sky of the Divine Hidden Realm, they were naturally able to suppress them with ease. At the same time, he also possessed a sacred root bone and 10 times the speed of cultivation. Such a talent was not something the 7 fiends could compare to. After reaching the Divine Hidden Realm, each level of heaven would produce a huge metamorphosis. Whether it was the Yuan Shan or spiritual energy, there would be a qualitative change. To put it simply, 2 or 3 Divine Hidden Realm First Sky Cultivators were not necessarily a match for 1 Divine Hidden Realm Second Sky Cultivator. The 7 fiends' combat power was strong. If he hadn't raised his strength before and only had the first heaven of the Divine Hidden Realm, he wouldn't necessarily be able to fight the other party in single combat. It would take at least 2 of him to defeat the 7 deadlies. If he wanted to decapitate his opponent, he would need at least 3 of him to be able to do so. But now, after he obtained the strongest family system, he had long been transformed. Why did you kill the Blood Demon Sect directly after making a deal with Yi Wushuang? That was simple. He was now a powerful person at the 8th level of the Divine Hidden Realm, and he could completely hang on to beat the 7 deadly souls at the first level of the Divine Hidden Realm. When the 7 deadly souls saw the 3 puppets scrapped, they reacted even if they were stupid. Everlasting old man, you made a breakthrough? Something's not right. Even if you're at the 2nd level of the Divine Hidden Realm, there's no way you can directly burn out my 3 puppets. Could it be that you've already broken through to the 3rd sky of the Divine Hidden Realm? 7 sirens said incredulously. If Chen Changsheng had only been at the 2nd level of the Divine Hidden Realm, with the defensive power of his 3 puppets, he would have been able to resist for a while even if he couldn't beat them. Only a powerhouse of the 3rd sky of the Divine Hidden Realm would be able to make his 3 puppets powerless and be destroyed in an instant. You guessed it. I'm breaking through. But you guessed wrong again. I'm not at the 3rd heavenly level of the Divine Hidden Realm. This Divine Hidden Realm 3rd heaven and Divine Hidden Realm 8th heaven was a difference of 5 whole heavens. Chen Changsheng had also done the truth and had not deceived the other party. However, the 7 fiends were completely unconvinced. Chen Changsheng had definitely broken through to the 3rd sky of the Divine Palm Mirror. Otherwise it was impossible to destroy his 3 puppets so easily. The Blood Demon Sect's puppet art was refined by the cultivators with their life essence blood, and it was closely related to them. The 3 puppets were burned out, directly causing the 7 deadly souls to suffer a heavy blow, which was why Fawn was spitting out blood. The 7 fiends finally understood why Chen Changsheng had dared to kill single-handedly. Seeing his former rival break through to the 3rd sky of the Divine Hidden Realm, a pang of jealousy ran through the 7 fiends' hearts. But then, he also realized that he was no longer Chen Changsheng's opponent. Elder Ghost, why are you going after our Blood Demon Sect today? We have no grudge against you. There is indeed no grudge, because the Cloud Sky Sect and the Blood Demon Sect were relatively far apart. There was no crossover at all. Chen Changsheng smiled blandly and said, "What you Blood Demon Sect has done, you yourselves know it best. You are the devil's way. You do evil. You do nothing but evil. Whereas we, the Cloud Sky Sect, are the righteous way, and as the saying goes, There are no two ways to go, good and evil. Why do you think I made a move against your Blood Demon Sect? Hearing this, the 7 fiends almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Isn't the soul-devouring sect closer to your Cloud Sky Sect? Why don't you go find trouble with them? It's true that it's closer, but who made you mess with the wrong people? Hearing this, the 7 deadly souls directly froze there. Messing with the wrong people? What do you mean? Yi family, outside the Blood Demon Sect. At this time, Bai Luo Yang is still messy in the wind. It really has hit the spot. Master, his old man, had really killed his way into the Blood Demon Sect alone and single-handedly. One should not be dreaming, right? Because she had followed her master since she was young. Bai Luo Yang was very clear that their Cloud Sky Sect did not cross paths with the Yi family. And since the Yi family had been exterminated for several years, there was nothing worth coveting by the Cloud Sky Sect. In other words, Master Teacher really wanted to destroy the Blood Demon Sect for the sake of Yi Wuxuan. For the sake of this stunningly beautiful Yi family's eldest young lady, who had rushed to the red face. Was this still the same master he knew? Previously, Lu Qingyao was taken into the room as a personal maid. And now they've set their sights on this Yi family's eldest miss. It wouldn't be possible that one day, the master would take her in as well, would it? It is true that the master never close to the female color, which makes Bai Luo Yang feel the contrast is so big. Forget it. Bai Luo Yang shook his head and put these thoughts behind him. It was pointless to think about this now. Looking at the aura inside the Blood Demon Sect, I think that master must have fought with that Blood Demon Sect's supreme elder. Miss Yi, if my master really helps you take revenge, are you really willing to marry my master as a concubine? Bai Luo Yang withdrew his gaze and looked at Yi Wuxuan and asked. It had to be said that Yi Wuxuan was stunningly beautiful and had a wonderful body that was very attractive to men. Yi Wuxuan didn't know why Bai Luo Yang asked this question, but in the next moment he still answered. Patriarch Bai, if Elder Ancestor Changsheng really helps me to avenge the Yi family's death, Wuxuang is willing to serve Elder Ancestor Changsheng, even as a slave or a servant. Speaking of this, even if Yi Wuxuang had a cool personality, she was a bit shy at this time. After all, this was her marriage, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Seeing Yi Wuxuang's expression, Bai Luo Yang did not say anything more, because she had already seen what this great young lady was thinking, and would let her do anything in order to be able to avenge the Yi family's death. Over the Blood Demon Sect, the Blood Demon Sect's supreme elder 7 fiends were still battling against Chen Changsheng. Only at this moment, the 7 deadly souls didn't know what had come to their minds, their gazes suspicious. Yi family? Elder Ghost, are you saying that you came to trouble our Blood Demon Sect because of that annihilated Yi family? How come this seat has never heard of it before? What kind of friendship do you have with that Yi family? Seeing the 7 fiends' shocked gaze, Chen Changsheng smiled blandly. In this world, there are still many things that you, 7 fiends, do not know. Forget it, today you're not going to escape anyway. For the sake of an acquaintance, this seat will let you die. Chapter 14, Beheading the 7 Deadlies, Destroying the Blood Demon Sect. The name Yi Wuxuang, the Yi family's eldest miss, must not be unfamiliar to you. This seat made a deal with this Yi family's young miss. Find out the real culprit who overthrew the Yi family and help them avenge the Yi family. And this young miss will marry into our Cloud Sky Sect and become this seat's concubine. What do you mean? Take a concubine? Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the 7 deadly souls' entire body was not well. He considered himself to have known Chen Changsheng, the Cloud Sky Sect's oldest ancestor, for many years, and had never heard of the other party's preference for beauty. The Yi family's eldest young miss Yi Wuxuang, whose beauty and talent had topped Tianlan Prefecture, was a matter that the 7 deadly fates also knew about. But how could it be missed by the eldritch old ghost? Elder Ghost, just for a Yi family's 1,000-year-old miss, you came to attack our Blood Demon Sect. Are you crazy? The 7 fiends looked at Chen Changsheng, who could hardly say with confidence. Chen Changsheng didn't bother conversing with the other party and directly said, believe it or not, to this seat, none of this matters. 7 fiends, let this seat remove your head and take it to the Yi family's eldest miss as a bride price. After saying this, Chen Changsheng directly struck out. His current cultivation had already reached the 8th heaven of the divine hidden realm, and he was completely capable of suppressing the 7 deadly souls. Therefore, within a split second of exchanging hands, Chen Changsheng had beaten the 7 deadly souls to the point where they fled east and west without the ability to fight back. Stop, Elder Ghost. No, 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 no. Elder, you helped the Yi family's eldest miss to avenge her death, and she married you as your wife. This is a good match between heaven and earth. But what does this have to do with our Blood Demon Sect? Is it possible that someone is trying to plant evidence to frame our Blood Demon Sect? The real culprit of this overthrow of the Yi family is not us. The difference in strength was too great, and the 7 deadly souls already had absolutely no intention of continuing to make Chen Changsheng their enemy. One can only flee and beg for mercy at the same time. 7 fiends, there's no need to weasel out of this. You guys did all of this. Chen Changsheng had read the original plot and naturally knew that this was all the work of the Blood Demon Sect. Although the 7 fiends didn't know why Chen Changsheng was so certain. From the other party's attitude, I'm afraid that he didn't intend to let the Blood Demon Sect go today. So without continuing to beg for mercy, he roared out, "All Blood Demon Sect disciples listen to the order. There is a strong enemy coming. Open the Blood Demon Grand Formation." Blood Demon Formation. This was a defense formation that had been passed down from an ancient devil clan, and it was one of the most powerful underpinnings of the Blood Devil Sect. Gathering the strength of all the disciples of the Blood Demon Sect, they formed this formation. This formation could withstand any attack below the third sky of the Divine Hidden Realm, and even a powerhouse of the third sky of the Divine Hidden Realm would not be able to break this great formation in a short period of time without powerful means. First, he would use the Blood Demon Grand Formation to protect the Blood Demon Sect, and then later, he would have someone urgently ask the Demon Sect for help. This was what the 7 fiends thought, but the next moment left him dumbfounded and jaw-dropped. I'm actually going to destroy your Blood Demon Sect today. Then no one can save you. 7 fiends, just resign yourself to your fate. As the words fell, a huge palm print slapped down in the void. Chen Changsheng's cultivation of the 8th heaven of the Divine Hidden Realm completely erupted. The moment this palm made contact with the Blood Demon Grand Formation, it directly destroyed the formation and easily broke it. Pust! The formation was broken, and countless disciples of the Blood Demon Sect exploded into a bloody mist. With just this strike, the vast majority of the disciples from the bloodline of the hegemonic forces that had shaken the Sky Lanzhou Prefecture had fallen, leaving only the 7 fiends as well as the Blood Demon Sect's top-tier powerhouses still lingering on, but they had likewise suffered a heavy blow. You are surprisingly not a Divine Hidden Realm third sky. You hide it so well. Being able to easily break the Blood Demon Grand Formation with a single palm was enough to show that Chen Changsheng's cultivation was above the 5th level of the Divine Hidden Realm. The 7 fiends, who had fallen to the ground, had resentment in their eyes. In the next moment, Chen Changsheng arrived directly in front of the other party. 7 fiends, you can go on your way in peace. Eternal life, old devil. Today planted in your hands this seat resigns itself to its fate. You dare to kill me. Aren't you worried that the demonic sect will still seek revenge on you? Worried? If he was truly worried, Chen Changsheng wouldn't have come here. He didn't continue to talk nonsense with the other party, and once again slapped his palm down. From then on, the Blood Demon Sect's supreme elder, who was famous in Tianlan Prefecture, fell. Wushuan, this is the Blood Demon Sect's treasure vault. Look over, there is your Yi family's treasure. With the fall of the Blood Demon Sect's 7 fiends, those other Blood Demon Sect disciples, Chen Changsheng naturally did not let go. From now on, the Blood Demon Sect will disappear in Tianlan Prefecture from now on. However, the Blood Demon Sect's treasure vault was left behind, which was just enough to fill the Cloud Sky Sect's treasure pavilion. This is the spiritual Yuan Dan. This is the legendary purple gold divine wood, and there is actually a soul-nurturing grass. Heavens, Elder Everlasting Ancestor. This Blood Demon Sect has really collected a lot of treasures over the years. Searching for things like loot, Chen Changsheng as an old ancestor naturally wouldn't do anything about it. So all handed over to the disciple Bai Luo Yang to do. Just Bai Luo Yang at this time also did not personally go to search, but all the task of searching to the outer door elders Tian not easy, and she stood to the side with a complicated mood, a pair of beautiful eyes looking at Chen Changsheng immortally. Today, when I heard the master said that he was ready to destroy the Blood Demon Sect alone, Bai Luo Yang thought that the master was joking. One must know that the Blood Demon Sect that was a dominating force on par with their Cloud Sky Sect. If it was that easy to exterminate, it would probably have been exterminated a long time ago. But the next thing, completely beyond the imagination of Bai Luo Yang, did not expect the master really one person destroyed the Blood Demon Sect. What shocked her even more was that her master teacher was actually already a powerhouse above the 5th heaven of the Divine Hidden Realm. How did master teacher manage to hide it so well for so many years? Breaking the Blood Demon Sect's grand formation with a single palm was completely impossible to do without a cultivation level above the 5th heaven of the Divine Hidden Realm. Master's cultivation was heavenly, and he had previously hidden his true cultivation, which was indeed a good thing for the Cloud Sky Sect. Just now let Bai Luo Yang feel bitter in her heart is this kind of thing why the master is still hiding from her. Back then, it was the master who saved her and raised her. Does no one know what place the master occupies in his heart? Although Chen Tianyu was extremely indisputable and had an arrogant and domineering personality, but no matter what, he was still the only son of his master. If it were any other clan, they would definitely not give up the position of patriarch to an outsider who was not related by blood. In the entire Tianlan prefecture, there was only one person in the entirety of Tianlan who did that, forcefully arguing for the position of patriarch to be given to her. This gesture touched her very much. It was also from that day onwards that she vowed in her heart that she would carry forward the Cloud Sky Sect. Originally, she thought that she knew all about her master's affairs, but now, just as Bai Luo Yang was ruminating, Chen Changsheng, as if he could see the other party's thoughts, softly said, "Luo Yang, I think you must be very puzzled in your heart. The momentum of the master's cultivation breakthrough, why do I still have to hide it from you? Master teacher, I'm not trying to pry into your privacy." Bai Luo Yang panicked and hurriedly explained. Chen Changsheng smiled and said, "Actually, I've never hidden from you when it comes to my cultivation. Before I was indeed at the first level of the divine hidden realm. It's just that I got a great chance some days ago, so my cultivation has skyrocketed. It's just that you weren't in the sect at the time, that's why Master didn't tell you." "What? Master got a big chance some time ago? Directly breaking through from the first sky of the divine hidden realm to the fifth sky of the divine hidden realm or above?" Chapter 15, The Eternal Progenitor has taken another concubine. Seeing Bai Luo Yan's incredulous face, he smiled and said, "Luo Yan, you don't believe in Master?" "No, not. It's just that Luo Yang was too surprised. How could he not expect Master's cultivation to be raised to?" Chen Changsheng smiled and didn't explain that much, saying, "Alright, go back and have time. Master will slowly talk to you about this matter. Now that the Blood Demon Sect has been destroyed, it will definitely spread throughout the entire Tianlan prefecture, and it won't be long before our Cloud Sky Sect will be busy. First, take the Blood Demon Sect's treasure vault with you, then return to the sect early." Hearing Chen Changsheng's explanation, Bai Luo Yang was in a much better mood and nodded. "Yes, Master." Soon, Bai Luo Yang, together with Elder Tian, directly packed away the entire Blood Demon Sect's hidden treasure vault. Chen Changsheng, on the other hand, placed his gaze on Yi Wushuang, only to see Yi Wushuang, dressed in white and with a stunningly beautiful appearance, was kneeling in front of a pile of treasures, with a pair of beautiful eyes exchanging tears. "Father, Mother, Grandfather, Wushuang has finally avenged you all, and you can rest in peace in the 9 springs." The pile of treasures in front of Yi Wushuang was scavenged from the Yi family's hidden treasury. Previously, they had only listened to Chen Changsheng's side of the story, and there was no concrete evidence to prove that the Blood Demon Sect was the murderer who had exterminated their Yi family. And now, the fact that their Yi family's treasures appeared in the Blood Demon Sect's treasure vault undoubtedly proved that the Blood Demon Sect was the murderer. Now that the Blood Demon Sect had been extinguished and their Yi family's great revenge had been avenged, she was somewhat unable to control her emotions. After a few moments, seeing that Yi Wushuang's emotions had stabilized a bit, Chen Changsheng then spoke. "These must be the treasures that the Blood Demon Sect scavenged from your Yi family. You can take all of these legacies, as these were originally from your Yi family." What Chen Changsheng cared about was Yi Wushuang as a person, and didn't care about the treasures at all. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished his words, Yi Wushuang shook his head and said, "Elder Ancestor Everlasting, the destruction of the Blood Demon Sect today is the best gift for me. The Yi family no longer exists, and these things are useless to me, so old Ancestor take them all." Besides, when Chen Changsheng saw Yi Wushuang's hesitant appearance, he asked curiously, "Besides what, Wushuang?" But there is no harm in saying. Hearing this, her pretty face couldn't help but redden as she said with a shy face, "Besides, according to our agreement, old Ancestor helped me exterminate the Blood Demon Sect, so from now on, I'll be old Ancestor's person. Since this is the case, how does Wushuang need these treasures? So please ask old Ancestor to fulfill this." It is a piece of Wushuang's heart. Time passed, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 2 major events happened in Tianlan's Hao. The first one is that the Blood Demon Sect is overthrown. The Blood Devil Sect was inherited from one of the 5 veins of the Devil Sect in the ancient times, and with the help of the Devil Sect's heritage it has been passed down to the present day, and it is a dominating force that has shaken the heavenly mission state. There was even a divine hidden realm ancestor 7 fiends sitting in its sect, and it ended up being overthrown in a single day. When the news came out, it directly shocked the entire Tianlan prefecture, and countless sects were paying attention to this matter. Even those hegemonic forces had sent people to the Blood Demon Sect to gather clues. There's no way they can't pay attention. 3 years ago, the Yi family was destroyed, although the same sparked great concern. But in the final analysis, this Yi family is only a first-class force. In the Tianlan state quietly destroyed, many hegemonic forces are able to do. But the Blood Demon Sect was different, and was itself a dominating force. In Tianlan Prefecture, just ask how many forces were able to silently exterminate the Blood Demon Sect, regardless of whether it was the righteous or demonic path. Everyone felt uneasy and wondered if it was an outside force that had sneaked into Tianlan state to exterminate the Blood Demon Sect. The second major event was related to the Cloud Sky Sect. The Cloud Sky Sect's old ancestor has taken a concubine again? It seems like it's still 2 concubines at once. One of them is also the first lady of the Yi family who was exterminated 3 years ago, saying that the first incident triggered panic in Tianlan's Hao. Then the second incident was the gossip that everyone had after tea. If I remember correctly, that Yi family's eldest miss is still extremely young now, right? That elder ancestor is so old and still marries such a young concubine? As long as one is strong, it's good to be envious of the elder ancestor. Miss Yi is my goddess. How come she's getting married? Yi Wuxuan's appearance was stunningly beautiful and ice clear. Especially the cool aura that emanated from her body was extremely attractive to men, because he wanted to find out the murderer who had overthrown the Yi family. Yi Wuxuan had been walking all over the Tianlan domain all these years. It was precisely because of the number of people who had seen it that it attracted the attention of countless heavenly prides. And now, the coveted goddess of the heart was going to marry an old ancestor as his wife. And when this matter was spread out, there were really countless teenagers whose hearts were broken. There was nothing that could be done even if his heart was broken. The person who had to marry Fairy Yi was that elder ancestor of eternal life. So everyone could only curse in private. How many people dared to go and find trouble with that old ancestor? Tianyan Dynasty. In a remote tea house on the outskirts of Tianyan City, several people were talking. This Fairy Yi is really planted this time. Originally, I had high hopes of becoming a proud daughter of heaven. But now I can only join the Cloud Sky Sect to become the concubine of Elder Ancestor Everlasting. It's indeed a great pity. I've seen Fairy Yi once. She's indeed beautiful, but now she's being targeted by the Elder Ancestor of Eternal Life. In the eyes of the vast majority of cultivators, Yi Wuxuan had good talent and high face value. Even if she didn't join any forces, as long as she was given time to grow, she would definitely become a great person in the future. No one thought that a heavenly pride like Yi Wuxuan would willingly become the concubine of an old ancestor. It would have been fine if the other party was a handsome heaven's pride, but it was an old ancestor. Therefore, it made the vast majority of people subconsciously feel that Yi Wuxuan was forced by the elder ancestor of eternal life. Because of this, countless people felt sorry for them, and the extremely cultivators talked in low voices, which also triggered the attention of the other guests of the tea house, as if they were listening to the conversation of these few people. A wearing black clothes look ordinary but extraordinary youth, cannot help but violently a smash table? If not control the force, this fist down this table I am afraid to turn into a smash. Tianer, why is your mind so restless? Could it be that you feel sorry for that Fairy Yi? Sensing the mood swings of the black-clothed youth, a pleasant woman's voice rang out. Master, I didn't. Really? The woman's voice sounded once again. As Yi Tian's master teacher, how could she not understand him? How could the other woman hide everything from her when it was written on her face? Yi Tian did not continue to speak either. He was indeed feeling sorry for Yi Wuxuan right now. Of course, in addition to regret, there was also deep envy and jealousy. Not bad. The black-clothed youth sitting in the middle of the tea house was none other than Heaven's Destiny protagonist Yi Tian. Actually, Yi Tian and Yi Wuxuan had once had a meeting. Yi Wuxuan's long black waterfall-like hair and fair skin fell deeply into his heart. Chapter 16, Mo Deceive the Youth. The Destined Son's mind is broken. At that time, Yi Tian was dumbfounded. Originally thought that the other party was an ordinary person. And at that time, there were mountain thieves who disturbed her. And Yi Tian directly made a move to behead the group of mountain thieves. Only afterward did he learn from his master's mouth that the other party was actually a cultivator at the peak of the Hotian realm. It was also only afterward that he realized that she was the eldest miss of the Yi family in Tianlan's Hao, and the first beauty of Tianlan's Hao. Especially at that time, Yi Wuxuan's voice was as clear and pleasant as an oriole kingfisher. Since that one goodbye, also do not know how. That voice and face seems to fall in his heart generally. If it is really recognized, this leaf fairy would be good. Although there were feelings of love and admiration, Yi Tian refused to admit it in his heart, because in the world of cultivation the strongest is the most respected, and right now he was too weak. But now, This Yi family's eldest young miss was going to marry the Cloud Sky Sect's old ancestor as a concubine. And this matter had spread throughout the entire Tianlan prefecture. Yi Tian's heart literally rose with anger. He was now thinking the same as the others. Yi Wuxuan was definitely forced to marry the elder ancestor of eternal life. Ask how a normal person could marry an old ancestor as a concubine. Previously, the Cloud Sky Sect's young patriarch had forced him to break off the marriage contract, and now he was forcing Immortal Yi to marry the Cloud Sky Sect's old ancestor as a concubine. This Cloud Sky Sect is really dirty. How does such a force deserve to be a righteous force? A trace of anger rose in Yi Tian's heart as that stunningly beautiful figure appeared in his mind once again. No matter what, he was a bloodthirsty young man. Falling in love with Yi Wuxuan at first sight was not something that could not be understood. It's really a pity that with such a good talent, he was targeted by the Cloud Sky Sect's old ancestor, because she didn't know the situation, coupled with the numerous rumors. That stunning figure also subconsciously assumed that Yi clan's eldest young miss was really forced by the Cloud Sky Sect's old ancestor. Come to think of it, how could such a woman who was so beautiful and possessed talent willingly marry an old ancestor? Of course, this was what was in her mind, so naturally she wouldn't say it out loud. She could tell that Yi Tian was in a bad mood, and saying anything more to him would undoubtedly add insult to injury. After a few moments, the stunning figure spoke. Tian, the deeds you saw are the true cultivation world, where everything is about the strongest. If you don't have the strength, then it's that you can't even protect your beloved ones. Yi Tian knew that his master told him this in order to make him stronger. Thinking of these, Yi Tian also immediately strengthened the idea in his heart. Master teacher, just don't worry about it. I will definitely cultivate hard and become an existence like the Cloud Sky Sect's old ancestor in the future. The Cloud Sky Sect's oldest ancestor? The stunning figure in Yi Tian's sea of consciousness spoke. When you become a truly strong person, you will know that this world is huge, and those strong people in the eyes of many people are actually nothing. Not to mention that Cloud Sky Sect ancestor. Even if all the forces in the entire Tianlan prefecture were to be added together, they would be nothing in front of a truly powerful person. Perhaps it was because he had talked to Yi Tian about a similar topic before. Hearing this, Yi Tian immediately came into the spirit. Senior, are there really a lot of strong people outside of Tianlan prefecture? Not bad, but that's not the focus of your concern right now. After all, the outside world is still a distance away from where you are right now. Hearing this, Yi Tian secretly clenched his fists and said with a firm face, "Don't worry, Master, when I am strong in the future, I will definitely find a way to remake your physical body for you." Just as the stunning figure was about to say something, the few cultivators who were drinking tea not far away gossiped once again. I've heard that this time the Cloud Sky Sect is making a huge noise in order to celebrate the concubinage for their elder ancestor of eternal life. It seems like the hegemonic forces of the righteous path have all sent people there. Isn't all of this normal? What kind of existence is elder everlasting ancestor? With the cultivation of the divine hidden realm, he is one of the few great cultivators in our Tianlan prefecture. Marrying a wife and taking a concubine is a great joyous event. Can the rest of the hegemonic forces not send someone to congratulate them? That elder ancestor of eternal life. Marrying wives and concubines seems to be more than just marrying the Yi family's eldest young lady. It seems that there is another one who is a disciple who has only joined the Cloud Sky Sect not long ago. Not bad, I've also heard about it. It seems to be Lu Qingyao from Falling Leaves City. Although she comes from a small place, her appearance is definitely as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, or else she wouldn't be able to be targeted by that elder ancestor of the eternal life. To outsiders, perhaps they might not know what Lu Qingyao was. However, to Yi Tian, the words uttered by these cultivators were like thunderbolts from a clear sky. Which elder ancestor is going to marry two at the same time? Besides Yi Wuxuan, there is also Lu Qingyao that? No way. How is this possible? Lu Qingyao that isn't to the Cloud Sky Sect's young sect master Chen Tianyu. There is no greater humiliation for a man than from a woman. After Lu Qingyao climbed up to the Cloud Sky Sect, accompanied by the Cloud Sky Sect's young sect master, she came to the Yi family to forcefully break off the marriage contract. Such a move not only disgraced the Yi family, but also made him, Yi Tian, lose face and become a joke to everyone. Although Lu Qingyao was really pretty, he had to admit that the appearance was indeed not inferior to Fairy Yi. But so what? It boils down to nothing more than a suspicion of poverty. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. Ever since the day he withdrew from the marriage, Yi Tian had sworn to bring back all this shame. But now he was really confused. How could Lu Qingyao marry an old ancestor of the Cloud Sky Sect as a concubine? Wasn't that young sect master of the Cloud Sky Sect extremely fond of her? Jesus, what the hell is going on here? Didn't I hear you say that Lu Qingyao dislikes the poor and loves the rich, and is extremely fond of that Cloud Sky Sect's young patriarch? So how could she marry that elder ancestor of eternal life? At this moment, Yi Tian also had a guess in his heart, and in the next moment he fiercely clenched his teeth, his face full of grimace. Master, I know. It must be that elder ancestor of eternal life, who at the same time looked at the beauty of that Lu Qingyao. I was quite angry before, but now I have some pity for that Cloud Sky Sect's young patriarch. The beauty he longed for was actually snatched by his old man. Ha ha ha, to be able to do such a thing to this Cloud Sky Sect, it is really wearing the veneer of the righteous path, and what it does is the style of the devil's path. The stunning figure somewhat pitted the young sect master of the Cloud Sky Sect, but Yi Tian was right. Even his own son's woman had to be robbed. What difference was there between this and those evil devils and crooked paths? Cloud Sky Sect. In a large hall, which was also Chen Changsheng's residence, Chen Changsheng already knew that he had become the topic of conversation in Tianlan Prefecture. Luo Yang, how did the outside world know about Master taking a wife and concubine, having already helped Yi Wuxuan fulfill her heart's desire? According to the prior agreement, Chen Changsheng naturally wouldn't miss this Yi family's eldest miss. Of course, Yi Wuxuan himself followed him willingly. It's just that he didn't dream of how the matter of him wanting to take a wife and concubine had spread to the outside world and become the focus of the entire Tianlan state. It wasn't that Chen Changsheng wanted to hide it on purpose, but he hadn't thought about the fact that he had made such a big commotion about taking a wife and concubine. Chapter 17, A Beautiful Woman Enjoys Life. Hearing Chen Changsheng's question, Bai Luo Yang, who was standing at the side, opened his mouth to explain. Senior, this matter was released to the outside world by Senior Brother Qin. Master Qin said that Master's marriage to a wife and concubine is a big event, the biggest happy event of our Cloud Sky Sect in the last 100 years, and that no matter what, we can't condescend to Master's marriage, so that's why. Chen Changsheng heard this and then realized that this matter was all done by that Qin Joshia, the licking dog. No wonder it was able to spread throughout the entire Tianlan state so quickly. At this moment, Chen Changsheng was really somewhat at a loss as to what to say. Qin Joshiao's cultivation level wasn't high. Only at the first level of the Enlightenment realm. In terms of strength, it is not as good as some of the elders of the Cloud Sky Sect, but the status of the Cloud Sky Sect is second only to Bai Luo Yang and Chen Tianyu. The reason was very simple, because the other party was Chen Changsheng's beloved. This Qin Joshio has an extremely active brain, is exquisite on all sides, and is good at pleasing all the bigwigs. A simple example, if Chen Changsheng went out with the guy, and on the way Chen Changsheng looked at that woman a few more times, it was likely that Qin Joshia would bring someone to kidnap that woman back and send her to Chen Changsheng's bed. Convergence is being portrayed by this guy. However, how it was said, Chen Changsheng did not resent it at all, because Qin Joshia was absolutely loyal to the Cloud Sky Sect and to him. In the original, when Yi Tian, the son of Heaven's destiny, hit the Cloud Sky Sect, Qin Joshia also wanted to defend the dignity of the Cloud Sky Sect despite the gap in cultivation. Seeing that he wanted to take a wife and concubine right now, it was not incomprehensible that Qin Joshiao's character would order the Cloud Sky Sect to go on a rampage in order to curry favor with him. Forget it. Just let it get out there. In the world of cultivation, the image of being an old man is sort of established. But there were quite a few people like that in the cultivation world, and he wasn't far behind. The beauty is in your arms, and it is you who enjoy it, so why should you care about what the vulgar people think? I don't know if I've gained insight into my master's thoughts. But Bai Luo Yan hesitated for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, Master, do you not want to make a big deal out of marrying your wife and taking a concubine? It's true that I hadn't thought about this aspect before, but it doesn't matter anymore. Chen Changsheng shook his head and said, There's nothing wrong with Vice Patriarch Qin arranging it this way. Wuxuang and Xinyao are willing to marry me as concubines. This is a major event in their lives. It's only right to give them a name, Luo Yang, since Vice Patriarch Qin has already made the arrangements. It's better to leave the next matter to him to maneuver. Bai Luo Yan didn't stay long and left, because the Cloud Sky Sect had to organize the old ancestor's wedding next. There were a lot of things to be busy with. After Bai Luo Yan left, Chen Changsheng had planned to cultivate for a while, but he didn't want a woman in a long pink dress with a stunning appearance to come in front of Chen Changsheng with a hint of aggression. Old ancestor brother. The person who came was none other than Lu Qingyao. Seeing the other party, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but ask curiously, Qingyao, you weren't in closed-door cultivation, why did you come out? Lu Qingyao did not reply to Chen Changsheng's words, but instead came to Chen Changsheng's side and directly snuggled into his arms. Old ancestor brother,
Are you taking a concubine again? Not bad. Why? Not much. Qingyao just now unintentionally saw that fairy Yi. She is indeed as beautiful as a heavenly fairy. Qingyao is very worried that if brother has that fairy Yi in the future, will he not love Qingyao anymore? Seeing Lu Qingyao's aggrieved look, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but stare. Then he couldn't help himself a little, as he reached out his hand and pinched Lu Qingyao's small face. Laughing, Qingyao, by the looks of you, you're jealous. Lu Qingyao didn't answer, but in his heart he was indeed jealous. At first, when she followed the old ancestor, Lu Qingyao was by and large a bit reluctant, but then Chen Changsheng treated her very well. Not only did he give her countless cultivation resources without stinting, but he also saw the old ancestor's talent that crowned the world. Moreover, after countless nights of journeying, Lu Qingyao knew that she had long ago become the shape of the old ancestor in everything from her divine soul to her physical body. It's kinda shameful, but sensing her own feelings, Lu Qingyao would not deny that Chen Changsheng had indeed entered her heart, and had also left indelible traces in it. To be able to spend a long time with the old ancestor in the Cloud Sky Sect and be favored by the old ancestor, Lu Qingyao was already very satisfied. As a result, how could she not expect? She just closed a shutdown. Actually came a competition for favor. The heart is particularly nervous, afraid of the old ancestor has a new love to forget the old love. In the cultivation world there were many strong people who preferred beauty, and there were also many equally thin-skinned people. When you like you, you are in a high position, and when you don't like you can be sent to hell in an instant. Although Lu Qingyao came from a small place, but no matter what, she was also from a family power, and she had seen many similar things. She had now placed everything on Chen Changsheng. If the old ancestor were to abandon her outright in the future, Lu Qingyao would definitely not be able to stand it. She would not be able to withstand such a blow. Seeing the look on Lu Qingyao's face, Chen Changsheng could also guess what was going through this girl's mind. Qingyao, I know what you're worried about. It's better this way. I swear by the heavenly Tao that as long as Qingyao serves the seat with all her heart and soul, this seat will always love you like before. Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Lu Qingyao's entire body froze. How could she not have expected the old ancestor to actually make a great Tao vow? You have to know, the great Tao oath is not issued indiscriminately. If you violate, it is bound to suffer from the great Tao backlash. Then the road of martial arts will be abolished. It was hard to hide the joy in Lu Qingyao's eyes. The old ancestor actually did like herself so much. Old ancestor brother. I don't know if it was because she had been developed many times. Compared to the young girl before, Lu Qingyao had more than a hint of a young woman's charm on her body. It is like a beautiful young woman with a bud waiting to bloom, which is generally charming and attractive. Seeing Lu Qingyao pampering herself in front of her, Chen Changsheng didn't continue to think about cultivation at this time, and directly picked her up before coming to the bed. It didn't take long for a ripple to fill the room, only to be cut off by the formation, out of sight and out of mind. Without realizing it, the night passed. Lu Qingyao, who had no strength left after the tossing and turning, directly fell asleep. Old ancestor brother. This marriage, Qingyao's family is still in Fallen Leaf City. I don't know. Before Lu Qingyao could finish her sentence, Chen Changsheng directly waved his hand and said, I've already sent someone to Fallen Leaf City to invite them. Since the Cloud Sky Sect was going to organize a grand wedding for Chen Changsheng internally, it was only natural that the processes that should be in place should be there. When Lu Qingyao heard this, a trace of joy appeared on her face. Has brother Lao Zhu already sent someone to invite them? Perhaps it was because of the fact that she would be marrying someone soon, even though she had already served Chen Changsheng many times, but thinking that she would soon be married, Lu Qingyao was also a bit shy. Naturally, Chen Changsheng would not put all his thoughts on the bed, urging Lu Qingyao not to forget to cultivate. It didn't take long for him to leave, originally intending to visit the sect, but he didn't expect Chen Changsheng to be blocked at the door just after he left. You're the Cloud Sky Sect's old ancestor. Judging by your age, you're probably several hundred years old. At a great age, you still force other young girls to marry you. You really don't know shame. I tell you, if you are sensible, immediately release my sister. Otherwise this young lady today, Chapter 18 Reincarnated Empress. Yi Xiaoxiao. The one who blocked Chen Changsheng's goings-on was a small, powdered lowly. It looked almost 14 years old. Not to mention young but extremely cute in appearance and quite well developed. So even if the other person is fierce, it gives others a different kind of attraction. Many people in Tianlan Prefecture knew that Yi Wuxuan was a survivor of the Yi family, but no one knew that she was not the only survivor of the Yi family. Yi Wuxuan had a sister surviving. The name is Yi Xiaoxiao. She is 14 years old. Yi Wuxuang had been on the go in order to avenge the Yi family, but he had protected his sister extremely well. Now that she was about to marry an old ancestor of the Cloud Sky Sect as a concubine, with the shelter of the Cloud Sky Sect, her sister's safety could definitely be guaranteed. So Yi Wuxuang took his younger sister, Yi Xiaoxiao, along with him. Although Yi Xiaoxiao was Yi Wuxuang's own sister, she had no way to cultivate because of her special physique. The reason why he would come to Chen Changsheng's gate to block him was also very simple, because Yi Xiaoxiao, like the people outside, thought that her sister was forced by this elder ancestor of eternal life. Sister is so good-looking and talented. How could she like a bad old man? However, after seeing Chen Changsheng's true face with her own eyes, Yi Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment. Don't look at Chen Changsheng as the Cloud Sky Sect's elder ancestor. But he was actually not a bad old man like Yi Xiaoxiao thought. Chen Changsheng had a head of white hair. His appearance was handsome and peerless, looking immortal and dusty. Coupled with the reason of being in a high position, he looked quite like a high priest of the way. So what if that's the case? Still not a womanizer, forcing her sister to marry the other. After a brief moment of disorientation, Yi Xiaoxiao continued to threaten Chen Changsheng, only that she couldn't think of anything to say even after racking her brain. After all, for her, an invalid who was unable to cultivate, to threaten a powerful old ancestor was a pie in the sky no matter how you looked at it. When Chen Changsheng saw Yi Xiaoxiao like this, he immediately became interested and said with a smile, "Auntie, what if I insist on refusing to let your sister go? What would you do?" "Humph. I'll come over and curse you every day and draw circles to curse you every day." Yi Xiaoxiao made a vicious look and said. In the next moment, as if she realized something, she said with a face of shame and indignation, "Ba, you old man, don't talk nonsense here. Who is your sister-in-law? You really don't know how to be ashamed. This young lady tells you, as long as I'm around, I will never let my sister marry you. Don't be delusional. Sister-in-law, it's fine if you want the seat to give up marrying your sister, but you'll have to come up with the appropriate payment to do so." Chen Changsheng looked at this powdered little girl and couldn't help but laugh. "Junior sister-in-law, I'm sure you know why your sister is willing to marry me as her wife. Not bad. Your Yi family's blood feud was avenged by me, and I won't hide it from you. It's because I coveted your sister's beauty that I made my move. This was supposed to be a deal. It's also very simple for you to make the seat give up. If you provide a better beauty than your sister, I'll let her go. You look just fine to me. Give you enough time to develop and maybe you'll be even prettier than your sister later. Since you don't want your sister to marry me, why don't you make a sacrifice and marry me yourself?" Hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao's face turned ugly. "You really are a womanizer, actually salivating over this young lady's beauty. Humph. I must tell my sister about this as it is, so that she knows your true colors." As soon as Yi Xiaoxiao's words fell, Yi Wuxuang hurriedly arrived. "Dash, what are you doing here? Sis, you're just in time." Seeing Yi Wuxuang come, Yi Xiaoxiao hurriedly ran over and immediately sued. "When I talk about this Cloud Sky Sect's old ancestor, he's a colored demon. Looks like I guessed exactly right. You were forced by him. Just now I came just to see what my future brother-in-law looks like and wanted to get acquainted with him. But as a result, do you know what he did to people? I can't believe even I'm being targeted to marry him as a concubine along with my sister. Although this Cloud Sky Sect wears the garb of the righteous path, what's the difference between it and those evil devils and crooked paths? You mustn't marry him. We're leaving now. Sis, just don't worry. With me here I will definitely not let anyone bully you." Yi Xiaoxiao pulled Yi Wuxuang and crackled. Yi Wuxuang. She knew her sister's character, so naturally Yi Wuxuang would not completely believe what she said. Yi Xiaoxiao must have made a lot of snobbish moves just now. Thinking of all this, even the cool character Yi Wuxuang couldn't help but say with a bitter smile on her face, "Old ancestor brother, my little sister is young and still a bit stubborn. Please forgive me." Chen Changsheng smiled bashfully and said, "Wuxuang, this is all a small matter. Soon we will become a family. No matter what, I won't bother with my future sister-in-law." When Yi Wuxuang heard this, her pretty face couldn't help but blush down as she said, "Old ancestor brother, little sister is a bit naughty. I'll take him back now." Good. Seeing that his sister was going to pull herself away, Yi Xiaoxiao was upset and said, "Sister, why don't you just trust me? Ooh, this old ancestor is really horny. He really coveted me just now. Sis, do you really want to marry this awful old man? Have you been brainwashed by him?" How could Yi Xiaoxiao, who had no cultivation, possibly resist Yi Wuxuang? It wasn't long before this playful and cute sister-in-law, crying and crying, was forcibly taken away by Yi Wuxuang. It was true that not many people in the entire Tianlan prefecture knew that Yi Wuxuan had a younger sister. In fact, how could Chen Changsheng, who was familiar with the original story, not know it? In the eyes of the Yi family, this second miss of the Yi family had no cultivation talent and was a waste in this life. However, only Chen Changsheng knew that this second Miss Yi family was extremely terrifying. Name, Yi Xiaoxiao. Realm, none. Roots and bones, none. Feats, none. Face value, 93. Identity, reincarnation of the Empress. Not bad. Yi Xiaoxiao was not an ordinary person. She was the reincarnated body of a heavenly power in the upper realm. The Liuli Empress. Although there is no root bone and no cultivation right now, but as he grows older, he will awaken one day. In the original, why was Yi Tian, the son of heaven's destiny, able to sweep the heavens and become a great emperor in the end? In addition to his golden finger, Yi Xiaoxiao, the reincarnated empress, was also an important reason. In the original, when Yi Xiaoxiao was 18 years old, she would awaken for the first time and then become a cultivator. Because of his sister Yi Wuxuan, Yi Xiaoxiao also crossed paths with Yi Tian. After countless heroic rescues, he gained the favor of this reincarnated empress. Yi Wuxuan would soon become his concubine. And for Yi Xiaoxiao, the reincarnated empress, Chen Changsheng naturally would not let go. After all, this is a 93-point face value. This is still Yi Xiaoxiao. This little lowly did not fully grow open, now are as beautiful as heavenly fairies. And so after growing up will be how demonic. But it's true that this little girl isn't fully developed right now, so she has to nurse it a bit before she can say anything. It was all in his hands, and it would be difficult for this little girl to escape him anyway. Chapter 19. It didn't take long for Chen Changsheng to put this matter behind him, and after coming to the sect to inspect it, he returned to his place of cultivation. Time flew by and 3 days passed. Under the anticipation of all the disciples of the Cloud Sky Sect, the day of the old ancestor's great wind also arrived. Chen Changsheng, as the Cloud Sky Sect's elder ancestor, had a supreme status in the Tianlan prefecture, and this time, he himself had taken a wife and a concubine, so countless great powers had already come to congratulate him even before the wedding began. These great powers sent congratulatory gifts. In addition to the Cloud Sky Sect, there were also the Divine Sun Sect, the Qishan Sect, the Ice Moon Valley, and so on, in addition to the righteous hegemonic forces of the Tianlan prefecture. All of these hegemonic forces sent congratulatory gifts. Some sect lords personally came, and if the lords had something to do and didn't show up, they also dispatched elders of supreme status within the sect. The hegemonic forces had come to offer their congratulations, not to mention the other forces. The Cloud Sky Sect's vice sect master Chen Changsheng, who was in charge of preparing for the old ancestor's wedding, was even closer to croaking his mouth with laughter today. The congratulatory gifts collected by the old ancestor for organizing the wedding added up to 1/10 of the Cloud Sky Sect's treasure pavilion, and he actually received so many congratulatory gifts. I should have known that I should have persuaded the old ancestor more and let his old man take a wife and a concubine, but it wasn't too late now. Let the old ancestor organize a few more weddings, then the Cloud Sky Sect's treasure pavilion would be much richer again. Thinking of this, Chen Changsheng also made up his mind that in the future, recruiting disciples didn't have to be all about talent. If the woman with the most beautiful appearance can also be accommodated and recruited into the Cloud Sky Sect through a backdoor, in case the old ancestor takes a liking to it? Chen Changsheng did not know that because of the fact that he had taken a wife and a concubine, it had changed the standards of the Cloud Sky Sect's disciple recruitment from then on. Of course, even if they knew it probably wouldn't care too much. At this moment, Chen Changsheng was in the middle of the Great Hall, receiving guests who had come to congratulate him. These guests came to congratulate him, and Chen Changsheng naturally greeted them with a smile. He chatted with the heads of these hegemonic forces for a few moments and then instructed them on their cultivation. When Chen Changsheng took a wife and concubine, the Cloud Sky Sect celebrated with universal joy. Double cultivation resources were given to all disciples this month, and these disciples' faces were filled with bright smiles. Xin Yao, tell mother, are those rumors in the outside world true? Were you really forced by that elder ancestor of eternal life? In the middle of a luxurious room, a red-clothed Lu Qingyao was sitting on the edge of the bed. Her skin was as white as snow, and when combined with that peerless face, it was as if a celestial fairy had descended from the heavens. At that moment, however, she frowned slightly. How can I not expect to actually even his own mother, also affected by the gossip of the outside world? Her complexion came down seriously, and she said earnestly, Mother, don't listen to those people in the outside world. That's all rumors. Old ancestor's brother treats Qingyao very well, and Qingyao willingly married him. As the saying goes, knowing your daughter is like being a mother. Lu Qingyao was brought up by Li Yunxia, and from her own daughter's expression she was able to tell that her daughter was not lying. This directly made Li Yunxia look odd, just because she knew her daughter too well. So how could she not expect that her daughter would actually fall in love with that elder ancestor? Li Yunxia said softly, Qingyao, this time when you married the elder ancestor of everlasting life, what was the reaction on Mr. Chen's side? Mr. Chen? For a moment, Lu Qingyao didn't react and said with a puzzled face, Mother, which Mr. Chen are you talking about? It's the same Mr. Chen who came back with you last time. Only now did Lu Qingyao have a dawning look on her face. So it turned out that her mother was talking about Chen Tianyu, going to the Yi family to withdraw from the marriage. Chen Tianyu followed Lu Qingyao to go together, and also stayed in the Lu family for a few days after finishing. After learning that Chen Tianyu was the young sect leader of the Cloud Sky Sect, the entire Lu family was extremely excited and curried favor with him in all sorts of ways. Of course, as a discerning person, Li Yunxia could naturally see that that young Master Chen liked his own daughter, otherwise he wouldn't have been so attached to this matter. If it was Chen Tianyu marrying his own daughter this time, Li Yunxia might not feel strange, but when the Cloud Sky Sect sent someone to pick her up in Lockyi City, saying that the one who welcomed their daughter was the Cloud Sky Sect's oldest ancestor that moment, the entire Lu family was baffled. And naturally, Li Yunxia was no exception. That young Master Chen was very fond of his own daughter, but it was his father who married her. Coupled with outside rumors, it was inevitable that Li Yunxia would think too much. Hearing her mother mention Chen Tianyu, Lu Qingyao, who was still full of shyness, seemed to have changed as if she had become a different person as she said in a cold voice, Mother, don't think nonsense, Chen Tianyu and I were originally just senior siblings, except for nothing more. Also, after I got to know old ancestor brother, there is only old ancestor brother in my heart, and I can't fit anyone else in anymore, so please don't mention those words just now. Mother, Yunxia Li. Seeing Lu Qingyao so excited, Li Yunxia didn't know what to say, and an oddity suddenly rose in her heart. Her own daughter had always been high-minded, and she knew this best, but now it's only been a few months. How come your own daughter has become like this? This elder ancestor of the Cloud Sky Sect was really tactful, actually tempering his own daughter like this. Forget it. It's a fact now. Anyway, it can't be undone. I only hope that that elder ancestor of eternal life would really treat his daughter well. Thinking of this, Li Yunxia did not continue. At this moment, Lu Qingyao also realized that he was a bit excited just now, but he did not want to bring up things about Chen Tianyu because he was afraid that chatting about these things would make his old ancestor brother misunderstand if they were to spread out. In order to ease the atmosphere, Lu Qingyao changed the topic and said, Mother, where is father and grandfather in them? Seeing her daughter asking about this, Li Yunxia spoke. Your father and grandfather are drinking with the people from the Cloud Sky Sect right now, and they're happy to see that you'll be able to marry the elder ancestor of eternal life. It seems that a vice-patriarch of the Cloud Sky Sect has promised your father that after our daughter's big wedding is over, our Lu family can be stationed in the Cloud Sky Sect, and from then on, we can stay here and cultivate. The one who negotiated with the Lu family was Cloud Sky Sect Vice-Sovereign Qin Zhouxiao, who did promise that after the big wedding, the Lu family could move into Cloud Sky Sect and occupy a peak alone. Such a promise directly delighted the Lu family. To put it bluntly, there was nothing to stay in that Tai part of Fallen Leaf City. If one was able to move the entirety of the Lu family within the Cloud Sky Sect, it would be something that would completely smoke from one's ancestors. Just because of this, the whole Lu family was simply overjoyed. All the disciples of the Lu family were praising Lu Qingyao's father for being capable and giving birth to such a promising daughter. This is also known as one man gets a government position, and all his cronies get a government position. Lu Qingyao naturally knew this as well. The Cloud Sky Sect would make such a decision all because of Elder Ancestor Changsheng's favor, and he was naturally happy in his heart. Lu Qingyao smiled and said, since that's the case, then let the clan members cultivate well in the Cloud Sky Sect in the future. Qingyao, just don't worry, your father has his heart in the right place. Even if he joins the Cloud Sky Sect, they will still be peaceful and won't bring you any trouble. Chapter 20 Old Ancestor marries his wife. Chen Tianyu's mind breaks down. The wedding has also officially begun. The entire Cloud Sky Sect was filled with a festive atmosphere everywhere. There was one person, though, whose mind went straight to pieces. Senior, today is your wedding day. All the guests have already arrived and the wedding will begin soon. Do you think you should bring Tianyu over to drink a cup of wedding wine as well? At this moment, Bai Luo Yang came to Chen Changsheng's side and asked in a low voice. Father was getting married. Chen Tianyu, the only son of the old ancestor and the young sect leader of the Cloud Sky Sect, should come over to celebrate together no matter what. But Chen Changsheng did not want to see this rebellious son at all. Besides, the other guy was the son of the predecessor, not his son. Not directly killing the other party, just punishing the other party to face the wall in the back of the mountain was already his mercy. When you go to the back of the mountain to face the wall, you stay there honestly and don't try to come out. Thinking of this, Chen Changsheng directly spoke. No need. Just let him continue to cultivate well in the back of the mountain. As for drinking the wedding wine, just arrange for someone to send one over to him. Yes, master. Bai Luo Yang nodded and then retreated to greet the other guests. Patriarch, I beg you, quickly persuade my father to release me. I really didn't know that there was another old ancestor of the Yi family, a former friend of father's, and I am willing to make amends to the Yi family. From now on, I will definitely stay within the Cloud Sky Sect and cultivate properly, and will no longer go out to cause trouble. Please also ask the patriarch to help plead with me in front of my father and let me out. Chen Tianyu had been in the back of the mountain for a month now, and because of the formation that existed in the back of the mountain, Chen Tianyu was unable to come out at all. There were no maids to wait on him, he couldn't even drink, and every day was boring cultivation. He had long since had enough of such days. Chen Tianyu really felt like he was about to fall apart. Before, on the basis of his father being the clan's oldest ancestor, he had never spoken to Bai Luo Yang in such a polite manner, probably did have enough, and now desperately begged Bai Luo Yang. Looking at the teary-eyed, constantly begging Chen Tianyu, Bai Luo Yang didn't know why. An odd feeling rose in his heart. In the past, the master did not like beauty, but through the matter of Yi Wushuang, it could be seen that the master might have had a change of heart. This meant that there might be another reason why Lu Qingyao was taken as a concubine by her master. Bai Luo Yang is also an extremely intelligent woman, and judged it at once. That what's her name Yi family ancestor. It's very likely that master teacher doesn't even know him. It's just an excuse to get Lu Qingyao to marry master teacher. She could also see that Chen Tianyu liked Lu Qingyao. It was not known whether Chen Tianyu could bear such a blow after knowing the truth. Tianyu, regarding the matter of whether or not to release you from the mountain. This morning I went to inquire about the master. Patriarch, has the inquiry been made? Chen Tianyu said with a burst of excitement. Father is willing to release me from the mountain? No, what master teacher means is for you to cultivate hard, so that you can retreat here and try to break through to the enlightenment realm as soon as possible. Bai Luo Yang said with a complicated expression. Whenever you break through to the enlightened realm, you can go down the mountain. Chen Tianyu, he cried and begged for half a day, but Bai Luo Yang did not let him out. In the end, he just arranged for a maid to serve a meal and wine, placing it in front of Chen Tianyu. What is it? Chen Tianyu finally died when he saw that it was useless to cry poor. Looking at the sumptuous meal in front of him as well as the fine wine, he subconsciously asked. Bai Luo Yang smiled and said, this is the wedding wine sent from within the clan. Wedding wine? Chen Tianyu couldn't help but stare and subconsciously asked, there is a happy event within the sect today? Not bad. Not only is there great joy, but at the same time this joy is also related to master. Although the master has no intention of letting Chen Tianyu out, but Bai Luo Yang feels that you should let Chen Tianyu know about such a big happy event. After all, he's going to have 2 more stepmothers. Today is the big day when your father, the master, takes a wife and concubine. What did you say? My father is taking a wife and concubine? When these words came out, it was like a bolt from the blue to Chen Tianyu. Then he hurriedly asked, who exactly is my father going to marry? You should recognize it. It's that Tianlan Prefecture's #1 beauty, Yi Wushuang, and also that annihilated Yi family's eldest miss. What? Hearing this, Chen Tianyu directly froze in place. He had preferred beauty since he was a child, and he had basically heard of all those beautiful women in Tianlan's Hao, as well as seen many of them at the same time. That Yi family's eldest miss Yi Wushuang was ice clear and jade clean, an absolute beauty on earth. Chen Tianyu naturally knew that. Not only that, he had seen the other party once before when he went out to practice. When he thought of this, his heart jumped wildly. It was only because he had urgent matters to attend to at the time that he didn't get to know the other party. If possible, if you have a chance to meet in the future, you must befriend each other and try to chase her down. This was what Chen Tianyu was thinking at the time. He hadn't even had time to implement it yet, and that Yi family's eldest young lady had actually married her father and become his stepmother. He really wanted to cry his eyes out right now. The woman he had his eye on was actually cut off by his own father. How is it that father has decided? All of a sudden, To take a wife and a concubine? After the shock, Chen Tianyu asked incredulously. Bai Luo Yang shook his head and said, Master's affairs are not something you or I can ask about. Chen Tianyu. He fell silent, and no one knew what he was thinking. After looking at the time, Bai Luo Yang was ready to leave. Just before she left, she pondered for a moment and added, Master's father is taking a wife and concubine this time. Not just the Yi family's eldest young lady. Qingyao is also going to marry Master's father together. Qingyao? Lu Qingyao? As if Chen Tianyu had thought of something, his face immediately turned ugly. How could Sister Qingyao marry her father? What the hell is going on here? Chen Tianyu directly couldn't sit still and tried desperately to break the formation. But it was all in vain. Bai Luo Yang has left regardless. Chen Tianyu how to fight. All in vain. The wedding was soon over. As night fell, the Cloud Sky Sect also gradually recovered its calmness from the festivities. The palace that Chen Changsheng was in was filled with joy. He and Lu Qingyao were also considered an old married couple. And this wedding was just a formality. So after lovingly pampering her for a while and making her completely powerless, Chen Changsheng left the room. The next is the main event. This Yi family's eldest young lady of Tian Lanzhou, also the number one beauty, is going to become his person from now on. In the middle of the room, Yi Wuxuan quietly sat on the edge of the bed. Yi Wuxuan was dressed in a festive red wedding dress, and her head was covered by a red cloth. Just now, Elder Ancestor Everlasting said that he would make a trip to Lu Qingyao's side first, and then he would come over. So Yi Wuxuan could only wait here. At first it was nothing, but after hearing the footsteps outside, he immediately became nervous. Has the old man come over? Chapter 21. Not only do you get the person, you also get the heart. Has the old man come over? Unless there are special circumstances, the girl with the coolest personality cannot be indifferent when faced with her lifelong happiness. It wouldn't be long before he would go from being the Yi family's eldest young lady in the eyes of outsiders, the number one beauty of the Tianlan prefecture, to becoming the elder ancestor's concubine. But in Yi Wuxuan's heart there wasn't a bit of regret. When he was a child, he had also fantasized that the identity and image of the Cloud Sky Sect's old ancestor was completely different from what he had fantasized. But so what? It was their pact, and it was the elder ancestor who helped avenge the Yi family's death. If it wasn't for the elder ancestor of eternal life, perhaps she wouldn't be able to take revenge for the rest of her life. After all, she had seen with her own eyes how powerful the Blood Demon Sect was. So for the rest of her life to come, all she had to do was to serve the elder ancestor of eternal life to the best of her ability. It didn't take long for Chen Changsheng to push the door in. Looking at the peerless beauty dressed in a red dowry, Chen Changsheng sat next to the other party, took off the red cover, and enjoyed admiring Yi Wuxuan's peerless face. After a few moments, Chen Changsheng finally broke the calm. Wuxuan, from now on, you are this seat's person. Aha! From now on, Wuxuan will definitely do her best to serve old ancestor brother. Saying this, Yi Wuxuan's pretty face reddened. Still called old ancestor brother? In the next moment, she still meekly changed her words. Husband. Chen Changsheng also knew that Yi Wuxuan's willingness to marry him as his wife was with the idea of repaying his kindness. However, in his mind, there were two kinds of feelings. One was to cultivate feelings slowly, while the other was to develop feelings over time. It doesn't really matter what it is that makes you willing to marry him as a concubine. In time, when he took down this Yi family's eldest miss, was he still worried that he wouldn't be able to enter her heart? It's better to talk about it than to just do it. Therefore, Chen Changsheng directly took Yi Wuxuan's thin waist and placed it on the bed amidst her incomparable shyness. With the absolute beauty in his arms, it was naturally impossible for Chen Changsheng to remain indifferent. It didn't take long for the bed to resound with a ripple, and so the night passed. Early the next morning, the sunlight poured through the window and spilled into the room, and Chen Changsheng was refreshed for a while. Yi Wuxuan was truly worthy of being the number one beauty of Tianlan prefecture. That body that was like a boneless body really penetrated deep into the bone marrow. Yesterday, in addition to Yi Wuxuan's thorough income in the room, Chen Changsheng also accidentally found this girl's body. There is an extremely sensitive place, small feet. As long as Chen Changsheng held it, the other party's entire body was powerless and unable to move. Plus that marvelous body. Refreshed, Yi Wuxuan was also completely conquered. Although Yi Wuxuan had a cool personality, she was still a conservative girl in the end. Since she had decided to serve Chen Changsheng, she would naturally never think of anything else from now on. At some point, Yi Wuxuan also woke up leisurely and then called out in a well-behaved manner, "Old ancestor brother." She had now been completely conquered by the elder ancestor. The Eldritch Elder had also become her first and only man. Last night everything had been played with by the old ancestor. And to pretend to be ashamed at this time would be a bit of an act. You're awake. How do you feel now? After tossing and turning all night last night, Yi Wuxuang's bones were falling apart. Thinking of last night's incident, Yi Wuxuang's pretty face couldn't help but blush down. Thanks to old ancestor brother's mercy, Wuxuang is already fine. Good. Chen Changsheng nodded and wrapped his arms around Yi Wuxuang's thin waist. Yi Wuxuang didn't resist either, and obediently snuggled into Chen Changsheng's arms. Yesterday we had our big wedding. It seems that we didn't see Xiao Xiao, that little girl, her sister's wedding, actually didn't even come to attend? Hearing Chen Changsheng's question, Yi Wuxuang also felt embarrassed. However, she quickly explained in a low voice, Xiao Xiao, this girl is a bit rowdy, and I was afraid that old ancestor brother would get angry, so I locked her in her room. Chen Changsheng. Although Yi Wuxuang had explained to her sister many times, saying that she was completely willing, however, this sister of his didn't know what was wrong with her. She was just a dead brain, thinking that she was forced by the elder ancestor to say such words, and also thought that she had been brainwashed by the elder ancestor. Although his own sister could not cultivate, she was fierce and determined to find trouble with the elder ancestor. In this situation, Yi Wuxuang didn't dare to let this girl out. After all, it was his wedding day. He couldn't let this girl come out and cause trouble, so she used a bit of tactics to sleep Yi Xiao Xiao in her room for the whole day. Although he also wished that his sister would come to the wedding and get her blessing, but in order not to have an accident, Yi Wuxuang had no choice but to take this next step. Chen Changsheng also did not expect that this sister-in-law's failure to come to the wedding was related to Yi Wuxuang. He didn't need to think about it to know that his sister-in-law would blow up like an angry bird when she found out. But that's okay, her sister will take it herself. Chen Changsheng also believed that Yi Wuxuang would be able to smooth out this sister-in-law. From now on, I'm your family, and we'll face whatever comes our way together. So Wuxuang, just stay in the Cloud Sky Sect and don't worry about anything else. Since the Yi family had been destroyed, Yi Wuxuang had not slept well for a single day, and as soon as she closed her eyes, she felt as if countless unjustly dead souls of the Yi family were by her side, prompting her to take revenge in a hurry. But last night she got peace of mind and a good night's sleep. Maybe that's what belonging is all about. Right now, hearing Chen Changsheng's words, a strange feeling rose in Yi Wuxuang's heart. She felt warm and fuzzy in her heart, as if she had her home back. It was hard to know how to describe these feelings, but she loved it. In the future, the Cloud Sky Sect would be her home, and it felt so good to have a home. Thinking of this, Yi Wuxuang gently nodded and said, Old ancestor brother, in a few days, I would like to go back to the Yi family to pay my respects to my family. Go back to Yi's house to honor your family? This matter was only a small matter in Chen Changsheng's eyes, and he then smiled and said, I'll accompany you back there when the time comes. What? Old ancestor brother, are you going to accompany me back? Of course, now that we're married. Your parents are also my in-laws, and it's only right that I go to burn incense. Hearing this, Yi Wuxuang's heart was touched. She didn't expect Chen Changsheng to actually be willing to accompany her back. At this moment, she couldn't wait to surge herself into the old ancestor's body. However, Chen Changsheng didn't care, and after contemplating for a moment, he spoke. Turning back, this seat will greet you within the sect. Just go ahead and pick up whatever cultivation resources you need. I've already talked to that protector of your path. He will also join our Cloud Sky Sect and take up the position of elder. In this world, the strongest is honored, and you should not put down your cultivation. I still hope to grow old with you in the sky, so in the future, you should work harder on your cultivation. Seeing that Chen Changsheng had arranged everything, Yi Wuxuang's heart was warm and extremely happy at the same time. This feeling of not having to worry about anything on your own is really nice. Don't worry, old ancestor brother. Wuxuang will definitely not fail you and will cultivate hard. Yi Wuxuang said softly. Chapter 22 Marrow Cleansing Pill. Enhancing Root Bones. After the wedding, since they both became Chen Changsheng's concubines, Lu Qingyao ended up meeting Yi Wuxuang. Seeing this beautiful person in front of her who was not inferior to her in terms of temperament or face value, to be honest, Lu Qingyao still had a bit of a taste in her heart. Although Chen Changsheng promised to treat her well, Lu Qingyao was still a bit uneasy, fearing that Yi Wuxuang had taken away the old ancestor's favor for her. Greetings, Sister Qingyao, Yi Wuxuang said with a smile on his face. Seeing Yi Wuxuang so enthusiastic, the worries in Lu Qingyao's heart dissipated. It had to be said that Yi Wuxuang had put himself in the right attitude. Before, he would choose Chen Changsheng originally for the purpose of repaying his kindness, but now he had completely become Chen Changsheng's person. He no longer thought about anything else. He only wanted to serve old ancestor well in his life. There was no need to compete with old ancestor's other concubines for favor. This was true even if the other party's cultivation level was lower and their battle power was still inferior to hers. Seeing Yi Wuxuan like this, Chen Changsheng was also relieved. He was worried that the two girls were not compatible, but now it seemed that he had overthought it. Right at this moment, the system's voice rang out in Chen Changsheng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying his wife and taking a concubine, and obtaining 10 marrow cleansing pills. Soon, the effects of the marrow cleansing pill appeared in Chen Changsheng's mind. It can allow the taker to cleanse the marrow once and enhance the taker's root bones. However, it has no effect on cultivators of heavenly grade and above, and it is also only effective for the first time it is taken, with little effect afterward. This time, after taking Yi Wuxuan into his room, Chen Changsheng gained a system reward. This marrow cleansing pill was able to enhance a cultivator's talent, and it had a similar effect to his own previous root bone enhancement. It was only that this marrow cleansing elixir was useless to him, and it was useful to cultivators below the heavenly grade root bone. Exactly how much it could be raised he didn't test it and didn't know. No matter what, this marrow cleansing Dan was definitely something good. He has the system, so he can naturally become a strong man in the future. But the people around him may not necessarily be able to accompany him to the end. Chen Changsheng thought that he wasn't a dedicated person, but he didn't deny that he was an affectionate person. Now that he had two concubines, Yi Wuxuan and Lu Qingyao, and there was a possibility of more in the future, it would definitely be a good thing if he was able to enhance their talents. It was just a pity that this marrow cleansing pill was ineffective in enhancing the roots and bones of heavenly grade and above, or else he would have taken one by the way. Wuxuan, Qingyao, both of you come over here for a moment. Although they both married Chen Changsheng as concubines, Lu Qingyao and Yi Wuxuan, it was impossible for them to stay in front of Chen Changsheng at all times. For a while, they were all in their respective rooms cultivating in seclusion. After hearing Chen Changsheng's voice transmission, the two of them also stopped cultivating before coming over to Chen Changsheng's side. Old ancestor brother. Lu Qingyao was wearing a long red dress, looking agile and lively. Yi Wuxuan was dressed in a long white dress. Her temperament was holy and cold. These two were absolutely stunning on earth, and could not help but let Chen Changsheng admire them, and then directly said, I have obtained 2 pills. Take them and take them. Old ancestor brother, what kind of elixir is this? Seeing Chen Changsheng take out 2 pills, Lu Qingyao asked curiously. I won't say the name first, you'll know when you take it, Chen Changsheng said with a smile. Lu Qingyao and Yi Wuxuan also knew that Chen Changsheng wouldn't harm them, so they didn't hesitate to pick up the pills and take them. There was no particular reaction at first entrance, but soon a burning sensation came from their bodies. Brother everlasting, this elixir was obtained by me from an ancient secret realm, and after taking it, it can enhance your cultivation as well as your talent. What are you saying? This elixir can enhance our cultivation as well as our talent? Lu Qingyao and Yi Wuxuan stared with wide eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. Although they knew of some magical pills, this was the first time they had seen such a talent-enhancing pill. It is important to know that such pills are extremely rare and require alchemy materials that are extremely hard to find. At least they knew that there was no way to refine such a pill in Tianlan Prefecture, which was why Lu Qingyao and Yi Wuxuan were so shocked. When Chen Changsheng saw the look on the two women's faces, he smiled and said, pills that can enhance a cultivator's talent do exist. It's just that they are very difficult to refine. Suffice it to say, there aren't many of them in the world, and I got them by accident. Alright, you guys don't hesitate. Hurry up and absorb and digest the medicinal power of the elixir. I'll protect you from the side. Then try to cultivate and see how far your roots and bones can improve. After the burning of an incense stick, Lu Qingyao and Yi Wuxuan finally finished absorbing the medicinal power of the elixir and followed Chen Changsheng's instructions for the two of them to start cultivating. In the next moment, a look of surprise spread across their faces as they felt that their speed of absorbing aura had increased by several times compared to before. In other words, their cultivation talent had really improved. An elixir that could enhance one's cultivation talent. One didn't need to think about it to know how valuable it was. If it were to circulate, the entire Tianlan prefecture would probably be shaken. Such a precious elixir. But Chen Changsheng gave it to them. How could this not move them? Thank you, Brother Eternal. The two women looked towards Chen Changsheng, their faces filled with gratitude. Lu Qingyao leapt up happily, itching to hang herself on Chen Changsheng's body. As for Yi Wuxuan's cool character, on the surface it wasn't as exaggerated as Lu Qingyao, but his eyes were also full of deep love and tenderness. Brother everlasting, Lu Qingyao directly burrowed into Chen Changsheng's arms and pouted. But the next moment, Chen Changsheng coughed lightly and spoke. Qingyao, Wu Shuang,
all the impurities have been drained from your bodies.
Now go and clean them.
When these words came out, the two women realized that they were a bit embarrassed as they felt sticky all over.
Lu Qingyao's pretty face couldn't help but blush, and hurriedly said, Brother Changsheng, I'll immediately go and clean it. After the two women left,
Chen Changsheng thought for a moment and called Bai Luo Yang over, rewarding her with the same elixir.
Through his initial attempts,
Chen Changsheng also judged the efficacy of this marrow cleansing pill, which had the same effect of directly upgrading the root bones by a level.
Now after taking the elixir, besides him, the root bones of Lu Qingyao, Bai Luo Yang, and Yi Wushuang,
all of them had been upgraded to saint grade.
In other words,
the entire Cloud Sky Sect now possessed a total of 4 sacred root bone existences.
As long as they worked hard,
the future of these 3 women would at least be able to reach the divine hidden realm,
and would be considered slightly able to keep up with him, which was a good thing no matter what.
Of course, his cultivation would definitely not fall behind. These 2 women had served Chen Changsheng well at night in order to thank him. After satisfying the 2 girls, Chen Changsheng sent the 2 girls back to cultivate, while he himself began to cultivate.
Time flies, and in the blink of an eye a few months have passed. One day, on top of the questioning sword peak,
where Chen Changsheng was located, there were suddenly dark clouds. Although there was a large formation to isolate them, the terrifying aura coming from the sky still pressed down on the disciples of the Cloud Sky Sect.
Chapter 23, Raising Cultivation Level. Purple Mansion Realm.
Above the Cloud Sky Sect's Grand Hall,
there was a magnificent, stunningly beautiful woman full of mature flavor. Feeling this terrifying aura,
she immediately raised her head and looked in the direction of questioning Sword Peak with a pair of beautiful eyes.
Bai Luo Yang seems to have sensed something. Is the master about to break through?
For him, he had never thought that his master would actually hide his cultivation in front of him. He thought at the time that his master was deliberately hiding it, so he was still saddened by it. But later, when he got the explanation from his master, Bai Luo Yang realized that his master did not deliberately hide him. It was true that he had only been at the first level of the divine hidden realm before, and it was only later on that he received a great chance to break through one after another.
Divine hidden realm 8th heaven.
That was the cultivation level of the master when he overthrew the Blood Demon Sect. Bai Luo Yang had already guessed that Master Teacher had already reached the great completion of the divine hidden realm, and was only one step away from the Purple Mansion realm. Speaking of which, it should have been tens of thousands of years since a strong person of the Purple Mansion realm had appeared.
During the ancient times, when the demon sovereign suddenly fell,
there had never been a strong person of the Purple Mansion realm in Tianlan Prefecture.
If one could become a divine hidden realm cultivator, they could become a party hegemon, start a mountain and establish a sect, and roam across the Tianlan Prefecture.
And a strong person of the Purple Mansion realm had become a legendary existence when looking at the entire Tianlan Prefecture.
It seems that Master has truly obtained a great opportunity.
I didn't expect to break through from the 8th level of the Divine Hidden Realm to the Great Circle of the Divine Hidden Realm in one fell swoop in just a few months. Now, it's even more imminent to break through to the Purple Mansion Realm. Thinking of the marrow cleansing elixir that Master gave them earlier, such a precious elixir given to them to enhance their roots and bones, made her heart burst with sweetness.
But right now, there was only one thing in her mind,
and that was that she hoped that her master would be able to pass through the thunder tribulation safely.
And even if she didn't make a breakthrough,
she didn't want to see her master in danger.
Immediately afterward, Bai Luo Yang directly waved his sleeve, and the clan protection array instantly opened,
enveloping the entire Cloud Sky Sect.
In doing so, one was to protect the security of the clan,
and the other was to hide the news of Master's lightning tribulation.
After all, in the entire Tianlan Prefecture,
I'm afraid that no matter which major power would wish to see the birth of a Purple Mansion realm powerhouse on the side of the Cloud Sky Sect.
Thinking of this, Bai Luo Yang called the Vice Patriarch Qin Zhouxiu again. Senior is now breaking through and may have to undergo a lightning tribulation. Order all disciples in the clan to pay more attention.
Yes,
Sovereign. On the other hand,
asked the Sword Peak, it had to be said that with the addition of having a sacred root bone as well as 10 times the cultivation speed,
Chen Changsheng's cultivation speed was too fast. For the Divine Hidden Realm 8th Sky to break through to the Divine Hidden Realm Great Circle, even for those heavenly pride demons, it would take several years, and for that to be possible, there had to be a case of great chance.
In the original story, Yi Tian was the son of Heaven's destiny, and it took more than a year to break through from the 8th heaven of the Divine Hidden Realm to the 9th heaven,
not to mention elevating to the Great Circle of the Divine Hidden Realm. and it only took Chen Changsheng more than 2 months to accomplish this feat. If this terrifying cultivation speed were to spread out, not only the Tianlan prefecture, but I'm afraid the world would be shaken. In the sky above Questioning Sword Peak, dark clouds covered the area, and thunder flashed vaguely. In order to survive the heavenly tribulation, Chen Changsheng had left the palace and arrived at the back of the mountain of Questioning Sword Peak. If an Enlightenment Realm cultivator wanted to break through to the Divine Hidden Realm, he needed to go through the baptism of a thunderbolt. If one wanted to break through to the higher realm of the Purple Mansion Realm, then the Yuanshin would have to undergo a thunderbolt hammering and subsequently unite with the physical body so that the Yuanshin would be able to enter the Purple Mansion and reach the Purple Mansion Realm. No matter what, crossing the Thunder Tribulation was an extremely treacherous affair. Whether or not one could successfully cross the threshold needed to depend on how well rooted the cultivator was in his body. Although Chen Changsheng's cultivation speed was extremely fast, every bit of cultivation in his body came from his hard work, so he wasn't worried about crossing the lightning tribulation. Outsiders are not allowed to approach when the thunderbolt is renewed, otherwise they will be in danger themselves, and at the same time, it will make the thunderbolt even more treacherous. So at this time, Lu Qingyao and Yi Wushuang, who had already emerged from the customs, did not dare to approach, and could only look at Chen Changsheng's side from afar, waiting anxiously. The thunderbolt had finally begun. A streak of heavenly lightning appeared, running through the heavens and earth, containing a destructive aura as it headed directly towards Chen Changsheng. Each thunderbolt struck above Chen Changsheng's Yuan Shen, hammering his Yuan Shun. This process was extremely painful for Chen Changsheng, but there was nothing that could be done about it. The lightning tribulation baptizing the divine essence was a hurdle that he had to pass. And so, 2 days passed. Chen Changsheng didn't know how many baptisms of thunderbolts he had endured. However, the Yuan Shin in his body finally changed. A white light flashed and disappeared into his body, and the Yuan Shin in his body began to undergo a metamorphosis. When the last trace of Yuan Shin in his body had completely metamorphosed, Chen Changsheng, who had kept his eyes closed, finally opened his eyes. Purple Mansion Realm. A terrifying aura coalesced as he raised his hand, and Chen Changsheng casually slapped out a palm as a mountain peak not far away collapsed. Chen Changsheng was completely certain that when he encountered a strong person at the peak of the Divine Hidden Realm right now, he would be able to easily subdue them with a show of his hands. With his current cultivation, I'm afraid that he has already become the #1 person in Tianlan Prefecture. With a flash, Chen Changsheng arrived in the middle of the Great Hall. Congratulations to Brother Changsheng for his breakthrough. Brother Changsheng's talent is unrivaled in the world, claiming to be the #1 person in Tianlan Prefecture. When Lu Qingyao and Yi Wushuang saw that Chen Changsheng had returned, they immediately greeted him, their faces full of joy. Nowadays, Chen Changsheng's aura had undergone a drastic change, and even without deliberately releasing it, the aura that emanated inadvertently was not something that ordinary cultivators could withstand. Although they also felt an extremely strong pressure, they were not afraid, but instead were extraordinarily elated. It had been tens of thousands of years since a strong person of the Purple Mansion Realm had appeared in the Tianlan state, and their elder brother had actually broken through to such a realm, becoming the first person in the Tianlan state. How could the two girls not be happy? Soon Bai Luo Yang also arrived at the sword-asking peak. Congratulations to Master Teacher for breaking through to the Purple Mansion Realm. With Master Teacher in charge, our Cloud Sky Sect will surely be famous for ages to come and become the #1 power in Tianlan Prefecture. Bai Luo Yang smiled and congratulated. All right, grand. Chen Changsheng smiled and waved his hand. There's no need to say more polite words. Look at you. You've also improved quite a bit during Master's seclusion. After taking the marrow cleansing pill, Bai Luo Yang's root bone was upgraded from a heavenly product to a holy product, and his cultivation speed increased several times. In just a few months, it did make a difference. Master, Yanger has already broken through to the 9th heaven of the Enlightenment Realm, and based on today's cultivation speed, it is estimated that he will be able to break through to the Divine Hidden Realm in 2 or 3 years, Bai Luo Yang said with a smile. Hearing these words, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but have a smile on his face. This is naturally the best. At that time, our Cloud Sky Sect will have one more Divine Hidden Realm powerhouse to sit on the sidelines. Our Cloud Sky Sect's hegemony over Tianlan Prefecture is just around the corner. To dominate the Tianlan Prefecture? Hearing this, Bai Luo Yang couldn't help but stare. Did Master Teacher want to unify the entire Tianlan Prefecture? Chapter 24, Changes in the Qishan Sect. Fall of Taoist Luo Yu. But the next moment, Bai Luo Yang immediately reacted. There weren't many cultivators who didn't have ambitions,
And it wasn't surprising that Master Teacher had unified Tianlan Prefecture now that he had broken through to the Purple Mansion realm and had become the #1 person in Tianlan Prefecture.
However, this is a significant relationship. Bai Luo Yang did not ask more questions. Soon after, as if Bai Luo Yang thought of something, he spoke. Master,
2 days ago we received news from the Qishan sect that the life soul lamp of the Qishan sect's vice sect leader,
Taoist Luo Yu, was shattered. Hearing these words,
Chen Changsheng frowned slightly.
That Luo Yu kid has fallen? Nice. Bai Luo Yang nodded and said, this matter has already spread throughout the entire Tianlan prefecture,
and all the major clans are extremely shocked.
There are rumors in the outside world that the mysterious force that overthrew the Blood Demon Sect most likely did this to Taoist Luo Yu.
In the Sky Lanzhou prefecture, if a large power had a divine hidden realm powerhouse sitting at its helm, it could be called a hegemonic power.
The Qishan sect, on the other hand, was able to rank second amongst the righteous paths, only behind the first, the Divine Yang sect. Within the Gizan sect, there were many experts, with a full 3 divine hidden realm powerhouses in attendance. Former Patriarch Yi Hongshui, Divine Hidden Realm Triple Sky, Supreme Elder Gao Tianqi, Divine Hidden Realm Second Sky, Taishang Elder Shui Ming, Divine Hidden Realm First Sky. Apart from that, the current Patriarch of the Qishan sect, Taoist Zi Feng, and the Vice Patriarch, Luo Yu, were both half-step Divine Hidden Realm powerhouses, and were just half a step away from growing close.
It had to be said that this Qishan sect was extremely powerful. Chen Changsheng was even more aware that these were only the surface forces of the Qishan sect.
There was even an old ancestor within his clan, who was in a death retreat,
and his cultivation had even reached the 7th heaven of the Divine Hidden Realm. This was the true heritage of the Gizan sect. To be able to rank second in the Tianlan state's righteous path,
it definitely possessed hard power. However,
now that he had broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, he had reached a different level and had become the #1 person in Tianlan prefecture that deserved to be there. Not to mention the Qishan sect, even if he were to join forces with the #1 Divine Sun sect,
he would be able to easily exterminate them.
Of course, the premise was that the Divine Sun sect would not release the demon deep in the bottom of the location. The shattering of the life soul lamp also meant that the owner of the life soul lamp had fallen.
Chen Changsheng also knew why Bai Luo Yang had told him about this matter.
Outsiders may not know who destroyed the Blood Demon Sect,
but how could Bai Luo Yang not know? That day, Bai Luo Yang went with him.
Rumors from the outside world said that it was the people who overthrew the Blood Demon Sect who had laid hands on Taoist Luo Yu.
However, Bai Luo Yang knew that ever since his master's wedding,
he had been in seclusion within the sect.
How could this have been done by the master? What was the reaction of the Qishan sect to the fall of Taoist Luo Yu? Chen Changsheng looked at Bai Luo Yang and asked, reporting back to master. After learning of Taoist Luo Yu's fall,
the entire Qishan sect was extremely furious, and had already released words to the public that they were bound to find the real culprits behind the scenes,
and pay the blood debt in blood. Bai Luo Yang replied.
Chen Changsheng nodded after hearing this. It was normal for the Qishan sect to be angry. After all, a vice patriarch had fallen. Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment and continued to ask,
what was the reaction of the other several great sects? After the Qishan sect told us this information,
they also told the other sects about this matter,
and the entire Tianlan prefecture shook,
with all the major forces sending out their manpower,
trying to find the real culprits.
Speaking here, Bai Luo Yang paused for a moment, but still spoke his mind.
Master,
Yanger feels that there is definitely a hidden conspiracy behind this matter of Taoist Luo Yu's fall,
and perhaps the entire Tianlan prefecture will be affected.
Although there were small fights between the major forces in Tianlan prefecture,
it was overall quite calm, and none of the divine hidden realm powerhouses would easily make a move. But now, Taoist Luo Yu had suddenly fallen,
and not only was he a half-step divine hidden realm powerhouse, but he also held many divine weapons in his hands.
However,
anyone with eyesight was able to see that the person who was able to decapitate Taoist Luo Yu was inevitably a divine hidden realm powerhouse.
In the Tianlan prefecture, there were only so many divine hidden realm powerhouses,
and they were all powerhouses that sat atop the hegemonic forces. Anyone who wasn't stupid would be able to think that the Qishan sect would definitely not be able to sit still in order to avenge Taoist Luo Yu.
Once the hegemonic forces started a head-to-head battle, it would definitely spread to the entire Tianlan prefecture. Thinking of this, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but smile. It's nothing. Tianlan prefecture has been calm for so many years. It's about time there were some waves. Bai Luo Yang also nodded. If it were before,
he might have been worried about the situation of the Cloud Sky sect, but now that his master has broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, then he had nothing to worry about. If the news that Master Teacher had broken through to the Purple Mansion realm were to spread, those major powers in the Tianlan prefecture would be scared half to death. Even the Divine Yang sect and the Qishan sect were no exception. Perhaps the turmoil in Tianlan prefecture might not necessarily be a bad thing for the Cloud Sky sect. Once the Tianlan prefecture was in chaos, then the Cloud Sky sect could strike out against other forces.
Right at this moment, Chen Changsheng spoke. Alright, the matter of Taoist Luo Yu's fall. We don't need to pay too much attention to it in the Cloud Sky sect. Before the turmoil arrives, it's better for Yanger to stay within the sect and cultivate, striving for an early breakthrough to the divine hidden realm, which is your primary goal. As for the other things, let's leave it to Vis to make the arrangements. Northly Dynasty, the outskirts of Apocalypse City. A woman in a long red dress with a veil was being surrounded by several cultivators, fleeing in panic. A few of the pursuers were not weak and had already reached the innate realm. That leader had even reached the enlightened realm. In comparison, the woman's cultivation was much weaker, just the 9th heavenly realm of the innate realm. Qin Hongling, quickly hand over that item. If you hand over that item, this seat will still be able to let you die a quick death. Otherwise, this seat will split you into 5 horses and then imprison your Yuanshen, so that you will never be able to live forever. The girl in red was obviously seriously injured. Not only was her face pale, but her red skirt was also stained with blood. Although she was seriously injured, there was not the slightest bit of fear in the young girl's eyes. Uncle Shui, although you and Hongling are not from the same sect, we are all members of the Devil's Way. Do you really want to drive them to extinction? The young girl frowned deeply, her eyes bloodshot, looking extremely bizarre, while her entire body exuded a flirtatious aura. Those few innate realm cultivators subconsciously stopped their footsteps, looking at the stunning figure in front of them with some infatuation. Seeing this scene, the man called Uncle Shui snorted coldly and directly broke Qin Hongling's charm technique. Sculptural tricks. How dare you show off in front of this seat? Sacred Maiden Hongling, hurry up and hand over the item, lest you suffer the pain of skin and flesh, the middle-aged man said in a cold voice. Qin Hongling subconsciously retreated 2 steps back, while a silver bell-like laughter appeared. The sound was extremely melodious, as if it was able to take the heart. This place is not far from our 100 Flowers sect. I've already sent a message to Master Shui. If Uncle Shui continues to chase after Hongling, isn't he worried that he won't be able to leave later? As soon as these words came out, that Master Shui snorted coldly and said, since this seat dares to chase after the Holy Maiden, it is natural that it has made a foolproof plan. The Holy Maiden doesn't know if she has found out that the place we are in has been isolated by an array, and I'm afraid that the voice transmission that you are relying on can't be realized. Speaking here, the middle-aged man continued with a cold smile. The Hotian realm brat who fled with the Holy Maiden before must have also been caught up by this seat's senior brother long ago. So it's come to this. Isn't your highness going to tie your hands? Chapter 25, Goddess of the Wildflower Sect, Qin Hongling. Hearing this, the smile on Qin Hongling's face froze and her face turned ugly. Had these guys sensed his presence? I also wonder if he can escape from the chase and bring back the news of this place. Although Qin Hongling was anxious in his heart, on the surface he remained calm and there was a hint of flirtation in his expression. Does Uncle Shui really have no intention of letting Hongling go? Ever since I was little, I've been the biggest admirer of Uncle Shui. Hongling is still thinking that she'll have the opportunity to serve Uncle Shui properly in the future. Seeing Qin Hongling's watery gaze, her beautiful eyes flashing with a strange luster, the middle-aged man subconsciously stopped in his tracks. Although we were now enemies, he had to admit that this Holy Maiden of the 100 Flowers sect did look absolutely beautiful. Her body was reddish and translucent, and her entire body exuded a flirtatious aura that made people want to surge into her arms. The middle-aged man couldn't help but wonder if he should take her back and become his plaything. But as soon as that thought appeared, he put it out of his mind. He snapped out of it, having actually been affected by his opponent's charm just now. Rumor has it that the 100 Flower Valley saint daughter Qin Hongling is not only beautiful to look at, but her cultivation talent is also unparalleled in the world. At such a young age, he has cultivated the 100 Flowers bright moon body, the 100 Flowers Valley's mastery, to the stage of great accomplishment. He was clearly a great realm higher than Qin Hongling, but he almost fell into the path as well. If the other party was given time to grow, they might actually become formidable enemies. So it seems that this woman cannot be kept today. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice, watch out for the other party's charming technique. All disciples together. Kill her. The surrounding area was already isolated by formations, and Qin Hongling knew that today was a doomed day, so she could only take a deep breath and go all out. It was a pity that the other party's cultivation was higher than hers, and with so many people surrounding her, soon Chen Changsheng was somewhat unable to fight. Is that kid reliable or not? If he doesn't come back for support again, my sister will be in danger. Under the middle-aged man's siege, the spiritual energy in Chen Changsheng's body was exhausted. At the same time, a skeleton condensed by grievances appeared out of thin air, its open bloody mouth fiercely biting at Chen Changsheng. This was the secret method of the Evil Soul Sect, and it was bizarre. Seeing that she was about to be hit, Chen Changsheng's pair of beauty was like water. At this moment, a hint of despair flashed in his eyes as well. Are we going to die here today? Ha ha ha, sacred maiden Changsheng, it's your honor to die under the seat's soul-devouring mysterious art. Just don't worry, when our Evil Soul Sect unifies the Devil Dao, we will soon let your 100 Flower Valley disciples go down to follow and accompany you. The middle-aged man laughed hysterically. Chen Changsheng's body was now depleted of spiritual energy, so she can only watch this strike come with a face full of despair. But just then, a change suddenly occurred. The 100 Flower Sect's Holy Maiden has a stunning appearance and outstanding talent. It's a pity that she fell just like that. A disembodied voice rang out from the sky. Hearing this voice, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but stare. At some point, a sudden ray of light appeared and struck through the terrifying skeleton at once. The middle-aged man's technique was broken and he directly suffered a heavy blow. A mouthful of blood gushed out and his body flew out backwards. When Chen Changsheng saw that there was a high-ranking person helping her, her beautiful eyes blossomed with a strange color and she saluted in one direction. Many thanks to Senior for coming to the rescue. At this moment, only a white-haired young man, whose entire body was filled with light and immortal style, stepped out of the void. The middle-aged man, who was seriously injured, said in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you? Actually meddling in our Evil Soul Sect's major events? Evil Soul Sect?" A hint of a smile appeared on the white-haired youth's face as he laughed. "This seat is Chen Changsheng of the Cloud Sky Sect. Is your excellency trying to threaten me with the Evil Soul Sect? The opponent is from the Cloud Sky Sect? How could a disciple of the Cloud Sky Sect appear on the side of the Northern Li dynasty?" In the next moment, as if the middle-aged man thought of something, his face changed violently. "Why is the name Chen Changsheng so familiar?" Immediately, a look of horror appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes as he exclaimed, "You're the Cloud Sky Sect's old ancestor Chen Changsheng? No way. This is absolutely impossible. This place is tens of thousands of miles away from the Cloud Sky Sect. How could the elder ancestor appear here?" Chen Changsheng smiled indifferently and did not answer the other party's question. At this moment, he stretched out a hand, and in an instant, the surrounding Dao rhythm filled the air, containing a terrifying killing opportunity. The middle-aged man immediately reacted. Escape! The Cloud Sky Sect's oldest ancestor was a divine hidden realm powerhouse, and had long been known in the Tianlan prefecture. Now, although he didn't know why this elder ancestor of eternal life had appeared here, and why he had stepped in to save the 100 Flowers Sect's Holy Maiden, but since the other party had made a move, they would definitely not let him go. The middle-aged man also knew that with just a few of them, it was impossible to be a match for the elder ancestor. Now they could only hope that they could escape from here and then spread this matter back to the Evil Soul Sect. Only powerful people above the divine hidden realm could be called great cultivators. In front of a great cultivator, how could a tiny enlightenment realm cultivator escape? If this allowed the other party to escape, then it wouldn't be a powerful person of the divine hidden realm. A ray of light appeared at the tip of his finger, and in an instant, the ground shook and a terrifying aura erupted. Feeling this terrifying aura, Chen Changsheng's pretty face paled and she subconsciously closed her eyes. The next moment, when she opened her eyes again, the dust settled. Those few cultivators from the Evil Soul Sect were long gone by now, worthy of being a great cultivator of the divine hidden realm. It was truly terrifying. Just how did the Cloud Sky Sect's elder ancestor appear here, and to come to her rescue? At this moment, even Chen Changsheng's heart was filled with doubts. In the Tianlan prefecture, although the major powers had occasional small fights in private, overall, they had kept peace for several thousand years. Even between the righteous path and the demonic path, there hadn't been a big fight. In fact, the two do not have a good relationship. After all, the idea that good and evil are not two separate things is deeply rooted in people's minds. Chen Changsheng was walking in Tianlan's house. Not that she hadn't seen the strongest members of the righteous path, although they hadn't shouted at her, but when they encountered danger, they shouldn't expect the strongest members of the righteous path to save them. It would be fine if it was a young righteous disciple who might be tempted by her beauty, but a powerhouse of the old ancestors level would never be like this. So at this moment,
Chen Hongling was extremely puzzled in her heart as to why the Cloud Sky Sect's elder ancestor of eternal life would come to her aid. However, Chen Hongling still arched her hand in gratitude and said, "Thank you, Elder Ancestor Changsheng, for saving my life today. Hongling will definitely remember it." She dared to use her charm technique on that powerful person from the Evil Soul Sect, but she didn't dare to act out at all in front of this elder ancestor of eternal life. After all, he was a powerful person of the divine hidden realm, so if he angered this elder ancestor, it would bring him big trouble. Seeing Chen Hongling like this, Chen Changsheng didn't say anything, but instead carefully appreciated it. It was worthy of being the second-ranked stunning beauty in the 100 Flowers ranking in Tianlan Prefecture. Not only are they stunningly beautiful, but they are also all charming, as if they were made in heaven. Being able to be called the earthly beauty that turned the world upside down by the outside world, there was definitely a reason for this 100 Flowers Sect's holy maiden to be on the 100 Flowers list. Seeing the elder ancestor of eternal life sizing him up, Chen Hongling didn't dare to move the slightest bit. Chen Changsheng looked around for a few moments, withdrew his gaze, and said blandly, "You hand over the stuff." Chapter 26, The Son of Heaven's Destiny is also here? When Chen Hongling heard this, she couldn't help but stare, and then subconsciously asked, "Elder Ancestor Everlasting, what do you want me to hand over?" Naturally, it's to hand over what your 100 Flowers sect has obtained from the Chishan sect, Chen Changsheng blandly said. Hearing this, Chen Hongling's face changed violently. Now she finally understood why the Cloud Sky Sect's old ancestor had appeared here. Just how did this elder know that they had obtained a supreme treasure from the Chishan sect? Could it be that Chen Hongling thought of a possibility that the Cloud Sky Sect had planted undercover agents within the Chishan sect? However, the piece of supreme treasure obtained from the Chishan sect was extremely important to their 100 Flowers sect. No matter what, Chen Hongling was not willing to hand it over. Elder Ancestor Everlasting, I didn't get anything from the Chishan sect. Before Chen Hongling could finish her words, she was directly interrupted by Chen Changsheng. This seed is here today, and naturally, I've gotten the exact information. Chen Hongling, her face changed again. It seemed that today's matter could not be settled. Chen Hongling did not hesitate either, but a pair of small white hands took out a box and handed it to Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng opened the box, only to see a key placed in the box. Chen Hongling glanced at Chen Changsheng and said in a low voice, "Elder Ancestor Changsheng, I've already handed over the things to you. If there's nothing else, then I'll leave." First, her eyes widened before she could finish her sentence. Seeing that key, which had been fought over by them and the Evil Soul Sect, being crushed and shattered by Chen Changsheng, it drifted away with the wind. This key is a fake. Upon hearing these words, Chen Hongling's pupils snapped shut amidst her beauty. How is this possible? How did this elder ancestor know that the key was a fake? Just as Chen Hongling was racking her brain, a sudden gust of wind hit her. In the next moment, a woman wearing a long pink dress with a stunningly beautiful appearance appeared. Elder Everlasting made a move to save my young disciple. My concubine is grateful for that. Just why are you suddenly making things difficult for her now? Could it be that Senior is not eyeing her beauty? If that's the case, then why don't Senior come and sit at our 100 Flower Sect's headquarters, and I'll have my disciple serve you properly. Seeing this stunningly beautiful woman, Chen Hongling couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Master, you're here. Her own backer had come. Chen Hongling wasn't afraid at this moment and headed directly towards her master's side. The 100 Flowers Sect Patriarch, Flower Dream Shadow, didn't come alone. Behind her there were a dozen or so other women who looked as beautiful as flowers. A charming technique emanated out, mesmerizing people, who couldn't move their eyes just by looking at them. These stunningly beautiful women were all strong members of the 100 Flowers Sect. Miss Chen, I have lived up to your trust and successfully handed over what you entrusted me with to the 100 Flowers Sect. A young man dressed in black with not outstanding looks walked out, but his essence was good, and he had quite a unique aura about him. I really have to thank Prince Tianyang. Today it's my 100 Flowers Sect that has taken on your favor. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely repay your excellency. Not only was Chen Hongling's appearance stunningly beautiful, her entire body also exuded a seductive aura that mesmerized countless men. Although Yi Tian had a secret technique to protect him from the erosion of the charm technique, but seeing such a stunningly beautiful woman sincerely appreciating herself, Yi Tian was extremely happy in his heart. Miss Chen once saved me, so it's nothing for me to do a little something for you. Yi Tian waved his hand and said, "Not bad." This male with the pseudonym Tian Yang was Yi Tian. Flower Dream Shadow smiled charmingly and said, "Hongling, return to the 100 Flowers Sect and you'll entertain this Tian Yang male again."
Now that Senior Elder of the Cloud Sky Sect is here, why don't you hurry up and thank Senior properly? Hearing these words, Yi Tian's pupils said violently, how is that possible? This is that elder ancestor of the Cloud Sky Sect. Due to his weak strength, no one noticed him. In the depths of his eyes, a nice hint of jealousy and anger flowed out. To him, this was the first time he had met the Cloud Sky Sect's elder ancestor. But then, Yi Tian completely memorized the appearance of this elder ancestor of eternal life in his mind. He was disgraced as a man when he was returned from his marriage. Although this matter was led by Lu Qingyan, that woman who disliked the poor and loved the rich. In the final analysis, it was still the Cloud Sky Sect backing her up behind the scenes. There was also that fairy Yi, who was so ice clean and pure, was actually forced by that elder ancestor of eternal life, forcing her to become a concubine. From these two things, it was clear that this Cloud Sky Sect was rotten up and down. Yi Tian had long sworn in his heart that sooner or later, he would fight his way up to the Cloud Sky Sect and demand a statement from the other party as well as that Lu Qingyan. As if sensing Yi Tian's state of mind, the hazy figure in his mind hurriedly transmitted, Tian, hurry up and control your emotions. Don't let that elder ancestor of the everlasting life perceive it. The insight of a powerful person of the divine hidden realm. How sharp it was, as long as there was the slightest bit of malice, he would be able to capture it. Hearing his master's reminder, Yi Tian hastily withdrew his gaze and no longer dared to look at Chen Changsheng. Master, are you able to sense what realm this Chen Changsheng has reached? Yi Tian asked in his mind. Hearing this, the hazy figure said, my master's divine soul has suffered a heavy blow and has not yet recovered, and his perception is far inferior to what it used to be. But one thing is still certain. This elder eternal ancestor is indeed a great cultivator above the divine hidden realm. Master also knows about the grudge between you and the Cloud Sky Sect. It's just that before you truly grow up and become strong, Master still wants you to hide yourself. Even without his master's reminder, Yi Tian knew that he had to hide himself well. He was only at the Hotian realm cultivation now, and was still very weak, completely incapable of comparing himself to a powerful person at the divine hidden realm, and the other party would be able to crush him even if they moved a finger. On the other side, Qin Hongling couldn't help but smile charmingly when she heard her master's father say to properly thank the elder ancestor of eternal life. Master, I properly thanked elder eternal ancestor before you came. Chen Changsheng saw that this pair of master and disciple treated him like a little cutie. General treatment. Did not get angry. Bashful smile. From the middle of the spatial ring took out a thing and said, Patriarch Flower, if you want to go back like this, I will never stop you. It's just that with something like this, perhaps Patriarch Flower will have to miss it. Originally filled with a flirtatious smile, Flower Dream Shadow's pupils contracted violently after seeing the object in Chen Changsheng's hands. This is, Elder, how did this come to be in your hands? Chen Changsheng put the items back into his spatial ring, smiled blandly, and did not speak, directly choosing to turn around and leave. However, in the next moment, Flower Dream Shadow flashed and blocked Chen Changsheng's path. Elder Everlasting, could you give this item to our 100 Flowers sect? Whatever conditions you have, just mention them. Chen Changsheng glanced at the other party and said blandly, this seat doesn't like to deal with people of the Devil Dao. This, Flower Dream Shadow froze directly on the spot. Chapter 27, the Eternal Elder Ancestor actually looked at her. Hua Menjing nodded and didn't care. Although this Prince Tianyang had helped their 100 Flowers sect with something, but to put it bluntly, there wasn't much of a friendship. Moreover, the other party was only in the Hotian realm, so dying was just as good as dying. Flower Dream Shadow didn't know if what Chen Changsheng said was true or not, but she didn't care either. Chen Changsheng glanced at the silent 100 Flower sect disciples and spoke. Let's go now. Next, Flower Dream Shadow led the way in front, heading directly towards the 100 Flowers sect. When they entered the 100 Flowers sect's gate, all of them were women who looked as beautiful as flowers. It's not wrong to say it's a man's paradise. Chen Changsheng arrived in a luxurious room, and Flower Dream Shadow immediately called for several beautiful-looking disciples to serve him. Elder Ancestor Everlasting, you can rest for a moment first. My concubine will change clothes with Hongling before coming over. Chen Changsheng nodded and didn't say anything. Hua Menjing then left the place with Qin Hongling. As they went to change their clothes, Flower Dream Shadow called in several flowery women. Although the 100 Flowers sect did not lack beautiful women at all, but after Chen Changsheng looked around, none of these women had a face value of 90 points or higher. But some of these women poured tea for Chen Changsheng, and some pinched his shoulders. Chen Changsheng was completely enjoying himself and did not have any other thoughts about these women. After all, these women couldn't bring him any system rewards. There was also the fact that the 100 Flowers sect was a sect that focused on dual cultivation. And privately, there was no telling what kind of relationships these women had had with other cultivators, so Chen Changsheng couldn't even look at it. After waiting here for about half an incense stick of time, Flower Dream Shadow and Chen Hongling finally returned. Seeing that the two women had finished grooming themselves, Chen Changsheng could not help but see a bright light before his eyes. Compared to this flower patriarch and Chen Hongling, the other female disciples of the 100 Flowers sect were completely mediocre. At this moment, Hua Menjing was wearing a long pink dress, and her face seemed to be coated with rouge. Her white jade-like skin was flushed with a hint of redness, and it was glowing. A pair of long, slender legs were exposed to the air, exuding a charming aura. Compared to Flower Dream Shadow, Chen Hongling, the 100 Flowers sect's holy maiden, wasn't the least bit behind, and was vaguely on a higher level. She was wearing a long red dress, the long slender legs under the long dress were even more charming, and her figure was no less impressive. And the most important thing was that on that stunningly beautiful face, there was also a trace of shyness, which looked like it was causing people to pity her. At this time, Flower Dream Shadow and Chen Hongling also noticed Chen Changsheng's gaze, and had heard of this elder ancestor of Changsheng, as if he had changed recently, and was more fond of beauty, and had even married 2 concubines some time ago. Chen Hongling's beautiful big eyes blinked, unable to resist wanting to tease Chen Changsheng a bit, and spoke, "Thank you, Elder Ancestor Changsheng, for saving Hongling's life today. Why don't you let me pour the wine for Elder Ancestor?" "Could be." Chen Changsheng nodded and said, "There was already something to talk about." Hua Menjing waved her hand, and soon those few disciples were driven out of the room. Chen Hongling smiled sweetly and came to sit next to Chen Changsheng, pouring him tea. Even without intentionally releasing the art of seduction, every knit of the brows and smile seduced the heart. Flower Dream Shadow smiled sweetly and said, "I heard that Elder Ancestor Changsheng married 2 concubines not long ago, and one of them is still our Tianlan Prefecture's Fairy Yi. Elder Ancestor Everlasting's big wedding day. Why isn't he cavorting in the Cloud Sky Sect? But what's he doing here in this poor countryside of ours? Also, if Fairy Yi knows that you've come to our 100 Flowers sect as a guest, will she be jealous of Elder Ancestor Everlasting? In case Immortal Yi blames us, old Ancestor will have to do it for us." Flower Dream Shadow's voice was extremely nice, and there was a kind of magic power in it that pierced through the soul. What kind of cultivation was Chen Changsheng? How could he be disturbed by her? Chen Changsheng smiled blandly and said, "Just don't tell them." "What? Not tell them?" Before Hua Menjing could react, Chen Changsheng continued, "Why? If the flower clan is a man and goes out to visit a greenhouse, do they still have to go back and tell their wives and concubines?" Flower Dream Shadow really didn't think that this elder ancestor of eternal life actually had such a humorous side. Not to mention Hua Menjing froze, even Chen Hongling who was pouring tea was baffled. But being in the 100 Flowers sect, what kind of men have not seen? Which one of the men in this world is not horny? Right at this moment, Chen Hongling smiled sweetly and said, "Elder Ancestor Changsheng's cultivation is unparalleled in the world, and his person is so humorous as well. So it's no wonder that Fairy Yi and the others had their hearts captured by the Elder Ancestor and willingly married you." Chen Changsheng picked up his teacup and took a light sip of tea and said with a smile, "Wasn't it rumored in the outside world that Fairy Yi and the others were forced by me to marry this seat?" Hearing this, Chen Hongling smiled sweetly, "Elder Ancestor Everlasting, since you've said that it's a rumor, rumors are naturally not to be trusted. In my opinion, Elder Clan Everlasting, you are powerful and of high status. You are a role model for the righteous path in our Tianlan Prefecture. For Fairy Yi and Lu Qingyao to be able to marry you, that's a blessing for them. So how could it possibly be forced? So they are definitely willing." At this moment, Chen Hongling was frantically kissing Chen Changsheng's ass. "Nope." She said it like it was the truth. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng smiled and said, "What if I say that this is all true?" "What? Really?" Chen Hongling couldn't help but freeze. Did Chen Changsheng really not hear it? Or did he fake not hear it? How's this for a conversation that just died? Seeing his disciple who was full of confusion, Flower Dream Shadow also didn't expect that in terms of tongue, his disciple actually couldn't defeat this elder ancestor. This scene also caused her, the 100 Flowers sect patriarch, to cry and laugh a little, because there was still business to talk about next. Flower Dream Shadow directly interrupted the two and said, "Elder Ancestor Everlasting, I heard you say just now that you have a deal to discuss with me. And now that there is no one else, may I speak now?" Hearing Flower Dream Shadow's words, Chen Changsheng also opened the door and said, "This seat has long heard of the name of the Holy Maiden of the 100 Flower Valley. and I have come this time for no other reason than to have Chen Hongling, like Fairy Yi, marry this seat. What? These words directly blinded Hua Menjing and Chen Hongling. It turned out that upon hearing that Chen Changsheng was going to make a deal with the 100 Flowers sect, Hua Menjing thought it would be something big. But after all that, this elder ancestor of the everlasting life had traveled thousands of miles to come here, only wanting the 100 Flowers sect's holy daughter to marry him. As the Cloud Sky sect's oldest ancestor, he was so old that he actually set his eyes on their 100 Flowers sect's holy daughter. That would probably make a lot of people's jaws drop if it got out. Not to mention that Hua Menjing was baffled. The Chen Hongling next to her was also extremely baffled at this time. Although she had just been joking with this elder ancestor of eternal life with a smile on her face, she had also thought that this elder ancestor had some major matter to discuss with their 100 Flowers sect. It can't be. This elder ancestor actually looks at her? Chen Hongling's face was full of smiles, but in her heart, she was crying and cursing. She didn't dare to show it at all. Who made this elder ancestor a powerful person of the third heaven of the divine hidden realm? Chapter 28, A Deal. However, she was after all a divine hidden realm powerhouse, and the speed of changing her face was faster than turning over a book. The next moment a bright smile appeared on his face, filled with endless flirtatious colors. Senior Elder, please calm down. You came to our 100 Flowers sect's territory once in a while. We naturally have to do our best as a landlord, and my concubine sincerely wants to entertain Senior. Disgruntled Senior. The item in your hand is extremely important both to my concubine and to our 100 Flowers sect, so as long as Senior is willing to part with it, it can be considered that our 100 Flowers sect owes Senior a great favor. Chen Changsheng did not pay any attention to the other party, as if the charms displayed by Flower Dream Shadow were completely unable to attract him. Seeing that Chen Changsheng did not say anything and slowly walked forward as if he was preparing to leave this place, Hua Menjing's face clouded over. In the next moment, with a look from her, the 100 Flowers sect's powerhouse directly blocked Chen Changsheng's path. What? Is your 100 Flowers sect preparing to make a move against this seat? Although everyone was at the first heavenly level of the divine hidden realm, the 100 Flowers sect was not good at fighting. If it was possible, Flower Dream Shadow wouldn't want a feud with the elder ancestor. It was just that the thing that elder ancestor everlasting had just taken out was of vital importance to their 100 Flowers sect. In order to find such a thing, the entire 100 Flowers sect had searched up and down for thousands of years. Now that it was so hard to see this, how could Flower Dream Shadow be willing to miss it? Not being good at fighting is not knowing how to fight. This side was the territory of their 100 Flowers sect, and this time they had come out to look for Chen Hongling, bringing all the experts within the sect with them. With everyone striking out together, there was hope of taking down this elder ancestor. It was just that if it was possible, Flower Dream Shadow would like to be able to trade to obtain such a thing. Just as the crowd in the 100 Flowers surrounded Chen Changsheng, and Flower Dream Shadow was thinking in her mind about how to convince Chen Changsheng, she did not expect Chen Changsheng to directly strike. A sword chi flashed by, and a terrifying aura tore through the air, erupting into a terrifying peril. Seeing that the elder ancestor of eternal life did not hesitate to strike, Flower Dream Shadow frowned deeply, but did not hesitate and immediately responded. All disciples listened to the order. Form a formation. But the fight was over before it started. In a few breaths of time, along with Flower Dream Shadow herself, as well as all the disciples of the 100 Flowers sect, they were all suppressed by Chen Changsheng. Sitting paralyzed on the ground, completely unable to move, Flower Dream Shadow looked at the elder ancestor of eternal life, who stood there as if he were a god of war, his face filled with disbelief. You are not even a divine hidden realm first sky. You've been hiding your strength all this time, and you've even concealed it from everyone in the Tianlan prefecture. The formation they had formed just now was the most powerful formation of the 100 Flowers sect, and once deeply trapped in it, even a strong person at the early stage of the divine hidden realm would have to be greatly affected. But they did not expect it to be easily broken by Chen Changsheng. It could be said that even if a divine hidden realm second sky powerhouse entered the formation, they wouldn't necessarily be able to break it easily. This already indicated that this Cloud Sky sect's old ancestor was most likely a powerhouse at the third heaven of the divine hidden realm and above. This elder ancestor is hiding too much, isn't he? Although Tianlan prefecture hadn't been in turmoil for many years, they still knew the bottom line of the overpowering forces. This elder ancestor of eternal life, clearly a first heaven of the divine hidden realm. Divine hidden realm first heaven and divine hidden realm third heaven and above were two completely different concepts. Flower Dream Shadow was incredulous in her heart. How did this elder ancestor of eternal life manage to conceal himself from the ears and eyes of all the great powers in Tianlan state? Seeing Hua Menjing's expression, Chen Changsheng did not admit or deny it at this point.
He didn't just come here to show his strength to Flower Dream Shadow. Seeing that all of the 100 Flower Sect's powerhouses along with Flower Dream Shadow had been suppressed, Chen Changsheng smiled blandly and said,
100 Flower Sect Patriarch, do you still want to rob me now?
With her cultivation directly sealed, Flower Dream Shadow now knew that she had fallen into Chen Changsheng's hands.
At this time, she didn't dare to show off the 100 Flower Sect's seduction technique, so she couldn't help but open her mouth and say, Elder Ancestor Everlasting, please forgive me, my concubine doesn't know the heights of heaven, so please let us go. As long as you are willing to release us, our 100 Flower Sect is willing to offer 1/3 of our property.
Chen Changsheng came in front of Hua Menjing and picked up the other party's chin with his finger. Possibly because of her injuries, this 100 Flowers Sect Patriarch, who was famous for her charm arts in Tianlan Prefecture, looked extremely pale, but it was still hard to hide that stunning face.
Well, this seed has traveled thousands of miles to come here, and actually wants to make a deal with Patriarch Hua. Want to make a deal with her? Before Hua Menjing could react, the next 200 Flowers Sect disciple subconsciously said, Elder Ancestor Changsheng, isn't he unwilling to deal with us people of the Devil Dao?
Shut up!
Hearing these words, Flower
Dream Shadow glared fiercely at that disciple,
truly hating to bury this disciple alive. Seeing the Patriarch's anger,
that disciple lowered his head and didn't dare to speak.
Since we're making a deal,
there's still room to salvage everything.
Flower Dream Shadow took a deep breath.
Then that stunningly beautiful face eased up.
It's an honor for our 100 Flowers Sect that Elder Longevity looks at us and is willing to make a deal with us. It's just that I don't know what kind of deal you want to make with me.
Chen Changsheng glanced around. This place was in the middle of nowhere.
He couldn't help but blandly say, Patriarch Flower, this is the middle of nowhere.
Why don't we go somewhere else to have a detailed chat?
Good.
This place is not far from our 100 Flower Sect's headquarters.
Why don't Elder Ancestor Everlasting go there to rest for a while? Just in time for our 100 Flower Sect to extend some hospitality.
Aha!
With that, the group headed towards the 100 Flowers Sect. Just before going,
Chen Changsheng didn't know what came to his mind and suddenly stopped and looked at Yi Tian and said,
Are you that legendary Prince Tian Yang?
Yi Tian was stunned when he saw Chen Changsheng taking the initiative to talk to him.
How did this Elder Ancestor know his alias? Have you heard of him too?
Because of his enmity with the Cloud Sky Sect.
At this time, when facing the Elder Ancestor of Eternal Life, Yi Tian's heart was incomparably tense,
and his palms were pinched out in sweat.
Now I just hope I don't get a break from the other side. Thinking of this, Yi Tian directly admitted, reporting back to Elder Ancestor Changsheng, Senior is none other than Tian Yang. Has Elder Ancestor also heard of Senior's name? Seeing that he hadn't recognized the wrong person, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but smile blandly and say, That's good. For some reason,
Yi Tian felt that the situation was very wrong. A chill ran down his back, and he always felt that there was some kind of danger that was about to descend.
The next moment,
a large hand fell from the sky.
Before Yi Tian could react, he was suppressed in an instant,
and a mist of blood appeared in the air.
What? Just now, when they saw Elder Ancestor Changsheng talking to Tian Yang, Hua Menjing and the others were still wondering how this male named Tian Yang was able to make Elder Ancestor Changsheng's acquaintance. Do they still know each other? However,
now that they saw Yi Tian directly turn into blood mist, the 100 Flowers Sect disciples, including Hua Menjing, were directly dumbfounded.
Elder Ancestor Everlasting, what are you doing?
This man named Tian Yan once clashed with a Cloud Sky Sect disciple outside and then spoke nonsense in the outside world,
slandering my reputation.
Chen Changsheng said gently.
Chapter 29, The Key to the Devil's Treasure. Flower Dream Shadow didn't get angry,
and a flirtatious smile appeared on her face. I didn't expect Elder Ancestor Everlasting to come all the way here for Hongling. I think the old ancestor also knows that our 100 Flowers Sect is a sect that relies on dual cultivation, and the lineage of the Holy Maiden has never been clean, and I'm grateful for the old ancestor's love. It's just that she's the Holy Maiden of our 100 Flowers Sect.
So, Flower Dream Shadow politely refused.
Chen Changsheng directly raised his hand,
interrupting the other party and said, Patriarch Hua, just now, this seed also said that I've come to make a deal with you, so don't be in a hurry to reject it. Listen to this seed's colorful offerings before making a decision. The bride price?
Qin Hongling's face was still brightly smiling,
but black lines squeezed out of my head. Flower Dream Shadow is knowledgeable. At this time, the emotional Taoist stabilized, charmingly smiled and said, Elder Ancestor of the Everlasting Life, could you be able to come up with a generous gift that your concubine simply can't refuse?
Chen Changsheng glanced at the empty teacup and looked at Qin Hongling.
Pour the tea. Sure is horny. Chen Changsheng spat madly in her heart, but on the surface, she didn't dare to show it, and was extremely well behaved as she poured tea for Chen Changsheng.
Chen Changsheng drank the wine in one go before speaking.
The item that this seat just took out can be used as a bride price.
The treasure that Chen Changsheng had taken out was extremely important to the 100 Flowers sect, otherwise they wouldn't have spent so much trying to get it.
Just the next moment,
Flower Dream Shadow said with a flirtatious face, "I'm not going to hide it from Elder Ancestor Everlasting.
The thing you took out just now.
Our 100 Flowers sect does want to get it very much, but just wanting to marry our sect's holy maiden by virtue of that kind of thing.
I'm afraid it's not enough."
Chen Changsheng didn't talk nonsense with Hua Menjing, taking out the treasure from his spatial ring and throwing it directly to Hua Menjing. This sudden scene had baffled the flirtatious patriarch.
Elder Ancestor Eternal Life. What are you? Flower Patriarch? Let's not talk about the transaction first.
It's nothing even if this seat gives it to you directly. It's just that if Flower Patriarch believes it or not,
even if you get this thing, you won't be able to get that kind of thing in your life. Hearing this, Flower Dream Shadow couldn't help but frown. Elder Ancestor Everlasting, could it be that you know what I want? Of course I know.
Chen Changsheng smiled blandly and said,
Patriarch Hua wants nothing more than to obtain that ancient demon sect's 100-flower bright moon body. In the original, the early part of the story is about Yi Tian, the son of heaven's destiny, who rises strongly with the help of his golden-finger-old grandpa. Subsequently, the devil's treasure is the real prelude to the turmoil in Tianlan state. The ancient demon sect from 10,000 years ago was the #1 force in the Tianlan prefecture. There were a total of 5 veins of disciples in the devil sect, and after the devil sect suffered a change of heart and fell apart, all of the disciples of these 5 veins went out and established their own sects respectively. These 5 great sects were the Heavenly Fury Sect, the Evil Soul Sect, the 100 Poisons Sect, the Blood Demon Sect, and the 100 Flowers Valley. Among the 5 sects of the Demon Sect, in terms of comprehensive strength, the 100 Flowers Sect was the weakest, not only because it did not specialize in offensive means, but also because there was also the factor of incomplete feats, and the 100 Flowers Bright Moon Body was the 100 Flowers Sect's topmost dual cultivation method. It was a heavenly rank lower grade technique. It was just a pity that because of the destruction of the Demon Sect, the entirety of this technique had been left behind in the Demon Sect's treasures. Right now, what the 100 Flowers Sect cultivated was only the remnants of the 100 Flowers Bright Moon Body. To open the treasure of the Demon Sect, 3 keys were needed, and for these 3 keys, the 100 Flowers Sect had been searching for thousands of years. The treasure that Chen Changsheng had just thrown to Hua Menjing was one of the 3 keys to open the demon dignitary's treasure. Chen Changsheng knew very well where these 3 keys were. A few years ago, one of the 4 great families, the Yi family, inadvertently obtained a handful of them, and when the Blood Demon Sect learned about it, it eventually led to the Yi family's destruction. There was also one that was obtained by Taoist Luo Yu of the Qishan sect. Of course, he didn't know that the key was able to open the devil's treasure. It was a pity that this was known by Taoist Luo Yu's lover, who used means to obtain this key from Taoist Luo Yu and gave it to the 100 Flowers sect. The fall of Taoist Luo Yu of the Qishan sect shook the entire Tianlan prefecture. His phase was an undercover agent sent out by the 100 Flowers sect, and although he succeeded in obtaining the key to the devil's treasure from Taoist Luo Yu, the 100 Flowers sect was not actually the real culprit who killed Taoist Devil's Domain. After learning of Taoist Luo Yu's fall from Bai Luo Yang, Chen Changsheng immediately ran through the ins and outs in his mind. First of all, the son of heaven's destiny, Yi Tian, went out to practice and encountered danger, and was saved by Chen Changsheng, the holy maiden of the 100 Flowers sect, who inadvertently passed by, and the two of them got to know each other. Secondly, its Qishan sect vice-patriarch Luo Yu Taoist inadvertently obtained the key to the demon lord's treasure, but he was tricked by his lover and handed it over to the holy maiden Chen Changsheng. Since then, the evil soul sect learned of this and assassinated the vice-sect leader of the Qishan sect only to find that the key wasn't on the other side, so they hunted down Chen Changsheng. In the end, Chen Changsheng knew that she was not an opponent, and played a handful of tricks to stall the enemy, and the key was sent to the 100 Flowers sect's headquarters by Yi Tian first. It was because of this that Chen Changsheng appeared over here. Going by the plot of the original story, these 3 keys that could open the treasure of the Demon Lord were the beginning of the turmoil in Tianlan Prefecture. Yi Tian, the son of heaven's destiny, traveled between the righteous and the devilish paths, and finally obtained a great chance in that devil's treasure, becoming that devil's heir. I have to say, this is a really good womanizer. Destiny's son. In the end, even Chen Changsheng and Hua Menjing had fallen into Yi Tian's harem under the subsequent episodes.
But that was all the original plot and had nothing to do with Chen Changsheng. Now that Yi Tian had been beheaded by him, by the time the devil's treasure was opened, the grass on the other party's grave would grow. Name, Qin Hongling. Realm, 9th Heavenly Realm. Identity, Holy Maiden of the 100 Flowers Sect. Roots and bones, heavenly quality. Technique, 100 Flowers Bright Moon Body, Remnant. Face value, 95. On the 100 Flowers list in Tianlan Prefecture, Qin Hongling ranked second. Not only is it charming and enchanting, but its face is the best in the world. And it is also known as the extreme body that is the top quality of the cauldron. How could Chen Changsheng miss such a national beauty? Since he had come to the 100 Flowers Sect, he had only one idea, and that was to directly take down the other party. Chen Changsheng glanced at Qin Hongling. That charming and moving figure was indeed very attractive. Chen Changsheng then looked at Hua Menjiang. This 100 Flower Sect patriarch's face value was also very high. Name, Flower Dream Shadow. Realm, First Heaven of the Divine Hidden Realm. Status, Patriarch of the 100 Flowers Sect. Roots and bones, heavenly quality. Technique, 100 Flowers Bright Moon Body, Remnant. Face value, 92. If Chen Changsheng remembered correctly, Qin Hongling, the beautiful master teacher, was a stunning beauty on the 100 Flowers list of the previous generation. It's a pity that the vast majority of the stunning beauties on the 100 Flowers list of the previous generation have already married. As for this charming and attractive 100 Flowers Sect patriarch, because of the reason that her cultivation technique was a remnant, she still maintained her daughter's body until now. He wanted to marry Qin Hongling now, so this beautiful master teacher of hers was not to be missed. At this point, Flower Dream Shadow had already fallen into deep thought and did not realize that Chen Changsheng was staring at her. Of course, even if he had perceived Chen Changsheng's gaze, he probably wouldn't have thought about what was going on in his mind. This was to take down all of them. Master and Disciple. Chapter 30 Angry Demon King, Feng Shanyu. The matter about the heavenly rank technique 100 Flowers Bright Moon Body was the top secret of the 100 Flowers Sect. Right now, seeing that Chen Changsheng knew quite a bit about this matter and understood it so clearly, 100 Flowers Sect Patriarch Flower Dream Shadow finally couldn't help but ask, Elder Ancestor Everlasting, how did you know that the 100 Flower Bright Moon Body that our 100 Flower Sect cultivates is a remnant? Chen Changsheng smiled and said, Patriarch 100 Blossoms doesn't need to ask much. This seat has its own channels for obtaining information. Seeing that Chen Changsheng didn't want to talk about it, Hua Menjiang had no choice but to stop. Then, as if she had remembered something, she frowned slightly and looked at Chen Changsheng and asked, Elder Ancestor Changsheng, what did you mean when you said just now that even if we obtained the key, we wouldn't be able to obtain the entirety of the 100 Flower Bright Moon Body? This is simple. Because the 3 keys to open the Demon Sovereign's treasure are not something that your 100 Flowers Sect can all gather. Chen Changsheng looked at Hua Menjiang and said seriously, counting the one you obtained from Taoist Luo Yu, plus this one from this seat, 2 have been gathered. But does Patriarch 100 Flowers know whose hands this last key is in? When these words came out, Flower Dream Shadow couldn't help but stare. Could it be that Chen Changsheng knew who held the last key? Thinking of this, Hua Menjiang hurriedly asked, Elder Ancestor Everlasting, could it be that you know in whose hands this last key is? Of course I know. Chen Changsheng didn't sell the story and said directly, in the Heaven's Wrath Sect, in the hands of the angry-eyed demon King Feng Shanyu. Angry-eyed demon King Feng Shanyu? Hearing this, Hua Menjiang's entire body was bad. The Heavenly Fury Sect. It was the #1 force amongst the demonic paths of the Tianlan Prefecture. The Heavenly Demon Sect possessed 5 divine hidden realm powerhouses amongst them, and this Angry Eyes Demon King, Feng Shanyu, was even a divine hidden realm 7th heaven powerhouse. Not only was he the leader of the Devil's Way, he was also the #1 strongest person in the Devil's Way. Perhaps some people would say that the Heavenly Demon Sect had such strength, so why didn't they go looking for the remaining 2 keys? The reason was very simple, because the Sky Demon Sect was not interested in this matter at all. The disciples of the Heaven's Wrath Sect were all battle maniacs, and because of their cultivation techniques, the disciples of the Heaven's Wrath Sect all had very heavy killing hearts. They didn't care if they could unify the Devil's Way or not. They just wanted to fight all the forces painfully. If it wasn't for some special reasons, Tianlan Prefecture would have been in chaos because of the Heaven's Wrath Sect. Now that they wanted to run to the door and ask the Heaven's Wrath Sect for the key, they wouldn't be reluctant to do so, but they would have to fulfill their condition, which was a fight, both victory and defeat, as well as life and death. In the original, Yi Tian, the son of Heaven's Destiny, had cheated this key from the Heaven's Wrath Sect through his own cleverness and means, but it's a tactic that no one else can use at all. Now that Yi Tian had fallen,
It seemed to Chen Changsheng that based on the strength of the 100 Flowers Sect alone, they wouldn't be able to collect all 3 keys in this lifetime, unless they could get help from outsiders. However, when facing this Heavenly Wrath Sect's contemporary sect leader, Angry Eyes Demon King Feng Shangyue, even if there were a few people in the entire Heavenly Landshouse state who were his opponents, perhaps the No. 1 sect in the righteous path, the Divine Yang Sect, had that strength. But right now, he knew with his toes that the Divine Yang Sect would never be able to help the 100 Flowers Sect. By obtaining the Devil's Treasure, one can hope to unify the Devil's Way. How could the Heavenly Landshouse righteous path tolerate the revival of the Devil Sect? Even without this matter, it was impossible for the Divine Sun Sect to help the 100 Flowers Sect gather these 3 keys. So now that he learned that the 3 keys were in the hands of the Heavenly Fury Sect, a wave of despair ran through the 100 Flowers Patriarch's heart. At this moment, seeing that the 100 Flowers Patriarch was not speaking, Chen Changsheng remembered something interesting. Don't look at this 100 Flowers Sect as a devilish force, but in fact, strictly speaking, they were one of the closest to the righteous forces. The 100 Flowers Sect was a dual cultivation sect, and it was only through dual cultivation that they were able to rapidly increase their strength. But look at what the other major sects of the Devil's Way are. The Heaven's Wrath clan are combat freaks. The Evil Soul Sect plays with cultivators' souls. The 100 Poison Sect is a group of people who play with poisons. The Blood Demon Sect was destroyed. For the time being, only these people from the 100 Flowers Sect are as beautiful as flowers. All of them are some female disciples. It's not like they're perverts. Therefore, the disciples of the 100 Flowers Sect were completely oblivious to the remaining 4 major sects of the Devil's Way. Inherited for thousands of years, the vast majority of these female disciples of the 100 Flowers Sect were looking for righteous disciples for dual cultivation. It's kind of surviving in the cracks. They didn't dare to be completely picky. Most of them were complementary dual cultivation, and both sides were able to get benefits. Therefore, the major forces of the righteous path also turned a blind eye to the 100 Flowers Sect. It can't be helped. They're all a bunch of men. It was under these circumstances that the 100 Flowers Sect was able to survive. Perhaps the disciples of the 100 Flowers Sect had some dealings with the disciples of the Divine Yang Sect, but it was impossible for them to obtain the help of the strongest members of the Divine Yang Sect when it came to the matter of the Demon Sect's treasure. It seems there is no way to collect all 3 keys through the girls themselves. Thinking of all this, Hua Menjiang looked up at Chen Changsheng and said, "Elder Ancestor Changsheng, if you dare to make a deal with your concubine, could it be that you have some means of being able to obtain the 3rd key from the side of the Heaven's Wrath Sect?" Hearing Flower Dream Shadow ask this, a small smile appeared on Chen Changsheng's face as he nodded his head and smiled. "Since I dare to say this, I am naturally certain of it. It just depends on whether or not the 100 Blossoms Patriarch and Sacred Maiden are willing to make this deal with this seat. If it was only one of the 3 keys, using the 100 Flowers Sect Saint Daughter as a quid pro quo would naturally not be enough. But if the Elder Ancestor of Eternal Life could help them collect all 3 keys, this value would definitely be enough to exchange for the Holy Maiden." However, at this time, Flower Dream Shadow did not immediately give Chen Changsheng a reply, but instead asked about another matter. "By the way, Elder Ancestor Everlasting, where did you get this key from?" "Blood Demon Sect. It's actually the Blood Demon clan?" Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's reply, not to mention Hua Menjiang, even Qin Hongling's pupils beside her shrank violently. Not long ago, the Blood Demon Sect's overnight destruction had sensationalized the entire Tianlan prefecture, and now countless great powers were investigating this matter. If this key was originally in the hands of the Blood Demon Sect, and now it was obtained by the Cloud Sky Sect's old ancestor, that means that the person who exterminated the Blood Demon Sect is. The more Flower Dream Shadow thought about it, the more alarmed she became, looking at Chen Changsheng with a face full of shock. "Elder Ancestor Changsheng, doesn't that mean that your Cloud Sky Sect annihilated the Blood Demon Sect?" "Nice." Chen Changsheng nodded with a smile and said, "More precisely, it wasn't us, the Cloud Sky Sect, but me who destroyed the Blood Demon Sect." This, Flower Dream Shadow became even more shocked. If she had heard this before, she would never have believed this. Among the 5 major sects after the division of the Demon Sect, the 100 Flowers Sect was the weakest, and the Blood Demon Sect was still in the penultimate place. Even so, as an overlord power, this huge Blood Demon Sect could not be destroyed by anyone. Although the Blood Demon Sect's 7th Fiend was only a powerhouse at the first level of the Divine Hidden Realm, he also had an intrinsic puppet at the same time that was also at the first level of the Divine Hidden Realm. At the same time, the Blood Demon Sect also had a protective array, as well as other powerful people. Even a powerhouse at the third heaven of the divine hidden realm would not necessarily be able to break through the Blood Demon Sect. Thinking about how easily Chen Changsheng had broken the large formation laid down by their 100 Flowers sect today, this already indicated that Chen Changsheng's cultivation level was definitely above the third heaven of the divine hidden realm. But now she had likely underestimated. Perhaps Chen Changsheng's cultivation level was not only just the third sky of the divine hidden realm. Perhaps it was the fourth sky of the divine hidden realm. Or perhaps the fifth sky. However, this was not a match for Feng Shangyue, the angry eyes demon king of the heavenly wrath sect. Thinking of this, Flower Dream Shadow decided to figure out Chen Changsheng's bottom line. Chapter 31 Reaching an agreement. Immediately afterward, I only saw Flower Dream Shadow look up at Chen Changsheng and smile sweetly. Elder Ancestor Changsheng, my concubine has heard that Feng Shangyue, the old ancestor of the Heavenly Fury sect, has long since broken through to the seventh heaven of the divine hidden realm, and no one knows the geometry of his cultivation right now. Moreover, the other party is practicing the heavenly rank technique Heavenly Fiend Demon Scripture passed down from the ancient demon sect. Even if the other party hasn't broken through to the eighth sky of the divine hidden realm, he'll still be able to fight against a powerhouse of this realm. According to what my concubine has learned, this angry eyes demon king Feng Shangyue is able to achieve a cross-border challenge. Old ancestor said that he was able to help us get that key from him, and my concubine can't confirm that old ancestor was really able to succeed. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng smiled blandly and said, I also understand what Patriarch 100 Flowers means. It's because he wants to know if I have the strength to get that key from Feng Shangyue's hands, right? Flower Dream Shadow didn't say anything, clearly acquiescing to the matter. Chen Changsheng didn't say anything, and his entire body's aura skyrocketed in an instant. The entire room and even the entire 100 Flowers sect was enveloped by this terrifying aura at this moment. All the disciples of the 100 Flowers sect all prostrated themselves under this terrifying aura. Even Flower Dream Shadow, who was a divine hidden realm powerhouse, had her face change violently, as if a mountain was pressing down, and she directly stifled a gulp as blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Chen Changsheng's body, Hua Menjiang's heart skipped a beat and her face was filled with disbelief. This is the Purple Mansion realm. No way. How is this possible? That's a legendary cultivation realm. Seeing Hua Menjiang's expression, Chen Changsheng smiled blandly and said, this seat was lucky enough to break through to the Violet Mansion realm not too long ago. Patriarch 100 Flowers. Now you believe that this seat has the strength? May I ask if I have the strength to trade with you now? A terrifying and boundless aura enveloped the entire 100 Flowers sect, as if the heavens were descending. Almost all of the 100 Flowers sect's disciples were prostrate on the ground, their entire bodies trembling. Even the 100 Flowers sect leader, Flower Dream Shadow, who was at the divine hidden realm, was unable to resist taking care of the aura, not to mention the others. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Chen Changsheng's body, at this moment, Flower Dream Shadow felt as if she was dreaming. It had been tens of thousands of years since a strong person of the Purple Mansion realm had appeared. Tianlan Prefecture had a lack of spiritual qi, and it was extremely difficult to break through to the divine hidden realm, let alone the Purple Mansion realm. Flower Dream Shadow really wanted to ask how Chen Changsheng had reached such a terrifying cultivation realm. A Violet Mansion realm powerhouse appeared in the Tianlan Prefecture. What this meant was very clear to Flower Dream Shadow. Ever since then, the Cloud Sky Sect had transcended the Overlord power category. What leader of the righteous path and the first major power of the devil path? I'm afraid that even if the Divine Sun Sect and the Heaven's Wrath Sect teamed up, the Elder Ancestor of Eternal Life would be able to suppress them with his hand. No wonder he was able to destroy the Blood Demon Sect overnight. No wonder he had so much confidence in obtaining the key to unlocking the Devil Sovereign's treasure from the hands of the Heaven's Wrath Sect. Elder Eternal Ancestor had actually reached the Purple Mansion realm in cultivation without anyone knowing. Who else in Tianlan Prefecture would dare to be an enemy of Chen Changsheng in the future? Who dares to be an enemy of the Cloud Sky Sect? It took a while before Flower Dream Shadow reacted from her shock. Elder Ancestor Everlasting, please still collect your divine might. Chen Changsheng withdrew his qi, which allowed Hua Menjiang and Qin Hongling to feel a little better, helping each other to stand up. Elder Ancestor Everlasting, from now on, our 100 Flowers sect looks up to you. Flower Dream Shadow said without hesitation. What a Violet Mansion realm powerhouse meant. Flower Dream Shadow knew better than anyone. After realizing that Chen Changsheng was a Violet Mansion realm powerhouse, Hua Menjiang immediately made a decision. Chen Changsheng smiled blandly and said, Patriarch Flower, this seat will definitely not force the issue. And if one is not willing to make a deal with this seat in their heart, this seat will definitely not force it either. Of course our 100 Flowers sect is willing. Perhaps there was some hesitation before, but now Hua Menjing didn't have the slightest hesitation. To be honest, Flower Dream Shadow was very unsure. If she said no, would Chen Changsheng simply leave? In case the other party saw that softness was not working, they would directly come to the hard way and turn their backs on their 100 Flowers sect. Then how should their 100 Flowers sect deal with it? That's a strong person of the Purple Mansion realm. With a casual slap, people would be able to destroy their 100 Flowers sect. At the same time, she had no reason to refuse. That 100 Blossoms bright moon body in its entirety was vital to their 100 Blossoms sect. Without Chen Changsheng's assistance, they would not have been able to obtain the third key from the Heavenly Fury sect. After a short period of contemplation, Flower Dream Shadow immediately made a choice and looked at Qin Hongling and said, Hongling, the elder ancestor of the everlasting life is willing to marry you with the entirety of the 100 flowers and bright moon body. I wonder if you're willing to do so. This, Qin Hongling directly froze. To be honest, she had never thought of marrying an old ancestor in her entire life. But now that this old ancestor was a supreme powerhouse of the Purple Mansion realm, did she dare to say no? Elder ancestor everlasting, if you can open the devil's treasure, would you really be willing to gift the entirety of that 100 flowers bright moon body to our 100 flowers sect? Qin Hongling looked towards Chen Changsheng and asked cautiously. When Chen Changsheng heard this, he burst into tears. Do you think that this seed would play games with you guys over such a trivial matter? Not. Qin Hongling's pretty face reddened. Of course, she would blush not because her heart had been opened, but because she felt she had asked an incredibly stupid question. Honestly, even if there wasn't this deal, an elder ancestor was now pulling her to cave in place. I'm afraid that Master and the girls would have to be happy to help decorate the wedding room. It couldn't be helped. The world of cultivation was so realistic. The weak are the strongest. It is Hongling's good fortune to be able to receive the favor of the elder ancestor of eternal life. If elder eternal life really helps the 100 flowers sect obtain the entire flower bright moon sound, I will naturally be willing to marry you, Qin Hongling said with a red face. Seeing that Qin Hongling was willing to make sacrifices for the 100 flowers sect, Hua Menjing didn't know what to say. On the contrary, Chen Changsheng was in a very good mood at this time and said with a smile, that's good. When I gather all 3 keys, I'll open the devil's treasure. In the future, Hongling will follow this seat. Brother Changsheng, there are flaws in the 100 flower bright moon body I'm cultivating right now, so I can't just break my body like this, or else if I have no hope for the great Tao, I'll die of depression. So please also have mercy, brother, and give me a little more time. 100 Flowers Sect. In a certain boudoir, Qin Hongling was serving Chen Changsheng drinking wine and enjoying the moon, which was originally extremely normal behavior. At Chen Changsheng's request, he also allowed Qin Hongling to directly address him as elder brother Changsheng. After all, a mouthful of an old ancestor still called him old. But not a moment later, a large hand appeared on Qin Hongling's thin waist. At the same time, her entire body was pulled into Chen Changsheng's arms. A trace of uneasiness and fear appeared in Qin Hongling's heart, and she said with a red face. Chen Changsheng smiled bashfully and said, Hongling, don't worry about it. This seed has a number in mind. Before getting the full 100 flowers bright moon body, this seed won't touch your body. After all, it's a human being who knows that this seed is the most trustworthy of promises. Chapter 32, From Qin Hongling's Seduction. I'll be damned if I believe you. Can you take your hands off your waist before you say something like that? Otherwise, what credibility do you have in a statement like that? Qin Hongling really wanted to roll her eyes. Only on the surface she was already in hot tears and hurriedly said gratefully, thank you for Brother Changsheng's understanding, but it's still necessary for us to properly cultivate our feelings before we head to the Heaven's Wrath sect. Chen Changsheng said with a serious face. This, Qin Hongling directly froze there speechless. The 100 Flowers sect was a dual cultivation sect that had greenhouses all over Tianlan Prefecture. 100 Flowers sect's holy maiden, Qin Hongling, is also a renowned flower leader, a great master of the zither and painting, but she sells her art and not her body. After all, it was the holy maiden. Even if she wanted to sell her body, not many dared to touch it. Qin Hongling had stayed among the greenhouses, naturally knowing the affairs of men and women, and thought that not many people in the entire Tianlan state dared to take advantage of her. But now Qin Hongling felt that she had met her match. Old ancestor, you kept your promise and didn't break her body, but the whole body, every place has been touched by you. Perhaps because of the intimate contact, Qin Hongling was not as scared as before, and that lively and witty energy came back. Brother Changsheng, could it be that you used to go to that kind of fireworks place often? Seeing Qin Hongling looking at herself with a curious expression, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but glance at the other party and said, Hongling, in your eyes, am I that kind of person? No. It's just that Hongling thinks that brother is great at this. That can only mean that brother is very talented at this. After a few moments, under Chen Hongling's side conversations, he had already judged some of Chen Changsheng's character. Unlike the rigidity of other power elders, Brother Eternal Life's cultivation was extremely high, and he also had a good sense of humor. To be honest, Chen Hongling didn't resent such a character. She wouldn't be able to stand it if she married one of those old curmudgeons. Thinking about all this, Chen Hongling felt as if she wasn't as resistant compared to before. Brother Changsheng, if I remember correctly, you took a wife and concubine not too long ago, yet brother has moved on to Hongling? Would the other two sisters be jealous if they knew? Chen Hongling asked with a crooked head. Jealous? Yi Wuxuan definitely wouldn't, but that girl Lu Qingyao couldn't say for sure. Seeing Chen Hongling blinking her big eyes at herself, Chen Changsheng smiled and said, Wuxuan's body is relatively weak and simply can't withstand it, and has long wished for a sister to be able to share for him. Weak bones? Can't take it at all? Hearing this, Chen Hongling's pretty face directly reddened. Brother Changsheng, Hongling is still a yellow blossom girl. How can you say such things to me? It makes me so shy. Chen Hongling blinked her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking, and then asked curiously, Brother Changsheng, is Fairy Yi pretty? Of course. So who's prettier compared to Hongling? Each has its own flavor, I guess. On the 100 Flowers ranking of Tianlan Prefecture, Chen Hongling was ranked 2nd and Yi Wuxuan was ranked 9th. It also showed that Chen Hongling, was better looking than Yi Wuxuan. Thinking of this, Chen Hongling involuntarily shed a smile and said, Brother Changsheng, outsiders say that immortal Yi looks like a beautiful woman, but it seems to me that I must not be able to compare to her, and this makes me so sad. No wonder my brother married her before he married me. What if Fairy Yi bullies me in the future on the grounds that she's prettier than me? Brother Changsheng, will you feel sorry for Hongling? In the original, Chen Hongling was born with a charming bone, lively, quirky, but also killing and decisive, is a typical person of the devil's way. How come there's a little more tea in the tea now? This is not even a wedding yet. Why are you thinking about how to compete for favor in the future? But it was quite fun. And Chen Changsheng did not resent such a character. In the next moment, he also joked with Chen Hongling, if Wuxuan bullies you in the future, this seat will punish her properly at night. Hearing this, Chen Hongling's pretty face couldn't help but blush, and her body felt soft. As Chen Changsheng wrapped his arms around her luxuriant waist, Chen Hongling naturally couldn't move. In the next moment, she looked at Chen Changsheng and asked curiously, Brother, you've already reached the Purple Mansion realm. I'm afraid that the entire Tianlan Prefecture is going to look up to you. How did you cultivate to such a profound realm? Is there a special shortcut? Can brother teach Hongling? Hongling also want to follow brother, cultivate to this legendary realm. There hadn't been a strong person of the Purple Mansion realm in Tianlan Prefecture for tens of thousands of years. The Cloud Sky Sect's old ancestor, Chen Changsheng, stepped into such a realm, completely ascending to heaven in a single step. This matter had given Chen Hongling too much of an impact, and right now, seeing this girl sidestepping the issue, she wanted to explore the cultivation method. Chen Changsheng smiled blandly and said, the path of cultivation is inherently fighting against the heavens. Each step is taken as if walking on thin ice, so there are no shortcuts to speak of at all. Chen Hongling was still undeterred and continued, then how did brother Changsheng cultivate to the Purple Mansion realm? Was it just a step-by-step cultivation? Chen Changsheng reached out his hand and pinched Chen Hongling's face as he said with a smile, my talent is unmatched in all of history, so you don't need to compare yourself to me. However, if you are able to cultivate the flawless 100-flower bright moon body in the future, with your talent, you may have hopes of stepping into the Violet Mansion realm. Hearing this, Chen Hongling felt a pang of depression in her heart. Cheap are taken advantage of, but want to pry into the matter did not get a single thing. Chen Hongling looked at Chen Changsheng with a grumpy face and said, Brother Changsheng, you want to marry Hongling but you don't tell me the truth. This makes me so sad. Oh, it seems that brother Changsheng, too, is not as heartbroken as he thought he was. Chen Changsheng didn't explain much. After all, not everyone possessed a golden finger these days. However, Chen Hongling soon adjusted her state. After all, even if Chen Changsheng really did have some great opportunity, it was impossible for him to tell her. She'll have a chance to dig into it later. In the next moment, not knowing if she had sensed Chen Changsheng's gaze, Chen Hongling's eyes rolled up in a flirtatious manner. Brother everlasting, why do you keep staring at people's legs? Do they look good? It had to be said that Chen Changsheng had a pair of long, slender and fair legs, which was definitely very appealing to the eyes. If you put it in the last time, you would be able to play with just these legs for the rest of your life, especially at this time. Chen Changsheng was also wearing a pair of white silk stockings made of heavenly silk. Not only does it look very eye-catching, it is also very comfortable to touch. The next moment, Chen Changsheng spoke. Hongling's legs are really pretty, especially with these socks made of heavenly silk. If Chen Changsheng had said such words to that girl Yi Wushwang, he would probably have already shamed that girl to death. But Chen Changsheng came from the 100 Flowers sect. What kind of big scenes hadn't she seen? Sensing that Chen Changsheng liked these legs, Chen Changsheng smiled charmingly and said, "So brother Changi likes these socks. These are the heavenly silk ice socks that have been passed in from outside of Tianlan Prefecture. They are very cool and silky to wear. I like them very much. I have several pairs there. From now on Changsheng will wear them every day for brother." Chapter 33, Secrets of the Devil Sect, Heaven's Fury Sect Headquarters. That's the difference between having insight and not having insight. If it was Lu Qingyao instead, and Chen Changsheng touched her long legs, she would only ask what for. This 100 Flowers sect was worthy of being a man's paradise. Chen Changsheng was much more playful than Lu Qingyao and the others. Seeing that it was getting late, Chen Changsheng directly got up and came to the bedside amidst Chen Changsheng's exclamation of surprise. "Brother everlasting, I can't. Just don't worry. This seat will keep its promise and won't break your bodies until I help you get the 100 Flower Bright Moonsunga. But more intimate gestures will only enhance each other's feelings." Time passed, and in the blink of an eye it was the next day. After Hua Menjing and Chen Changsheng arranged the affairs within the sect, they headed to the Heavenly Fury Sect with Chen Changsheng. "Elder Ancestor Everlasting, our 100 Flowers Sect inherits one of the 5 veins of the Devil Sect from the ancient times, and even though it's also an overbearing force amongst the Devil Dao, the gap between our 100 Flowers Sect and the Heavenly Wrath Sect is really too great. It is said that 10,000 years ago, when the Demon Sect was at its peak, the leader of that lineage of the Heaven's Wrath Sect was an existence capable of fighting a demon exalt. And the reason for all of this is because that lineage holds the Demon Sect's supreme technique, the Heavenly Fury Demon Scripture, in their hands. After the split of the Demon Sect, that lineage itself actually had the strength to unify the Demon Sect. Just that for some unknown reason, they chose to give up. And now it's even choosing to stay in seclusion for a long period of time. And I don't know what kind of change has happened to that lineage of the Heaven's Wrath Sect, or else it wouldn't have led to the Evil Soul Sect being so arrogant. On the way to the Heaven's Wrath Sect, Flower Dream Shadow told Chen Changsheng the secrets about the Demon Sect. In fact, she didn't know that Chen Changsheng knew the Demon Sect extremely well, even more than she did. However, there was one thing that Flower Dream Shadow hadn't said wrong. The Heaven's Wrath Sect had chosen to stay away for many years, and there had indeed been a change within the sect. The Heavenly Fiend Demon Scripture was a Heaven Stage upper grade technique, and by choosing to cultivate this technique, one was embarking on the path of the martial path of proving the way by killing and destroying. One needs to keep killing, warming one's killing intent with blood. The more people you kill, the faster your own strength improves. On the surface it did seem like this technique was extremely heaven-defying, but everything in this world has its pros and cons, and the bigger the pros, the bigger the cons. That was why this Heavenly Fate Demon Scripture also had major flaws. The higher and deeper one's cultivation level was, the easier it was to be corrupted by the killing intent and thus go off the deep end. The reason why the Demon Dharma would suddenly split directly 10,000 years ago was simple. Because the Demon Dharma could no longer tolerate the fatal drawbacks brought about by the Heavenly Fiendish Demon Scripture. The Devil's Sovereign was indeed a person of great natural talent, possessing an imperial root bone and stepping into the 9th heaven of the Violet Mansion realm in less than 1,000 years. It could be said that he was only one step away from being able to step into that legendary enlightenment realm, perhaps able to lead the rise of the Tianlan state. As a result, it did not occur to him that just at the most glorious time in the devil's life, an accident occurred. Since ancient times, heroes have had a hard time with beauty. Even an incomparably powerful demon lord could not avoid it. At that time, under his leadership, the Devil Sect was on the verge of unifying the Tianlan state. But how could he not expect to meet the love of his life at this node? Feng Qingqing, who was known as the #1 beauty in Tianlan Prefecture 10,000 years ago. Feng Qingqing was as beautiful as a heavenly goddess, a beautiful woman, and had a high level of cultivation, as well as being the holy maiden of the Divine Sun sect during that period. The righteous path couldn't defeat the demon sect, so they came up with a solution. It is to let Feng Qingqing enter the game with her body. In fact, the devil later also knew Feng Qingqing's origin, but still had no choice but to jump into the love fire. From this, It could be seen just how deeply the demon father loved Chen Changsheng. His cultivation had already reached the 9th heaven of the Purple Mansion realm, and the Devil Sovereign was trying to break through to that legendary realm, the Enlightenment realm. Then he began to shut down. And then under a series of arrangements by the Divine Yang sect, Chen Changsheng eventually fell and died at the hands of the Heavenly Fury sect's lineage of the Demon Sect. When the Devil Father found out, he was grief-stricken, and then he went after that lineage of the Heavenly Wrath sect, which caused the Devil Sect to fall apart and the Divine Son sect's plot to succeed. In fact, the devil is not a little cute, knowing that the Divine Son sect was behind this series of plans. But why would he righteously go against the Heavenly Fury sect? The reasons were simple. One was because of Chen Changsheng's fall. He had lost the love of his life. Secondly, because the drawbacks brought about by that Heavenly Fury demon scripture were too great. Many people within the demon sect had died at the hands of the Heavenly Fury sect's lineage. Chen Changsheng's death was just a fuse. He felt that he couldn't let that lineage of the Heaven's Wrath sect grow any stronger, or else without his suppression, he was afraid that the entire Tianlan prefecture would suffer. The Devil Sect was indeed very powerful, directly suppressing the entire Heaven's Wrath sect with the power of one person. Originally, he was going to kill all the other party and then destroy the Heavenly Fury demon scripture. But in the end, he didn't exterminate the Heavenly Fury sect's lineage because his heart went soft. However, the drawbacks of the Heavenly Fury demon scripture needed to be addressed. That's why the demonic father made the surviving disciples of that lineage make an oath that anyone who cultivates the Heavenly Fury demon scripture shall not kill innocent people indiscriminately without reason. It also retains that lineage while limiting their growth. Otherwise, with the power of the Heavenly Fury demon scripture, sooner or later, this Heavenly Fury sect would have had a strong person of the Purple Mansion realm born. After that battle, the demonic father was also seriously injured, plus the love of his life fell, causing his moral heart to be damaged. It wasn't long before the demon lord also fell, standing with his beloved. Since then, the demon sect has also been split into 4, with the disciples of the 5 veins establishing their own sects. This was also the origin of the 5 great sects of the Devil's Way. The Heaven's Wrath sect was located in the southern part of the Sky Lanzhou prefecture, where all of them were big mountains in endless prairies. There was a reason why the Heaven's Wrath sect chose this place to build their own sect. It was to circumvent the Heaven's Tao oath, not to actively kill cultivators, so they could only target those demonic beasts. Both the 100,000 mountains and the savage grasslands were the Jedi of Tianlan prefecture. For tens of thousands of years, the Heaven's Wrath sect's disciples cultivated by hunting demonic beasts to improve themselves, or else the Heaven's Wrath sect wouldn't be able to have several divine hidden realm powerhouses. If you want to ask a strong member of the Heaven's Wrath sect to do something, or if you want the treasures in their hands, you need to fulfill their conditions. That would be a fight, both victory and defeat, as well as life and death. If you win, they fulfill your request. Because there was an agreement in place, it was not considered a violation of the heavenly oath. This Heaven's Wrath sect was also using this way to enhance its strength. It's just a pity that the cultivators of Tianlan state aren't stupid. That's the number 1 force of the Devil Dao. Who would dare to go and fight them to the death? It was also because of this reason that Flower Dream Shadow had shown that much despair when she knew that the last key to open the Devil Sovereign's treasure was in the hands of the Heaven's Wrath sect. From afar, the Heaven's Wrath sect's headquarters wasn't large, and might not even compare to the 100 Flowers sect. However, as soon as they stepped into the boundaries of the Heavenly Fury sect, Hua Menjing and Qin Hongling couldn't help but feel a palpitation in their hearts. The entire Heaven's Wrath sect was shrouded in a layer of red mist, which was actually all formed from blood. Endless killing intent filled this heaven and earth. Even if they were running their spiritual power with all their might to resist, the 2 women were eroded for a moment. Mastermind. Qin Hongling's cultivation level was only the 9th heaven of the innate realm, so she was especially vulnerable to the erosion of this roiling killing intent. Chapter 34, These Perverts of the Heavenly Fury Sect. Just as her large eyes became bloodshot and she was beginning to lose her mind, a large hand suddenly took hold of her, and a cool sensation filled her entire body, causing her to come to her senses in an instant. Qin Hongling turned her head to look at Chen Changsheng, her face full of gratitude. Many thanks to Brother Changsheng. Chen Changsheng also held Hua Menjing's hand, feeding a stream of spiritual energy into the other party to help stabilize his mind. Although he was still disturbed by this killing intent, he didn't have to worry about it at all. What she had just experienced still made Hua Menjing's heart tremble. After so many years, the Heaven's Wrath sect has killed so many demonic beasts. This blood fury chi is actually powerful to this extent. In Tianlan prefecture, both the righteous and devilish paths did not interact much with the Heavenly Fury sect,
And not to mention that Hua Menjing had been cultivating for so many years. It was actually her first time coming here. Just like Qin Hongling.
At that moment,
just by feeling the terrifying killing intent in the blood fury chi, she deeply realized that it wasn't without reason that this heavenly fury sect was called the #1 force in the devil's way, because of the heavenly Tao oath.
The Heaven's Wrath sect may not lay hands on cultivators, and can only do so by killing demonic beasts and absorbing their blood fury chi, counting the 10,000 years. I'm afraid that the Heaven's Wrath sect has decimated countless numbers of demonic beasts, or else the bloodbath aura and murderous intent here wouldn't have been able to be so dense to this extent. Hearing these words, Hua Menjing and Qin Hongling couldn't help but change their faces. With that,
they suddenly thought of Chen Changsheng's other sentence.
The Great Tao Oath? Elder Ancestor Everlasting. What exactly is the Great Tao Oath you just mentioned? Could it be that you know the reason why the Heaven's Wrath sect doesn't dare to kill?
Flower Dream Shadow looked at Chen Changsheng with a face full of surprise.
And Qin Hongling also looked over. Chen Changsheng nodded and smiled.
I do know something about the reasons for the split of the ancient demon sect.
If Patriarch Hua is interested, there will be time for the seat to slowly tell you about it later. When these words came out, Flower Dream Shadow's brows furrowed. Even she, a disciple of the demon sect, didn't know the reason why the ancient demon sect split.
She only knew that the 100 Flowers sect was one of the 5 veins of the previous ancient demon sect.
She just didn't know why the ancient demon sect suddenly split 10,000 years ago.
But before she could open her mouth,
a terrifying aura suddenly appeared and immediately locked onto the 3 of them. Who the hell are you people? Why did you upload our Heavenly Fury sect?
Within the blood mist, a pair of scarlet eyes violently appeared. Only then did Flower Dream Shadow realize that this place was a huge altar. And around the altar there were quite a few cultivators who were sitting cross-legged,
looking as if they were cultivating. Each of them exuded an extremely terrifying aura.
There was one more thing in common on these people, and that was that their eyes were blood red, and it didn't take any thought to realize that these people were the disciples of the Heaven's Wrath sect, and the aura of the person who spoke was the most terrifying,
definitely a strong person of the divine hidden realm.
Hua Menjing didn't know if the other party was the Heavenly Wrath sect's Angry Eyes Demon King Fengshanyu.
But the other party's cultivation was far above his own. Senior, I am 100 Flower Sect's Flower Dream Shadow. 100 Flower Sect Flower Dream Shadow?
Although the Heaven's Wrath sect had been in seclusion for many years, it was not completely unaware of what was going on in the outside world.
So it's the 100 Flower Sect's Flower Patriarch. Dare I ask what's the reason for coming to our 100 Flower Sect? This middle-aged man said in a deep voice.
Flower Dream Shadow was about to open her mouth when the voices of the rest of the Heaven's Wrath sect came from the surroundings.
Ow ow ow. The 100 Flower sect leader is truly stunningly beautiful. Ha ha,
that girl doll next to her is even better.
Must be nice to kill. Beheading demonic beasts day in and day out is completely uninspiring.
They only know how to wail and cry for mercy.
It's been a long time since I've seen anyone.
So let this seat kill to feed its chi and blood.
You can't kill. Have you forgotten the oath of the way? I can't kill them, but I can still leave them missing arms and legs.
It was also unknown which disciples of the Heaven's Wrath sect were interested in the Flower Dream Shadow girls. A Heaven's Wrath sect disciple looked up at the middle-aged man and exclaimed,
Grand Elder, we've finally seen a live one today.
Since they are destined to come to our Heaven's Wrath sect, it should be fine to let part of their bodies stay here forever, right? The people outside didn't dare to go up and break into the Heaven's Wrath sect,
and there were also reasons for that. Do not kill in vain. Doesn't mean you can't orient their body parts.
If someone had dared to insult herself like this in another place,
Flower Dream Shadow would have done it long ago. However,
facing the Heaven's Wrath sect,
not only did she not dare to,
but she wanted to stay away from the place after sensing the monstrous killing intent as well as the blood-slaying aura of the place.
It's not fear,
it's the body's instinctive response. The always lively Qin Hongling,
at this time, her pretty face was also oddly down, and she subconsciously moved behind Chen Changsheng,
which caused her to let out a sigh of relief.
Since senior brother is interested,
then the hands and legs of this flower patriarch and that female doll will be reserved for senior brother, the Grand Elder said without a care in the world. Even just one sentence decided the fate of Hua Menjing and Qin Hongling.
Brother everlasting. These guys are simply not human.
Qin Hongling's pretty face turned white as she said. Chen Changsheng twisted his head and pinched Qin Hongling's face,
smiling.
Your hands and legs will be used to serve this seat from now on.
Don't worry. No one will be able to hurt you in the slightest with me here. To be honest,
it was also the first time Qin Hongling felt the benefits of having hands and feet.
Thank you, Brother Eternal.
Qin Hongling subconsciously nodded. Yesterday, she wore heavenly silk white stockings that aroused the old ancestor's interest.
And with an old ancestor of the Purple Mansion realm covering her, it was impossible for these perverts of the Heavenly Wrath Sect to threaten her. Ha ha, this white-haired youth is really interesting, even though he looks relatively young. I guess he must be a big old. In all the years that I've traveled across Tianlan Prefecture, this is the first time I've encountered someone with such a big mouth. It's no fun for this guy to scream. Why don't you go and unload this guy, and leave those 2 female dolls for me, so that senior brother can enjoy them as well. A group of Heaven's Wrath Sect disciples looked at the 3 of them, Chen Changsheng, as if they were looking at their prey. But before that Grand Elder could speak, it seemed as if someone had already recognized Chen Changsheng. That white-haired man looks a bit familiar, like he's from the Cloud Sky Sect? Not bad. It seems to be the Cloud Sky Sect's everlasting ancestor. It's still an old ancestor, so it'll be even more fun to call out later. Seeing this group of perverted fellows, Chen Changsheng didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "This seat came to your Heaven's Wrath Sect, originally only wanting to obtain the key that would open the Demon Sovereign's treasure. But now it looks like maybe one more thing." Right at this moment, that Grand Elder frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "You're the everlasting ancestor of the Cloud Sky Sect? You came here actually wanting to take that key that opens the treasure of the Demon Sect? How did you know that key is in our Heaven's Wrath Sect?" Chapter 35 Angry Demon King, Feng Shanyu. Chen Changsheng smiled blandly and said, "Not only does this seat know that the key is in your hands, it also knows why you've been cowering in this barbaric mountain for so many years. Demon Father still had a soft heart back then. If you were to replace this seat, this lineage of your Heavenly Fury sect would have long ceased to exist. Look at this group of people, now inhuman and ghostly. I really don't know what is the meaning of you living in this world, desperately suppressing your nature and cowering in the barbaric mountains. Is it just to compress your nature? Due to the Great Tao Oath, which prevented them from killing recklessly for the rest of their lives. This was something that had long since turned into a pain in the heart of every Heaven's Wrath Sect disciple. Seeing Chen Changsheng reveal their biggest sore spot right now, this immediately caused the entire Heaven's Wrath Sect's disciples to blow up. Unbridled, a tiny Cloud Sky Sect's old ancestor. How dare you speak loudly in our Heaven's Wrath Sect? Oh, in that case, let's make him beg for his life. It seems that our Heaven's Wrath Sect has been dormant for too long, and the world has long since forgotten our majesty. I'm going to go on a killing spree today. Do you really think I'm afraid of that Great Tao Oath? The Heaven's Wrath Sect had been suppressing their nature for so many years because of the Great Tao Oath, but that didn't mean that they had to hold their tongue when someone was angered. To put it bluntly, this group of disciples from the Heaven's Wrath Sect were all a bunch of lunatics. So at this point in time there are already people who don't care about the Great Tao Oath and are going to go on a killing spree today. In the next moment, a blood-red blade astral deity appeared in the void, directly chopping towards Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng directly slapped out a palm lightly, and in an instant, a huge palm appeared in the void, heading towards the elder who had struck out. The one who had slashed out that blade was the Heaven's Wrath Sect's 6th elder, Shui He, with a divine hidden realm first heavenly cultivation. In the face of this terrifying palm print, the blade dipper in the air directly annihilated. Seeing this, Xuanhua's face changed violently, and he hurriedly urged his entire body's spiritual energy and blasted out a slash. However, in the face of this palm print, his resistance was as if it was nothing, and in an instant the palm print reached him. Boom! In the next moment, the 6th elder of the Heavenly Fury sect, Shui He, had his body explode and his soul was destroyed. From the beginning to the end, it was all an instantaneous occurrence. The Heaven's Wrath Sect disciples were not able to react in time. Even that Grand Elder looked at the scene with a face full of shock, and was not able to save each other at all. How could they not expect that the other party would behead their Heaven's Wrath Sect's 6th elder? Xuanhua, with just a light move? You're in the Purple Mansion realm? An elder looked at Chen Changsheng with a face full of shock. There hadn't been a strong person of the Purple Mansion realm in the Tianlan Prefecture for tens of thousands of years. However, since the Heaven's Wrath Sect had been passed down since the ancient times, it was natural for the higher echelons within the sect to have vision, and many of the elders could also see Chen Changsheng's cultivation level. The entire Heaven's Wrath Sect fell into dead silence when these words came out. The disciples who were still clamoring before all shut their mouths at this moment. That Grand Elder's expression also became grave as he looked at Chen Changsheng with a face full of scorn and said, "No wonder Elder Ancestor Changsheng dared to trespass into our Heaven's Wrath Sect. So it turns out that he has already broken through to the legendary Purple Mansion realm. Our Heaven's Wrath Sect hasn't been around for 10,000 years, and a strong person of the Purple Mansion realm has actually appeared in the Tiannan Prefecture. The ban is still in place. How did you do it? Prohibition?" Flower Dream Shadow and Qin Hongling looked at each other. not understanding the meaning of these words. It was probably only known by the elder ancestor of eternal life and that great elder of the Heaven's Wrath Sect. Chen Changsheng smiled blandly and said, "That's not really important. What's important is whether or not the Grand Elder thinks that I'll be able to get what I want when I visit your Heavenly Fury Sect today?" The Heaven's Wrath Sect's Grand Elder was about to speak, but then he didn't know what he sensed and suddenly closed his mouth. Suddenly, a disembodied voice came from the void. Elder Ancestor Changsheng is joking. The prohibition is especially true. The Tiannan Prefecture has not seen any Purple Mansion realm powerhouses for tens of thousands of years, and even though the Tianlan Prefecture is large, with the cultivation level of Old Ancestor right now, what else can't be obtained? Chen Changsheng smiled bashfully, then saw the darkness as if he could penetrate the void. At the same time, a key also appeared in the void, coming towards Chen Changsheng's side. According to what Elder Ancestor Everlasting said, visiting our Tianlu clock is to get the key to open the Devil Sovereign's treasure, and this key will be gifted to you. Please forgive me for all the rudeness before. The disembodied voice sounded again. Chen Changsheng naturally recognized the identity of the other party and said with a smile, "I believe that your excellency is the old ancestor of the Heaven's Wrath Sect, the angry-eyed demon King Feng Shanyu?" "I am exactly." The voice came again. Angry-eyed demon King Feng Shanyu. It was like a legend in the devil's way. So at this moment, not to mention Qin Hongling, even Hua Menjiang couldn't help but look over, wanting to catch a glimpse of this giant of the devil Dao, but they looked into the void and saw nothing. Chen Changsheng smiled blandly and said, "This seed is visiting your Heaven's Wrath Sect. Doesn't the angry-eyed demon king show himself to meet you?" Because of the impending death, Feng Shanyu had been in seclusion. This time, it was because he sensed the appearance of a Purple Mansion realm powerhouse that he awoke from his seclusion. He didn't actually want to come out of the gate, but he couldn't help it at this time. Zifu realm. It was like a giant sword hanging above the Heaven's Wrath Sect. If it fell, the Heaven's Wrath Sect would be finished. As Feng Shanyu exited the gate, the surrounding blood-colored red mist thickened even more, but it was quickly dispersed by Feng Shanyu with a wave of his hand. "I have met Elder Ancestor Everlasting." A white-haired old man appeared, not very tall, with a pair of blood-red eyes that looked a bit hollow, and his entire body exuded a terrifying bloodthirsty aura. Chen Changsheng was not polite, directly placing the key in the air into his spatial ring, and then looking at the old man, he said, "This seed is here today. In addition to this key, there is also a matter. Elder Ancestor Everlasting, but say so." Seeing that Chen Changsheng paused for a moment, Feng Shanyu could not help but say. Chen Changsheng nodded. The Heavenly Fury Sect is worthy of being the #1 force in the Devil Dao. Rumor has it that there are at least 5 divine hidden realm powerhouses. Now it seems that there are far more than that. There should be 8, right? It seems that your Heaven's Wrath Sect has indeed refined quite a bit over the years, so it seems that you guys are somewhat qualified to defect to this seat. Delegate? Feng Shanyu frowned slightly, then he soothed himself and said without moving, "Elder Ancestor Everlasting, are you trying to make our Heavenly Fury Sect your power? Not bad, plain speaking. I want your Heavenly Fury Sect to work for this seat." When these words came out, Feng Shanyu frowned once again. After a moment of silence, he said again, "What if our Heaven's Wrath Sect is unwilling? If not, then there is no need to exist on this earth." Why did Chen Changsheng come all the way to the Heaven's Wrath Sect? Firstly, it was for Qin Linglong and Hua Menjiang, and secondly, it was to expand their power. After he managed to break through to the Purple Mansion realm, there were basically no more opponents in the Tiannan Prefecture. But there was a very real problem in front of him. He couldn't do everything himself. Chapter 36, Humorous and Funny? This Heaven's Wrath Sect was a very good target. There weren't many people. Every single one of them was very capable of fighting. And furthermore, they didn't have any interactions with any of the major forces, which was simply the best fighter. This group of lunatics. It was impossible for Chen Changsheng to use them as a squad, but it was still fine to raise them in his hands as fighters. As for the question of whether or not the Heaven's Wrath Sect was willing, Chen Changsheng had never thought about it. As long as one's fist was hard enough, this group of people were not stupid. Then they would all agree. If he didn't agree, then as he had just said, there was no need for the Heavenly Fury Sect to exist in this world. When these words came out, even Flower Dream Shadow and Qin Hongling were filled with shock, their faces filled with disbelief. The Eternal Life Ancestor came to the Heavenly Fury Sect, not only wanting to obtain that key, but also wanting to incorporate the Heavenly Fury Sect, with Elder Eternal Ancestor, a powerful person of the Purple Mansion realm, in attendance, plus these crazy guys from the Heavenly Fury Sect. I'm afraid that the entire Heavenly Lanzhou Prefecture would be trembling. Hongling,
I'm afraid that Elder Ancestor Changsheng wants to incorporate the Heavenly Fury Sect, and I'm afraid that he wants to unify the Tianlan Prefecture. Flower Dream Shadow looked at Qin Hongling next to her and asked in a low voice. Yesterday, you have been serving the Elder Ancestor of Eternal Life. Have you inquired about any news from her? Qin Hongling was still in shock when she suddenly heard her master's question and hurriedly said, Master, I only learned of this news just now when I heard Elder Ancestor Everlasting speak, but all of this is unimportant. Regardless of whether or not Elder Everlasting can be successfully integrated, I feel that we, the 100 Flowers Sect, must have a good relationship with Elder Everlasting. Cultivation at the Purple Mansion realm possessed a lifespan of at least several thousand years, and if no strong person from other clans could catch up with the Elder Ancestor of Eternal Life, I'm afraid that the entire Heavenly Lanzhou would have to be subjugated to his residual power. Make good relations, that is a matter of course, but there is one thing that Hua Menjing still has no bottom in his heart. Apprentice, do you think that Elder Ancestor Everlasting wants to take you as a concubine, if he really sees your beauty? Hearing her master ask this, Qin Hongling's smiling face immediately reddened, not expecting her master to inquire about such a shameful matter. Although she was the holy maiden of the 100 Flowers Sect, she was still intact until now. Senior, I'm not sure if Elder Eternal Ancestor really sees my beauty, but with Elder Eternal Ancestor's cultivation, I don't think there's anything else in our 100 Blossoms Valley for him to miss. At these words, Flower Dream Shadow fell into silence, feeling that her disciple had a point. Even if Chen Changsheng explicitly said that he wanted to incorporate the 100 Flowers Sect, would they dare to refuse? Perhaps the Elder Ancestor of Eternal Life would say that it was up to them whether they agreed or not. But how many people would dare to gamble on this matter? In that case, was Elder Ancestor Changsheng really looking for their 100 Flowers Sect for the sake of Qin Hongling's good looks? Thinking of this, Hua Menjing was just about to say something to Qin Hongling when she heard Qin Hongling initiate a voice transmission. Master, last night I spent the night with Elder Ancestor Everlasting, and I suddenly have a feeling that Elder Ancestor Everlasting is not only humorous and witty, but he's also quite good at playing. Not like these power-mongering, blood-sucking perverts. Qin Hongling still remembers to this day that these perverted maniacs from the Heaven's Wrath sect wanted to remove both of her hands and feet before they could kill her. She couldn't imagine how miserable she'd be when it did come to that. Better to be alive than dead, so to speak. Elder Eternal Ancestor has a good sense of humor and is quite playful? Apprentice, how did you tell? Flower Dream Shadow looked at Qin Hongling with a face full of curiosity. Hearing her master's question, Qin Hongling's pretty face flushed red and she didn't know how to explain. Last night, although Old Ancestor didn't take her body, he played with all that he could, or changed it up, checked her all over, so to speak. It's just that these things, where would she have the nerve to explain them to her master? Seeing her master's face full of anticipation, Qin Hongling pondered for a moment before saying, Master, otherwise, you'll be able to experience it for yourself if you have more contact with the Elder Ancestor in the future. A little more contact with the Eldritch Elder and you'll be able to experience it for yourself? Seeing Qin Hongling's blushing face, Hua Menjing was filled with doubt. What exactly did my disciple talk to the Elder Ancestor last night? Why are you so shy all of a sudden? Seeing that my disciple is still intact, I don't think the Elder Ancestor has done anything to her, right? Flower Dream Shadow couldn't figure it out, but she was curious in her heart. It seemed like there was a real need to have more contact with the Elder Ancestor in the future. This was not only for the sake of the future of the 100 Flowers Sect, but she also wanted to understand what her disciple meant by funny and quite playful. Other side, the angry-eyed demon King Feng Shanhua pondered for a moment and spoke. Elder Ancestor Everlasting, you are a powerhouse of the Violet Mansion realm. Your talent is unrivaled, and you are the #1 person in our Heavenly Southern Prefecture. Since you have taken a liking to our Heavenly Fury Sect, it is our luck, and I, the Heavenly Fury Sect, hereby make an oath of the Great Tao to serve Elder Ancestor Everlasting from here on out and never betray. In Chen Changsheng's eyes, although the people of the Heavenly Fury Sect were a bit crazy, they were definitely not stupid. Because of the special cultivation technique, although they preferred to kill, it didn't mean that they weren't afraid of death. It was extremely normal for the more powerful cultivators to be more afraid of death. If they really didn't fear life and death, they wouldn't have made that kind of great Tao oath 10,000 years ago in order to save their lives. And now that they were cowering in this barbaric mountain in seclusion and could only rely on killing demonic beasts to nourish their blood chi, it was likewise a manifestation of fear of death. Facing this Cloud Sky Sect's Elder Ancestor, the only way to live was to submit. To go against it would be a dead end. After all, the other party had already reached the legendary Purple Mansion realm. seeing Feng Shangyue make his choice. Then Chen Changsheng's two purposes for coming to the Heavenly Nuance Sect were all realized. Congratulations to Brother Changsheng for organizing the Heavenly Fury Sect. Qin Hongling came to Chen Changsheng's side and said with a fluttering face.
On the second day,
Chen Changsheng then brought Qin Hongling and Hua Menjiang back to the Hundred Flowers Sect. How could Qin Hongling and Hua Menjiang not expect that Chen Changsheng would incorporate the Heavenly Fury Sect? However, now that this had become a fact, the next thing they had to do was to strike a good relationship with Chen Changsheng, which was crucial for their Hundred Flowers Sect. After returning to the Hundred Flowers Sect, Qin Hongling served by Chen Changsheng's side, and Chen Changsheng was at ease enjoying this maid service. Brother Long Night, now that you've integrated the Heavenly Fury Sect, the unification of Tianlan Prefecture will be just around the corner in the future. Seeing this girl patting her own ass, Chen Changsheng unceremoniously swept her into his arms with one of his large hands. The Heaven's Wrath Sect didn't have a choice in the first place. Compared to this matter, I'm more concerned about another matter.
That is, have you submitted to the remaining power of this seat? Chen Changsheng looked at Qin Hongling with a smirk. When these words came out, Qin Hongling's pretty face flushed red.
Now that she was originally still a perfect body and practiced the crippled Hundred Flowers bright moon body, she needed to endure the pain of burning with desire every moment. Being teased like this by Chen Changsheng, where could Qin Hongling resist?
Not a moment later, she was flushed, panting,
and leaning helplessly in Chen Changsheng's arms.
Brother Long Night, I'm originally an ordinary woman. How can I withstand Brother's aftermath when it's so shocking? Chapter 37, The Remnant Soul in the Ring is a Woman?
Seeing Qin Hongling's charming eyes and hearing a pleasant voice with a hint of pleasing color,
Chen Changsheng burst out laughing. Earlier, when I first met with you, I beheaded that young man named Tian Yang.
I heard that you had some affinity with that young man.
And now that you've been cut down by me, do you have any blame in your heart?
Chen Changsheng looked at Qin Hongling and asked.
How could Qin Hongling not expect that elder ancestor Changsheng would suddenly bring up the man called Tian Yang? To be honest,
she had already forgotten who the other party was if the old ancestor didn't mention them. So at this moment, she smiled charmingly and said, Brother Changsheng, I also only have a one-sided relationship with the teenager called Tian Yang, although he helped me to do one thing, but once I also saved his life. In that case we are also considered to offset. Brother Changsheng made a move to behead that young man called Tian Yang, so I guess the other party must have done something hurtful that offended Brother. Brother is really strange.
Why are you suddenly asking people about an unimportant person? Previously, Qin Hongling did have some good feelings towards Tian Yang. However, these good feelings have nothing to do with love, purely because I think the other party is very perseverance, not afraid of life and death. Simply appreciate it, and only at that time will be able to save each other. If you can give each other time to grow, maybe there's something to be done later, but now that he has fallen, it is pointless to say anything. Even if the other party was a genius and demon, he was now just a pile of yellow earth. At the same time, in front of a strong person like Chen Changsheng, that young man called Tian Yang was nothing. It was just that what made Qin Hongling curious was why Chen Changsheng would suddenly mention the other party. However, right at this moment, the ring worn on Chen Changsheng's hand flickered with light. Qin Hongling was right. That Yi Tian's alias Tian Yang was indeed an insignificant person in front of him.
Chen Changsheng smiled bashfully and said,
It's nothing much, just asking casually. After all, I think that young man called Tian Yang is on good terms with you. Qin Hongling was also extremely smart and immediately smiled and said, Brother Changsheng, I also only have a one-sided relationship with the other party, and I can't even be considered a friend. Although I don't know how that guy offended you, but since the other party dared to do such a thing, he deserves to die. Even if Brother Changsheng doesn't personally take action, but whenever I find out about it, I will still draw a line with him. Luckily this guy died early. If I knew that he corrupted Brother Changsheng's reputation, as long as I know about it, I will definitely make him regret being a human being. Nowadays, Qin Hongling was basically Chen Changsheng's person, so she would consider anything from Chen Changsheng's perspective. Although her words had the suspicion of currying favor with Chen Changsheng, what she said was also from her heart. When Chen Changsheng heard this, a smile appeared on his face. Hongling, since you followed me, when we get married, we will definitely not fail you. Prepare yourself, tomorrow we'll set off and directly take the demonic treasure. Brother everlasting, are we leaving tomorrow? Not bad, as I said before, I will take the entire 100-flower bright moon body and present it to you as a bride price. Then we can consummate our marriage. Upon hearing this, Qin Hongling blinked her big eyes and muttered with a flirtatious expression, Brother Changsheng, Don't think that I don't know that you're thinking about my body, so let's ask you if you like it? Humph. Brother Everlasting is so powerful. How dare I say I don't like it? Ha ha, Hongling is really a mesmerizing little demon. As long as Brother Eternal likes it. Qin Hongling, who had been recklessly tortured by Chen Changsheng in the evening, slept straight through. Chen Changsheng arrived in the middle of the courtyard and sat down on his knees, then smiled. Aren't you going to come out for a chat? There was no response from the surrounding area. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng didn't force himself and continued. Since you have no intention of coming out, I will simply destroy this spatial ring. Just as Chen Changsheng was about to strike, and without knowing that he was shocked by Chen Changsheng's words, the ring finally rattled at that moment. Humph. This seat has nothing to talk about with thieves. You can kill or die as you please. Don't think that this seat is a person who is afraid of death. This voice was incomparably cold, but yet it was extremely good. Chen Changsheng couldn't help but stare and subconsciously asked, "You're actually a woman?" In the ring space, that stunningly beautiful figure froze at that moment as well. It's either a man or a woman in this world, and she's a woman. So what's the big deal? How could this Cloud Sky Sect's old ancestor be so surprised by this matter? Never mind. This stunningly beautiful figure didn't care about that at this point. The next moment, her voice, which was as melodious as an oriole's, sounded once again. How did you know that this seat's Yuanshan is hidden within this spatial ring? Although this seat's physical body has been destroyed and the Yuanshan has suffered heavy damage, it has not yet fallen. Coupled with this seat's deliberate concealment, even if you step into the Purple Mansion realm, it should be difficult to detect it without any special means. The melodious voice from the spatial ring came again. Chen Changsheng didn't reply as he was messing up at this moment. What the is this? How did the golden finger of Yi Tian, the son of Heaven's destiny, turn into a woman? In the original, Chen Changsheng thought that he had watched it very carefully, which was why he was very familiar with the plot. To be honest, Heaven's destined son Yi Tian's rise all the way up could not be separated from the help of his golden-fingered old grandpa. And as for the origin of this golden-fingered old grandpa of his, Chen Changsheng was also very clear about it. The Tianxian continent's 19 states, Tianlan state was located in the northern part of the continent, a fringe area, for the Tianxian continent, which had a vast territory. This place was very remote. In Tianlan prefecture, a small divine hidden realm cultivator was able to become a party hegemon, and in other great states, this level of cultivation wasn't considered to be anything strong. In the original story, Yi Tian's gold finger old grandpa was named Lin Tianhe, called by Yi Tian as Old Man Lin, and came from the central divine state, the center of the Tianxian continent. The central divine prefecture was extremely prosperous and possessed three major superpowers. The Divine Dan Pavilion, which focuses on alchemy. Wan Bao Lu, with a focus on refining weapons. The Rune God Tower, with its focus on rune codification. These three forces all had extremely special means, and there were countless strong people among them. And Lin Tianhe was from the Divine Dan Pavilion. He was also the head of the Divine Dan Pavilion, an 8th grade alchemist, as well as an Enlightenment realm powerhouse. In the vast central divine prefecture, one could be considered a figure standing at the pinnacle. Unfortunately, the persecution forced him to destroy his physical body and hide his soul in this spatial ring, which eventually led him to this remote place in Tianlan prefecture. The Divine Dan Pavilion consisted of two great families, the Lin family and the Dan family, and the position of pavilion master was selected once every 50 years. During these last 50 years, Lin Tianhe should have been the pavilion master, and the Dan family was afraid of Lin Tianhe's talent and strength, so he colluded with other forces to lay hands on Lin Tianhe, and then went on a rampage to suppress the Lin family, wanting to completely turn the Divine Dan Pavilion into the Dan family's possession. To be honest, Chen Changsheng was not interested in Lin Tianhe's origins, but how could I not expect that this old grandfather with the golden finger? How did he become a woman? By the way, what's your name? Chen Changsheng opened his mouth and asked. This seat's name is also something you are qualified to know? That stunningly beautiful figure said in a cold tone. Chapter 38, Lord of the Divine Dan Pavilion. Lin Hanzhuang, you're from the Central Divine Prefecture, the Lin family of the Divine Dan Pavilion? Chen Changsheng continued to ask. Originally, the stunning figure in the ring space did not want to take care of Chen Changsheng, but when she heard this, she was filled with surprise and said, You actually know where I came from? Who exactly are you? Could it be that you've also been to the Central Divine State? Chen Changsheng did not answer the other party's question, and through the side conversations just now, he had pretty much figured it out by now. It was true that he had traveled into the novel, but for some reason,
This world had changed a bit from the original.
Name, Lin Hanswang. Realm, Pekotian Realm. Identity, Master of the Pavilion of Sacred Pills. Roots and Bones, Sacred. Techniques, Taishan Danjing. Jiusheng Xuanfa. Xian Tianshan Xia. Talent, Dan Ling Sacred Body. Face value, 94.
Other, the body is besieged, but the soul survives and must be nurtured in a special container.
Chen Changsheng knew the original plot,
so naturally he could not have done something like giving away experience.
Therefore, after seeing the Son of Heaven's destiny Yi Tian, he would directly choose to suppress the other party. Of course, when he had struck out at Yi Tian was only at the Hotian realm cultivation,
while he had already reached the Zifu realm. With the help of old Grandpa Goldfinger, Yi Tian did have many means to cross the border and kill a strong person of the innate realm.
But so what? Crossing the border to challenge doesn't mean invincibility.
He was a strong person of the Purple Mansion realm. For realms above Yi Tian, a world of difference.
In this situation, Yi Tian had no possibility of escaping at all. One hit. Yi Tian didn't have any time to react at all. Even his golden finger granny didn't react.
It was also fortunate that the other party was a soul body,
hidden in a spatial ring, which dodged a bullet.
Or else she would have fallen with Yi Tian at that time. Chen Changsheng had the system and knew where the plot was going.
And honestly he didn't care about the golden finger at all.
If the other party didn't respond, then he would really just destroy the spatial ring. But now that Chen Changsheng was interested, it looked like the plot had changed. This Divine Dan Pavilion's young eunuch had turned into $1,000 young lady. And his face value was still so high, his voice so melodious, and his figure absolutely beautifully diffuse. Although the physical body was destroyed, the soul body could tell something. In the end, it was an earthly beauty and a superior object for taking a wife and concubine.
So it was a pity to ruin it like that.
Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment and said directly,
"If I'm not mistaken, you hid in this spatial ring in order to be able to remake your physical body one day." Previously, Yi Tian's cultivation went backward instead of forward for several years.
"So I think you must have absorbed it and used it to warm up your soul body." As soon as these words came out, the stunning figure in the spatial ring trembled violently,
and its face became ugly.
She didn't know why Chen Changsheng knew these things. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Chen Changsheng knew that it was a tacit acceptance.
So he continued, "Now that Yi Tian has fallen, do you want to choose another bright master?
I'll be able to help you remodel your physical body. And even if you seek revenge on the Dan family,
it's not impossible." Seeking revenge on the Dan family?
Lin Hanfang's heart jolted as she subconsciously asked,
"How do you even know that I was seriously injured once? Could it be that you have a relationship with the Divine Dan Pavilion?"
Before she could finish her sentence, she simply stopped. She had been framed by the Dan family.
Even the Lin family did not know about it.
Otherwise it would not have been possible for her to choose to flee for her life in the first place due to her isolation and the destruction of her physical body.
Such a secret was known only to the Dan family. Except for her. Could it be that this elder ancestor of the Cloud Sky Sect was colluding with the Dan family? But that's unlikely again.
Heavenly Lan City was separated from the central divine state by an unknown distance.
And because of some special reasons,
it was almost impossible to travel to the central divine state. But right now this elder ancestor of eternal life knew where she came from,
and knew it in such detail. This couldn't be explained. In the next moment,
a trace of coldness flashed through Lin Hanchuang's beautiful eyes.
"Humph, you colluded with the Dan family?" "No, I don't have any dealings with the Dan family. Otherwise, after knowing that you,
the Divine Dan Pavilion's Lin family's eldest young lady,
survived in a soul body, this seat would have long ago obliterated you."
Lin Hanchuang frowned slightly, and had to say that Chen Changsheng had a point. It was unlikely that this Cloud Sky Sect patriarch was with the Dan family. Although he was very curious in his heart as to how Chen Changsheng had learned of these secrets, Lin Hanchuang was also clear that even if he inquired, this Cloud Sky Sect ancestor would not necessarily tell him.
Thinking of this, Lin Hanfang did not continue to pursue the matter. The next moment, she let out a cold snort, directly stating her attitude. Although this seat hasn't spent a lot of time with Yi Tian, it has also taught him the cultivation method. So we are considered master and disciple. You're this seat's enemy for beheading my disciple just like that. Do you think I'll keep company with my enemy? Just die. Even if you kill this seat, I won't be in your company. After saying that, the stunningly beautiful figure within the spatial ring did not make another sound. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng did not force himself to do so, and put the space ring back on his hand after a bashful smile. This action was extremely strange to Lin Hansuan.
This seat has just made itself known.
And you actually didn't lay a hand on me?
When Chen Changsheng heard this, he was also speechless. I can't believe there's a rush for death. Chen Changsheng was also amused by Lin Hansuang and laughed.
Could it be that I am that murderous in your eyes?
Oh,
isn't it?
Lin Hanfeng burst into a cold laugh. Chen Changsheng didn't get angry and said with a smile,
I naturally have my reasons for beheading Tian. What reason?
This seat has been in the spatial ring for quite some time.
How come I don't know what Tianer has offended you? The Cloud Sky Sect ancestor? Didn't offend me? But didn't Tian also make an oath of the great Tao to fight our Cloud Sky Sect to seek justice for him after his complete rise to power?
Chen Changsheng smiled and asked rhetorically. With these words,
Lin Hanyan fell into silence.
This was something Tian did say. It was just that at that time, being in Falling Leaves City, only Tian himself knew about it. So how did this Cloud Sky Sect's old ancestor know about it? Could it be that the other party still had the divine ability to deduce heavenly chances?
Lin Hanchuan's heart was full of doubts.
But she soon snorted coldly and said, Tianer and Yi Wuxuan were originally childhood sweethearts. And there is still a marriage contract in place. So you guys are relying on the prestige of the Cloud Sky Sect to find Tianer to forcefully withdraw from the marriage. If the cultivation level is too high to look at Tianer, it's fine to secretly come and dissolve the marriage. The matter of relationship itself is about two lovers. It's not that I can't understand it, but is it necessary for you guys to make a big fuss about it? This also makes Tianer completely lose his dignity. In the future when the strength is strong after going up to your Yun Tianzhong to ask for a statement, is there a problem? Rather, it is you, a great devil, who relies on your high cultivation level and strikes out at a latecomer and directly beheads him. What difference is there between this practice and those in the devil's way? Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng said blandly, our Yin Tian sect sits in Tianlan Prefecture. We don't know how much effort we've put in, and a tiny junior dares to say that he's beating up on our Yin Tian sect, and to defy us with such behavior and demeanor. Where does this leave the majesty of our Yun Tianzhong? Is it a problem for this seat to make a move in this situation? Chapter 39 Devil's Dignity Treasure. Unmistakable 100 flowers and bright moon body. Besides, the path of cultivation is all about the weak and the strong and the survival of the fittest, even if there's no reason to behead him and this seat kills him. So what? It can only be said that it's his destiny. Likewise, if a stronger powerhouse were to behead me here, I would have nothing to say, and I could only blame myself for being too weak, and would definitely not complain to the heavens. I thought that you came from the central divine state and had extensive knowledge, and that you were very penetrating to these truths, but now it seems that it's nothing more than possessing a holy mother's heart. No wonder your Lin family can't play with the Dan family and has fallen into this situation.
It's not without reason. Not strong enough? Still yakking about it? The heart of Mary? At this time, Lin Hansuan was completely enraged by Chen Changsheng, and said angrily, you guy, you actually spoke out to humiliate this seat. Boom! Before Lin Hansuan could finish his sentence, his soul body fainted limply on the ground. It was Chen Changsheng's divine soul that came out of his body and knocked the other party out with a single punch. Too lazy to listen to the other party's jabbering and babbling here. Although he liked beautiful women, he was definitely not a dog licker. Right now, his thoughts were very simple. First lock up this woman and temper her a bit. If the future is still unwise, then he will definitely not be polite. With that, Chen Changsheng grabbed Lin Hanchuan's divine soul and threw it back into the spatial ring. In the spatial ring, Lin Hanfan's body fell softly to the ground. I'm afraid that in her life she had never imagined that she would be directly knocked out by someone one day. Ever since the split of the demon sect in the ancient times, the headquarters of the demon sect was also empty, and up to now the place was a barren ruin. It was said to be a demon treasure, but it wasn't actually a hidden scripture pavilion, but a secret space that was independent of the demon sect's headquarters. On this day, Chen Changsheng brought Flower Dream Shadow and Qin Hongling to this place. After arriving here, Chen Changsheng took out 3 keys, which soon fused together and transformed into a stream of light that shot up into the sky. With that, the entrance to the secret realm appeared, causing a great commotion, but it was a pity that the surrounding area was isolated by a formation laid down by Chen Changsheng. Therefore no one knew about the commotion over here, and this legendary demon treasure was opened. Is it that easy? So the devil's treasure was found by us just like that? As Chen Changsheng took a step into this secret realm and looked at everything within it, Qin Hongling felt as if she was dreaming. In fact, not only her, Hua Menjing also had the same reaction at this time. For tens of thousands of years, the disciples of the 5 sects of the Devil's Way had never stopped searching for the Devil's treasures. Who would have thought that the 100 Flowers sect would actually find the Demon sect's treasure so easily and open it up when it came to their generation? It all seemed like a dream.
Of course, it was all thanks to Chen Changsheng that he was able to come here so easily.
Thinking of this, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but say gratefully,
the fact that my disciple was able to find the devil's treasure is all due to Elder Ancestor Changsheng.
Otherwise, without Elder Ancestor Changsheng's intervention,
even if we were able to open the devil's treasure,
we might not have been able to find what we wanted in it.
In order to repay Elder Ancestor eternal life's great kindness,
my disciple must serve Elder Ancestor well in the future. Got it? Chen Changsheng, who was standing on the side, didn't know what to say after hearing this.
He also knew that Hua Menjing was saying these things to please him.
In fact, Chen Changsheng, who knew the original,
was very clear in his mind.
What Hua Menjing said is true. In the original, in order to collect the 3 keys, the whole Tian Lanzhou is in a mess.
Later, after the devil's treasure was opened, a great battle between the righteous and the devils took place just at the entrance of the secret realm.
To be honest, it was only that Yi Tian who was the son of heaven's destiny, or else with his little cultivation, he would be qualified to obtain the Demon Father's inheritance. However, at the moment,
all of this had nothing to do with Yi Tian, so he didn't have to worry about anything else. Qin Hongling's pretty face immediately reddened when she heard her master's instructions.
In the past few days,
except for his own intact body that he did not give to the Elder Ancestor,
he had given all the others. How else can I serve the Master himself? Is it possible to give away one's perfect body as well? Master, don't worry, I'll serve Elder Ancestor everlasting well in the future.
Just that the flawless 100-flower bright moon body,
is it really in the devil's treasure? Hearing Qin Hongling's question, Hua Menjing directly said,
according to the information passed down from our ancestors,
it should be like this. As soon as Flower Dream Shadow's words fell, Chen Changsheng spoke, all the things you want are inside, so you'll know when you find them later. In the secret realm of the devil's treasure,
it was extremely quiet with the sound of birds and flowers.
In the center of this secret realm, there was a huge pavilion standing next to a lake. Seeing that pavilion,
Hua Menjing's eyes were glowing, and it was hard to hide her surprise.
Found it.
It's exactly the same as the portrait passed down by our 100 Flowers sect.
That's where the Demon Father's treasure is located.
A wave of joy surged through her heart as Flower Dream's shadow immediately ran towards that pavilion.
Looking around,
the surroundings were full of spiritual herbs and medicines of great value.
This is actually Yuan Linggrass? Master, look, isn't that the legendary 100 Flowers Bible?
Why does this little bell look so familiar?
Could it be our 100 Flowers sect's greatest treasure? The 100 Flowers Heavenly Bell? 100 Flowers Sky Bell. That was a 6th order extreme magic weapon.
And when the bell was rung,
it was able to emit the power of seduction,
which fit perfectly with the 100 Flowers sect's gong method. It was just that this magic weapon had been lost in the ancient times,
and Qin Hongling had seen it in the ancient books.
How could she not expect to find it amongst the devil's treasures? This also indirectly showed that there were quite a few good things in the devil's treasure.
Like Qin Hongling, after seeing these legendary things,
Hua Menjing was also frozen on the spot.
It is indeed our 100 Flower sect's 100 Flower Sky Bell. Immediately,
Flower Dream Shadow looked at Chen Changsheng with a pleading face and said tentatively,
Elder Ancestor Changsheng, can this thing be used?
It was entirely due to Chen Changsheng that he was able to open the devil's treasure. Chen Changsheng had also said before that the flawless 100-flower bright moon body was used as Qin Hongling's bride price. As for the other things in the treasure, it was natural for him to take them away. Although there were many good things,
Hua Menjing was not greedy at all.
But this 100 Flowers Heavenly Bell was different.
It was the supreme magic weapon of their 100 Flowers sect.
Seeing that the two women were so excited, without waiting for Hua Menjing to finish his sentence,
Chen Changsheng knew what he wanted to do. He couldn't help but smile and say, give this to Hongling, Elder Ancestor Everlasting. Is this true?
Qin Hongling said with an excited face.
With a single bound,
she jumped up and directly hung onto Chen Changsheng, kissing him fiercely and saying,
thank you, brother Changsheng. I love you to death.
There were 5 floors in this pavilion, and Chen Changsheng and the others searched through them one by one.
And on the highest floor,
Qin Hongling and Hua Menjing finally found what they were looking for,
a flawless 100-flower bright moon body.
When they finished reading the contents of it,
they became even more excited.
This was the perfect and flawless 100 Flowers bright moon body.
With this flawless kung fu,
they wouldn't have to endure the pain of burning with desire while practicing.
Qin Hongling was incomparably surprised. In the next moment, she looked up at Chen Changsheng and said, Brother Changsheng, now that we've finished scavenging, can I cultivate the 100-flower bright moon body with my master immediately? Chapter 40, Lifting a Stone and Striking Your Own Feet. Practice right away? Hearing these words, Chen Changsheng didn't know what came to mind. and with an odd expression, he said, "Are you guys in a hurry to cultivate now?" Because of her incomparably agitated mood,
Chen Hongling did not perceive the strange color in Chen Changsheng's expression.
Instead, he became even happier and said, "Brother Changsheng,
you don't know that my master and I previously practiced the 100-flower bright moon body remnants, leaving numerous drawbacks in our bodies, and every time the moon and Yin days come around, we would burn with desire and endure great pain. With the help of this flawless Gong method at the moment, my master and I can solve these drawbacks, and there shouldn't be much delay." Chen Changsheng nodded. "Since you guys want to cultivate. Then I'll wait a few more days. Thank you, Brother Everlasting, for making it happen." After saying this, Chen Hongling began her cultivation with Hua Menjiang, and the two of them closed their eyes. Chen Changsheng also began to meditate and cultivate.
Only in the back of his mind,
he was wondering if these two women had lifted a stone and smashed their own feet. The 100 Flowers Bright Moon Body was truly an extremely miraculous dual cultivation technique, and it was because of practicing the remnants of it that Chen Hongling and Hua Menjiang were physically ill. After obtaining the complete Gongfu, it was indeed able to make up for the shortcomings in the Gongfu. This was information that had been passed down from the 100 Flowers Sect since ancient times, but there was one thing that Flower Dream Shadow and Chen Hongling reckoned that they had gotten wrong, that the pain of burning with desire was not something that could be resolved by using the Immaculate Technique. It was the cultivation of the Immaculate Technique that needed to be resolved through dual cultivation. To put it simply, it was only because he had previously cultivated a crippled technique and didn't dare to double cultivate that he had piled up the bathing fire chi in his body, and by practicing the Immaculate Technique, it was impossible for the fire bathing chi in his body to disappear. It was just that after practicing the Immaculate Technique, one was able to eliminate the bathing fire chi in the body through dual cultivation. Doing the duo cultivate the 100 flowers and bright moon body of the undesired now would only result in one outcome, and that would be to completely stimulate the years of bathing fire chi within their bodies, and thus the entire person would be out of control. Chen Changsheng glanced at Chen Hongling and Hua Menjiang, and sure enough, without cultivating for a while, these two women's white smiling faces began to turn red hot, and their bodies began to tremble. "Master, why is my whole body rolling even hotter and it's becoming unbearable? Is this the truly flawless 100 flowers bright moon body? Why does the apprentice feel so wrong? Instead of eliminating the bath of fire that's piled up in my body, it's turning over?" Being scorched by the bathing fire chi Chen Hongling, her entire body became boiling hot. He wasn't the only one who was in agony at this moment. Hua Menjiang also had the same reaction. He had been cultivating for a long time and had more bathing fire chi piled up in his body than Chen Hongling. The whole man trembled under the burning and his voice became breathy as he spoke. Could it be that this technique was tampered with 10,000 years ago? Chen Changsheng couldn't stand to watch any longer and directly said, "You are indeed cultivating the flawless 100 flowers bright moon body without any tampering." Hearing this, Chen Hongling's eyes suddenly lit up. Thinking that Chen Changsheng knew the reason, she hurriedly asked, "Brother Changsheng, could it be that you know what the reason is for this situation with my master?" Seeing Chen Hongling's expectant gaze, Chen Changsheng smiled blandly and said, "You guys have forgotten what kind of clan the 100 Flower Sect really is, as well as what kind of technique the 100 Flower Bright Moon Body really is? What kind of kung fu?" Chen Hongling couldn't help but stare, then subconsciously said, "Isn't it a dual cultivation technique?" "Nice." Seeing that Chen Hongling had found the key to the problem, Chen Changsheng smiled and said, "It's the dual cultivation technique, and the fire bathing chi in your bodies is also caused by practicing the dual cultivation technique. Now that you are in a hurry to cultivate the flawless 100 flower bright moon body as a means of making up for your own deficiencies, this is naturally a good thing, but at the same time it will completely ignite your own bathing fire chi. In that case, what do you think is the best way to remove your own fire bathing aura now?" Chen Hongling didn't think about it that much, and subconsciously said, "Naturally, it is through dual cultivation that these can be eliminated." But before she could finish her sentence, she sensed something was wrong. Now that they finally realized what was going on, the whole thing was bad. It turned out that it wasn't by practicing flawless gong methods that one could eliminate these fire-bathing chi. It had to be resolved through dual cultivation. At this time in the secret realm of the Devil's Treasure, there are no outsiders here. How can the two of them double cultivation? However, the next moment, Chen Hongling realized that the old ancestor was looking at them with a smirk. At this moment Chen Hongling's pretty face rolled even hotter as she finally realized something. "Brother Everlasting, did you already know all this but deliberately didn't remind us?" Chen Hongling muttered and looked at Chen Changsheng with a grudging expression. Chen Changsheng directly walked up and wrapped his arms around Chen Hongling. Chen Hongling didn't struggle either.
as she was in Chen Changsheng's arms. Sooner or later this day will come. The scenery here is nice. There's a lake next to it, and it's very nice to marry me here. Chen Changsheng smiled and said, "What does Hongling think?" Qin Hongling did not know what to say now. She had become a lamb to be slaughtered. What was the use of feeling or not feeling? She blankly glanced at Chen Changsheng and said without a trace of anger, "If I say no, will you let me go?" "Of course not. Humph. I've long seen that sooner or later I'll fall into the hands of Brother Everlasting. It seems like I'm in for a rude awakening today. This girl is quite smart and knows that resistance is ineffective." Soon the two were entangled. Seeing this scene, Hua Menjiang's entire body was bad. "You two are thick as thieves. What am I supposed to do?" There was really no other way. Hua Menjiang could only work hard on her gong methods in an attempt to suppress this fire-bathing qi. The 100 Flowers bright moon body, which could solve the drawbacks in terms of cultivation within the body, was a secret that had been passed down from generation to generation in the 100 Flowers sect. Only the word was passed down, but not the full word. This was why Hua Menjiang and Qin Hongling didn't know that lifting the bathing fire qi needed to be resolved through dual cultivation. In the original, Yi Tian, the son of heaven's destiny, in a sense, opens the secret realm of the devil's treasure and becomes the devil's successor. He gifted the gongfu to Qin Hongling and Hua Menjiang at that time. These two silly girls were caught in the same situation. Yi Tian didn't choose to take advantage of people's danger, and found a cold pool for this master and disciple duo, using this to suppress the bathing fire qi in his body. It was also such a move that he completely gained the favor of Qin Hongling and Hua Menjiang, laying the groundwork for him to win over the beauties in the future. But in Chen Changsheng's place, he scoffed at this practice. He believes in one thing, and that's that time breeds love. In the original, it's damn near the grand finale, and Yi Tiani is completely together with Qin Hongling. In his place, oh, if it weren't for the fact that the higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it is to give birth to offspring, he could guarantee that by the time the original was nearing its grand finale, he would be able to get Qin Hongling and the others to have a whole bunch of kids for him. Chapter 41, The Master and Disciple's Backer. In reality, not telling Qin Hongling and Hua Menjiang about the correct method regarding the elimination of the bathing fire qi was not that Chen Changsheng was playing a trick on them, but rather, he felt that it was unnecessary. He had helped them open the secret realm of the devil's treasure trove and obtained the flawless 100-flower bright moon body, which was the bride price for marrying Qin Hongling. Now that he had accomplished it, then Qin Hongling naturally wanted to marry him, so it was only a matter of time before the two had a relationship. Qin Hongling was destined to marry him, and becoming his woman was a natural thing to do, and before, the last step was still missing between them, and there was nothing to be gained by completing the last step now. There's also marrying Qin Hongling, and by the way, marrying her master and disciple, so that they will never be separated. This was originally Chen Changsheng's previous intention. For their consideration, after an unknown amount of time, with the help of Chen Changsheng, the ills within Qin Hongling's body were resolved. A few hours later, Qin Hongling had no strength left and fell asleep in a daze. Chen Changsheng was refreshed for a while, then he looked at Hua Menjiang, the silly 100 Flowers sect patriarch, who was also on the verge of falling into a coma due to not being able to resist the bathing flame qi in her body. Chen Changsheng was a helpful person and then came to Hua Menjiang's side to resolve the ills within her body. Caveat emptor. This is definitely an important event in life. With this cultivation, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The system's voice also sounded in Chen Changsheng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying a wife and taking a concubine, and receiving a tenfold cultivation speed reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for marrying a wife and taking a concubine, and obtaining 10 times of feat strengthening, which allows you to strengthen the feats below the holy order and raise them by 1 level. Qin Hongling and Hua Menjiang were asleep on the bed, and Chen Changsheng had nothing to do and began to take stock of his harvest. Now that you've managed to get a wife and a concubine, the two of you are really cool. Even in his dreams, Chen Changsheng did not expect that by taking Qin Hongling into his room, he had actually gained 10 times the speed of cultivation. Previously, he had also received a tenfold cultivation speed reward, and from the divine hidden realm's first sky, it didn't take long for him to reach the violet mansion realm, his cultivation increasing as if he was riding a rocket, and now with such a reward, the cultivation speed became 20 times faster. He doesn't know how this works either, but with a 20-fold increase in cultivation speed, he was already quite satisfied. The rewards gained from including Flower Dream Shadow in the room were also good. Being able to upgrade the level of the feats. To be honest,
A large reason Chen Changsheng was able to improve so quickly was also because of the fact that the gong methods in the cloudy heavens could be cultivated at will. But in fact, the most powerful technique within the cloudy heavens was only the top grade of the earth order. To give a simple example, if both sides of the fight are also the first heaven of the purple mansion realm, one person cultivates the earth-ordered technique, and one person cultivates the heaven-ordered technique. The two fight. Naturally, the heaven-ordered technique is more powerful, and it's not just 1 star stronger, it's several times stronger. This was also the root of some heaven's pride demons, who could cross the border to challenge. And on top of the heavenly ranked feats, there were saint-ranked feats, which would be even more powerful, and could truly help you realize fighting across great realms. Don't expect to see a sacred ranked feat technique in Tianlan Prefecture for a while. Not for nothing. If Chen Changsheng remembered correctly, that Lin Hanshuang had saint-ranked techniques in her hands. It was just that right now. Between Chen Changsheng and this Lin Hanshuang, the relationship had not yet been established and could not be obtained from the other party. And now, with this Gongfu enhancement opportunity, Chen Changsheng did not have to worry about these problems at all. The system had already said that this feat enhancement was effective for all feats up to the saint rank feats. If one got a heaven rank technique, even if it was a lower heaven rank, strengthening it a few times would be able to raise it to the saint rank. Although sacred feats were basically not available in Tianlan Prefecture, there were still heavenly rank feats. It just so happened that he had a Gongfu that he also liked better, so he could upgrade it sometime later. Now that Qin Hongling and Hua Menjing were resting, Chen Changsheng had planned to cultivate. But then, before he could even begin to experience 20 times the cultivation speed, Qin Hongling woke up leisurely. Brother Changsheng, you just know how to bully Hongling. Qin Hongling looked at Chen Changsheng with a grudging expression. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng cried and laughed a little. Hongling, where did I bully you? Qin Hongling stretched out her small white hand and poked Chen Changsheng's chest, as if taking revenge, saying, Brother Changsheng clearly knew a long time ago that the bathing fire chi in Hongling's body needed to be resolved through dual cultivation, yet he watched as I foolishly forced myself to cultivate. Hongling can see that old ancestor is just lusting after my body. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng pinched Qin Hongling's little face and laughed. I just don't think it's necessary to remind you guys. Right now the bride price that was promised to you has already been given, which means that you're already the seats person. Sooner or later, it'll come to this. Could it be that you still want to look for other people to double cultivate? Hearing this, Qin Hongling blankly glanced at Chen Changsheng and muttered, I've already been old ancestor's person for a long time. I've long since been eaten up by old ancestor. Where is there anyone else in my heart? I'm just a little bit jealous. After all, Leaf Fairy them, but Brother Changsheng explicitly married in to Hongling here, is simply to be. It seems that I really don't have the same status as Fairy Yi and the others in Brother Changsheng's heart. Seeing Qin Hongling pampering herself in her arms, Chen Changsheng stroked her little face and said with a smile, Aren't I trying to solve the drawbacks of your cultivation? Don't get carried away. When we return to the cloudy heavens, if you want this seat, we'll make up a grand wedding ceremony for you. Hearing this, Qin Hongling's eyes lit up, but in the next moment, and without knowing what came to mind, the gleam in his eyes dimmed. Brother everlasting, it's better not to. After all, I come from the 100 Flowers sect. Outsiders say that I'm a demoness of the devil's path. It's nothing for me to suffer from gossip. If I let my brother's reputation be tarnished, then Hongling will not be able to live up to it. Chen Changsheng also understood Qin Hongling's concern. In the Tianlan state the righteous and devilish paths had been opposing each other for many years, although there was no other strife. But at the end of the day, it's two hostile camps. The 100 Flowers sect wandered in the middle of the righteous and evil paths, but they couldn't hide the fact that they were a devilish sect. Chen Changsheng, as the Cloud Sky sect's oldest ancestor with a high level of cultivation, marrying a devilish demoness as a concubine might not be something that others would say. However, taking the 100 Flowers sect's holy maiden as a concubine, this move was bound to be subjected to gossip. But would Chen Changsheng care about that? Honestly speaking, in this world it was always the strongest that was honored. Right now his cultivation was already the #1 person in Tianlan Prefecture. Who dared to gossip about him? Who dared to come and find trouble with him? Thinking of this, Chen Changsheng smiled and said, Hongling, these are all trivial matters. This seat will naturally resolve them. You don't need to worry. As long as this seat is around, it will be the backbone behind you from now on. A backer behind you? Qin Hongling snuggled into Chen Changsheng's arms, not knowing what she was thinking. Immediately afterward, she muttered, Does Brother Changsheng want to be not only Hongling's backer, but also my master's backer at the same time?
Chapter 42, The Devil's Wisp of Obsession. This was all seen by this girl. What else did Chen Changsheng have to say? Chen Changsheng smiled and said, "It's nothing to become a backer for the two of you. She's your senior, and now that you're already mine, then your senior is likewise under my protection." Chen Hongling blankly glanced at Chen Changsheng and said, "My master seems to have woken up." At this moment, Flower Dream Shadow had indeed woken up, but she didn't get up because the current situation was very awkward. Chen Changsheng also sensed Flower Dream Shadow waking up and spoke. "Patriarch Flower, follow this seat from now on, to be able to become the 100 Flowers Sect's patriarch." Flower Dream Shadow was naturally a smart person. At this time, even if she was stupid, she could see that perhaps the Cloud Sky Sect's old ancestor had been thinking about her along with her from the very beginning. Chen Changsheng's talent and strength was the best in Tianlan Prefecture, and now he was the #1 person in Tianlan Prefecture, being thought of by the other side. How can one escape unless one flees in spite of everything? But where can one escape to? Right now, she had completely become Chen Changsheng's person, and Flower Dream Shadow immediately made a choice. She sighed quietly and said, "Please, Elder Eternal Ancestor, have mercy on me in the future. In this world, it is good to have power and be able to do whatever you want." Moreover, the 100 Flowers Sect itself was a dual cultivation sect with a more open mindset, not to mention master and disciple. Even sisters are nothing. As the 100 Flowers Sect's patriarch and holy maiden, there was no telling how many situations like this he had seen. Thus it wasn't difficult for Qin Hongling and Hua Menjing to accept the matter at hand. Qin Hongling, in particular, was even very happy. "Master, from now on, you and I will finally be together for the rest of our lives." Hearing this, Chen Changsheng's face was filled with black lines. If one didn't know any better, one would think they had an orientation problem. "Ha ha, Master, I had a feeling that Brother Everlasting wouldn't let Master off the hook, and it looks like I guessed right too." Hearing this, Hua Menjing's pretty face immediately reddened, not knowing what to say. Unexpectedly, Qin Hongling still refused to let her go, and continued to transmit her voice. "Didn't Master Teacher ask me to find a way to make good relations with the Elder Ancestor before? I was feeling Alexandrian before, but now that Master Teacher himself is here, I can learn well. Master, just now, Elder Eternal Life Ancestor dissolved the drawbacks of the cultivation aspect in your body. How did you feel? Was it extremely comfortable? Master, why don't you say something?" At this moment, Flower Dream Shadow was messing up in the wind. This pavilion had a total of 5 floors, and the treasures stored on these 5 floors were all scavenged by Chen Changsheng. But what Qin Hongling and Hua Menjing didn't expect was that not only did Chen Changsheng not take them out of the secret realm, but instead, he brought them to the front of the nearby lake. "Brother Laozu, what are we doing over here?" Qin Hongling looked towards Chen Changsheng and asked curiously. "There should still be treasures in this lake," Chen Changsheng said with a smile. "What? There are still treasures in the lake?" Qin Hongling said with a face full of shock. Chen Changsheng didn't explain much. In fact, most of those things in the pavilion were out-of-body things, and the real devil's treasure was in the depths of this lake. In the original, Yi Tian fell into the forbidden zone because of a fight, thus obtaining the devil's treasure and thus the devil's inheritance. Practitioners are also able to stay underwater for a long time with means of avoiding water. Under Chen Changsheng's leadership, he soon entered this lake, only for there to be an entrance to a palace at the bottom of the lake. In the original story, Yi Tian also entered this palace by mistake when he was in the eye of the formation. Chen Changsheng didn't know where the eye of this formation was, but it didn't matter. With his cultivation of the Purple Mansion realm, he could directly break this formation. He then made his way to the palace. This palace was extremely luxurious, in which there were not many things placed, only a bronze ancient coffin, and a hanging portrait as well as a bottle of pills placed on the table for an unknown number of years. Chen Changsheng did not say anything and came to the front of the bronze ancient coffin. I don't know how much time passed before I muttered, "Worthy of being the #1 beauty of Tianlan Prefecture 10,000 years ago," only to see the bronze ancient coffin. There is a female corpse lying. Actually tens of thousands of years have not decayed. The figure of the wind, incomparably wonderful, and there was also a hint of an ethereal immortal aura emanating from it. Qin Hongling walked over as if she was a bit jealous. "Brother Changsheng, what are you staring at a corpse for so long?" Chen Changsheng didn't say anything, but it was Hua Menjing next to him who seemed to be shocked by the Tao rhythm emanating from this corpse. After losing tens of thousands of years of time, it's actually possible for this kind of Tao rhythm to remain? Elder Ancestor Everlasting, what exactly is this woman? Chen Changsheng glanced at Flower Dream Shadow and spoke.
She was the #1 beauty in Tianlan Prefecture 10,000 years ago. Why it was placed here is also very simple. Because she has another identity. That of the wife of the demon father. What? The devil's wife? Hearing this, Hua Menjing and Qin Hongling all froze. This time, Qin Hongling also carefully sized up the female corpse. The system evaluates Qin Hongling's face value as high as 94 points. A perfect color on earth. In fact, Qin Hongling herself was extremely confident in her own appearance. Not to mention that she had deliberately flirted with Yi Wushuang in front of Chen Changsheng before. But in her heart she did not place Yi Wushuang in her eyes, at least from the looks. After all, on the 100 Flowers ranking of Tianlan Prefecture, he was ranked first while Yi Wushuang was ranked 9th. The eyes of the masses were discerning. That means she's more beautiful than Fairy Yi. But now, when she saw this #1 beauty of Tianlan Prefecture 10,000 years ago, she was a bit nonplussed. It was as if she really couldn't compare to this, the #1 beauty of Tianlan Prefecture 10,000 years ago. It wasn't a difference in looks, but the other party's temperament was even more outstanding. As cool as a fairy. I'm sure that this woman was definitely that kind of high-flying model in her lifetime. And Qin Hongling, who came from the 100 Flowers sect, knew that very well. Such a high and cold paradigm sometimes makes it easier to arouse a man's desire to conquer. Fortunately, this woman died early, or else the old ancestor's brother might have run off to find her first. Thinking of this, Qin Hongling spoke. Brother Changsheng, you can't always look at each other with that kind of gaze. It will feel very disrespectful to the deceased. Disrespect for the dead? Well, he did look at it several times just now. Just as Chen Changsheng was about to say something, suddenly a deep voice came from the palace. This seat has been waiting for so long. Finally someone has come here. Junior, how long has the outside world passed? Junior? Qin Hongling's eyes widened when she saw this. Who is this talking to? The next moment, she blinked her big eyes and said, Old ancestor brother, it seems to be talking to you? He actually called you a teenager? Chen Changsheng naturally knew who was speaking, so he said, although it's just a wisp of obsession, but the demon father is after all in existence from 10,000 years ago, so there's no problem in treating this seed as a teenager. Hearing these words, Qin Hongling and Hua Menjing could not help but be shocked. The voice was actually a strand of the demon lord's obsession. Chapter 43, Devil Sect Inheritance. They hurriedly looked at each other, only to see that at an unknown time, a handsome man's figure came out from within that portrait. It looked suave and imposing, although it was a wisp of obsession, but there was a powerful aura remaining. No matter if it was Qin Hongling or Hua Dream Shadow, it was as if they were dreaming. How could they not expect that they could actually meet with the ancient demonic sect's demonic venerable one day? It was as if the Devil Sovereign's obsession was also observing Qin Hongling and Flower Dream Shadow. After a moment, he spoke. 100 Flower Bright Moon Body. It seems that the two of you should be disciples of the 100 Flower lineage of the Devil Sect. This one was naturally a Devil Dao Elder in general. Flower Dream Shadow and Qin Hongling didn't dare to be arrogant, and hurriedly saluted. 100 Flower Sect Patriarch Flower Dream Shadow. Meet Demon Lord. Holy Daughter of the 100 Flowers Sect. Qin Hongling. Meet Lord Demon Lord. Qin Hongling also saluted. This wisp of the Devil Sovereign's obsession didn't make any movements, but instead looked at Chen Changsheng once again and said, How long has passed in the outside world? 10,000 years have passed since the fall. Chen Changsheng said, Has 10,000 years passed? The Devil Sovereign murmured with a look of emotion. It's still true that the years have gone by. It's already been 10,000 years. After lamenting, the Devil Sovereign formally entered the topic and said directly, This secret realm was sealed from the day it was sealed. This seat knew that one day it would be opened, so it set up an array here. If you want to enter this palace, you must pass the seat's test. Talent and heart are all missing. If you can enter this palace, then you are destined to be with this seat. This seat asks you, are you willing to inherit this seat's legacy? As soon as the Devil Sect's words fell, Chen Changsheng directly said, Unwilling. That's good. When these words came out, the Devil Sect wondered if he hadn't reacted, and subconsciously said, Since you are willing to accept this seat's inheritance, it's just that before accepting the inheritance, you have to make an oath of the Great Tao. Saying this, as if reacting, the Devil Sect was filled with surprise. Young man, what did you just say? You're actually unwilling to accept this seat's inheritance? Do you know how many people covet this seat's inheritance and how many people want it? If you obtain this seat's inheritance, as long as you don't slack off, and as long as your cultivation is successful, then you will definitely become a party hegemon of the Tianlan Prefecture. When Chen Changsheng heard these words, he was speechless. The demon sect's obsession had been in this secret realm for tens of thousands of years, and he was afraid that his brain was stupid, and he was actually unable to perceive his cultivation. Now he actually wanted to take him as a disciple, and didn't take a look at whether he was qualified enough or not. With that, Chen Changsheng directly slapped out a palm, and a heavenly palm print appeared, directly slapping at the demon sect's obsession. This sudden slap really baffled the demon lord. However, he reacted quickly enough and quickly dodged the palm. Young man, what are you doing attacking me? Something's not right. You're not an ordinary person. You're actually a powerhouse of the Purple Mansion realm? The demon deity was shocked inexplicably said. He had been sleeping here for tens of thousands of years, and his perceptions had long since become less sharp than before. What's more, it was only a wisp of residual thoughts at the moment, and it was only normal that he didn't perceive Chen Changsheng's cultivation. It was only now when he felt the aura that erupted from Chen Changsheng's entire body that he snapped out of it, immediately sensing Chen Changsheng's cultivation realm. Not bad, I've already reached the Purple Mansion realm, and with a cultivation level like that, do you think I still need to worship you as my teacher? Chen Changsheng looked at the demonic father and asked with a smile. Even 10,000 years ago, Purple Mansion realm powerhouses were a rare existence in the Sky Lancao prefecture. After all, even a powerhouse like the Demon Exalt was only in the 9th heaven of the Violet Mansion realm. At this moment, the demonic father was staring at Chen Changsheng with a deadly stare, even if looks could deceive. But how could the demonic father not see that Chen Changsheng was not very old? I'm afraid he hadn't even reached the Purple Mansion realm when he was that age. This showed that this young man's talent, I'm afraid, was even more terrifying than his Demon Exalt. In that case, it seems that you should not have come here by way of passing the examination, but by forcibly breaking the formation with an external force to get here? At this time, the devil father also reacted and opened his mouth. Chen Changsheng smiled indifferently and did not answer the question, but that's kind of the default. This time, it was the devil's turn to be embarrassed. For cultivators, the most difficult thing was to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. With Chen Changsheng's cultivation talent, being able to reach this level at such a young age, if he was given a little more time, surpassing him would definitely not be difficult. It's just that the Devil Sovereign still had some things that he wanted to entrust the inheritor to do, so he was very unwilling in his heart and couldn't help but say, this Seat's Gongfu is a heavenly grade extreme Gongfu. It's just a heaven-ranked technique? If I want it, I'll be able to obtain even a saint-ranked technique. Chen Changsheng said with a smile. The Devil Sovereign was not yet willing to do so and continued, but if you become this seat's successor, the entire Devil Dao will worship you as their lord. Chen Changsheng laughed and shook his head. Demon Father, you've been here for tens of thousands of years, so it seems that your brain isn't working well anymore. The Demon Sect has been disbanded for so long. Do you think the descendants of those 5 veins of disciples will still listen to your orders? Besides, with my cultivation, do you think it's difficult for me to make those people submit? Hearing this, the demonic father fell into silence. Immediately, the devil father, full of hope to look at the side of the Qin Hongling, said, 100 Flowers clan is also a lineage of my magic clan. If worship for me is not considered to be a change of family, I do not know this girl. Willing to, or not, she doesn't want to either. Before the devil sovereign could finish his words, Chen Changsheng directly said, becoming my woman is no worse than becoming your successor. Demon Sovereign, also being a Violet Mansion realm powerhouse, do you think you have anything that I should be afraid of? Chen Changsheng mocked without hesitation. Seeing Chen Changsheng completely look down on himself, the Demon Sovereign was directly enraged. If that's the case, then what are you still doing here? The demonic father said in a deep voice. I came here for my own reasons. Naturally, Chen Changsheng said as he walked towards the bronze ancient coffin. It wasn't clear if he was talking to the demon's obsession or who he was talking to. Feng Qingqing, the #1 beauty of Tianlan Prefecture 10,000 years ago. With this stunning face as well as her noble temperament, she is indeed worthy of such praise. The Devil Sovereign didn't know why Chen Changsheng would say that, but before he could inquire, Chen Changsheng spoke. To worship you as a teacher, you need to make a great Dao vow. So why don't you let me guess what this great Dao vow of yours is? If I'm not mistaken, I think there must be one that must be, for me to find a way to resurrect Feng Qingqing. When these words came out, Qin Hongling and Flower Dream Shadow hadn't felt anything yet, while the Demon Zun's face changed drastically as he asked, how do you know about this? Who the hell are you? Chapter 44, letting you revive her, and you want to marry her? Chen Changsheng smiled blandly and said, this bronze ancient coffin is a magic weapon that is close to the 8th rank. To be able to find this bronze ancient coffin, I'm sure you must have gone through a great deal of effort as well. You went to great lengths to obtain this bronze ancient coffin because it has a marvelous effect of harboring the remnant soul and flesh. If it's really just a dead person, you don't have to go through all this trouble. Just now I already sensed that Chen Changsheng still has remnants of her soul left in her body and hasn't completely fallen. This should be the secret technique you used 10,000 years ago to stabilize her last breath. But to truly resurrect her, you need the legendary 9 Revolutions Soul Restoration Pill. It's just that you've already fallen with only a wisp of your residual soul left. This is something that simply can't be done. You can only let your successor do it. That's the real reason why your 10,000-year-old obsession won't go away. I don't know if I've guessed correctly? 10,000 years ago, Chen Changsheng had indeed fallen, and the place where the two were buried was in this secret realm. It was just that unlike the demon venerable, he had truly fallen, but Chen Changsheng was left with a wisp of residual soul because of this bronze ancient coffin, which then left her with a wisp of residual soul. If one could find the legendary 9 Revolutions Soul Restoration Pill, one could revive them. In the original, Yi Tian, the son of Heaven's destiny, made an oath of the great Tao after worshipping the demon sovereign, and in the end did so, successfully resurrecting Chen Changsheng, letting him worship the demon father. That was definitely impossible. However, resurrecting Chen Changsheng, this matter was still of great interest to Chen Changsheng, and this was one of the reasons why he had come to this secret realm. Of course, even if it was a beautiful woman, Chen Changsheng would not choose to become a receiver. However, Chen Changsheng knew that although Chen Changsheng was a Taoist couple with the demon lord, she actually only had a name and was not a husband and wife. In other words, Chen Changsheng was still innocent. In fact, Chen Changsheng did not love the devil. It was just the devil's wishful thinking. Her cultivation level wasn't high, but she had caused the entire demon sect to fall apart. She wasn't a bad person, and coming from a righteous background, she was only doing these things out of her own control. Those schemes of the Divine Yang sect could potentially harm her life. How could Chen Changsheng not know about this matter? He willingly went to his death only because he was tired of this cruel world of deceit. This Chen Changsheng was also considered a strange woman. This kind of stunningly beautiful woman was honestly not something that someone like a demon lord could grasp. Moreover, there were some secrets on Chen Changsheng that Chen Changsheng could use, so resurrecting the other side may not be impossible to try under the right chance. Moreover, he possessed the system, and if he could take down the number 1 beauty of Tianlan Prefecture 10,000 years ago, the system reward would definitely be generous. Besides, as a man, it would be worth being proud if he could get the number 1 beauty 10,000 years ago. At this moment, the demonic father froze there for a long time. He was truly stunned, and only after a long while did he look at Chen Changsheng with a face full of shock and ask, "What exactly are you? Why do you even know about the 9 Revolutions Soul Restoration Pill?" Chen Changsheng smiled blandly and said, "I know far more than you can imagine, but you don't have to pry. I'm not going to tell you, but there is one thing that I can help you with. And that's what you want your legacy to do. I can help you with that. Then the 9 Revolutions Soul Restoration Pill, I will also find a way to help you get it. And at the same time, I will also find a way to resurrect Chen Changsheng, the number 1 beauty of Tianlan Prefecture 10,000 years ago. This kind of peerless woman, becoming this seat's concubine is not an insult to her reputation." Hearing this, the demon lord once again froze in place. At this moment, he finally realized what it meant to lead the wolf into the house. He didn't expect that this thief actually had Chen Changsheng in mind. At this moment, the demonic father instantly became furious and said in a cold voice, "Bastard, with this seat here, I will definitely not let your plot succeed. If you dare to harm Chen Changsheng, this seat will let you fall here today." After saying this, the demonic father directly and brazenly struck out. Chen Changsheng was undaunted and directly slapped out his palm. 10,000 years ago, the devil sovereign was indeed terrifying, a powerhouse of the ninth sky of the Violet Mansion realm, and there was no one in the entire heavenly Lanzhou who was his opponent. However, now that he only had a wisp of obsession left, even a powerhouse of the divine hidden realm would be able to suppress him with ease, let alone Chen Changsheng. Under this palm of Chen Changsheng's, the demonic deity's obsession exploded and dissipated. Although it's only a wisp of obsession, but the devil sovereign is, after all, the ancestor of the devil sect. If I behead his obsession today, do the two of you have any complaints? Chen Changsheng looked at Hua Menjing and Qin Hongling and asked. What he said before was completely true. The living demon lord is the true demon lord, and this obsession is nothing. Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Qin Hongling blinked her big eyes and spoke. The demon sect split up long ago, 10,000 years ago. If people from 10,000 years ago need to be respected, then I guess I can't respect them. After hearing this,
Chen Changsheng laughed and stroked Chen Hongling's hair and said, "Ha ha, what Hongling said is quite funny." What Chen Hongling said was also the truth. Now that Chen Changsheng was her backer, what was the long-fallen demon sect demon lord? Therefore, she wouldn't care at all about Chen Changsheng's obsession with destroying the demon exalt with a single slap. Even without the old ancestor's hand, that wisp of obsession wouldn't exist for long. In contrast, Chen Hongling was even more shocked by another matter. "Brother Changsheng, do you really want to resurrect this 10,000-year-old Tianlan Prefecture's #1 beauty and take her as your concubine?" Chen Changsheng smiled blandly and said, "How difficult is it to obtain the 9 Revolution Soul Restoration Pill? It's a holy elixir that transcends the 9th grade. How can it be so easy to find? Not to mention refining. Even the required alchemy materials are difficult to raise, and it's even more difficult to refine them. However, even if I succeed in resurrecting Changsheng and also succeed in taking her as a concubine, won't she still have to call you sister? Isn't it good to have the #1 beauty of Tianlan Prefecture from 10,000 years ago for you to make use of? At that time, you, Hongling, will probably become the first person in the ancient world." Chen Changsheng couldn't help but flub up. Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Chen Hongling's eyes couldn't help but light up. Being called sister by the #1 beauty of Tianlan Prefecture 10,000 years ago. I wonder what kind of experience it is. However, she also knew that Brother Long Night had coveted this #1 beauty from 10,000 years ago. What she wanted to do now was to gain more favor from her elder brother. At this moment, Chen Changsheng directly took out his spatial ring and collected the bronze ancient coffin, and Flower Dream Shadow picked up a bottle of elixir on the table and asked, "Elder Ancestor Everlasting, what kind of elixir is this?" Seeing the bottle of elixir in Hua Menjing's hand, Chen Changsheng laughed. "This is the 7th grade condensing Yuan Dan. After taking it, it can make the physical body remain unchanged and the Yuan Shen remain intact. This is what the demon has prepared for Changsheng. It's just that later on, when he found a better bronze ancient coffin with better effects, he gave up the elixir." Hearing this, Flower Dream Shadow was shocked in her heart. This is actually a 7th grade Yuan condensation pill? And at this moment, Chen Hongling, who was next to her, also said with glowing eyes, "It's actually a 7th grade elixir. This is definitely something good." In Tianlan Prefecture, 6th grade alchemists were rare existences, and 7th grade pills were even more valuable. When Hua Menjing saw Chen Hongling's appearance, she immediately glared and said without any goodwill, "You still want to take this 7th grade condensed Yuan Dan and sell it out?" Chapter 45 Evil Soul Sect Attack. Underworld Soul Destruction Formation. Chen Hongling spat out her tongue after hearing this. She did have this thought just now, but looking at her master's appearance, she didn't dare to think wildly. Northern Li Dynasty, the royal capital. Under the shroud of night, the 100 Flowers Sect's headquarters was in a state of song and dance. As the largest place of fireworks in Tianlanshao, it was normal that there would be such a scene. But just when everyone didn't realize it, a few men in black quietly approached. "All set?" a grim voice rang out. The next moment there was an immediate response. "Grand Elder, everything is ready. In that case, let's move." The person leading the group was full of lingering smiles, and along with some arrangements, an operation against the 100 Flowers Sect began. A dark light enveloped the entire 100 Flowers Sect, and a terrifying aura descended in an instant. Many of the 100 Flowers Sect disciples with low cultivation levels prostrated themselves on the ground in an instant. This kind of commotion naturally also startled the powerhouses of the 100 Flowers Sect, and a stunningly beautiful young woman wearing a white shirt with charming bones appeared in midair. In just an instant, the flavorfulness on her face had long since become full of frost. Clenching her teeth, with a piercing chill in her voice, "Underworld Soul Destruction Formation. We are all of the same devilish sect. Is your evil soul sect provoking us by laying such a large formation at our 100 Flowers Sect's headquarters?" The men in black quickly appeared, and Flower Dream Shadow recognized the man leading them. His face, in the next moment, grew even colder. "Our little 100 Flowers Sect is really honored to have attracted the Evil Soul Sect's Grand Elder to personally attack. Evil Wu, you made such a big scene in our 100 Flowers Sect and laid down the Underworld Soul Destruction Formation. Do you want to go through thick and thin with our 100 Flowers Sect?" The Evil Soul Sect had a total of 10 great elders. Grand Elder Evil Wu, Second Elder Evil Wood, and Third Elder Evil Wukai. These 3 were all at the Divine Hidden Realm cultivation level. The remaining 7 elders, the least of which were at the 9th heavenly cultivation level of the Enlightenment Realm. From this, one could see how terrifying the Evil Soul Sect's strength was. To be able to rank second amongst the 5 veins of the Demon Sect, this prestige was not something to be blown off. Flower Patriarch, this seat this time because of what came. I think you must be clear in your heart. If sensible, then hurry to hand over the things. This seat may let your 100 Flowers Sect a horse. Otherwise from today after the 100 Flowers Sect will certainly be removed from the name in the Tianlan state. Aside from the number 1 ranked Heaven's Wrath sect, the Devil's Treasure was basically something that every Devil's Way disciple could only dream of. One of the 3 keys that could unlock the treasure of the Demon Lord was in the hands of the 100 Flowers sect. The fact that none of the disciples sent out earlier had returned meant that they should have died at the hands of the 100 Flowers sect. For the Devil's Treasure, the Evil Soul sect was determined to win, so it was extremely normal to send an expert to claim it. But for the words of Evil Soul sect's Grand Elder Evil Wuyu, Flower Dream Shadow said with a face full of mockery, the Evil Soul sect's top 10 elders have already come in 6, and Evil Wuyu, Evil Wood, and Evil Wukai are all together in one place, and they have made such a big commotion. Even if we, 100 Flowers sect, obediently hand over the key, will you let us go? Hearing these words, Evil No Yu fell silent. We all hang out in Tianlan's Hao. There's no need to get into all this fancy stuff. They came here not only for the key to the demon's treasure, but also to keep the news about it from getting out. So today, no matter what, we have to exterminate the 100 Flowers sect to silence them. The Underworld Soul Destruction Formation. It is the Evil Soul sect's topmost killing formation, which will refine the soul of the person who enters the formation as long as it is set up. The Grand Elder, Evil Wuyu, was a powerhouse at the 3rd sky of the Divine Hidden Realm, and the 2 elders, Evil Wood and Evil Wukai, were both powerhouses at the 2nd sky of the Divine Hidden Realm as well. Plus with the help of the other elders, even if a strong person of the 4th level of the Divine Hidden Realm entered the formation, they could not easily escape. No matter what, the 100 Flowers sect will be destroyed today. Thinking of this, Evil Wuyu said blandly, Patriarch Hua, hurry up and hand over the key to the demon treasure so that we can let you die a painful death. Falling into the hands of your Evil Soul sect, as long as you refine your souls and turn them into your own, you won't even have a chance to be reincarnated. Do you think I'll believe your bull asterisk? Besides, speaking here, Hua Menjing's face changed violently and became flirtatious. Evil Wuyu, do you really think that you've settled for our 100 Flowers sect? Since I have already anticipated today's event, how could I not be prepared? Flower Dream Shadow sneered. Prepared? Evil No Yu worries couldn't help but be stunned. And before he could understand the meaning of Hua Menjing's words, Hua Menjing said into the void, Senior, today my 100 Flowers sect is in trouble, so please come to my aid. There was no response from the void, but for some reason, Evil No Yu instinctively felt a hint of crisis. However, as a powerhouse of the 3rd sky of the Divine Hidden Realm, his insight was extremely sharp. In the next moment, Evil Wuyu's face changed violently as he exclaimed, No good, there's an ambush here. Unfortunately, it was too late. In the void, a blood-red blade streaked across, directly cutting through this underworld soul destruction formation. The 3 Evil Soul sect elders with insufficient cultivation suffered backlash on the spot, spitting blood from their mouths and dying directly. The killing intent surged, as if even the surrounding aura was fleeing. Feeling this terrifying killing intent, Evil Wuyu instantly judged the identity of the visitor. Heavenly Fury Demon Scripture. No way. How is this possible? Flower Dream Shadow, with your 100 Flowers sect, how could you possibly invite a strong person from the Heavenly Fury sect? No one responded to Evil Wufei's words as the blood-colored blade awnings reappeared. The blade awnings cut through the void and directly chopped at the Evil Wufei trio's bodies. 3 Divine Hidden Realm powerhouses fell, deep within the 100 Flowers sect. Brother Changsheng, how did you know that this Evil Soul sect would sneak up on our 100 Flowers sect's headquarters? It's really thanks to Brother Changsheng. If it weren't for your deduction divine calculations, it's likely that my master and I wouldn't have been able to escape today. So it seems that Brother Everlasting does love me. Yesterday, Chen Changsheng brought Qin Hongling and Hua Menjing back from the secret realm. On his return, he thought of a plot in the original story where the 100 Flowers sect had obtained a key, causing the Evil Soul sect to attack in force. And with the help of the Golden Finger, Yi Tian, the son of Heaven's destiny, found the cracks in the Underworld Soul Destruction Formation and broke the formation, which finally turned the 100 Flowers sect into a safe place. But even so, the 100 Flowers sect had suffered heavy losses, and now that Flower Dream Shadow and Qin Hongling were both his women, this 100 Flowers sect was equivalent to being his power. Naturally, Chen Changsheng would not stand by and watch this master and disciple suffer a serious injury, and then he made some arrangements. There were naturally benefits to subjugating the Heaven's Wrath sect.
and some small matters didn't need his help at all. Because of the special situation of the Heavenly Fury sect, it needed to obtain blood chi by slaying demonic beasts. It was impossible for all of them to serve by Chen Changsheng's side. Therefore, the strongest members of the Heaven's Wrath sect had adopted a rotation system, and the one who had just struck out outside was the Heaven's Wrath sect's Grand Elder, with a Divine Hidden Realm 5th Heavenly Cultivation. Because of his cultivation technique, his battle power was comparable to the 6th heaven of the Divine Hidden Realm. Breaking this underworld soul destruction formation was no problem at all, and killing these 6 elders of the evil soul sect was also easy. For him, these are just small things. Chapter 46, Miss Lin, you have a deep misunderstanding of me. Chen Changsheng didn't care too much about this kind of thing, but it was good to be able to receive Qin Hongling and Hua Menjing's gratitude once again. Seeing Qin Hongling's heartfelt gratitude and pampering beside himself, Chen Changsheng smiled blandly. Hongling, are you afraid of death? I'm not afraid of death. I'm only afraid that I won't be able to continue serving Brother Changsheng after I die. Qin Hongling was wearing a loose red shirt, looking gorgeous. Chen Changsheng couldn't help but pinch her little face and said with a smile, Hongling is really good at talking, but indeed it was also the seat that saved the 100 Flowers sect, so how are you going to be grateful to me? Qin Hongling didn't know what to think and said with a smile, then I'll give my body in return, and I'll also marry Pretty Master to Brother Changsheng as well. Chen Changsheng also did not expect this little girl to be so direct. The outside has been cleaned up and the warbler has reappeared. After Hua Menjing finished pacifying her disciples, she heard Qin Hongling's words and was instantly filled with black lines. She couldn't help but glare at her precious disciple. Previously Qin Hongling was very respectful of her teacher, but now since following the elder ancestor of eternal life, it seemed like she was increasingly not putting her, the master, in her eyes, and now she was actually even joking about the master. Elder ancestor everlasting, outside sneak attack us. 100 Flowers sect several evil soul sect's strongest people all beheaded. Now the evil soul sect has been greatly wounded. Do we want to do it? Flower Dream Shadow was actually a veteran magical girl, playing at a level no worse than Qin Hongling. However, in front of Chen Changsheng, she didn't dare to be arrogant, and right now, she also had something serious to say, so after thinking about it, she was still ready to talk about business. Chen Changsheng understood what Flower Dream Shadow meant, which was nothing more than to destroy the evil soul sect. Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment and spoke. You don't need to do this. Turn around and I'll talk to the Heavenly Wrath sect and have them go and get this done. The cultivation level of the evil soul sect master is extremely high. The Heaven's Wrath sect's Grand Elder's hand may not necessarily be a match for him, and it may be necessary for Feng Shangyue to personally make a move. Seeing that Chen Changsheng had made arrangements for this matter, Flower Dream Shadow did not continue to speak. In the next moment, Chen Changsheng arrived in front of Hua Menjing and spoke. In this world the strong will always be honored. Relying on others is not a good thing. Now that you have obtained the entirety of the 100 Blossoms bright moon body, from now on you must work hard to cultivate and improve your strength. Hearing these words, Hua Menjing's pretty face immediately reddened. As the patriarch of the 100 Flowers sect, how could she not hear Chen Changsheng's hint? What does a flawless 100 Flowers bright moon body have to do to cultivate quickly? That is naturally dual cultivation. After all, this is a dual cultivation technique. But for some reason, Flower Dream Shadow was a bit shy and said with a red face and a lowered head. Elder Ancestor Everlasting, why don't you let Hongling come first? This girl's strength is not high, so let's first help her to improve up. Qin Hongling, but she was salivating and a little shy. Seeing this scene, Chen Changsheng smiled and said, you all don't need to be in a hurry. Everyone has a share. Just take turns. No matter if it's Hongling or Menging this seat, we'll work hard to help you improve your strength. Soon, the room was isolated by an array. Chen Changsheng directly helped this master and disciple duo raise their strength. Half a month later, deep within the 100 Flowers sect, in a secluded place Chen Changsheng sat cross-legged, and at this time, there was endless light permeating his body. Having 20 times the cultivation speed was just too terrifying. Chen Changsheng had allowed his cultivation to rise from the first sky of the Violet Mansion realm to the second sky of the Violet Mansion realm in just half a month in the 100 Flowers sect. If such a terrifying cultivation speed were to be spread out, not to mention the Tianlan prefecture, I'm afraid that all the other great states would be shaken. In the ring, a voice came leisurely. It really didn't occur to me that such a heaven-defying talent actually appeared in the body of this thief, when really the heavens have eyes but no pearls. Lin Chengyan had awakened a few days ago, and was naturally furious, but she couldn't beat the other party, so Lin Qingyan could only hold her tongue. Chen Changsheng naturally knew that the other party had woken up, and since she didn't take the initiative to find herself to talk, Chen Changsheng was also too lazy to take care of her. However, he hadn't expected that Lin Qingyan would actually take the initiative to come out of the woodwork after this breakthrough of his.
In the next moment, Chen Changsheng smiled blandly. Eldest Miss Lin, this seat feels that you have a great misunderstanding of me. Why is it that in your mind, you have to think that I'm the kind of person that is unforgivable, isn't it?
Seeing Chen Changsheng's denial, Lin Qingyan's face instantly turned cold as she directly mocked. Previously, even if it was Yi Tian who was out of his depth and wanted to challenge the Cloud Sky Sect, and therefore offended this old ancestor of yours, that was not a crime punishable by death, was it?
Hearing this,
Chen Changsheng smiled bashfully and said,
regarding this, it seems like I've explained it before.
This world is inherently weak and strong. The survival of the fittest.
This is the unchanging truth of the millennia. And being beaten and killed can only be blamed on his lack of cultivation.
Does this seat still have to wait for him to become stronger?
With you,
the Lin family's eldest lady,
helping him, the person who dies then could be me. And if I do that, wouldn't that be raising a tiger?
After Lin Qingyan heard this, she snorted coldly and said,
even if this is Yi Tian's problem, then what do you say about the demon lord's obsession?
Even if your cultivation level is high and you don't see the other party's inheritance, the other party has good intentions after all.
Not only did you completely wear out the other party's obsession,
but you also set your sights on someone else's Taoist.
What explanation do you give for this?
Chen Changsheng also didn't expect that Lin Qingyan would actually bring up this matter. He smiled blandly and said,
do you really think that the demon-exalted deity is acting out of the goodness of his heart?
Exchanging the inheritance for the great Dao Vow.
This move is nothing more than mutual utilization. Where's the talk of good intentions when you're using each other? Since he has shown up, it won't take long for him to dissipate. This seat is just making him dissipate faster. As for the matter of looking at the demonic Taoist couple, this speech is even more absurd.
Eldest Miss Lin,
I've learned far more about the ancient mysteries than you can imagine.
That Fengqingqing and Demon Zun have no reasoning despite the name of a Dao couple. It is the Divine Son sect that is scheming behind the scenes and has never developed true feelings for Demon Zun.
Since ancient times, everyone loves beauty, so why can't I pursue Fengqingqing? Hearing this,
Lin Qingyan directly froze. How could she not have expected this guy to be so articulate?
Somewhat annoyed,
Lin Qingyan was still not dead, and spoke again. Then you forced the Yi family's eldest miss to marry you. How do you explain this matter?
Forced?
When we return to the Cloud Sky Sect, I'll let you meet Wushuang. This seat their Yi family avenged their blood feud, and she willingly married this seat. So go inquire about the truth yourself.
This,
Lin Qingyan was silent for a moment, then fiercely bit her lip and said, if I don't remember correctly, that day at the Lu family, your son was obviously in love with Lu Qingyao as well, or else he wouldn't have traveled so far to the Lu family to withdraw from the marriage.
As a result,
Lu Qingyao was dominated by you like this.
Ha!
The old man snatching his son's beloved woman. This is something that only people from the Devil's Way can do in our Tianlan prefecture.
What explanation do you have for this? Chapter 47, Cultivation Upgrade. Purple Mansion Realm Triple Sky. Hearing this,
Chen Changsheng smiled bashfully and said,
as I said before, matters of relationships are about what you love and what I want. Qingyao is in love with me. Since this is the case, how can I not marry her? Speaking here, as if he had remembered something,
Chen Changsheng suddenly looked at Lin Qingyan with interest and said,
Miss Lin,
it seems like we've known each other for some time now. You've always used secret techniques to hide your face, but looking at your figure, I'm sure you're as beautiful as a heavenly immortal. This seat would like to take a look at Miss Lin's appearance. I don't know if you're willing to do so?
What? This guy wants to see his face? Could it be that he was also missed by this old man? In the next moment, Lin Qingyan, whose mind exploded, directly spoke. Old man, don't daydream. This seat will definitely not, even if it dies.
Lin Qingyan hadn't finished speaking when Chen Changsheng directly interrupted.
Alright, don't you say words of death or not.
This thing of feelings needs to be cultivated slowly. Anyway, Miss Lin has now fallen into my hands.
There's no rush. Hearing this,
Lin Qingyan cursed in the middle of her spatial ring. It could be that this girl hadn't learned to curse, and she felt literal when she spoke of cursing.
However, it still sounds like a fly. Chen Changsheng did not think too much,
grabbed the remnants of Lin Qingyan's soul from the spatial ring,
and blasted it out with a punch. The young lady was once again violently beaten,
and finally fainted and threw it back into the spatial ring.
At that,
the whole world went quiet. Chen Changsheng then took out some pills in his spatial ring, These pills were the 7th grade condensed elemental pills that had been obtained in the demonic treasure. The effects of this elixir had the power to enhance the strength of the physical body and stabilize the divine soul.
After Chen Changsheng took one, he sat down on his knees and began to cultivate. Immediately, he felt his divine soul and fleshly body both rising. Just like this, a month had passed, and Chen Changsheng possessed 20 times the cultivation speed, improving extremely quickly in cultivation. In the middle of the spatial ring, under Lin Qingyan's incredulous gaze, Chen Changsheng's cultivation had successfully broken through to the 3rd sky of the Violet Mansion realm. According to such a terrifying cultivation speed, it was estimated that it wouldn't take 3 years for Chen Changsheng to break through to the 9th sky of the Violet Mansion realm. Truly, at such a realm, sweeping across the entire Skylands would not be a problem at all. Cultivating anywhere was the same. And originally, Chen Changsheng had planned to continue his seclusion and seek a breakthrough. But it didn't occur to him that Qin Hongling had suddenly found him. Brother Changsheng, a beautiful woman has come to see you. Beauty? Chen Changsheng left the place of seclusion and looked at Qin Hongling with a puzzled expression. Who's coming to find me? Qin Hongling looked at Chen Changsheng and felt the aura emanating from his entire body and froze there. Compared to before the seclusion, Chen Changsheng's aura had changed drastically. How long has it been? In only a month's time. Such a great change had occurred in Chen Changsheng's body. Qin Hongling looked at Chen Changsheng dumbfounded and subconsciously asked, Brother Changsheng, you? Before Qin Hongling could finish her sentence, Chen Changsheng knew exactly what this girl was curious about. Nothing more than curiosity about his own strength and temperament. The higher the cultivation level, the denser the aura in the body, the more active it possessed, nourishing the physical body at all times. Although Chen Changsheng was older before, he had a terrifying cultivation level. As his cultivation increased, he looked younger and younger, especially after taking the 7th grade condensed yuan pill before. It had caused him to undergo a drastic change. Although Chen Changsheng still had a head full of white hair, he looked incomparably handsome, as if he were a young man, and the whole body is also permeated with an ethereal as immortal temperament. At this time it is really as if the immortal descended into the world. Brother everlasting, are you? Seeing that Qin Hongling seemed to have guessed something, Chen Changsheng smiled blandly. You guessed correctly. This month of seclusion has allowed me to make a breakthrough in my cultivation, and I have now managed to break through to the 3rd sky of the Violet Mansion realm. What? How long has it been? And Brother Changsheng has broken through to the 3rd level of the Purple Mansion realm? One must know that he had broken through to the Violet Mansion realm only a short while ago, and it had only been 2 or 3 months since then, and he had broken through to the 3rd sky of the Violet Mansion realm? Qin Hongling looked at Chen Changsheng incredulously, her eyes wide. There hadn't been a Purple Mansion realm powerhouse in the Tianlan prefecture for tens of thousands of years, but after Brother Changsheng broke through to the Purple Mansion realm, he actually improved faster than them. In less than 3 months, he had directly broken through from the 1st sky of the Violet Mansion realm to the 3rd sky of the Violet Mansion realm. Qin Hongling's heart was shocked beyond words as she suddenly realized that she seemed to have far underestimated the extent of her elder brother Changsheng's demonic nature. During these 3 months, she had broken through 1 heavens in the innate realm through dual cultivation, and was still complacent there. However, Brother Changsheng broke through the 3 heavens in the Purple Mansion realm. In the entire Skylands I'm afraid that even the number 1 heavenly pride demon sovereign 10,000 years ago didn't have such a terrifying cultivation speed. When she had just met Chen Changsheng, Qin Hongling was indeed a bit reluctant, thinking that Chen Changsheng, an old ancestor, had actually set his sights on such a flowery junior like him. This is old and unashamed. However, Chen Changsheng's cultivation was there, and she was powerless to resist. But later, after spending time together, Qin Hongling's heart scripture changed, and she was shocked to find that although Chen Changsheng was powerful, he didn't force him to do anything. It was more of a negotiation with him in the form of a deal. Otherwise, what could she do if she really forced her body? Chen Changsheng doesn't seem to be the same as those old antiques. Funny humor, and especially good at playing. Qin Hongling doesn't hate it at all. However, what really made Qin Hongling feel good about Chen Changsheng was what she experienced on the Heavenly Fury Sect, suppressing the number 1 sect of the Devil Dao, the Heaven's Wrath Sect. With his own power, he made the entire sect not dare to breathe a single breath. Such elegance, this domineering style, deeply shook Qin Hongling's heart. It was the real powerhouse. He had known quite a few heavenly pride demons, but compared to Chen Changsheng, he was not even qualified to mention his shoes. There is a saying that the fastest way to the deepest recesses of a woman's mind is always to double up. There was a good feeling in front of him, and later, in the secret realm, everything he had was given to Chen Changsheng again. From that moment on, Chen Hongling realized that it was her eternal fortune to be favored by Chen Changsheng. Around that time, Chen Changsheng had kept her in mind in his heart, and there was no woman who would not like her man to be gifted. Seeing that Chen Changsheng's cultivation level had risen once again, Chen Hongling's heart was filled with joy, feeling incomparably lucky. At this moment, she felt grateful for being able to marry Chen Changsheng. At this moment, Chen Hongling's beautiful eyes were overflowing with color, her heart incomparably happy. Congratulations to Brother Changsheng for reaching another level of cultivation. Chen Hongling congratulated. Chen Hongling's dress today was very nice, a pair of long slender legs showing, with long black hair paired with a red dress. She looked incredibly stunning and absolutely stunning. After all, Chen Hongling's face value was there, being given a high score of 94 by the system, and was definitely one of the best in the entire Tianlan state. Chapter 48, Master wants to take a wife and concubine again. Chen Changsheng had been in closed-door cultivation for the past month, but just after seeing Chen Hongling, his heart couldn't help but be moved. Hongling is really good at talking, so naturally she should be rewarded. Just like that, Chen Changsheng pulled Chen Hongling and smoothly entered the room. Brother everlasting, what I originally said was the truth, and I didn't mean it as a compliment. Chen Hongling smiled and said, since Brother Changsheng said so, then you must keep your words. You said you would reward Hongling. You absolutely cannot go back on your word. It's just that Hongling is very curious as to how Brother Changsheng is going to reward me. Chen Changsheng enjoyed the tenderness in his arms and couldn't help but tease. Then how about rewarding Hongling and giving me a child? Having a baby? Chen Hongling couldn't help but be stunned. And then a pair of beautiful eyes were filled with different colors. Originally born in the 100 Flowers sect, she naturally knew how to gain Chen Changsheng's favor. Brother everlasting, then you must plow hard so that you can sow the seeds. Well then, let this seed reward you properly, Chen Changsheng said with a smile. After some pestering, Chen Changsheng then remembered the main event and opened his mouth to ask. Right, just now you said that someone came to look for me. Who exactly is it? Chen Hongling smiled sweetly and said, the person that Brother Changsheng came to look for you is really stunningly beautiful and will definitely not let you down. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng also became interested. After getting dressed, he met the beautiful woman under Chen Hongling's leadership. Upon seeing the other party, Chen Changsheng immediately realized that he had been punked by this girl. Chen Changsheng had thought that there was a supreme beauty who admired him, so he came to visit. After half a day, the visitor was no one else, but actually his beautiful disciple, Luo Yang. What brings you here? The moment she saw Chen Changsheng, Bai Luo Yang couldn't help but stare, a little lost in thought. Only after reacting did she open her mouth and ask, Master, you are. Chen Changsheng also knew Bai Luo Yang's curiosity and said with a smile, Master had a breakthrough not long ago. Chen Hongling snickered from the sidelines. Seeing this scene, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but glance at her and said, Hongling, you could have just said that it was my disciple who came to find me, but I didn't lie to you either. Chen Hongling laughed sweetly. Patriarch Bai is our Tianlan prefecture, famous for being an absolute beauty. Chen Changsheng shook his head helplessly. This girl must have wanted to see him in empty joy, but he had enjoyed it before and didn't care too much. Luo Yang, what exactly is it that you've specifically come over to find Master this time? Chen Changsheng asked directly. Hearing this, a hint of resentment appeared in Bai Luo Yang's eyes. That's true. Can't you come to see Master if you don't have something to do? However, Bai Luo Yang's character is cold and embarrassed to say it. She then directly said, Master, there's another big event in Tianlan Prefecture. A few days ago the Heavenly Fury Sect suddenly came out and fought with the Evil Soul Sect, and the Evil Soul Sect was directly exterminated. Bai Luo Yang said the information he had gotten. This time he finally knew why this beautiful disciple had come. He was the one who sent a message to the Heaven's Wrath Sect, and that was why the Heaven's Wrath Sect made a move to exterminate the Evil Soul Sect. Bai Luo Yang didn't know the inner workings of it, but this matter was indeed a major event in Tianlan Prefecture, causing great turmoil. Heaven's Wrath Sect, that is the existence of the 5 great sects of the Devil's Way, ranked first. The strength is so powerful that even the many forces of the righteous way have to avoid it. Moreover, the cultivation technique was extremely special, requiring killing in order to raise one's strength. Luckily, the Heavenly Fury Sect has been hidden from the world all these years, so the many forces in the Tianlan state no longer see it as a major problem. But right now, the Heaven's Wrath Sect had suddenly come out of the mountain, and it was going after the Evil Soul Sect, which made them have to be on guard. So when this matter came out, it directly caused the entire righteous forces to become nervous. The Destined Son sect, which was ranked number 1 in the Orthodox Tao, sent a transmission to the other orthodox Tao hegemony powers, wanting to use this opportunity to convene a martial arts conference to discuss the response to the Heaven's Wrath Sect's appearance. Bai Luo Yang came this far to see Chen Changsheng just for this matter. After understanding the situation, Chen Changsheng directly spoke. Luo Yang, this evil soul sect was also the one that Master had allowed to be extinguished. As soon as these words came out, Bai Luo Yan's entire body froze there, full of surprise. Master, what did you just say? So the evil soul sect was destroyed by you? How is that possible? Many sects in Tianlan Prefecture have already sent people to investigate, and they all say that they were destroyed by the Heavenly Fury sect. When Bai Luo Yan said this, as if he realized something, his face was filled with shock. Master, does that mean you've already taken over the Heavenly Fury sect? Nice. Chen Changsheng nodded his head and smiled. The Heavenly Fury sect is indeed following my orders now, and I had already taken them under my wing a few months ago, because of the Great Tao Oath. The Heaven's Wrath sect indeed didn't dare to kill indiscriminately. However, they had similarly pledged their allegiance to Chen Changsheng with the Great Tao Oath at the moment, and by urging with their commands, they were able to circumvent the rules, to be able to make the Heaven's Wrath sect submit. In the past, there was no major power in Tianlan Prefecture that was able to do so, but Chen Changsheng had now broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, so in that case, this matter was not incomprehensible. Bai Luo Yan finally realized that the original matter was related to his master, so there was no problem. She had originally come over this time to ask her master teacher if she wanted to participate in the martial arts conference. After knowing the situation, she didn't know what to say. By the way, master, about the martial arts conference. Before Bai Luo Yan could finish his words, Chen Changsheng waved his hand and said, just let any elder attend and deal with it. Hearing this, Bai Luo Yan nodded and said, in that case, then my disciple will return to the sect and arrange this matter. After saying this, I don't know if it was because of curiosity, but Bai Luo Yan suddenly asked, Master, you let the Heavenly Fury sect destroy the evil soul sect. Did they offend, Master? No. Chen Changsheng shook his head and said, it's because they have offended someone they shouldn't have. Offended the wrong people? Before Bai Luo Yan could continue to pursue, Chen Changsheng smiled and said, I think you are also very curious in your heart. But before this, for the teacher first to share a happy news for you. For the teacher has recently landed 2 more wives and concubines, and in the future, you will have 2 more mistresses. The shock of this amount of information was too great, making Bai Luo Yan's eyes widen. Master, you've taken 2 more wives and concubines? Not bad. They are Patriarch Flower Dream Shadow and Sacred Maiden Qin Hongling respectively. Hearing this, Bai Luo Yan's entire body was bad. Before, when Master said that something was going to the 100 Flowers sect, Bai Luo Yan didn't think much about it. However, how could she not expect that in this turn of time, her master actually took in 2 more wives and concubines, and they were still the Patriarch and the Holy Maiden of the 100 Flowers sect? Did Master Teacher travel to the 100 Flowers sect just to take a wife and a concubine? Is this what Master said was the right thing to do? To know, the Master's father has only been married not too long ago. How to take a wife and concubines too? The Master's father has changed too much in this period of time. At this moment, after hearing this shocking news, Bai Luo Yan's entire body was bad. On the contrary, when the Flower Dream Shadow and Qin Hongling on the side saw it, Chen Changsheng did not hesitate to introduce them, and the 2 of them were also a bit shy. Chapter 49, 2 More Sisters, All Magical Girls. Bai Luo Yan felt as if he was dreaming at this time, but etiquette was still required. She took a deep breath and tried hard to calm herself as she looked towards Hua Menjing and Qin Hongling and said with a smile, Luo Yang has met the 2 senior mothers. Seeing Bai Luo Yan greet him, Hua Menjing became a bit embarrassed. She and Bai Luo Yan were the beauties on the 100 Flowers list of Tianlan State in the previous generation, and not only had known each other for many years, but also had some friendship. It's great that a peer has turned into a junior. Even his own disciple had become Bai Luo Yan's master's wife. This relationship is all messed up, and I don't know what to call it in the future. Seeing that several people did not open their mouths, Chen Changsheng did not care. He smiled and said, Yang I've finished my side of things, so I'll return to the sect with you, and when I do, I'll talk to Qin Zhouxiao and ask him to turn around and have time to send out another invitation. I'm also going to let the many fellow travelers in the Tianlan Prefecture know about such a good thing. Hearing this, Bai Luo Yan had mixed feelings in his heart and could only agree. What else could she say when it came down to it? Yang after returning to the sect, go and discuss this matter with Vice Patriarch Qin together. Okay, Master. Bai Luo Yan nodded in agreement.
The Hundred Flowers Sect Patriarch and the Holy Maiden had both become Chen Changsheng's concubines, a move that had already resulted in the Hundred Flowers Sect invisibly becoming a subordinate force of the Cloud Sky Sect. The elders within the sect were a bit unhappy, but no one dared to show it. After all, Chen Changsheng was a powerhouse of the Purple Mansion realm and had shown great kindness to their Hundred Flowers Sect. Who dares to stand up and make trouble in such a situation? Under the arrangement of Flower Dream Shadow, the decision to relocate was made, preparing to relocate the Hundred Flowers Sect to a place closer to the Cloud Sky Sect. After all, after marrying Chen Changsheng as a concubine, then in the future, one would definitely have to reside in the Cloud Sky Sect on a regular basis. If it was closer, it would be easier to manage the Hundred Flowers Sect in the future. After this matter was completed, Chen Changsheng returned to the Cloud Sky Sect with Hua Menjing and Qin Honling. This had only just returned to the sect when Chen Changsheng noticed something unusual. The palace on the mountain peak he was in was several times larger than before. There were also a number of beautiful female disciples walking among them. Seeing this scene, Chen Changsheng was filled with doubt and said, "Yang what exactly are these people?" When Bai Luo Yang heard this, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and say, reporting back to Master, "These are all Vice Patriarch Qin Zhouxiao's arrangements. It's not a big deal for Senior to be all alone before, but now that Senior Lu and Senior Yi are together, how can the size of this palace be expanded? These female disciples are all sent over from the sect side. Some trivial and small things. It's just fine for Master to arrange for them to do it." Hearing this, Chen Changsheng finally understood. In reality, the world of cultivation is not that complicated. Unlike some powerful people who like to find countless maids to serve them. Before, Chen Changsheng was like this. Even after taking a concubine, the questioning sword peak was just him, Yi Wushuang, and Lu Qingyao. However, Qin Zhouxiao's arrangement like this was not bad. After having someone to serve, there was no need to do anything personally. Thinking of this, Chen Changsheng spoke. "Yanger has a heart." With that, Chen Changsheng took Hua Menjing and Qin Honling and walked into the palace. "Greetings, Elder Ancestor Eternal Life." Seeing Chen Changsheng return, these 10 or so maids all saluted. Chen Changsheng roughly glanced at them. They all looked very familiar, but all of them were extremely beautiful. The days of this year's clan election had already passed, and from this one was able to tell that these female disciples were all recruited in when they were not in the clan themselves. No need to be polite. Chen Changsheng opened his mouth. With that, Lu Qingyao ran out from inside. "Brother, long night," Lu Qingyao said with a fluttering face. Chen Changsheng was still very spoiled for his first woman in this world. After Lu Qingyao threw herself into his arms, he also petted the other party's head. "When I wasn't in the clan, did Qingyao cultivate hard?" "Of course I'm working hard on my cultivation. Qingyao works very hard every day, but likewise she misses brother Changsheng very much," Lu Qingyao said with a smile. Seeing Lu Qingyao pampering herself like this, Qin Honling smiled and said, "I guess this is Sister Qingyao. She really looks as beautiful as a heavenly fairy. No wonder brother Changsheng favors her like this." Lu Qingyao also perceived Qin Honling and Hua Menjing at this time. The first thing that struck me was how good looking these two were. Lu Qingyao was originally a beautiful woman, but after seeing Qin Honling and Hua Mengyao at this moment, she was still subconsciously a little disoriented, but she quickly adjusted and subconsciously asked, "Brother Changsheng, these two are..." Chen Changsheng smiled and introduced, "This is the Patriarch of the Hundred Flowers Sect, Hua Menjing, and this is the Holy Maiden of the Hundred Flowers Sect, Qin Honling. They are all my seat's wives and concubines just like you, so it's just right to bring them back for you to get to know them." "What?" Hearing that these two beauties were Chen Changsheng's new concubines, the smile on Lu Qingyao's face suddenly froze. "You somehow got yourself 2 more sisters, or was it the devil's witch?" Lu Qingyao didn't know what to say, but it was a big deal, and the Cloud Sky Sect widely distributed wedding invitations. Upon learning that Elder Ancestor Everlasting was going to take another concubine, especially after learning the identities of these two brides, the entire Tianlan prefecture immediately shook. Isn't the Cloud Sky Sect a righteous sect? Why would Elder Ancestor Everlasting marry a woman from the Hundred Flowers Sect as a concubine? Could it be that this Elder Eternal Ancestor wants to join forces with the Hundred Flowers Sect? But that's unlikely. The Hundred Flowers Sect Patriarch, Flower Dream Shadow, is not only a beauty on the previous Hundred Flowers ranking, but at the same time is as powerful as the Elder Ancestor of Everlasting Life at the Divine Hidden Realm. Even if they were to collaborate, they couldn't have made it to this point, could they? Perhaps that Elder Eternal Ancestor was superb in his methods and picked up this 100 Flower clan. What are you all babbling about? How could Patriarch Bai, who is such a stunning woman,
Possibly look at Elder Ancestor Everlasting? There's also Chen Hongling, who is the 100 Flowers Holy Maiden, ranked second on the 100 Flowers list, and actually wants to marry the Elder Ancestor along with her master. Could it be that she was forced to do so by the Elder Ancestor? This Elder Ancestor of eternal life is really for old age. His 4 concubines are all beauties on the 100 Flowers list. No matter what the reason behind this is, I'm envious anyway. This time Chen Changsheng took a wife and concubine, making a bigger commotion than the last time. It was mainly because the status of the wives and concubines that were about to be welcomed was very unusual, just like Lu Qingyao and Yi Wushuang. Although they were also beauties on the 100 Flowers list, they were all relatively low on the list. In fact, the two of them, one of them had a family behind them that was overthrown, and the other one came from a small place, with little backing behind them. However, she was as beautiful as heaven, and eventually became the concubine of the Elder Ancestor. But it's not something that's hard to understand. The last time Chen Changsheng married 2 wives and concubines, it made these young talents in Tianlan Prefecture envious and jealous, but they didn't dare to say anything. This time, the situation was different. Chen Hongling and Hua Menjiang's identities were extremely special, being the patriarch and holy maiden of the 100 Flowers sect, a devilish force. Chapter 50. Qin Yao is in a hurry, looking for allies. The marriage between the righteous and the devil has always been an extremely sensitive topic, coupled with the fact that the 100 Flowers sect was likewise an overbearing power. Marrying a few ordinary disciples to the Elder Ancestor of the everlasting life as concubines would make sense, but this time, it was actually the 100 Flowers sect clan and the Holy Maiden marrying together. Not to mention those ordinary people, even some of the great powers were shocked and found it unbelievable and incomprehensible. Quite a few forces had sent transmissions to the Cloud Sky Sect, wanting to inquire about the truth of the matter. It's just that the Cloud Sky Sect didn't respond in any way. Just one sentence. Welcome to come to the Cloud Sky Sect to drink a cup of wedding wine at that time. On the eve of the wedding, Cloud Sky Sect was decorated with lights and incomparably festive, and all the disciples had smiles on their faces. There's really no way Cloud Sky Sect's oldest ancestor's big wedding. All the disciples up and down the sect double the monthly payment. However, there were a few people who were not happy and were not in a good mood because of the Elder Ancestor's big wedding. Wushuang, do you think the old ancestor is mesmerized? How could Elder Longevity Ancestor, with his precious status, marry the 100 Flowers sect's demoness? And it's still the patriarch and the holy daughter. Doesn't old ancestor know what kind of place the 100 Flowers sect is? They are all vixens who seduce men. Why don't we go together to persuade old ancestor? I can tell by looking at Chen Hongling that it's not a good person. In the middle of the room, Yi Wushuang was in the middle of cultivation, but as a result, not long after, Lu Qingyao ran over crying, looking for her to join forces. Yi Wushuang also knew why Lu Qingyao was like this, not only just jealous, but deflated at the same time. It has been more than 10 days since the old ancestor returned to the clan. Yi Wushuang's nature is cool and doesn't like to go for a fight, so when he was initiated, his attitude was very positive, and he took the initiative to call Lu Qingyao as his elder sister. She put her attitude down, not wanting Chen Changsheng to waste his mind here in the harem. In fact, her approach was not only successful, it was also correct. At least Lu Qingyao genuinely treated her as a younger sister and didn't fight with her. It didn't mean others were like that. Flower Dream Shadow was a senior, a powerhouse of the divine hidden realm. It was a little better. Lu Qingyao didn't dare to take the initiative to mess with it. But between her and Chen Hongling, there was really some incompatibility. Sister Qingyao, before Hongling was away, it was really hard for you to take care of brother Changsheng. In the future, leave these trivial matters to me. It's just as well to be able to spare some time for Sister Qingyao to cultivate well. After all, Sister Qingyao's cultivation in this regard is indeed a bit lacking. Facing Chen Hongling, Lu Qingyao directly exploded in place. What exactly does this 100 Flowers sect switch mean? No matter what, she was the first one to become Chen Changsheng's concubine, and everything should be about a first-come first-served basis, right? You make that face, do you want to be the boss? Since then, Lu Qingyao had completely viewed Chen Hongling as a threat. In the past 10 days or so, the two hadn't been fighting in private. However, not only was Chen Hongling's cultivation higher than Lu Qingyao, but her face value was also slightly better. Plus, she grew up in the 100 Flowers sect, so she naturally had a lot of heart in a place like that. How could Lu Qingyao, an uninitiated young lady, be compared to her? So every time the two of them exchanged blows, the result was self-evident. It was Lu Qingyao who suffered defeat. There was really no other way. So Lu Qingyao came to Yi Wushuang to ask for assistance.
wanting to combine the strength of the two to deal with Qin Hongling. Yi Wushuang's head exploded after hearing this.
Sister Qing Yao, I think this matter is completely unnecessary. Even if Elder Ancestor Changsheng marries Qin Hongling, he won't be generous. Besides, didn't Old Ancestor promise you that no matter how many wives and concubines he takes in the future, he won't reduce his love for you? Yi Wushuang opened his mouth. She doesn't have a heart of gold, and since her revenge, she's extremely content with her current life. If the Old Ancestor wanted her to serve, she served well. If the Old Ancestor wasn't there, she would cultivate in peace. Yi Wushuang really felt that he was living a very happy life right now. Her mindset was very good, and she really managed to not fight or grab, not letting Chen Changsheng have a hard time. But Lu Qingyao couldn't agree and muttered her little mouth. Wushuang, why don't you understand? The Old Ancestor has been back for more than 10 days, so he stayed one night in your room and one night in mine. The rest of the time is all on that devilish master and disciple. Isn't that just being mesmerized by the two great devils? When Yi Wushuang heard this, he was in tears, but he still did his best to pacify Lu Qingyao. Sister Qingyao, they've only just been initiated. It's only normal for the master to give more love and affection for this newlywed wedding and the wedding ceremony. Yi Wushuang said. Lu Qingyao shook her head and said, I don't think it's that simple. Wushuang, you didn't see how revealing Qin Hongling was dressed. She even wore heavenly silkworm ice silk stockings. That's clearly a woman from a greenhouse who would dress up like that. If we don't do something about it, it might really be too late by then. Yi Wushuang rubbed his head and had a headache. However, she still said, I believe in the Old Ancestor. Even if the Old Ancestor puts us into the cold palace, it's still our own bad fate. But if Sister Qingyao finds this unbearable, she can also learn from Hongling. The Old Ancestor does seem to quite like Hongling dressing like this. Lu Qingyao took a deep breath after hearing this. It seemed like Yi Wushuang really didn't care about this aspect, but the last sentence she said seemed a bit reasonable. Then I'll think of something. Lu Qingyao finished saying this, then turned around and left. Yi Wushuang shook his head helplessly, then put these things behind him and began to cultivate. However, he did not expect that another figure would soon appear, and his tone was also extremely unkind. Sister, I'm telling you, that Chen Changsheng is by no means a good person. You didn't believe me before, but now you see it, don't you? He really did get involved with the devil girl, and now he is even more openly marrying the devil girl. This kind of practice is outrageous to both the gods and the people. Sister, tomorrow is that guy's wedding day. The guard is naturally lax. Why don't we take this opportunity to escape his clutches? Yi Xiao, Yi Wushuang's younger sister, said in a serious tone. Yi Wushuang was filled with helplessness when he heard this. Although she had explained to her sister countless times, she didn't know what was wrong with her sister. Full of one brain, and had to stubbornly feel that she would be forced into marrying her old ancestor. Almost every day, her mind was filled with pulling her to escape from the Cloud Sky Sect. Or never mind. It looks like we're going to have to change the explanation and appease the little girl this time. You wouldn't want to see your nephew, just born, without a father, would you? When Yi Xiao heard this, she couldn't help but be stunned and didn't react for half a day. What nephew? But soon she reacted, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Sister, don't tell me you're pregnant now, are you, with that guy's child? Although Yi Wushuang felt that it was still embarrassing to lie to her own sister, but in order to let her sister die and not try to drag herself away from the Cloud Sky Sect for a day, she had no choice but to come up with this plan. Aha! Yi Wushuang nodded gently. Probably for the first time in her life, she lied about being pretty, and her face couldn't help but redden. But this was not something that Yi Xiao could detect. Chapter 51, The Flame Sect. Flame. At this moment, Yi Xiao really thought that her sister was pregnant, staring with wide eyes, incredulously asking, Sister, you can't be lying to me, right? Yi Wushuang glanced at the other party, tenderly stroked her stomach and said, What do you think? Bringing up a child is not an easy thing. Not only do you have to cry when you're just born, you also have to breastfeed, and you can't sleep at night. If you help me carry it, my sister will escape from here with you. Not only do you have to cry, but you have to feed every day, and you can't sleep at night, and that's all you have to serve all day. Where did she do all this? She's still a kid herself now, being scared by Yi Wushuang like this. Before a while, Yi Xiao cursed and left, no longer daring to say anything about escaping from the Cloud Sky Sect. This time the whole world was quiet, and only then did Yi Wushuang close his eyes and cultivate time without worry. Time flew by the next day. Under the public's attention, Chen Changsheng once again took a wife and concubine, finally organizing a wedding within the Cloud Sky Sect.
The world of cultivation is not that tedious when it comes to organizing weddings, but some necessary aspects are still required, such as worshipping heaven and earth. At first these processes were relatively smooth, and Hua Menjing and Qin Hongling, dressed in red wedding clothes, were so beautiful that countless people were dumbfounded, envious and jealous in their hearts. But how could I have not expected that just as I was about to pay homage to my ancestor and complete this final process, the change appeared. Only a middle-aged man stood up among the guest seats and said loudly, "Elder Ancestor Eternal Life. Wait, today's wedding of Elder Ancestor Everlasting is a great joyous event, and I shouldn't have said much, but there's one thing that I really want to ask clearly. That would be Elder Ancestor Everlasting, marrying the 100 Flowers Sect's Patriarch and Holy Maiden today. Does this matter mean that the Cloud Sky Sect is going to ally with the 100 Flowers Sect?" When Chen Changsheng saw this, he couldn't help but frown. After this worship of heaven and earth is the worship of the ancestor. Seeing that the marriage was about to be completed was interrupted. Chen Changsheng also a little angry. A trace of displeasure flowed in his eyes. "Old ancestor, this is Lai Yen, the sect master of the Flame Sect, and this Flame Sect is a vassal force of the Divine Sun Sect." Seeing that Chen Changsheng didn't seem to recognize the middle-aged man in front of him, the red-clothed flower Dream Shadow transmitted her voice. After knowing the identity of the other party, this time Chen Changsheng quickly understood. "How dare you make trouble on his big day?" Chen Changsheng was silent for a moment before he spoke. "Sect leader Lai, this is my seat's big day today, so some small matters can be discussed on another day. And for Sect Master Lai to rashly interrupt someone else's wedding ceremony, this seems very inappropriate." It was as if this Lai Yan could see Chen Changsheng's displeasure, but there wasn't the slightest bit of fear. In the next moment, he arched his hand and said, "This is rather my abruptness. I apologize for my lack of consideration, Elder Ancestor Everlasting. It's just that someone Lai is also very curious indeed. Is the Cloud Sky Sect really going to ally with the 100 Flowers Sect? Is this news true? I believe that all the righteous people present are also very puzzled in their hearts, right? As we all know, the Cloud Sky Sect is our righteous sect, while the 100 Flowers Sect comes from the devil's way, and since ancient times, the righteous and the devils are incompatible. That's why today, Mr. Lai had the audacity to come forward and ask Elder Ancestor Everlasting for an answer." As soon as these words came out, the gazes of many people present converged on this side, waiting for Chen Changsheng to reply. Chen Changsheng also frowned slightly, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. This Lai Yan stood out, clearly coming to look for trouble. It wasn't just him, the faces of the higher-ups of the Cloud Sky Sect also turned ugly down. They weren't stupid and knew what this Lai Yan really wanted when he stood out. In the next moment, Qin Jiuxiao, who was the vice-sect leader of the Cloud Sky Sect, directly stood out and said in a cold voice, "How dare you, Sect Leader Lai? Whether our Cloud Sky Sect has an alliance with the 100 Blossoms Sect or not, it's all our Cloud Sky Sect's business, and it doesn't need outsiders to come and ask questions about it yet. Could it be that you, the Flame Sect, want to meddle in our Cloud Sky Sect's affairs?" Seeing Qin Jiaxiao's anger, Lai Yan laughed. "Vice Patriarch Qin, please be at ease. How could our Flame Sect dare to interfere in Cloud Sky Sect's affairs? After all, the Cloud Sky Sect is one of the leaders of our righteous path. If it really allies with the devil's path, this is hurting the peace between our righteous alliance. Not only do I, Lai Yan, have complaints, I'm sure the righteous people present have thoughts in their hearts as well. I'm just representing the righteous alliance and putting this matter out there." Hearing this, Qin Jiuxiao snorted coldly and said, You, the Flame Sect, are also able to represent the entire righteous alliance? Martyrdom Sect Master, I think you're here to find trouble today. If you're sincerely here to congratulate our old ancestor on his wedding, our Cloud Sky Sect will naturally welcome it. If there is an ulterior motive, now please, Sect Master Lai, go back to where you came from. Seeing that the atmosphere was tense, a melodious voice suddenly rang out. "Vice Patriarch Qin, please also be at ease." The person who spoke was clearly Flower Dream Shadow. When Qin Jiuxiao saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he respectfully said, "Yes, Senior Mother." Flower Dream Shadow bowed to Chen Changsheng before saying, "Today is my wedding day with old ancestor, and I don't want to get my hands dirty and spoil the great atmosphere. Elder Ancestor Everlasting, why don't you leave this matter to me?" Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, and he didn't care about this matter. This Blazing Fire Sect Master was a complete clown, and he didn't put it in his heart at all. Right at this moment, Flower Dream Shadow looked at the Flame Sect Master and said, "Flame Sect Master, I'll answer the question you just asked. The Cloud Sky Sect wanting to ally with our 100 Flowers Sect is complete nonsense.
so the rumors in the outside world are all false. When these words came out, the Blazing Fire Sect master frowned and spoke. Even if the 100 Flowers Sect patriarch and elder ancestor everlasting are in love with each other, how can this be explained when your sect relocated from the side of the Northern Li dynasty to the vicinity of the Cloud Sky Sect? Hua Menjiang's expression remained indifferent as she smiled sweetly. The matter of an alliance is pure nonsense. As my original intention was to lead the 100 Flowers Sect to join the Cloud Sky Sect, from now on, our 100 Flowers Sect has become a vassal power of the Cloud Sky Sect, and since it is a vassal power, then the Cloud Sky Sect is our 100 Flowers Sect's superior sect. And where is there any talk of an alliance? Sect Master Lai, don't you think so? The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. This was because everyone present had not expected that the 100 Flowers Sect was not allying with the Cloud Sky Sect, but rather joining the Cloud Sky Sect. Alliance and joining were two completely different concepts. An alliance meant that the 100 Flowers Sect was still related to the Devil's Way. However, joining would be different, and the 100 Flowers Sect would become a completely subordinate force to the Cloud Sky Sect. All the same, they were all hegemonic forces. Where was it so easy to take them in? So at this moment, almost everyone thought that Flower Dream Shadow had said this in order to conceal the fact that the two powers were allied. Therefore, Lai Yan didn't give in to this. He was ready to say something, but before he could open his mouth, a terrifying aura came from him, and Lai Yan's body shook violently, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. If Sect Master Lai Yan isn't sincere about coming to my wedding, he can leave now. Chapter 52 Divine Son Sect's Underpinnings. Broken Red Dust. Everyone present could see that Chen Changsheng was truly angered. Therefore, no one spoke up again rashly. And even Lai Yan did not expect that Chen Changsheng would actually strike out at him in full view of everyone. But he didn't dare to get angry. He just opened his mouth and said, "Please forgive Elder Ancestor Everlasting. It's me who took the liberty. But in the future, I will report today's matter to the Divine Son Sect truthfully. I'll take my leave now." After saying this, Lai Yan directly turned around and left. This time, the wedding went on smoothly without any interruptions. In the evening, Caveman, instead of immediately cavorting with Chen Changsheng, Flower Dream Shadow talked about business. Elder Ancestor Everlasting. This flame sect is a vassal force of the Divine Sun Sect, and to act like this today, I'm sure that the Divine Sun Sect must be behind it to authorize it. The Divine Sun Sect is wolfish and has long had the idea of dyeing the entire Tianlan prefecture, so I'm sure that today, they are also borrowing the old ancestor's wedding to demonstrate against the Cloud Sky Sect while deterring the other righteous forces. In reality, even if Flower Dream Shadow didn't say it, Chen Changsheng understood it in his heart. In the original, after the demon treasure, the turmoil in the Tianlan prefecture began. Heavenly foothills can't be found in the middle of the sky, and the forces of the righteous path in Tianlan prefecture are stronger than the forces of the devil's path. Among the righteous alliances, the Divine Sun Sect had the most massive power. What was the purpose of splitting the demon sect 10,000 years ago by using the beauty trick? Naturally, it was to unify Tianlan prefecture. And even now, the Divine Yang sect still had not died. What they wanted to do was not to be the leader of the righteous path, but to rule the entire Tianlan prefecture, with the righteous path and the devil's path submitting to their feet. And this was the true purpose of the Divine Yang sect. It was only because they were also afraid of causing other forces to join forces that the Divine Sun Sect had not been able to make a rash move. In the original, it was with the help of the Devil's Treasure coming out that the Divine Sun Sect formally struck, and now that the Devil's Treasure had been obtained by him long ago, the Divine Sun Sect couldn't find a reason to do so, but his big wedding had allowed the other side to find an excuse. To the powerful Divine Sun Sect, they didn't care if the Cloud Sky Sect was allied with the Devil Dao or not. They only hoped to use this to gain the opportunity to strike against the Cloud Sky Sect, forcing the Cloud Sky Sect to submit, and at the same time deterring the other hegemonic forces in the Tianlan prefecture. This was a good excuse to strike at the Cloud Sky Sect, only he had chosen the wrong target. Seeing that Hua Menjiang was worried about this moment, Chen Changsheng smiled blandly and said, "The Divine Sun Sect is digging its own grave, actually trying to use this seat and the Cloud Sky Sect to set an example. This seat will make them realize how wrong they are." As if sensing that Chen Changsheng did not place the Divine Yang sect in his eyes, Hua Menjiang hesitated for a moment before whispering, "Elder Ancestor Changsheng, my concubine once heard something that said the Divine Yang sect was able to become the leader of the righteous path, also because of its profound heritage. There are even rumors that the Divine Sun Sect seems to have a powerful person of the Purple Mansion realm sitting inside." Hearing this, Chen Changsheng became curious and opened his mouth to ask, "Dream Shadow, where did you hear this from?" "Our 100 Flowers Sect has undercover agents in the Divine Sun Sect.
And the Divine Son sect has several favored concubines of the inner sect elders that come from our 100 Flowers sect.
Hearing this, Chen Changsheng directly froze, but soon he smiled and said, "What if I told you that all these things are true?" "What do you mean? It's true?" Hearing this,
Hua Menjing's face instantly changed and she hurriedly asked,
"Old ancestor, how do you know such a secretive matter?"
"Yet I've heard that the Heavenly Lanzhou Prefecture hasn't seen a strong person of the Purple Mansion realm since tens of thousands of years.
And that only you, old ancestor, are the first person in tens of thousands of years.
If this Divine Son sect has a strong person of the Purple Mansion realm, it should be extremely easy for them to unify the Tianlan Prefecture."
Chen Changsheng smiled and said,
"It's true that there hasn't been a strong person of the Purple Mansion realm in Tianlan Prefecture in the past 10,000 years.
But what if I told you that this strong person of the Purple Mansion realm was 10,000 years ago? A Purple Mansion realm powerhouse from 10,000 years ago?"
Flower Dream Shadow was filled with surprise.
"Can a powerhouse of the Purple Mansion realm live for so long? That's tens of thousands of years."
"Of course it's impossible to live for so long.
But if you use special means, it's not impossible to survive until now." Chen Changsheng opened his mouth to explain,
as if because he had been affected by some of the plots in the original.
And without knowing how, Chen Changsheng suddenly lamented, "Since ancient times, red faces have been a scourge. This is a very reasonable statement." Hearing this, Flower Dream Shadow blinked her palm eyes and asked with a curious expression, "Old ancestor, why are you emitting such sentiments?"
Dream Shadow,
since you want to know the inside story of this,
I'll tell you. It had to be said that Changsheng, the number one beauty of Tianlan Prefecture 10,000 years ago, was truly a strange woman. The many big changes in Tianlan Prefecture 10,000 years ago could not be separated from this strange woman. The Devil Sovereign's talent spanned the world and was the number one heavenly pride demon of his time. This was said without exaggeration.
But the Heavenly Lanzhou's heavenly remarkable demon in that period was not only the demon sovereign.
There was also a heavenly pride demon from the righteous path.
Broken Red Dust.
Broken Red Dust from the Cold family.
Talent demon.
8 years old when he joined the Divine Son sect.
Cultivation all the way to sweep many of the same generation of pride.
Cultivation of 200 years to reach the Divine Hidden Realm.
Become the Divine Son sect's holy son.
800 years to reach the Purple Mansion realm. It can be said that if it was not for the devil's dignity coming out of nowhere, then the legend of 10,000 years ago would not have been Broken Red Dust. According to the rules of the Divine Son sect,
the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter were born as a pair. However, the Demon Lord was too powerful and had a tendency to unify the Tianlan Prefecture. The Divine Yang sect then came up with countermeasures to disintegrate from within,
laying a solid foundation for them to be able to unify the Tianlan Prefecture. The Divine Yang sect then came up with the idea of using a beauty trick, sacrificing the holy maiden Changsheng so that the other party would serve the devil with her body. Broken Red Dust had been in love with holy maiden Changsheng for many years, so how could he see such a thing happen? He sought out the demon Venerable for 4 battles and lost all 4 times,
which led to a setback in his Tao,
and he has never been able to recover since.
Flower Dream Shadow also didn't expect that Chen Changsheng actually knew these secrets.
Maybe women have a natural heart for gossip. Blinking her eyes, she looked at Chen Changsheng and asked curiously,
"Old ancestor, then what?
The biggest underbelly of the Divine Son sect.
It couldn't be that Broken Red Dust you're talking about, could it?"
"Nice." Chen Changsheng smiled and said, "That Broken Red Dust and the Demon Venerable lost 4 times in a great battle, and his Tao was damaged. At that time, he originally wanted to end himself, but he didn't expect to be stopped by Changsheng in the end. Changsheng hopes that he can close his eyes to death and shelter the Divine Son sect for life."
Broken Red Dust ultimately couldn't refuse Changsheng's request and agreed.
The scheme of using love was made as pure as fire by the Divine Son sect, not only forcing Changsheng to let the Divine Son sect's demon sect split, but also letting Broken Red Dust end up in the Divine Son sect's inner sanctum of death. The Divine Son sect can indeed make Broken Red Dust work for them.
They just don't dare to ask for it,
because as long as Broken Red Dust is out of the gate, that also means that his life has come to an end, and the day he strikes is also the day he falls. Broken Red Dust's existence serves as a deterrent. If it falls there's nothing left,
so the Divine Son sect won't rashly allow it to strike. Hearing Chen Changsheng's narration, Hua Menjing immediately understood.
No wonder the Divine Son sect didn't dare to rashly allow Broken Red Dust to make a move.
Chapter 53, Undercover of the Wildflower Sect. Thinking of this, Flower Dream Shadow couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In that case, Changsheng is really powerful.
The 2 great heavenly pride demons of the Tianlan state 10,000 years ago
were played by her alone. Just, speaking here, Flower Dream Shadow did not continue. It was because in the Devil Emperor's treasure, she had also seen Chen Changsheng in the bronze ancient coffin. The appearance and temperament crowned the world, worthy of being the #1 beauty of Tianlan Prefecture 10,000 years ago. Even she paled in comparison. Only his own disciple, Qin Hongling, was able to go toe-to-toe with it. Thinking about this, Hua Menjing couldn't help but laugh and scold herself. Why was she thinking about this properly? Makes sense compared to a man in a coffin. Hua Menjing took a deep breath and also thought of the main event of the day and spoke. Old ancestor, how are you going to deal with today's matter of the Divine Son Sect letting someone provoke them?
Chen Changsheng smiled blandly and said, for 10,000 years, the Divine Son Sect has been trying to facilitate an alliance of the righteous paths, and then they will be the head of this righteous path alliance. I think it's all been discussed, and there should be a conclusion after 10,000 years. Just that the position of the alliance is not for them, the Divine Son Sect, to sit on. Hearing this, Flower Dream Shadow immediately understood. The heavenly Lanzhou did need a true master, but that candidate was not the elder ancestor of eternal life. With old ancestor's talent as well as his strength, it was entirely appropriate to become the alliance leader of the righteous Tao Alliance. Thinking of all this, Hua Menjing spoke. Old ancestor, do you know the strength of that broken red dust? Chen Changsheng nodded and said, this broken red dust was similar to my strength at its peak, and was also at the cultivation level of the third sky of the Violet Mansion realm. But with 10,000 years of time spent in seclusion, the strength could not be retained by much, and with a full force outburst, it should barely be able to reach the second sky of the Violet Mansion realm. But that doesn't matter. It's easy for this seat to want to crush him. At this moment, Chen Changsheng's body was permeated with a domineering aura and self-confidence, and it was even Flower Dream Shadow that couldn't help but be infected, with a pair of beautiful eyes that were colorful and flickered with admiration. Then my concubine will wish old ancestor success and achieve 1,000 years of dominance, and the 100 Flowers Sect and I will serve old ancestor. Flower Dream Shadow had cultivated the 100 Flowers bright moon body since she was a child, and although her appearance was not as good as Qin Hongling's, her charming bones were heavenly, and she was not inferior to her own disciple. After all, his face value was very high, and at this time, he was wearing a red dowry and was so beautiful that it seemed as if even the beauty around him had to be dimmed by a few points. Seeing such a Flower Dream Shadow, Chen Changsheng was also incomparably moved. Dream Shadow, I know your heart, but today I have a big score with you, so naturally I'm going to cave in. Chen Changsheng said with a smile.
It's only natural that the cave is the right thing to do. Hearing this Flower Dream Shadow, her pretty face immediately reddened as she lowered her head and softly said, please also have mercy on the old ancestor. Dream Shadow, now this is not the old ancestor. At this moment, Chen Changsheng didn't know what came to mind and opened his mouth to ask, your 100 Flowers Sect, is it true that you've arranged undercover agents among all the major sects? Upon hearing this, Flower Dream Shadow couldn't help but stare, not knowing why the old ancestor would ask this question.
But she still answered, it's all there among the forces of the righteous hegemony.
If all the major clans hadn't arranged undercover agents,
it would have been impossible for their 100 Flowers Sect to know that the Divine Son Sect had the possibility of a Violet Mansion realm powerhouse.
What about in our Cloud Sky Sect? How many people are undercover agents of your 100 Flowers Sect? Hearing this, Hua Menjing's smiling face reddened. However, she still quickly pressed against Chen Changsheng's ear and exhaled in a low voice. After hearing that, Chen Changsheng's entire body was speechless. In this regard, the 100 Flowers Sect was definitely a professional. The original said that the 100 Flowers Sect had eyes all over the world, but it didn't say anything specific. Now that Flower Dream Shadow was considered his person, she definitely wouldn't hide it from him. Each of the 12 peaks of the Cloud Sky Sect had a steward elder, and it was not expected that of the 12 elders, 8 of them had favored concubines from the 100 Flowers Sect. Chen Changsheng of course cried and laughed at this and spoke. If these favored concubines blow their pillows and our Cloud Sky Sect's inner sect elders vote, wouldn't that be able to be remotely manipulated by your 100 Flowers Sect? In the Cloud Sky Sect, the vast majority of the choices were made by the elder ancestors and the patriarch, and the elders didn't have that much power. But intervening in the internal affairs within the sect was still something they were able to do. After all, of the 12 stewardship elders, 8 of them had inappropriate relationships with 100 Flowers Sect disciples. That's 2/3 of it. Speaking of these things, Flower Dream Shadow was a bit embarrassed. Blinking her eyes and winking her eyes, she said, old ancestor, this matter is indeed our 100 Flowers Sect did not do the right thing, so my concubine, as the sect leader, can't absolve herself of the blame, and will personally make amends to you. If old ancestor still refuses to forgive, please chastise Dream Shadow to your heart's content. I have to say, it's still Flower Dream Shadow who knows how to play. Since he had said so, Chen Changsheng naturally would not be polite and decided to chastise the other party severely. In that case, you'll be punished for branching out for this seat. 1 hour later, after Chen Changsheng finished up on Hua Menjiang's side, he went straight to Qin Hongling's bridal chamber again. Qin Hongling looked at Chen Changsheng with a face full of anticipation and served him with a smile. Tonight's cave-in. Chen Changsheng also enjoyed great pleasure. Cloud Sect's back mountain. Chen Tianyu, who hadn't left this place for more than a year, looked at the lights and colors in the Cloud Sect today and knew that his father had taken 2 more concubines. The disciples within the sect brought him wedding wine, and the food had gotten a little better, but he didn't consume it. In a hoarse voice, he asked, "When will father let me out?" Hearing this, Bai Luo Yang said, "Master has already said before that if you want to leave the back mountain, you need the young patriarch to break through to the enlightenment realm." Hearing this, Chen Tianyu did not say anything else. Bai Luo Yang also just came over to take a look today and brought wine and meat to Chen Tianyu. For some reason, she always felt as if there were some indefinable changes in Chen Tianyu, but she didn't care about that. And to be frank, it was only because the other party was the only son of her master that she made a special trip to tell the other party the happy news. Originally had no good feelings towards Chen Tianyu, Bai Luo Yang didn't stay much longer and directly turned around to leave. A breeze blew. Soon after Bai Luo Yang left the place. Sensing that no one was here, a strange laughter suddenly came from Chen Tianyu's sea of consciousness. Ow ow ow. Am I right? Self-interest is all that matters. What blood relationship and father-son bond? That's all false. If there's no one to help you with your kid's cultivation, you won't be able to step into the enlightenment realm in this lifetime. That father of yours clearly wanted to trap you here and leave you to fend for yourself. Hearing these words, Chen Tianyu's body could not help but tremble. Ha ha ha, as long as you worship me, I'll be able to take me out of here. And even if you want to snatch back the beauty you've been longing for in the future, it'll be as easy as pie. Seeing that Chen Tianyu didn't say anything, that strange laughter compelled. Ha ha, that Lu Qingyao is a beautiful looking woman, and should have belonged to you, but that father of yours took your woman by force, snatched her away from you, and locked you up here. Chapter 54, The Divine Son Sect's Visitors. To put it nicely, it's for you to cultivate hard, but to put it bluntly, it's for you to be locked up here and left to fend for yourself. It's your father who is unkind. No one within the clan has spoken for you. This huge Cloud Sect has been unrighteous to you. This seed is helping you to change your fate against the heavens. What are you still hesitating for? You brat! Hearing these words, Chen Tianyu immediately made a decision. Fine. I'm willing to let you out and worship you as my teacher, but you must swear to help me get everything I want. In the next moment, a chilling laugh rang out. No problem. This seed is willing to swear on the Great Tao and help you get everything you want. Without hesitation, Chen Tianyu took out a bead from somewhere and then directly crushed it. For a moment, within this black bead, there was actually endless black mist surrounding it. After this black mist circled around, it directly drilled into Chen Tianyu's body. And then Chen Tianyu looked hideous, as if he was enduring great pain. When he opened his eyes again, his originally pitch-black pupils turned blood-red and his face was filled with a grimace as he looked in the direction of the Cloud Sect with a face filled with hideous terror. Old thing, you're the one who brought me this humiliation and pain. I'll take it all back. Just wait for me. After saying this, Chen Tianyu stepped outward step by step, quickly attracting the attention of the 2 mountain guard disciples. What are you? This seems to be the young patriarch. Why have you come out? Please also ask the young patriarch to hurry back. You are not allowed to leave the back mountain without the order of the old ancestor. And please don't make things difficult for us. Young patriarch, please don't make things difficult for us. Chen Tianyu didn't pay any attention to these 2 people at all. Taking a step towards this side, the 2 innate realm elders wanted to make a move to stop them. But 2 huge black hands manifested from within Chen Tianyu's body and directly grabbed the necks of the 2 elders. Click! These 2 elders directly fell with their heads in different places. You worshipped this seat and fused with it. And right now you already have a half-step cultivation level of the enlightened realm. But the Cloud Sect has many experts. And your father is a divine hidden realm powerhouse. The current you is not a match. You should leave here first and find a place to hibernate before you can plan for great things. This seed has hidden secret treasures in many places during his lifetime. If you can obtain them, stepping into the divine hidden realm will only be a matter of time. Hearing that mysterious voice, Chen Tianyu nodded and said, "Alright then, I'll leave here now." He took a deep look at the Cloud Sect, which was decorated with lights and incomparably festive. and said in a deep voice, "Sooner or later I'll come back one day and take back everything I deserve." After saying this, Chen Tianyu directly headed off quickly into the distance, taking advantage of the night to completely escape from the Cloud Sky Sect. Early the next morning, many Cloud Sky Sect disciples had just gotten up and were preparing to cultivate when several terrifying auras descended outside the Cloud Sky Sect's mountain gate. Elder Ancestor Everlasting, our Divine Son Sect's vassal force, the Flame Sect's Lord Lai Yan, congratulated Old Ancestor on his wedding day. Why was he detained by Old Ancestor afterward? I hope Old Ancestor will give this seat a reasonable explanation for this matter. Yesterday was the main door of the Fire Sect to leave, but it was stopped by Bai Luo Yang. In the Master's wedding day trouble, Bai Luo Yang how can let the other party so leave? However, this matter was also authorized by Chen Changsheng. This scene also caused many of the great powerhouses to be secretly shocked and have some speculations in their hearts. The Flame Sect Master dared to come to the Elder Ancestor's wedding to cause trouble, and there was definitely an authorization from the Divine Yang Sect behind it. The forces in the entire Tianlan Prefecture knew that the Divine Son Sect was extremely restless and had always been plotting to unify Tianlan Prefecture. Whether or not the Cloud Sky Sect had colluded with the Devil's Path, it didn't matter. The important thing was that their Divine Son Sect needed a reason to lash out. Many people had a premonition that the Cloud Sky Sect leaving the Flame Sect Master behind was bound to drive the Divine Son Sect crazy. That's why those forces didn't leave the first time after the wedding, but instead set up camp near the Cloud Sky Sect and waited for a good show. Sure enough, the next morning, the Divine Son Sect's people then came to the door. The Divine Son Sect's people are here. Or Vice Patriarch Shui Yiho personally led the team here. It looks like Cloud Sky Sect is in trouble. The Divine Son Sect came to the door. 6 people in total. And the person leading the group was clearly the Vice Patriarch of the Divine Son Sect, Shui Yiho. Shui Yiho had been famous for many years and was a famous powerhouse in Tianlan Prefecture. His cultivation had reached the 5th level of the Divine Hidden Realm. Regardless of battle power or seniority, they were far above the Cloud Sky Sect's old ancestor, Chen Changsheng. Seeing the Divine Yang Sect's Vice Sect leader Shui Yiho come to the door, some of the great powerhouses couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, feeling that the Cloud Sky Sect had been impulsive this time. Even if they had disturbed old ancestor Chen Changsheng's wedding, they shouldn't have detained the Flame Sect Master. Knowing that the Divine Yang Sect's people would come to their door to pick a fight, they still didn't hold their breath. Now well, it's gotten to the point of no return. Facing the wrath of the Divine Yang Sect's Vice Patriarch Shui Yiho, the Cloud Sky Sect didn't have any luck. Sunyun Tian Sect Patriarch Bai Luo Yang arrived in front of the mountain gate and stood in the air. Seeing Bai Luo Yan's arrival, Shui Yiho said in a deep voice, "Patriarch Bai, you guys are detaining the Flame Sect Master. Don't you know that he's a member of our Divine Yang Sect?" Facing this powerful person who had been famous for many years in Tianlan State in front of him, Bai Luo Yang not only didn't fear, but instead, he was neither humble nor overbearing. "The joy of my master's wedding comes from the greatest joy of our Cloud Sky Sect, and I've declared to the outside world before that any dissatisfaction with our Cloud Sky Sect can wait until after my master's wedding. If the Flame Sect Master had simply come to congratulate my master, I naturally wouldn't have detained him, but obviously not. The Flame Sect Master interrupted my master's wedding, and was also aggressive and so rude that I detained him. Elder Shui, may I ask if there's a problem with what I'm doing?" When these words came out, Shui Yiho could not help but frown. However, he quickly stretched over and said blandly, "I already know about yesterday's matter. The 100 Flowers Sect is a devilish force, and your master's father married both the 100 Flowers Sect's patriarch and the Holy Maiden. And this matter does indeed have the suspicion of colluding with the devilish path. Although he has been rude, he is ultimately doing this for the safety of our righteous path." Hearing this, Bai Luo Yang frowned slightly. Before she could open her mouth, the accompanying Vice Patriarch, Qin Jiuxiao, couldn't help but say, "The Flame Sect is a small power. Since when does the safety and security of our righteous path require them to be concerned?" Seeing this attitude of the Cloud Sky Sect's Vice Sect leader, the Divine Sun Sect's Vice Sect leader Shui Yiho deeply frowned, but he hadn't expected the arrogance at all. In the next moment, only Qin Jiuxiao said to the clan, "Invite the Blazing Fire Sect Master out." Soon, the Flame Sect Master Lai Yan, who had his cultivation sealed, was brought out by the Cloud Sky Sect disciples. Seeing the Divine Sun Sect's Vice Patriarch come in person, Lai Yan was almost overjoyed. Elder Shui, save me. Chapter 55, Feng Shanyu Strikes. Colluding with the Devil's Way? This Cloud Sky Sect's old ancestor seriously injured me and even intercepted me halfway and imprisoned me here. They must be colluding with the Devil's Way. That's why they're so furious in the face of my questioning.
What the Cloud Sky Sect has done is clearly not placing our Divine Son sect in our eyes, and not placing the righteous path of the Tianlan Prefecture in our eyes.
Snap! As soon as Lai Yan's words fell, Chen Changsheng's slap landed directly on the other party's face. Teaching you a lesson means you don't have the heavenly manhwa righteousness in your eyes? That is, collusion with the devil's way? I can tell you right now, even if our Cloud Sky Sect really colludes with the devil Dao, then what can you do to us? After saying this, Chen Changsheng looked at the others and said, the Flame Sect's master, Lai Yan, disrupting our old ancestor's wedding without authorization is not only disrespectful, but this action is also clear that he doesn't have us, the Cloud Sky Sect, in his sights. Following the teachings of the old ancestor, I will abolish Lai Yan's cultivation today as a punishment. If in the future there are any more petty people spreading their wildness in our Cloud Sky Sect, we will punish them severely. Hearing this, Shui Yiho was directly enraged and let out a cold snort. Humph. Then let this seat see what arrogance you have. With that, Shui Yiho directly struck out. It was simply not something that Chen Changsheng could resist when a divine hidden realm 5th Heavenly Hall of Fame powerhouse struck out with all his might. However, he was not afraid at all because he knew that old ancestor Chen Changsheng was paying attention to this matter. As expected, the moment Shui Yiho struck out, a blood-red blade light pierced through the sky, chopping at the Divine Son Sect's vice sect leader in an instant. A heavenly blade on attacked and killed, containing a killing intent that destroyed the heavens and the earth. Feeling this terrifying killing intent, Shui Yiho broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly dodged away. However, in the next moment, with a click, Lai Yan's entire cultivation was abolished, and he directly fell softly to the ground. His face was unusually pale, and he did not know whether he was alive or dead. Bold! Your Cloud Sky Sect is really bold, actually daring to collude with the devil Dao. You guys are hiding deep enough to actually collude with the Heaven's Wrath Sect. Shui Yiho's face changed drastically as he said in a cold voice. The moment these words came out, all the onlooker forces were all shocked. In the next moment, a thin old man holding a long sword slowly emerged from the void. Some people who had seen a lot of things vaguely felt that this person looked very familiar. In the next moment, it was not known if someone recognized this person, and immediately said incredulously, "Isn't this the angry-eyed demon King Feng Shanyu?" When these words came out, everyone was all shocked. Angry-eyed demon King Feng Shanyu? Why does this sound so familiar? Why doesn't this sound familiar? That's the number one force in the devil's way. The Heaven's Wrath Sect leader. Also known as the number one strongest person in the devil's way. Not bad. He's the angry-eyed demon King Feng Shanyu. Hasn't the Heaven's Wrath Sect been entrenched in the barbaric mountains for so many years, closed off from the world? Many of the strongest members of the great powers were astonished at this time. Although he had just sensed through the monstrous killing intent that it was a strong person from the Heavenly Fury sect who had struck, Shui Yiho had never thought that the person who had struck was actually the angry-eyed demon King Feng Shanyu. That's the ancestor of the Heaven's Wrath Sect. Shui Yiho had also heard of the legendary story of angry-eyed demon King Feng Shanyu. The one that he cultivated was the Heavenly Grade Technique, Heavenly Fiend Demon Scripture. This technique was exceptionally powerful, and those who practiced this technique would be hard-pressed to find opponents in almost the same realm, or even cross the realm to challenge them. Not to mention that the angry-eyed demon King Feng Shanyu was only at the 7th heavenly cultivation of the Divine Hidden Realm. Even if he was only at the 5th heavenly cultivation of the Divine Hidden Realm, it was still not something that Shui Yiho could deal with. Shui Yiho looked towards Feng Shanyu with a scornful expression. The Cloud Sky Sect is hiding deeply enough. When did they defect to the Heavenly Fury Sect? Or is it that from the very beginning, the Cloud Sky Sect was secretly supported by your Heaven's Wrath Sect? Feng Shanyu didn't like to talk nonsense with these people and said directly, "You're wrong. Our Heaven's Wrath Sect has already submitted to the Cloud Sky Sect and made an oath of the Great Tao to never rebel." When these words came out, there was a dead silence in the room. These powerhouses really couldn't believe their ears. After all, who didn't know that the Heaven's Wrath Sect was the number one sect in the Devil's Way? And Feng Shanyu was the number one powerhouse in the Devil's Way. Feng Shanyu's cultivation had reached the 7th level of the Divine Hidden Realm. How many forces in the huge Tianlan Prefecture could make him submit? Isn't this a joke? Not to mention Shui Yiho's disbelief. Even those Cloud Sky Sect elders who didn't know the situation were filled with disbelief. Shui Yiho looked at Feng Shanyu and said in a deep voice, "Patriarch Feng, even if my cultivation is inferior to yours, you shouldn't have deceived me like this. Do you think I believe this? Whether you believe that or not is your business, not mine." Feng Shanyu didn't bother to give the other party an explanation and said directly, "Elder Ancestor Changsheng had commanded before that if anyone dared to take action against the disciples of the Cloud Sky Sect, they would directly take action to behead them. Shui Yi Ho, you dared to strike at the vice sect leader of the Cloud Sky Sect. You are destined to fall here today. After saying this, Feng Shangyue directly made his move. He held a long sword and slashed through, and a blood-red sword astral deity appeared in the void, exuding endless killing intent, as well as a murder-devouring aura. Even if Shui Yi Ho, who was at the 5th level of the divine hidden realm, was truly afraid at this moment. While dodging, he shouted in horror, Feng Shangyue, you don't want to die. So what if you are the number 1 strongest person in the Devil Dao? Do you really think that our Divine Son sect is afraid of you? Upon hearing this, Feng Shangyue had no sadness or joy and said indifferently, I don't know if the Divine Yang sect can kill me, but you, Shui Yi Ho, can't kill me, while I can kill you. With that, he once again raised his long sword and chopped at Shui Yi Ho. The blood-colored blade aura ran through the heavens and earth, mixed with a terrifying killing aura as well as a terrifying killing intent. This time, Shui Yi Ho was directly locked in, unable to avoid it, and could only take this blade. Ah! Shui Yi Ho screamed miserably and was directly covered by this blade. His body exploded in the void, blood staining the sky. The difference in strength between the two was too great. Shui Yi Ho was simply no match for Feng Shangyue, and was directly decapitated by this blade. Killing people is more painful than killing demonic beasts. This is a very comfortable feeling. I haven't enjoyed this in many years. Angry-eyed Demon King Feng Shanyu muttered. However, when they heard these words, the surrounding powerhouses all had their chilly hairs standing on end, and their faces were filled with a look of horror. Please spare your life. Senior Feng, we haven't offended the Cloud Sky Sect. The disciple who had followed the Divine Son Sect's Vice Lord hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Seeing Shui Yi Ho being killed by a single slash, where were they Feng Shanyu's opponents? Feng Shanyu snorted coldly and chopped out another blade, and all 5 remaining Divine Son Sect disciples fell. When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they were all stunned. Soon Bai Luo Yang reacted and looked at Feng Shanyu gratefully. Thank you Senior Feng for stepping in. Feng Shanyu nodded slightly and directly took a step out, disappearing into the void. Qin Joshua glanced around and said in a deep voice, the show is over, so why don't you hurry up and get out? As soon as these words came out, the forces that stayed around to watch the fun escaped in a hurry. This is the end. Feng Shanyu actually decapitated Divine Son Sect Vice Lord Shui Ho. This time, the Divine Son Sect will absolutely have to go through thick and thin with the Cloud Sky Sect. Chapter 56 Divine Son Sect's Anger. Killing over? Why would the angry-eyed Demon King Feng Shanyu listen to the orders of the Cloud Sky Sect? Could it be that they have truly submitted to the Cloud Sky Sect? How is this possible? Feng Shanyu is the number 1 strongest person in the Devil's Way. How could he possibly defect to the Cloud Sky Sect? Besides, that elder ancestor is only at the first heavenly cultivation of the divine hidden realm. Not bad. It's likely that the Divine Yang Sect's Vice Sovereign wasn't wrong, and it's likely that the Cloud Sky Sect has secretly defected to the Devil Dao's Heavenly Fury Sect, which is why Angry-Eyes Devil King Feng Shanyu came to his rescue today. The Divine Sun Sect definitely won't stop this time. Was the Divine Yang Sect able to destroy the Heavenly Fury Sect? It seems like the Divine Yang Sect's Supreme Elder is a powerhouse in the same realm as the Angry-Eyes Demon King. Feng Shanyu. That's unknown, but it's possible. After all, the Divine Sun Sect has dominated the Heavenly Lanzhou Prefecture's righteous path for so many years. Their depth is unimaginable. No matter what, our Tianlan Prefecture is going to be in chaos. Many of the great powerhouses left in a hurry, and at the same time, they also talked about it. However, many people had a hidden intuition at this time that along with the Heavenly Fury Sect showing up and directly beheading the Divine Sun Sect's Vice Sect leader, it was feared that a major upheaval was about to come to the Heavenly Mission State. The news that the Vice Patriarch of the Divine Yang Sect had fallen in front of the Cloud Sky Sect's mountain gate had quickly traveled back to the Divine Yang Sect. For a moment, the Divine Sun Sect was in an uproar, and a meeting of elders was directly convened. I'm sure all of you have heard about Senior Brother Shui's fall, right? The Divine Sun Sect Patriarch spoke. What do you elders think? How should this matter be handled? His face was unusually ugly, anger filled his gaze, and he was also holding back his anger, not exploding out. Luo Ming, the Grand Elder of the Divine Sun Sect, said, Patriarch, it's obvious that Cloud Sky Sect is colluding with the Devil Dao. Today, he beheaded our Divine Sun Sect's Vice Sect leader again. This is just too arrogant. He simply didn't put our righteous path in his eyes. I think that our Divine Yang Sect should immediately exterminate the Cloud Sky Sect, or else those big powers in the Tianlan Prefecture will think that our Divine Yang Sect is easy to bully. As soon as the Grand Elder's words fell, the 5th Elder stepped forward again and said, That's good. I think Grand Zhang Lao is right. It's an indisputable fact that the Cloud Sky Sect colluded with the Devil's Way, and they also beheaded our Divine Son Sect's vice sect leader. So this matter definitely can't be let go like that. However, the matter of immediately destroying the Cloud Sky Sect still needs to be considered in the long run. The tiny Cloud Sky Sect, our Divine Son Sect, can be destroyed with a snap of our fingers. It's not worth mentioning. It's just that the Cloud Sky Sect now has the Heavenly Fury Sect behind them, and that would entering Demon King Fengshanyu is the #1 strongest person in the Devil Dao, and when he explodes at full strength, his entire strength is comparable to a Divine Hidden Realm 8th Heavenly Strength person. When these words came out, the faces of the many elders present turned ugly down. It couldn't be helped. Fengshanyu was the #1 strongest person in the Devil's Path. It was indeed very intimidating, and all of them elders combined were not necessarily the opponent's opponents. Besides, after so many years of silence, who knows what cards the Heaven's Wrath Sect has? Seeing as if everyone was incredibly scornful of the Heaven's Wrath Sect, the second elder hesitated for a moment and spoke. The Heaven's Wrath Sect originally closed itself off in the manhwa 100,000 mountains and did not interfere with anything in our Tianlan prefecture. And because of this, our Divine Son Sect was able to tolerate it until today. But now that the Heaven's Wrath Sect has appeared, it has broken this balance, and I feel that no matter what, we can't let them continue to be this arrogant. If we choose to hold our tongue, then how can we rule the righteous path? And how can we unify the Tianlan prefecture? Just as everyone was discussing, a voice that had been silent for many years suddenly rang out. Ding Yang, when has our Divine Son Sect ever acted in fear? Although it's a great pity that the Vice Patriarch of the Divine Son Sect has fallen, it's also an opportunity for our Divine Son Sect. The appearance of the Heaven's Wrath Sect has disrupted the balance of the Heavenly Lanzhou prefecture, so there's no need to tolerate their existence. At the critical moment, this seat will personally take action, and if there are any more changes, this seat will ask the Red Dust Ancestor to come out. Everyone in the Divine Son Sect was shocked when these words came out. Obviously they knew what this Red Dust Elder Ancestor really was. However, at this moment, the mysterious voice continued. Old Ancestor Red Dust has been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years, and although he has extended his life, his chi and blood will eventually decline, and there will always be a day when he falls. Nowadays, even if old Red Dust Ancestor continues to dust himself off, his time is coming. Since that's the case, why don't we ask Elder Red Dust to make a move and directly help us unify the Tianlan prefecture, realizing our greatest wish for these thousands of years? In that case, even if old Red Dust Ancestor falls, he'll still die a worthy death. Hearing these words, Divine Yang Sect Patriarch Xiaoding Yang didn't say anything else and bowed toward the void, saying, I respectfully follow the decrees of the old ancestor. Aha! The voice continued to ring out. This matter can be passed on to the Flame Sect and other vassal forces. The extermination of the Cloud Sky Sect and the Heaven's Wrath Sect is a major event between the righteous and the devils, and since they are part of the Righteous Alliance, they should also contribute a great deal of effort to this. May they be made horsemen in charge. This was something that Zhao Dingyang would have done even if the old ancestor hadn't said it. In the next moment, Zhao Dingyang nodded and said, I'll send them a message. That old ancestor saw this before leaving the place. However, just as Zhao Dingyang, the sect leader of the Divine Yang Sect, was about to send a message to the other righteous forces, a blood-red blade light pierced through the sky and ruthlessly chopped down on the mountain gate of the Divine Yang Sect. The Divine Yang Sect's mountain protection formation shone brightly and was directly activated over. At the moment of collision, the entire Divine Son Sect shook violently. What kind of person is so bold as to dare to strike against our Divine Son Sect, when they really don't want to die? Zhao Dingyang's face was ironic as he arrived directly above the Divine Son Sect. When he saw who the visitor was, his face changed violently. Angry-eyed Demon King Fengshanyu, how could it be you? After a brief moment of shock, Zhao Dingyang's gaze went cold. This seat hasn't looked for your trouble yet, but I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come to my door. Fengshanyu did not speak, holding a long sword, and that terrifying blood-colored aura filled the air. Feeling this terrifying pressure, Zhao Dingyang's face changed violently, and his cultivation of the sixth sky of the Divine Palm Realm erupted, trying to resist this aura. But where was he a match for Fengshanyu? A blood-red blade light flashed, directly cutting through his entire body's defense. Pust! The terrifying blood-colored blade directly chopped at Zhao Dingyang's body, who resisted it with all his might. But still, under this terrifying slash, he was directly seriously injured and nearly fell. Zhao Dingyang covered his chest, his entire body dyed red with blood, and looked at the angry-eyed Demon King Fengshanyu with a horrified expression. How could he not expect that the Divine Son sect had only just decided to go after the Cloud Sky sect when the other party actually took the first step to come to his door? Since this is the case, there is nothing to say. Let's round up and kill Feng Shanyu first. The 7 elders of the Divine Yang sect roared out, and together with Zhao Ding Yang, they began to surround Feng Shanyu. Although Zhao Ding Yang was severely injured, he hadn't lost his fighting strength. After all, he was a Divine Hidden Realm 6th heavenly strength. The sound of the void rose loudly and exploded in this regard as a full 9 Divine Hidden Realm powerhouses fought together, erupting a terrifying aura as if they were about to shatter the void. Chapter 57 Tianlan Prefecture's First Beauty, Xiao Liu. Under the leadership of Bai Luo Yang and Chen Changsheng, tens of thousands of Cloud Sky Sect disciples also arrived, inside a luxurious carriage, in which the space was very large and extremely luxurious. One could vaguely see a bed in the center, covered with a white veil, and 4 other stunning women clad in tulle dancing in it. Chen Changsheng had captured a Divine Hidden Realm first heavenly demon beast to pull the carriage. No wonder those villains liked to make such a big fuss. Chen Changsheng experienced it and felt that it was really cool. It is a natural pleasure to be served and to rest in such a comfortable environment. Chen Changsheng felt that traveling in such a way was the right way to open. Brother Changsheng, you're really good at teasing people. I'm really shy. Although Qin Hongling said so on her lips, one of her hands still kept pinching Chen Changsheng's legs and massaging his entire body. There was also Yi Wushuang, who was cool by nature, and really didn't like these too much, but she couldn't bear to reject Chen Changsheng either, this time choosing to kneel behind Chen Changsheng to pinch his shoulders. This was already the most exaggerated action he could make. One of Lu Qingyao and Hua Menjing poured tea for Chen Changsheng, while the other knelt on the ground to squeeze Chen Changsheng's other leg. Chen Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, enjoying this. Qin Zhouxiao, the vice patriarch who was outside, couldn't help but spit out. Old ancestor is getting more and more enjoyable too. To be honest, Bai Luo Yang was a little uncomfortable with this scene, but he couldn't say anything, so she glared fiercely at Qin Zhouxiao and directly turned her head to look elsewhere. Qin Zhouxiao also knew that the patriarch was not in a good mood and did not like the fact that his master was enjoying himself like this, and that it was still the 4 senior nuns who were serving him like this. Qin Zhouxiao smiled and didn't dare to say much. Master, if we attack the Divine Son sect today, then we'll be immortal with the Divine Son sect. After a long time of silence like this, Bai Luo Yang said, Yanger, it's nothing. Our Cloud Sky sect has never been afraid of anything, since they have bullied us. Let them pay the price they deserve. Chen Changsheng's indifferent voice came out. Hearing this, Bai Luo Yang didn't say anything else. On the contrary, it was Qin Hongling, who was pinching Chen Changsheng's leg, whose eyes rolled around and said with a smile, Brother Changsheng, when we attack the Divine Son sect today, will we have a chance to meet that first beauty who was famous in Tianlan Prefecture? Has Brother Changsheng seen that Xiao Liu before? She can be ranked above Hong Ling. Is she really better looking than me? The 100 Flowers list in Tianlan was re-ranked every 100 years, and this time, the leader of the 100 Flowers list was the holy daughter of the Divine Sun sect, Xiao Liu, and Qin Hongling came in second. It was said that Xiao Liu was as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, and was even able to be compared to Feng Qingqing, the number 1 beauty of Tianlan State 10,000 years ago, and was not in the same class as the other beauties on the 100 Flowers list. However, this Xiao Liu had always been in the Divine Yang sect and basically didn't move around in Tianlan Prefecture, so Qin Hongling hadn't seen the other party at all. I heard that Chen Changsheng had come to the Divine Sun sect a few times and wondered if he had seen this beauty. Chen Changsheng shook his head and said, I haven't seen it either. Although the predecessor had come to the Divine Sun sect several times, they all had matters to discuss with the Divine Sun sect. This kind of deliberation was also not something that the holy daughter of the Divine Yang sect could participate in, and it was true that he had never seen that Xiao Liu. However, after hearing Qin Hongling say this, he was eager to meet that legendary Tianlan Prefecture's number 1 beauty. Brother Changsheng, you'll definitely be able to see it today. After all, the Divine Sun sect is in great trouble this time, and that holy maiden should always show up. Qin Hongling said with a smile, Brother Changsheng, these Shenyang sect guys deserve to die, but that Tianlan Prefecture's number 1 beauty, it would be nice to capture them back to serve the old ancestor. Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng was speechless for a while, although he had such an idea in his mind, but you can't say it out making their Cloud Sky sect look like a demonic sect. If Qin Hongling knew what Chen Changsheng was thinking, she would have disliked. I was originally from the Devil's Way. If Bai Luo Yang had known, he would have corrected. Master, it's you who looks like a person from the Devil's Way, not the Cloudy Heaven Sect who looks like a devil's sect. Chen Changsheng didn't know what came to mind and couldn't help but tease Qin Hongling, saying with a smile, "Linger, although I haven't met that Divine Yang Sect's holy maiden Xiao Liu, I have heard some rumors about her. The holy maiden of the Divine Son sect cultivated the emotionless avenue since she was a child. Is there any way to break this?" Qin Hongling had also heard of this matter before. The holy maiden of the Divine Son sect cultivated a special technique, the emotionless avenue. Under the cultivation of the Divine Yang sect, everything was done in the interests of the sect, and he spent long years in seclusion in the Divine Yang sect. This Xiao Liu was completely an iceberg beauty. Qin Hongling liked this kind of character too much. It wasn't that she liked women, but she liked to temper such people. The next moment Qin Hongling's eyes rolled and she said with a smile, "Brother Changsheng, if you really snatch that Xiao Liu, why don't you let me have her as a maid? Just let me reform her. Just give me some time and I promise to make her do whatever you tell her to do. What do you think? I can assure you that my brother will definitely be given the highest level of enjoyment." When Chen Changsheng heard this, he secretly nodded his head. He naturally knew Xiao Liu's character. Indeed, she was an iceberg beauty who was hard to move. In the original, Yi Tian and the other side into countless times of danger, together through countless times of life and death, in order to let the other side to open the heart. And ultimately Yi Genius embraced the return of the beauty. Chen Changsheng didn't want to be so troublesome. This Xiao Liu had to be taken. And since the other party was known as the #1 beauty in Tianlan Prefecture, he thought that he would be able to obtain rich rewards by making him a concubine. If you meet Xiao Liu, you'll give Qin Hongling a tune-up first. Since ancient times, immortals and demons were not on opposite sides. Let the two witches and fairies go at it. Having sealed Xiao Liu's cultivation, the other party could not resist. With Qin Hongling's character that was so playful, as well as her 18 tactics, it shouldn't be difficult to pull Xiao Liu, the cool fairy, off the red dust. Thinking of this, Chen Changsheng nodded his head and said, "If Xiao Liu doesn't know what she's talking about, then give it to Linger for some good tutelage." Above the Divine Son sect, the Divine Hidden Realm powerhouse battle continued. With the help of the 7 elders, Zhao Ding Yang, the Divine Yang sect's patriarch, was able to fight Feng Shangyue in an even battle. With the power of one person, he fought against 8 Divine Hidden Realm powerhouses, and from this, he was able to see how terrifying the combat power of the #1 powerhouse of the Devil's Way was. Seeing this scene, Chen Changsheng said blandly, "You guys go and help out a little bit as well to get back a little bit of face." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's command, a few of the Heaven's Wrath sect's Divine Hidden Realm powerhouses who had followed joined the battle. This time Feng Shangyue had a helper, and the battle situation immediately changed. Zhao Ding Yang, who knew that he was unbeatable, had his scalp tingling at this point. He turned to the clan and anxiously begged for help. "Please also ask the old ancestor to take action." "Hey!" The next moment, a sigh rang out. Immediately afterward, a white-haired old ancestor walked out of the void. Although this old man looked unassuming, his entire body exuded a terrifying aura that made people's hearts tremble. "Qi Tianhai, you old thing is actually still alive." Feng Shangyue, who hadn't opened his mouth all this time, finally spoke. Chapter 58 Recovery of Broken Red Dust. Qi Tianhai, who was an old ancestor of the Divine Son sect, also said blandly, "The mission of the Divine Son sect has not yet been accomplished, so how can this seat be willing to leave like this? Rather, it's your Heaven's Wrath sect that has committed a major offense this time, and you're bound to pay a heavy price this time." Upon hearing this, Feng Shanyu burst into a cold laugh and said, He, breaking a big taboo? What if my Heavenly Fury sect even stabbed this sky through?" The Divine Son sect's old ancestor snorted coldly and said, "Then when your Heaven's Wrath sect is overthrown, you'll know how wrong your choices were." In the middle of the luxury carriage, to think that Qi Tianhai is still alive? When Flower Dream Shadow saw the appearance of the Divine Son sect's old ancestor Qi Tianhai, her expression was moved as she said, Qi Tianhai had already reached the 7th heaven of the Divine Hidden Realm 1,000 years ago, and to be able to live for so long, could it be that he has broken through again? Nice! Chen Changsheng nodded and said, "He has already reached the 8th heaven of the Divine Hidden Realm, but if there are no other chances, such a cultivation level is already his limit." As if sensing the conversation in the carriage, Qi Tianhai glanced this way and said with some curiosity, "What means does your Heavenly Fury sect possess to be able to take the righteous hegemonic force? Yun Tian sect, under your wing?" Feng Shanyu sneered and said, "Why isn't it the Cloud Sky sect that has taken our Heavenly Fury sect under their wing? Think I'll believe it?" Qi Tianhai said with a cold snort. The Heaven's Wrath sect was the #1 force in the Devil's Way. So how could the Cloud Sky Sect be so virtuous as to be able to take the Heaven's Wrath Sect under its wing? Seeing that the other party didn't believe him, Feng Shangyue didn't bother to explain more and directly fought with the other party. When Bai Luo Yang saw the battle between the two, he frowned slightly and said, "Master, Senior Feng is coping with some strain." Chen Changsheng nodded and said, "After all, the Divine Son sect is the #1 force amongst the Alliance of Righteousness. So in the end, there are still a few more reserves, but it's time for me to step in." Feng Shangyue had been cultivating the gifted heavenly-themed demon scripture, and his battle strength was comparable to that of a divine hidden realm 8th sky powerhouse. However, Feng Shangyue was not a powerhouse of the 8th heaven of the divine hidden realm after all, and it was only normal that he was not an opponent when facing the divine Yang sect's old ancestor Qi Tianhai. When Zhao Dingyang saw this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha, if you mess with our Divine Son sect today, you're all destined to fall." "Big talk," a voice rang out from the void. Even Divine Yang sect patriarch Zhao Dingyang froze at this moment. "What man?" The next moment that voice resounded again. "Why don't you believe that the Heavenly Fury sect is sincerely submitting to this seat?" Before Zhao Dingyang could react, the next moment a terrifying aura directly enveloped the entire Divine Yang sect. This aura completely surpassed the Divine Hidden Realm and reached the Violet Mansion Realm. Even Feng Shangyue, who was at the 7th level of the Divine Hidden Realm, and Qi Tianhai, who was at the 8th level of the Divine Hidden Realm, felt as if they were ants even under this aura. Chen Changsheng did not hesitate and directly slapped out a palm. A heavenly palm imprint appeared and directly covered towards the Divine Yang sect. Seeing this heavenly palm print, Qi Tianhai's face changed violently. Purple Mansion Realm. He, who was still unperturbed just a moment ago, was filled with disbelief at this moment and said with a shocked expression, "The Heaven's Wrath sect actually has a Purple Mansion Realm powerhouse." Under this aura, it was as if everything was headed for destruction. Although he didn't know exactly where this Purple Mansion Realm cultivator had come from, Qi Tianhai knew that their Divine Son sect had encountered an unprecedented calamity. Without hesitation, he took out a piece of jade, then directly crushed it and shouted, "We have a strong enemy in the Divine Son sect, so we're still asking for old ancestor Red Dust's help." Divine Son sect. In the Forbidden Land. Inside a coffin. As if sensing everything over here, light blossomed and endless light emanated out, directly filling the entire Divine Yang sect before colliding with that heavenly palm print. Seeing this scene, there was no surprise in Qi Tianhai's eyes. Instead, an unspeakable fear rose in his heart. The heavenly Lanzhou State's Heaven and Earth Avenue was incomplete, and there was a lack of spiritual qi, so there hadn't been a strong person of the Purple Mansion Realm in the past tens of thousands of years. How could a powerful person of the Purple Mansion Realm suddenly appear? Although old Dustless Ancestor was a powerhouse of the Purple Mansion Realm, after all, he had survived for tens of thousands of years, and his qi and blood had long since been depleted. If this Violet Mansion Realm powerhouse couldn't be killed today, allowing the other party to make a comeback, then the Divine Son sect would surely perish. There was really no way around it. A Purple Mansion Realm powerhouse that was in existence that stood at the peak of the Sky Lanzhou State, capable of sweeping across a large state. Please ask who can stop it. Thinking of this, Qi Tianhai hurriedly pleaded. Request that old ancestor Dustless come out to kill the Purple Mansion Realm powerhouse, or else our Divine Son sect will be finished. The endless light dispersed, and in the void, a bone-thin old man emerged and spoke in a deep voice. The heavenly Lanzhou State's great Tao laws are incomplete and the heaven and earth's spiritual qi is scarce. Seeing as you shouldn't be 1,000 years old yet, to be able to break through to the Violet Mansion Realm at this age, your talent is probably no less than the Demon Zune from 10,000 years ago. Also at the Violet Mansion Realm, Chen Changsheng's cultivation was also probed by old Dustless Ancestor. Chen Changsheng also did not hide. A stepped out, came above the void, and smiled blandly. 10,000 years ago the name of the town of Tian Lanzhou, second only to the Devil's Pride demon Broken Red Dust. I think that years ago it was such a spirited, and now it actually fell to such a field. When these words came out, it was Broken Red Dust's turn to be surprised. Who the hell are you? Actually know about the old man. Broken Red Dust had been in seclusion and did not recognize Chen Changsheng, but the rest of the Divine Yang sect was extremely familiar with Chen Changsheng. Qi Tianhai's eyes went wide with shock. Chen Changsheng, how could it be you? How could you possibly break through to the Purple Mansion Realm? Chen Changsheng smiled blandly and said, "Of course it's because this seat is gifted against all odds. Is there anything strange about being able to break through to the Purple Mansion Realm? If it were any other Heaven's Pride demon saying this, it wouldn't be strange." But the person who spoke was actually the old ancestor of the Cloud Sky Sect. At this moment,
It had to be said that the minds of many Destined Son sect powerhouses were about to collapse. We all belonged to the same 7 major sects of the righteous path.
An elder ancestor everlasting had also come into contact with them many times,
with a cultivation level of only divine hidden brocade first heaven, which was at the bottom of the list among the hegemonic forces of the righteous path.
As a result, the other party suddenly broke through to the Purple Mansion realm without a word. May I ask how many people can accept this kind of thing? If it wasn't for the pain in their bodies reminding them,
they would think they were dreaming at this point. In Broken Red Dust's eyes, there was practically no need to care who Chen Changsheng actually was. He pondered for a moment before speaking. Breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm at less than 1,000 years old.
It's not wrong to say that it's a heavenly pride demon. Cultivation isn't supposed to be easy. If you make the great Tao vow and don't infringe on our Destined Son sect from now on, today, I can let you leave in peace. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chi Tianhai hurriedly said, Old Ancestor Red Dust, we can't let this guy leave. He's a powerhouse of the Purple Mansion realm. Ruling the Tianlan prefecture is as easy as a slap in the face. And if he takes all the forces under his command, then where would we in the Destined Son sect still have a chance to live? The Red Dust Old Ancestor was helpless for a while, so he could only transmit his voice. My chi and blood are severely depleted, and I'm approaching the end of my days, so I don't have complete certainty that I can kill the other party. And if I let the other party get away, after I fall, the Destined Son sect will surely suffer from this calamity. Chapter 59, A Broken Heart and a Murderous Heart. If he could, Broken Red Dust wanted to kill a strong enemy for the Destined Son sect before he left, but just now, through the brief exchange of hands, he had sensed that the other party's strength was extremely terrifying, completely inferior to him. After hearing Broken Red Dust's transmission, Chi Tianhai also frowned deeply. How could he not expect that old Red Dust ancestor actually did not have the certainty of decapitating the other party? But the great Tao oath was in the end a possibility of circumvention. It was fine for that thing to bind a bunch of lunatics from the Heaven's Wrath sect, but to the elder ancestor of eternal life, he could have multiple ways to pounce on the Destined Son sect without doing it himself. After all, people were strong in the Purple Mansion realm. Just as Chi Tianhai was at a loss for words, Chen Changsheng seemed to have read the other party's thoughts and said with a smile, Broken Red Dust. Some time ago this seat traveled to the demon sovereign's secret realm. Guess what I saw there? The secret realm of the devil? Tens of thousands of years ago, the beloved Changsheng was forced by the demon lord, and this matter has always been the pain of Broken Red Dust's life. During these tens of thousands of years, Broken Red Dust had been tortured all the time, hating the demon Exalt. Now that he heard about the matter concerning the demon's secret realm, he naturally couldn't manage to remain indifferent. Broken Red Dust's gaze intensified as he said in a deep voice, Junior, what exactly did you see in the demon mystic realm? I saw that strand of the demon lord's obsession. Chen Changsheng laughed and said truthfully, however, in my opinion, Changsheng's methods are so brilliant that he was actually able to make 2 of the heavenly Lancehouse State's 2 great heavenly pride demons, so spellbound over him that they couldn't help themselves. This is really interesting. Although the demon father fell, he didn't know what kind of means he used to leave a remnant of his soul in Changsheng's body, and used the bronze ancient coffin to preserve his flesh and a trace of life for him. If we can find the legendary 9 Revolutions Yang returning pill, we will be able to bring Changsheng back to life. Chen Changsheng smiled but not laughed, looking at the opposite side interrupting the Red Dust. Broken Red Dust's body jolted when he heard this. The beautiful person that he misses all the time. There is still the possibility of resurrection. Broken Red Dust directly old tears. Seeing his incomparably excited appearance, Chen Changsheng added with a smile, this seat has already seen Changsheng's unparalleled face. It is indeed as beautiful as the heavens, as beautiful as the country, and worthy of being the #1 beauty of the Tianlan prefecture 10,000 years ago. And in the process, this seat also discovered a very interesting thing, and that is that Changsheng is actually still intact. What did you say? A perfect body? Hearing this, Broken Red Dust directly froze there. Could it be that Changsheng hasn't been demonized? Thinking of this, Broken Red Dust couldn't help but get excited, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Before Broken Red Dust could be happy for long, Chen Changsheng continued, Changsheng is simply playing along, not moving her true feelings, so how could she lose her body? But that's not important. What's important is that this seat will find a way to resurrect him, and with his stunning looks, serving this seat to have children in the future would be something to look forward to. Broken Red Dust, what do you think? Hearing these words, Broken Red Dust shuddered violently, and then a wave of anger rose from his heart. The man in front of me is simply abominable. What was he talking about? figuring out how to bring his beloved back to life, and then having his beloved serve this guy and also help this guy have children? A wave of anger rose from his heart, and Broken Red Dust's eyes reddened, vaguely showing signs of going off the deep end. At this moment, his entire body was filled with monstrous killing intent. You bastard actually dared to humiliate my Changsheng in such a way. This seed is going to kill you today to ease the hatred in my heart. A terrifying aura erupted out as Broken Red Dust directly slammed his fist towards Chen Changsheng. A heavenly fist seal appeared, covering the heavens and earth, causing the heavens and earth to shake, as if the entire Tianlan prefecture was letting loose. Chen Changsheng smiled blandly and said, Broken Red Dust, you've been lingering on for tens of thousands of years, and it's long overdue for you to fall. Today, I will send you to reunite with the Demon Lord, and at the same time, I will take good care of your beloved Feng Changsheng. Chen Changsheng similarly slapped out his palm, his aura vaguely stronger than Broken Red Dust. When Bai Luo Yang saw her master's father fighting with a purple mansion realm powerhouse and not forgetting to provoke with the number one beauty 10,000 years ago, she didn't know what to say. Master is a little too bad, isn't he? It seems like everything was fine before. How come it's become like this now? On the contrary, when Qin Hongling heard Chen Changsheng's words, she couldn't help but give Chen Changsheng credit, not hiding her joy. Such a heart is what a great man should have. Just as Chen Changsheng had said before, 10,000 years ago, he had been broken by the Demon Lord's Tao, and now that Broken Red Dust had been sealed for 10,000 years, his cultivation was only around the third level of the Violet Mansion realm, and his strength had long since been greatly inferior to that of his peak period. Coupled with the fact that he had just been angered by Chen Changsheng again, he had completely broken his state of mind. Nowadays, he could only barely exert the strength of a Violet Mansion realm second sky, and didn't have the slightest chance in front of Chen Changsheng, a bloodthirsty Violet Mansion realm third sky powerhouse. No way. How is this possible? How is it possible for you to possess a cultivation of the third heaven of the Violet Mansion realm? Broken Red Dust yelled hysterically. Nothing is impossible. The world of heavenly pride demons you can never imagine. Chen Changsheng said with a smile. I have to say that's a killer line. One must know that Broken Red Dust was a heavenly pride demon from tens of thousands of years ago, but compared to Chen Changsheng, it did seem mediocre. The battle between Chen Changsheng and Broken Red Dust was earth-shattering, but it ended quickly. Half a column. Chen Changsheng's night palm slapped out, directly slapping on Broken Red Dust's broken and tattered body. How could Broken Red Dust possibly withstand it? A mouthful of blood gushed out, and a huge palm print appeared above his body. Broken Red Dust's body also slammed heavily onto the ground. Not only was he heavily injured, even his divine soul was crippled and incomplete, and he was no longer able to resist this time. Solving Broken Red Dust seemed to be easier than expected, but the next moment Chen Changsheng knew why. After 10,000 years of dusty time, Broken Red Dust's chi and blood had long since dried up and could not support it for long. Even without him making a move, Broken Red Dust wouldn't be able to survive for long. Seeing that the other party still had a breath left, Chen Changsheng walked over and said, Last minute, anything else to say? Broken Red Dust also knew that he was about to fall today, so he couldn't help but take a deep breath and say, Can you let me take another look at Qinger? She's already my intended fiancée. Chen Changsheng was not shy and said, Do you think I would let my future wife show it to you? Broken Red Dust. His face was unusually pale, and he didn't know what to say at this point. If hating you was capable of killing, it would probably have killed Chen Changsheng 1,000 times. Chen Changsheng didn't hesitate and directly said, Alright, this seat will give you a ride. Chen Changsheng naturally knew that Broken Red Dust was not a good person, and if the other party was still at his peak, or stronger than him, he would probably kill Chen Changsheng without hesitation. This is supposed to be a world of the weak and the strong. Everyone is in a different position now. They are bound to be enemies. It's either you die or I live. When Chen Changsheng came into this world, he knew the cruelty of this world, and that mercy would only harm him. Just as Chen Changsheng was about to make his move, an angry voice rang out. Stop. Chapter 60, The Beauty Plan. Replicating 10,000 years ago. Stop. One of the Divine Yang sect's divine hidden realm elders directly rushed over, wanting to save Broken Red Dust. Chen Changsheng did not even look at the other party as he directly slapped out his palm. Boom! That figure directly exploded in the air, blood staining the sky. When these Divine Son sect powerhouses saw Broken Red Dust fall, their faces were unusually ugly and their hearts were filled with despair. A supreme powerhouse of the third sky of the Violet Mansion realm. Even when their Broken Red Dust elder ancestor revived over, he was no match and was easily killed by the other party. May I ask who else from the Divine Son sect is able to block the other side? Why would such a monster appear in Tianlanzhou?
These Divine Yang sect powerhouses closed their eyes in incomparable despair, as if they were waiting for the death sentence.
Just as Chen Changsheng was about to make his move, a tired voice rang out. Elder Ancestor Everlasting, we took the liberty of provoking your Cloud Sky sect. It's us, the Divine Son sect, who are out of our depth. Today, we also know that we're not going to be defeated. So can we please ask the old ancestor to give our Divine Son sect a way out? We of the Divine Son sect are willing to swear by the Great Tao to submit to the Cloud Sky sect from now on and serve Elder Ancestor Everlasting. Seeing the severely injured Qi Tianhai begging for his forgiveness, seeking his forgiveness at all costs, Chen Changsheng also stopped his hands and opened his mouth. Are you guys going to use the same thing you used against the demon sovereign to deal with me again? When these words came out, Qi Tianhai directly froze there. Time passes. The second day. Inside the Cloud Sky sect, in the middle of the large hall where Chen Changsheng was located, a woman wearing a white dress with a stunningly beautiful appearance slowly came to Chen Changsheng's side and knelt on the ground under the watchful eyes of Chen Changsheng's several wives. Many thanks to Elder Ancestor Changsheng for letting our Divine Son sect off the hook. My little daughter is the Divine Son sect's holy daughter Xiaoliyu, and I would like to serve the Elder Ancestor all my life as a way of repaying the Elder Ancestor. With the fall of the Red Dust Ancestor, the Divine Son sect completely submitted under Chen Changsheng's might. Since the Divine Son sect had already sworn an oath to the Heavenly Tao and was willing to submit to the Cloud Sky sect in the future, Chen Changsheng wasn't a murderous person, so he gave them a chance. Of course, the first beauty of the 100 Flowers list, Xiaoliyu, Chen Changsheng naturally took away. Seeing the other party kneeling down in front of him, Chen Changsheng also took a closer look at this moment. Name, Xiaoliyu. Realm, Enlightened Realm. Third Heaven. Identity, Holy Maiden of the Divine Sunshine Sect. Roots and Bones, Sacred. Technique, Taishan Oblivion Technique. Heavenly Evolutionary Divine Art. Face value, 95. Seeing Xiaoliyu's heavenly beauty and overwhelming appearance, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but feel emotion in his heart that it was worthy of being the #1 beauty of Tianlan Prefecture. In reality, Xiaoliyu and Qin Linglong could be said to be in between, but this Tianlan Prefecture's #1 beauty was even more attractive, with an air of coolness that floated like an immortal. Similarly cool, Xiaoliyu's coolness was still different compared to Yi Wushuang. Just like encountering something shy, it would also affect Yi Wushuang's heart. But Xiaoliyu looked as if she was really indifferent to everything. It's hard for anyone to get inside his head, and that's probably what makes her most appealing. Since the absolute beauty had already arrived at his side, the next step was to raid the other party. As the saying goes, the nearness of water is the first thing to get the moon. Chen Changsheng just didn't believe that it was impossible to rip off this #1 beauty of Tianlan Prefecture. Chen Changsheng looked at Xiaoliyu and smiled blandly. Have you heard of Feng Qingqing? Hearing this question, Xiaoliyu could not help but stare. Although she didn't know why Old Ancestor Everlasting had this question, she still nodded her head and replied, I've heard of it. Old Ancestor Changsheng is one of the most astonishingly talented saint daughters of our Divine Son sect over the past 10,000 years. Chen Changsheng smiled blandly and didn't say anything more on this issue. Then asked, what about that demon sovereign? Xiaoliyu replied once again, that demon sovereign is the sovereign of the demon sect, the same heavenly pride demon from 10,000 years ago. I have naturally heard of it. Chen Changsheng nodded and asked with a smile, then do you know how I view that demon lord? I don't know. Xiaoliyu shook her head and said. Chen Changsheng smiled blandly and said, in fact, in this seat's eyes, no matter how amazingly talented the demon sovereign is actually a brainless person. Hearing this, Xiaoliyu directly froze, because how could she not expect that the hallowed old ancestor of the Cloud Sky sect would actually say something like this? Chen Changsheng also had a feeling as to why he would say that the demon lord was a brainless person. He looked at Xiaoliyu and smiled. I'm sure you are also very confused in your mind as to why I would say that. Speaking of which, your Divine Yang sect is an expert at playing the beauty trick. Using a single Feng Qingqing 10,000 years ago caused the demon sect to split up, and made broken red dust willingly seal for 10,000 years to protect the Divine Yang sect. If I'm not mistaken, before you came here, your Divine Yang sect's powerhouse should have said a similar explanation to you, wanting you to learn from Feng Qingqing from 10,000 years ago. When these words came out, Xiaoliyu was in a trance, subconsciously remembering the explanation that old ancestor Qi Tianhai had given to her before she left. Our Divine Son sect has this result. It's considered self-inflicted, but if our Divine Son sect is still around, then there's hope. If you can do it, like old ancestor Feng Qingqing did 10,000 years ago, Our Divine Son sect definitely has hope of rising to the top, and even uniting the Tianlan prefecture.
You are the holy maiden of our Divine Son sect, the only existence in 10,000 years that can rival Chen Changsheng.
You will definitely be able to do it.
Old ancestor was deeply and seriously injured in that battle.
He doesn't have much time left. In the future,
the Divine Son sect will be under the fence. Only by relying on you guys can we have a glimmer of hope for the Divine Son sect.
That elder ancestor of eternal life likes beauty. It just so happens that you have a stunning face, so you can start with that.
Whether or not our Divine Son sect can rise in the future depends on you.
Xiao Liyu's character was cool, but she was not stupid. So how could she not know what Shi Tianhai's old ancestors' intentions were?
This was asking her to serve the devil with her body just like Chen Changsheng did 10,000 years ago. It didn't have to be done to make the Cloud Sky sect break with the devil Dao, but at the very least it must be done to find a way to gain more benefits for their Divine Son sect through her service. Only then would the Divine Son sect be able to hope for a rise, if she was able to gain favor with the Elder's position of power. Perhaps the Divine Son sect really did have hope for a rise. It was just that Xiao Liu hadn't thought that the old ancestor's explanation before he fell had actually been guessed by Chen Changsheng. There was no need to deny this kind of thing.
Xiao Liu said softly, "Old ancestor Tianhai did say something similar to me, and through me serving old ancestor everlasting, it would give our Divine Son sect a chance to rise in the future." Seeing that Xiao Liu did not hide anything, Chen Changsheng smiled blandly and said, "As we all know, I love beautiful things, and I have never hidden anything about it. So I won't care about what your Divine Yang sect scheming is. If you can truly do your best to serve me, even if you help your Divine Son sect rise to power, it's nothing." Xiao Liu was indifferent for a while and gently nodded. "Liu knows. In that case, let's see how you do."
Chen Changsheng smiled indifferently and directly undressed Xiao Liu.
Xiao Liu's whole body shook violently, but did not resist. Chapter 61, Something happened in the back mountain of the Cloud Sky sect. Day 2.
The system's voice rang out in Chen Changsheng's mind.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying his wife and taking concubines. The number of wives and concubines has reached 5.
Obtaining a blitz reward. And obtaining 100 times the cultivation speed reward. Cultivate 100 times faster? A bright smile surfaced on Chen Changsheng's face.
In his eyes the devil is indeed a brainless person. The cultivation world is weak and the strong are honored.
10,000 years ago, with his cultivation, what beauty could he not obtain? As a result, it had to be that saintly woman Chen Changsheng, and it was playing with spiritual love. What era is this? What are you making yourself into a lickspittle for? You should know that you are a supreme powerhouse, the head of the demon sect. May I ask what you got in the end? Directly causing the demon sect to split and eventually die. He wouldn't learn from the demon father.
Since the Divine Son sect had sent the holy maiden Xiao Liu, he would be sorry to the other party if he didn't accept it.
If you're lucky, you'll get a shot in the arm, maybe even a baby, whether in love or not.
There's no such thing as a relationship. At least the other person's whole being is his. As the saying goes,
take your time later. Not to mention Xiao Liu. If there was an opportunity behind her, Chen Changsheng wouldn't be able to escape him. A night of cavorting refreshed Chen Changsheng.
It must be said that Xiao Liu is a stunning beauty with a face value of 95 points.
Simply wonderful. After taking Xiao Liu into his room, Chen Changsheng was also rewarded with a surprise.
It turns out that marrying a wife and taking a concubine up to a certain number triggers the storm bonus.
Before, it was 20 times the cultivation speed, and it was already very heaven-defying. Now that he had actually gained 100 times his cultivation speed, Chen Changsheng didn't even know who would be able to block his advance in the future. Just as Chen Changsheng was preparing to cultivate, suddenly the door to Xiao Liu's room was opened, and a cute little head poked out from the doorway. "Brother Changsheng, how does Fairy Xiao feel? How many positions did brother put her in last night?" The person who came was no one else either. It was none other than the 100 Flowers Sect's holy maiden, Chen Hongling. She looked very cute in a long red dress and long black hair. "Not bad, Brother Changsheng. You can't favor one over the other. Are you going to exclusively favor Fairy Xiao from now on? She is indeed a bit better looking than me. You can't forget about us because of that." Chen Hongling deliberately pouted there.
When Chen Changsheng saw this, he burst into tears and laughed.
"What are you babbling about? As long as you serve this seat well, this seat will treat everyone equally." "Well, Lings, did you come over here early in the morning with something to tell me?"
Chen Hongling has always been extremely confident. To say that Lu Qingyao ran to be jealous early in the morning, Chen Changsheng would still believe it, but Chen Hongling would definitely not be so boring. Sure enough, seeing Chen Changsheng ask about the main event,
Chen Hongling then collected her playfulness and said with a smile, "Brother Changsheng, your beautiful disciple has come to greet you, as if she has something important to report to you. Did Grande come over?" At these words, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. "Alright, I already know. I'll change and go see him right away." Chen Hongling smiled and walked in, saying, then Hongling helped brother to broaden his clothes. Now that Xiaoliyu was still sleeping, she definitely couldn't do these things. She was so tired and tossed around last night that she naturally couldn't get up. After walking into the room, Chen Hongling glanced at the sleeping Xiaoliyu and couldn't help but smash her big eyes, secretly smashing her tongue and her heart. Seeing Xiaoliyu in such a miserable state, Brother Changsheng didn't know how long he tossed and turned last night to make Xiaoliyu like this. AI. The Destined Son sect is really sinful. It's not good to choose someone to set an example, but they had to take them. The Cloud Sky Sect. It's not a lost cause. This is great. Not only did you put yourself in the middle of it, but you also lost the saintly daughter that you had cultivated so painstakingly all at once. Of course, Chen Hongling only lamented in her heart. She wouldn't pity someone who was against Brother Changsheng. In the middle of the hall, after Chen Changsheng came over, he realized that Bai Luo Yang wasn't alone. There was also the vice patriarch Qin Zhouxiao, as well as several powerful elders within the clan. Only at this moment, other than Bai Luo Yang and Qin Zhouxiao, the other elders were trembling. Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment and immediately understood what was going on. Previously, these elders of the sect didn't know that he had broken through to the Violet Mansion realm. It was also because he had suppressed the Divine Yang sect and had given these elders too much of a shock, which was why they had reacted this way. However, these were not important, and Chen Changsheng did not care about them. Then he looked at Bai Luo Yan and asked, "Yang, I don't know what you've come here for this time." When Bai Luo Yan heard this, he secretly spat in his heart. "Can't you come to visit Master Teacher without something?" Bai Luo Yan did not know why, but a trace of resentment suddenly rose in his heart. However, he quickly suppressed it and opened his mouth to say, "Master, one night a few days ago, something happened over at the back of the mountain. The two disciples guarding the back of the mountain fell, and the young Master Chen Tianyu was nowhere to be found. It seems like someone sneaked in and attacked our Cloud Sky Sect." Hearing these words, Chen Changsheng's entire body was confused, his face full of doubt. "What did you say? Chen Tianyu has disappeared? Do you guys know who did this?" Bai Luo Yang shook his head and said, "For the time being, I don't know, but from the traces of the fight around them, those two outer disciples didn't seem to have resisted too much, and I don't know if they were attacked by a sneak attack or for other reasons." These speculations were also pointless. Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, "Where are the bodies of those two outer disciples? Have they been brought over?" Bai Luo Yan shook his head once again and said, "Master, those two people's corpses and bones are nowhere to be found. Their forms and gods are all gone. It was only through the Destiny Soul Lamp that we realized that these two disciples had fallen." After saying this, Bai Luo Yan took out the two extinguished life soul lamps. Every disciple who joined the Cloud Sky Sect would leave a life soul lamp in the life soul lamp pavilion. If the owner of the life soul lamp fell, then the life soul lamp would also go out. However, with the life soul lamp in place, Chen Changsheng was able to pinpoint the murderer. In the next moment, Chen Changsheng pinched his spell and pulled out the remnant souls of these two disciples from the life soul lamp, performing the soul search technique on them. An image then appeared in the great hall of the fall of these two disciples. Only in the middle of the screen, the entire process of the two disciples' fall was clearly displayed. Chen Tianyu's eyes were bloodshot. His cultivation had reached the half-step enlightenment realm, and he directly struck out to behead these two Cloud Sky Sect disciples. How is this possible? The murderer of the two disciples is actually the young patriarch? How could he do such a thing? Once the image was shown, the murderer was clear at a glance, and this time all the elders were in an uproar. Even Bai Luo Yan's beautiful eyes showed disbelief. Although Chen Tianyu was the murderer, but it involved the young patriarch. This time the many elders did not dare to breathe a single breath. After all, they all knew that the young patriarch that was the only son of the elder ancestor of eternal life. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall appeared to freeze. Even Bai Luo Yan didn't dare to speak. Chapter 62, A Bone of Contrition. A Righteousness. In the Great Hall, Chen Changsheng also fell into silence, and only after a few moments did he say, "Launch a wanted notice to the outside world in the name of our Cloud Sky Sect, and at the same time send out manpower to arrest Chen Tianyu." What did the old man say? Arrest Chen Tianyu? Hearing this, one of the elders hurriedly said, "Elder Ancestor Changsheng, shouldn't this matter be a bit more prudent, in case the young lord is being used or manipulated?" Chen Changsheng snorted coldly and said, Our Cloud Sky Sect has a clan rule that no one is allowed to harm or kill a fellow disciple, and if there is any killing of a fellow disciple, there will be no amnesty. Since Chen Tianyu violated the clan rules, he is also treated equally, whether he was taken advantage of or not. This is a fact. Seeing that Chen Changsheng's mind was made up, the elders did not dare to continue persuading him. Although Bai Luo Yang didn't like Chen Tianyu, he didn't want to see father and son fighting each other, and there was indeed something fishy about the matter in his eyes. Previously, Chen Tianyu's cultivation level was extremely low, but now he had actually reached the half-step enlightenment realm. Thinking of this, Bai Luo Yang spoke. Master, is it possible that young Master Chen has been taken over by someone? Chen Changsheng glanced at Bai Luo Yang and knew what he was thinking, and directly said, Yang you don't need to persuade me anymore. From this image I can feel that Chen Tianyu's divine soul hasn't changed, so since he did something wrong he should pay the price. When Bai Luo Yang heard this, he also nodded and didn't say anything else. Soon she left with the elders. After the crowd had left, Chen Changsheng reassembled the image from earlier and took a closer look at the image of these two Cloud Sky Sect disciples falling. At this moment, combining his previous inferences, Chen Changsheng discovered an extremely interesting thing. First, through the original plot, Chen Tianyu all anti-bone. This point is certainly undoubtedly. Otherwise in the end it is not possible for their own interests to do things to kill their own father. And as he crossed over and locked Chen Tianyu into the back mountain, with the other party's cultivation, if he developed normally, he wouldn't be able to leave the back mountain in this lifetime. There was nothing in that place in the back of the mountain. Chen Tianyu's cultivation had suddenly reached the half-step enlightenment realm, and he had also decapitated two disciples within the sect whose cultivation wasn't weak and escaped from the back of the mountain. What does that mean? This shows that there has been a quiet change in the midst of the real world. Chen Changsheng thought for a moment that all of this change might have something to do with him. Nowadays, Chen Tianyu must have undergone some sort of change, allowing his strength to continue to rise and reach the half-step enlightenment realm. Obviously Chen Tianyu's growth rate had changed beyond Chen Changsheng's imagination. But there was one thing. This Chen Tianyu couldn't stay. If the other party always stayed in the middle of the back mountain, Chen Changsheng could still leave the other party alive. There was also the fact that killing Chen Tianyu before would affect the harmony of the Cloud Sky Sect. After all, the division should be known. But now it was good. The other party took the initiative to jump out. How could Chen Changsheng let it go? Let the sect send someone to find it first. If it doesn't work, Chen Changsheng will personally take action. It was just the right time to investigate what kind of changes had happened to Chen Tianyu. Just as Chen Changsheng pondered, Qin Hongling, who was serving at the side, smiled sweetly. If Brother Changsheng is heartbroken, no, just let young Master Chen off the hook, and then discipline him well in the future. Put what on? Seeing Qin Hongling's misunderstanding, Chen Changsheng pinched the other party's face and said, I'm not heartbroken, I'm angry. The Cloud Sky Sect nurtured him like this, and this bastard actually did something like this. If even that isn't disciplined, then the rules I personally set are just for show. Hearing this, Qin Hongling thought that she was saying the opposite and spoke. Brother Changsheng, that is your only son. Not waiting for Qin Hongling to finish her sentence, Chen Changsheng directly interrupted. This must be the rule. Since it's an unfilial son, why don't you have another one? Hearing this, Qin Hongling blinked her eyes, not understanding for a moment. In the next moment, Chen Changsheng laughed and once again pinched Qin Hongling's face and said, Then let me work a little harder so that Linger can give birth to a daughter for the seed, isn't it? Qin Hongling finally reacted this time, and a burst of joy went through her heart. But she also knew that it must be because Brother Changsheng was too disappointed with that Chen Tianyu. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to mention that Chen Tianyu anymore. She also hoped that she would be able to give birth to a daughter and gain the favor of her elder brother. Thinking of these, Qin Hongling's beautiful eyes in the Mei suffused. Looking at Chen Changsheng smiled sweetly. Changsheng brother, if you wanna let Linger pregnant with a baby, then you can often come to my room. There are plowing to have harvest. Ha ha, I've got time right now, just to plow through. Chen Changsheng then stopped Qin Hongling's thin waist before walking towards the room. Day 2. The second largest force in the Tianlan Prefecture's righteous path, the Chishan sect, had come with a few countless guests. Zifeng has met Vice Patriarch Qin. The one who came to visit the Chishan sect was no other than Qin Zhouxiao of the Cloud Sky sect. Although he was also a hegemonic power and his own cultivation had long since reached the divine hidden realm. In front of Qin Zhouxiao, Taoist Zifeng of the Chishan sect didn't dare to be arrogant and dealt with him carefully. It really couldn't be helped. Right now in the entire Tianlan state, who didn't know that the Cloud Sky sect's oldest ancestor, Chen Changsheng, had already broken through to the Purple Mansion realm. Even the Divine Yang sect had chosen to submit. If he dared to be rude and offend the Cloud Sky sect, perhaps the Chishan sect would immediately see its demise. You're welcome, Taoist Violet Wind. Qin Joshio smiled, arched his hand and saluted. I'm not here for anything else. I want to convey our elder ancestor Changsheng's message with the Chishan sect. The elder ancestor wants to form an alliance of the cloudy heavens, and from then on, we will work together. I don't know if the Chishan sect would be willing to do so. Over the years, the Divine Son sect had been trying to form a righteous alliance in order to unify the Tianlan prefecture. However, under the many forces' false pretenses, even today the Divine Son sect has not gotten what it wanted. It wasn't that broken red dust didn't have a deterrent effect, but that the other party's qi and blood had dried up, and they were bound to fall once they came out of the gate. However, Chen Changsheng was different now. He was a powerful Purple Mansion realm master with exuberant qi and blood. Countless powerhouses were trembling and countless forces were shaking. 10,000 years had passed, and a strong Purple Mansion realm practitioner with vigorous qi and blood had finally appeared in Tianlan Prefecture, establishing the Cloud Sky Alliance. It was clear what the Cloud Sky sect wanted to do. How could Taoist Violet Wine not see Qin Joshio's purpose in coming here? In fact, after knowing that Elder Ancestor Everlasting had stepped into the Violet Mansion realm, they knew that this day would come one day. Even if you don't want to submit, so what? A unity of opinion had already been reached within the sect, so at this point in time, Taoist Zifeng quickly made a choice. It would be an honor for us to have Elder Longevity look at our Gizan sect, and we of the Gizan sect are willing to join the Cloud Sky Alliance and do our best to work for the Alliance Master. Seeing that the Chishan sect had made a choice, Qin Joshio nodded in satisfaction. After leaving, he traveled to the other hegemonic forces in the Sky Lanzhou Prefecture. Chapter 63 Brother is going to take a concubine again. The Ice Moon Valley, 10,000 Sword Sect, and other hegemonic forces also chose to join the Cloud Sky Alliance. At this point the entire Tianlan state could be said to have been completely taken under Chen Changsheng's wing. Elder Ancestor Everlasting, the Chishan Sect, Ice Moon Valley, 10,000 Sword Sect, and other hegemonic forces have all chosen to join our Cloud Sky Alliance. I didn't expect that the Divine Son sect's unfulfilled hegemony of wanting to unify the Tianlan prefecture would actually be accomplished first by our Cloud Sky sect. After Qin Joshio was done, he came back to resume his orders. Well, you go down. Chen Changsheng nodded. He had already broken through to the third sky of the Violet Mansion realm. It wasn't difficult for him to unify the Tianlan prefecture. All of this was trivial. Chen Changsheng didn't put it on his mind at all. After all, compared to the Tianxian continent with its vast territory and powerful people, a small Tianlan state among the 19 states was just a remote and small place. He's aiming for a much larger territory. For the next few days, Chen Changsheng cultivated, only to be dissatisfied with his cultivation speed. That said, his cultivation speed was fast enough, as if he was riding a rocket. However, in Tianlan Prefecture, the spiritual qi was thin, and the Purple Mansion realm was already the limit of what this place could accommodate. If he stayed in Tianlan Prefecture by sticking to his old ways, perhaps his cultivation would only end up at the 9th heaven of the Purple Mansion realm. And it would be a complete fool's errand to want to break through to the higher level of the Enlightenment realm. Chen Changsheng felt that it was also time to leave Tianlan Prefecture. But there are a couple things to do before heading off to other states. The first thing was whether or not he could catch that unfilial son of Chen Tianyu. And there was another thing, which was to take a wife and a concubine. Yenner, although the elder ancestor of eternal life is older than you, his talent is there. Now that he has become the #1 person in Tianlan Prefecture, how many young talents in the entire Tianlan Prefecture can compare to Elder Ancestor Everlasting? Today you dress up well. If you can be taken in as a concubine, even if it's a maid, by the Elder Ancestor of Eternal Life, then our Long Moon sect will surely rise to prominence. On this day, accompanied by their elders, countless heaven's cherished daughters from all over the Tianlan Prefecture all came to the Cloud Sky sect. Why are there so many heavenly girls coming? It has to do with a major event that happened a few days ago. Ever since the matter of Elder Ancestor Changsheng taking concubines one after another spread, the entire Tianlan Prefecture knew that Cloud Sky Sect's Elder Ancestor, Chen Changsheng, was extremely fond of absolute beauties, and they also had to be well talented. Before, they didn't feel anything, but now that the Cloud Sky Sect had unified the Tianlan Prefecture, how many people didn't want to have a good relationship with the Cloud Sky Sect? Then there was a small sect that wanted to curry favor with the Cloud Sky Sect. The face value of that Heaven's Pride girl was only 89 points. Although it couldn't be compared to the stunning beauties on the 100 Flowers list, but it was a beauty that was famous around their local area. Seeing that the other party was indeed gorgeous, Chen Changsheng kept her in the palace as a maid. Since the other party knows how to be a man, Chen Changsheng naturally will not fall. Took some cultivation resources to reward this small sect. After obtaining the cultivation resources, that small sect was thrilled. With these resources their clan wouldn't have to worry for hundreds of years, and they would even be able to raise the strength of the clan by a level. Under the joy, the small sect talked about this matter, and as a result, the matter spread farther and farther, and its impact grew bigger and bigger, and the entire Tianlan prefecture shook. Countless forces had begun to follow the example of this small clan, all bringing the proud daughters of the heavens among their forces to the Cloud Sky Sect for marriage. Cloud Sky Zone Qin Jiuxiao also knows the old ancestor preferences, all come and go, and also organized a casting conference in Cloud Sky Zone, releasing the news to the outside world. If one could be spotted by the elder ancestor of eternal life, one could receive a huge reward, and if one didn't, it didn't matter. The Cloud Sky Sect would also send a thin gift, and because of that, this draft was a gathering of so many heavenly beauties. On the high platform, seeing so many more stunning beauties within the sect, Lu Qingyao muttered her little mouth in dissatisfaction. Wushuang, look, Brother Changsheng is going to take a concubine again. This time it's even more excessive, with so many heavenly maidens coming in for him to choose from. If the more people who dressed Chen Changsheng, their status would be threatened. However, Yi Wushuang didn't care, smiled and said, Brother Changsheng's talent is there. It's not a big deal to have more people to serve. Hearing this, Lu Qingyao immediately became anxious, but when he thought of Yi Wushuang's character, he was the wrong person to approach for this matter. There was really no other way. Lu Qingyao decided to temporarily put aside her previous preconceived notions and approached Qin Hongling. Sister Hongling, it's really not good for Brother Changsheng to take a concubine like this. Why don't we go together to persuade him? Qin Hongling pondered for a moment and guessed why Lu Qingyao was in such a hurry. She then laughed and said, Sister Qingyao, is this something you think will be useful if we persuade? In fact, Qin Hongling really doesn't care about Brother Changsheng taking a wife and concubine. Just now, when she stood on top of the high platform, the countless heavenly maidens within the sect had already seen it. Oh, not Qin Hongling, she boasted. In her eyes those who ran to participate in the talent show conference of the proud daughter of heaven, there really is no one can fight. Her posture was just like that, so she might be able to pose a threat to Lu Qingyao, but she definitely wouldn't threaten her position. It had to be said that Qin Hongling was worthy of being the second existence in the 100 Flowers ranking in Tianlan Prefecture. In fact, compared to those proud daughters of heaven who had come to participate in the selection meeting, Qin Hongling felt threatened by another person instead. In the next moment, her pair of beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, landing on the absolute beauty serving Chen Changsheng not far away. That was clearly the number one beauty in the 100 Flowers ranking of Tianlan State, Xiao Liu. Originally, Qin Hongling did not put her in her eyes for the very simple reason that the other party, although he said that his face value and temperament were extremely outstanding, slightly better than him. However, the other party's character was cool and uninitiated, so she must not be able to serve Chen Changsheng with as much dedication as she did. But as it turned out, she was very wrong. Xiao Liu did not put on her front of being the number one beauty in the 100 Flowers ranking. The fact that she had changed in this way was also related to that individual conversation that Chen Changsheng had had earlier. Chen Changsheng had told Xiao Liu about the matter concerning the demonic father, but in reality, he was only secretly cautioning her not to play with him with their Divine Yang sect's practice of serving demons with their bodies, having been brainwashed by the Divine Yang sect since she was a child. Although her personality was cool, Xiao Liu also put the interests of the sect first in everything. After talking through the conversation, it made Xiao Liu realize one thing, and that was that Chen Changsheng was completely different from the demon exalted, so serving the devil with his body simply wouldn't work. Since she could no longer resist, she might as well fall into the red dust completely, and she would fight for the clan in his unique way. As the saying goes, it's not afraid of a beauty taking a stand, it's afraid of a beauty letting go. There is a change of heart, a willingness to learn and try anything. The fact that this Xiao Liu had changed so much did make Qin Hongling feel threatened. This point was also mentioned by Chen Changsheng before, and could be seen by the fact that Xiao Liu was given to her as a maid, while recently never mentioning this matter. This number one beauty of the 100 Flowers ranking in Tianlan Prefecture did have some tricks up her sleeve, and had indeed left a mark in Chen Changsheng's heart. The holy maiden that came out of the Divine Son sect is really powerful. Chapter 64, The Draft. Twin Sisters. It looked like she had met her match this time. A Xiaoliyu is harder to beat than tens or hundreds of Lu Qingyao. No! I have to turn around and ask my master for some advice on how to deal with such a situation. The selection meeting organized by the Cloud Sky Sect was held smoothly, and it wasn't like what Chen Hongling had thought, that none of those Heaven's Pride girls were watchable. Name, Su Wei Niao. Realm, Second Heavenly Realm. Identity, the pride of the Yi family. Roots and bones, heavenly quality. Technique, Yun Shui Jing. Face value, 93. Name, Su Wuxiu. Realm, Second Heavenly Realm. Identity, the pride of the Yi family. Roots and bones, heavenly quality. Technique, Yun Shui Jing. Face value, 93. Su Wei Miao and Su Wei Xiao were both peerless beauties on the 100 Flowers list of Tianlan Prefecture, second only to Chen Hongling, and these two women were also twins. If one were to talk about face value alone, compared to Chen Hongling, it was only slightly inferior, but two identical faces can add to their charm anyhow. The Su family was also one of the four great families of Tianlan Prefecture, a first-class power that had previously climbed up to the Divine Yang sect. Now that the backers are down, the Su family is in jeopardy. Perhaps if it had been the Su family at one time, they would not have chosen to send two of the clan's heavenly daughters to participate in the selection assembly, but now there was truly no way. Sister Wushuang. After arriving at Chen Changsheng's palace, Su Wei Xiao and Su Wei Niao went to see Yi Wushuang at the first opportunity. Although the Yi family had been destroyed, it was likewise one of the four great families before its demise, and there were marriages between each other. That said, they are still cousin to cousin. They were close before, but after the Yi family was destroyed there was no contact. Today, when Yi Wushuang saw the two sisters, Su Weixiao and Su Weiniao, he was also very happy and smiled as he walked over to greet them. Buttercup, Buttercup, no need to be so polite. From now on we're family. This time, the Cloud Sky Sect held a selection meeting, and a total of tens of thousands of Heaven's Pride girls came from the entire Tianlan Prefecture. The only two sisters with a face value of 90 points or more were Su Weixiao and Su Weimiao. Chen Changsheng, who was close to 90 points, also kept only a dozen or so, as they were below 90 points, and there was no reward for taking them as concubines. However, being able to stay by their side as maids of honor is also extremely eye-catching, and enjoying their service is also very good. Being able to be ranked in the top 5 on the 100 Flowers ranking in Tianlan Prefecture, the face value of these two sisters naturally needed no introduction. In fact, apart from the two of them, there were also other heavenly maidens on the 100 Flowers list in this draft, just that the gold content was not very high. Overall, Chen Changsheng was still very satisfied with the draft convention held this time. The two sisters, Su Weixiao and Su Weiniao, were also definitely characters from Tianlan Prefecture, and it was unique. After all, they were twins, and he took them right down. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying two wives and concubines, and obtaining the 1 key alchemy and 1 key alchemy rewards. In the original story, the twins, Su Weixiao and Su Weiniao, were both heavenly destined heroines and both ended up in Yi Tian's harem group. The older sister, Su Wuxiao, has a gentle personality and the younger sister, Su Wuxiao, has a sassy personality. Later on, after experiencing a lot together with the Heavenly Destiny clan, he became fond of them, and in the end, Yi Tian embraced the beauty. In Chen Changsheng here cannot be that troublesome. Chen Changsheng always believed that the fastest way to feelings, that is naturally day-to-day love. Su Weixiao, who dared to be savage to the son of Heaven's Destiny, must also be as docile as a lamb in front of him. A purple mansion realm powerhouse. This pair of white-skinned and beautiful sisters entered the harem and were taken into Chen Changsheng's room that night. The two sisters were completely powerless and eventually fell asleep. Chen Changsheng also began to take stock of his gains. In addition to the traditional cultivators in Tianxian continent, there were also alchemists, qi refiners, and so on, with a high status. Once they reached a certain level, they would be honored by some great powers, regardless of whether it was an artifact refiner or an alchemist. They all had grades, from low to high, from the 1st grade to the 9th grade respectively. Like Lin Qingyan, the ring-stunning grandmother from the Central Divine State, was an alchemist. In addition to her terrifying cultivation, the most important thing about her was that she was an 8th grade alchemist. An 8th grade alchemist who could refine 8th grade pills was something that was a dream for any strong person in the Enlightenment realm. Lin Qingyan had such an alchemy skill, apart from her talent, but also because she had practiced the ancient alchemy art, the ancient Dan scripture. To be honest, Chen Changsheng was quite greedy before, but he was also self-aware enough to know that Lin Qingyan wouldn't teach him, at least not until he had cultivated his feelings.
Therefore, Chen Changsheng did not consider the matter of alchemy anymore during this period of time. Alchemists were categorized into 10 grades, a grade division that Chen Changsheng still knew. But now what made her flabbergasted was, what exactly was this alchemy reward? Soon enough, Chen Changsheng's mind had relevant information about this one-click alchemy and one-click weapon refining techniques. After knowing this, Chen Changsheng directly froze. When refining pills, not to mention the difficulty in forming pills, even if one succeeded in refining a furnace of pills, it would still consume a huge amount of mental energy. If not for this, the status of alchemists would not be so high. But what effect did the one-click alchemy technique he obtained from the system here have? He didn't need to consume any mental energy at all. And as long as there were enough materials, with a wave of his big hand, all the materials would automatically fuse into a potion. And there's no limitations in terms of grade. What does that mean? It meant that if he had sufficient alchemy materials at the moment, he would be able to refine as much as he wanted. And the same goes for that Ikimoku refining technique. Those two rewards are pretty anticlimactic. In fact, Chen Changsheng's biggest worry before was not anything else. It was that he was not afraid of anything with his high cultivation. But his family members did not have high cultivation. Even Hua Menjiang was only at the first level of the divine hidden realm until now. And now if he could supply them with unlimited pills, then their cultivation would be able to grow by leaps and bounds in a single day. Taking a proper elixir is far better than practicing hard. And that's not just talk. Thinking of this, Chen Changsheng immediately sent a message within the clan, asking the people within the clan to bring over all the alchemy materials. Brother everlasting, what are you doing? How did you let the people from the alchemy pavilion bring over all the alchemy materials? Could it be that you are going to make pills? Sister Qing Yao, you've been with old ancestor brother for the longest time. Have you seen him make pills? No, I haven't heard that old ancestor brother knows how to make pills. Could it be that he recently learned the art of alchemy? But doesn't one need to be extremely talented to become an alchemist? Qin Hongling and the other women gathered together and discussed. After the unification of Tianlan Prefecture, all the other forces paid tribute to the Cloud Sky Sect. Together with the previous accumulation and the things obtained from the demon treasure, the alchemy materials piled up in the entire palace right now seemed like a mountain. Chapter 65, Betting with Lin Qingyan, not falling for it. If all of these alchemy materials could be refined into pills, even with the size of today's Cloud Sky Sect, digesting them for several thousand years would not be a problem. There were a few alchemists in the Cloud Sky Sect, but with their abilities, even if they vomited their entire lives, it would be impossible for them to refine all of these many alchemy materials. Although he didn't know why Chen Changsheng had brought over so many alchemy materials, it didn't hinder these girls' curiosity at all. Qin Hongling and Lu Qingyao all ran over to gather around, and even Yi Wushuang and Xiao Liyue, who had a cool personality, followed over, looking at Chen Changsheng with curiosity. Surrounded by so many women, Chen Changsheng felt quite comfortable. Master, all the alchemy materials within the sect have been sent over. Is this the time for Master to learn alchemy? Other people do not know Chen Changsheng's situation. Bai Luo Yang has been following Chen Changsheng since he was a child. On the Master will not alchemize, how can he not know? It was just that she was now very curious. Even if Master Teacher was interested in learning alchemy, he didn't need to use so many materials. Moreover, many of the alchemy materials here were high-grade alchemy materials. Seeing Bai Luo Yang's face full of doubts, Chen Changsheng smiled and said, Yang in fact, the Master has long since learned how to refine pills, and today, having nothing to do, I'm going to help you guys refine some pills, or else I'll save myself from progressing too fast, and you guys won't be able to keep up with my pace. Hearing this, Bai Luo Yang's entire body was bad. In this moment, she didn't know what to say. Seeing that her master really intended to refine pills, she could only choose to stand to the side and no longer disturb. But before Chen Changsheng could formally wave the order, a disdainful voice came from within the ring. It's just a trick, just based on the fact that you also know how to make pills? Within the spatial ring, Lu Qinyan mocked. Chen Changsheng smiled bashfully and directly transmitted his voice. What's wrong? Can I learn to make pills? Oh, you can fool other people, can fool me, but all alchemists' hands will have a special mark. That is when the fire burned after the residual mark. You old man hands without alchemy traces, but all an alchemist are able to see that you have never refined pills. As soon as Lin Qingyan's words fell, Chen Changsheng spoke. Miss Lin, then why don't we make a bet? A bet? What do you want to bet? Lin Qingyan couldn't help but stare, then asked. Very simple. Just bet on whether I can make pills or not. Chen Changsheng smiled and said,
If I can successfully refine the pills, you will be this seat's wife and marry me. On the contrary, if I don't know how to concoct pills, then from now on I will not only provide for you with my soul power, but I will also do my best to help you find the materials to remake your physical body. Let's see if you dare to bet with me? Speaking of which, this Miss Lin is really pitiful. First of all, regardless of how that heaven's destined son Yi Tian's person was, at least in the past in the ring space, Yi Tian would often provide a share of his power to help Lin Xingyan before letting his divine soul gradually stabilize. As long as there was soul power provided, Lin Xingyan's soul would be able to continuously improve. But since falling into Chen Changsheng's hands, he really hadn't enjoyed a single bit of it. If it weren't for the fact that the divine soul was something that couldn't be starved, she would probably have been soul dead a long time ago. However, for Lin Xingyan to go toe-to-toe with him, to oppose him every day, and still want Chen Changsheng to use his soul power to feed the other party, this was a complete fool's errand. Even if Chen Changsheng didn't care about the past, it was expected that Lin Xingyan wouldn't accept it. It didn't help that people were looking at her in a bad way right now. This leads to a very delicate relationship between the two. One wants it but can't have it. One hates the other and can't escape. That's where the two are right now. Chen Changsheng had already said countless times that he wanted to take her as his wife. And for this, Lin Xingyan was not surprised. Seeing that Chen Changsheng wanted to make a bet with him, Lin Xingyan, with a cold smile on his face, said, "What does it have to do with this seat if you know how to make pills? Why should this seat bet with you, and using soul power to tempt me? Do you think this palace is the kind of person who can't restrain herself? Even if this seat dies, I will definitely not make a bet with you. I'll see what you can do to me." Seeing that Lin Xingyan didn't take the bait, Chen Changsheng decided to provoke the other party and said, "You don't even dare to gamble. So what makes you say that I don't know how to make pills?" Lin Xingyan said with a haughty face, I told you that you don't know how to make pills, so I won't bet with you. What can you do to me?" After Chen Changsheng heard this, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Miss Lin, it looks like you don't dare to bet with this seat, but it doesn't matter. Isn't it just that you're afraid of losing? After all this, the great lady of the Lin family of the Central Divine State, it turns out that she's afraid of losing. It's not a big deal. It's other people's business how they brag about you, but you have to realize that there's a world outside of people. Eldest Miss Lin, that little alchemy skill is not worth mentioning in front of me at all. Don't dare to bet even if I won't force you. Just stay in the spatial ring and watch. See how I alchemize pills. But if you can learn a tiny bit, it will be of infinite use to you for the rest of your life." When Lin Xingyan heard Chen Changsheng's words, she was so angry that she couldn't speak. Every alchemist was extremely arrogant, especially high-level alchemists. An 8th grade alchemist like Lin Xingyan would definitely be a guest of honor when she went to any major power. To be honest, she hadn't been insulted like this since she was a child. Her alchemy skill would have been praised in front of those older generation powerhouses and surpassed them. To be actually trampled on by Chen Changsheng like this, it had to be said that Chen Changsheng's agitation succeeded. Lin Xingyan was also completely enraged at this time. "You old man, how dare you humiliate me like that?" Lin Xingyi's chest was heaving with anger. Seeing this, Chen Changsheng smiled blandly and said, "Humiliate you? I'm not that boring. I'm just telling a fact." "Just telling a fact?" Lin Xingyan was extremely angry and laughed back. "Do you know that I'm a few grades of alchemist? You were born in this remote area. I'm afraid you haven't seen the world, and you're still saying that there's a world outside of man. This should be said by me, right?" Chen Changsheng didn't get angry. Instead he smiled and said, "You said that I haven't seen the world. Well then, I'll leave the rest aside for now. Let's just say that you grew up in the Central Divine Prefecture. Eldest Miss Lin, do you know what exactly is in the depths of the Endless Sea? Do you know why the Void Hall was destroyed? Do you know what kind of great terror the underworld abyss really has? Do you know who the Pavilion Master of the Sea God Pavilion really is?" Chen Changsheng spoke directly. "These are all hidden secrets involving the Middle Kingdom." Chen Changsheng's words had really startled Lin Xingyan. "Deep in the Endless Sea?" Lin Xingyan's silhouette looked at Chen Changsheng incredulously and asked, "Could it be that you know what is actually in the depths of the Endless Sea?" "Of course I know." Chen Changsheng smiled blandly and said, "I also know that that is a great terror that even your divine Dan Pavilion wouldn't dare to touch." Chapter 66, Refining Elixirs with Hands. "Forget it. What's the point of telling you this? It's just a little girl with no insight. Luckily, I thought you had some bloodlust, but now it seems that you don't even have the courage to make a bet, and that's all there is to it." Hearing Chen Changsheng's cynicism, Lin Xingyan was directly infuriated. To say that she is still a little girl is outrageous.
Lin Xingyan was infuriated at this point.
Chen Changsheng, even if you talk a lot. So what? You say you know countless ancient mysteries. Ha, how do I know if what you say is true? Hearing these words, Chen Changsheng smiled blandly and said, since that's the case, then this seat will slightly say something that you can confirm. Back then, you were cheated because of a 10,000-year-old elixir and ended up in such a situation. How's that for something that's supposed to be true? Hearing this, Lin Xingyan fell into silence. She didn't expect that Chen Changsheng even knew this. So the question is, what's this guy's story? Wasn't this guy a tiny old ancestor of the Tianlan prefecture? How is it possible to know these things? Even if the other party was now a powerful person of the Purple Mansion realm, it was extremely average when placed in the central divine prefecture. In that place where powerful people were like forests, Lin Chengyan could never have imagined that Chen Changsheng was a traveler, and that he was still wearing a book. Chen Changsheng looked at Lin Chengyan, who was full of shock, and said with a smile, Miss Lin, whether or not this seat can alchemize Dan, it's fine that you won't bet with me, but it's the other thing. Do you dare to bet with me? Eldest Miss Lin is good at the art of alchemy. Let's bet that my attainments in alchemy are above yours, and if you lose, you'll completely submit to me and serve me to the best of your ability from now on. What did you say? Lin Xingyan's eyes widened as if she was looking at a little cutie, generally looking at Chen Changsheng. What the hell is this guy talking about? To actually say that his attainments in alchemy were even higher than his own? One must know that she was an 8th grade alchemist, and not just any 8th grade alchemist. Even in the central divine prefecture in the past, it was impossible to find an alchemist whose alchemy attainments were above hers. This guy actually said that the art of alchemy was above him? If one were to bet on whether or not Chen Changsheng would be able to concoct pills, Lin Xingyan was still unsure. Although the threshold for wanting to become an alchemist was very high, but with this guy's talent, he might really be an alchemist. But what is this guy betting on now? Betting that alchemy's attainments back then were above hers? One had to know that Lin Xingyan had shown terrifying attainments in alchemy since she was a child, and he had also cultivated the secret art of alchemy, the ancient Dan scripture. I'm afraid that this guy doesn't even know what kind of level she, a peak 8th grade alchemist, is at. Looking at the entire central divine prefecture, there was no one whose attainments in alchemy were as high as hers. Before, Lin Xingyan wanted to remake her flesh. She was resigned to her fate. But now that this guy was digging a hole for her, it wasn't like she couldn't take advantage of it. Thinking of this, Lin Xingyan sneered. Are you sure you want to compete with me in the art of alchemy? Of course. Chen Changsheng nodded with a smile. Well then, since you're sincerely looking for death, then I'll fulfill you, but the bet will have to be changed. If you win according to what you said, I'll submit to you and serve you wholeheartedly from now on. But if you lose, not only must you do everything you can to help me remake my flesh, but you must also completely submit to me. Even if I tell you to commit suicide, you must still do it. Such a bet. May I ask if you dare to take it? When Chen Changsheng heard this, he couldn't help but smile. What am I afraid to answer? With that, Chen Changsheng swore by the great Tao oath. When Lin Xingyan saw Chen Changsheng agreeing so readily, her heart felt odd for a moment. But then she was extremely confident in her alchemy skills. Even back then in the central divine state, she couldn't find anyone who could compete with her. What could this tiny Tianlan prefecture and old ancestor possibly do to compete with him? Now that the contract has been finalized, with the heavenly Tao as proof, no one dares to change it without authorization. Seeing that Lin Xingyan was already in the pit, a smile appeared on Chen Changsheng's face. But when it's time to cavort with Miss Lin, I will definitely take good care of you. Oh, big words are for everyone. You win me first, Lin Xingyan said with a cold laugh. Chen Changsheng didn't continue to speak either, because Lin Xingyan had already entered the pit, and if he wanted to take down the other party, he had to defeat them in the art of alchemy in order to make them lose. With that, Chen Changsheng picked out the many alchemy materials and placed them together, preparing to begin alchemy. Seeing Chen Changsheng prepare an alchemy material, Lin Xingyan, who was an 8th grade alchemist, immediately judged that the other party was trying to refine some kind of elixir. You're refining the 7th grade Peiyuan Dan? Lin Xingyan said with a face full of surprise. Eldest Miss Lin has good eyesight. I'm just preparing to refine the 7th grade Peiyuan Dan. Chen Changsheng laughed. After obtaining the Yijian alchemy, all sorts of knowledge on alchemy was incorporated into Chen Changsheng's mind, and he knew the ingredients and ratios that made up the pills like the back of his hand. The materials for the 7th grade Peiyuan Dan were extremely difficult to find in Tianlan Prefecture, and this material was also obtained from the Demon Monarch's treasure. Seeing that Chen Changsheng was able to correctly combine the alchemy materials, Lin Changyan was also shocked at this point. Could it be that this guy really knew how to refine pills? And that he could also refine high-grade pills? Lin Changyan was also alarmed in her heart. She was also very fortunate in her heart that she fortunately didn't bet on whether or not this guy would be able to make alchemy, and changed it to attainment in alchemy. She was very confident that even if this guy could refine high-grade pills, his attainments in alchemy were definitely not as high as hers. 7th grade Peiyuan Dan. Even for me to refine it would take a lot of effort. Today I would like to see how you refine this 7th grade Peiyuan Dan, and I would also like to see if your alchemy attainments can surpass the seat. Lin Changyan remained incomparably confident and said, "By the way, you're about to start alchemy. Why haven't you taken out the alchemy furnace yet? May I remind you that in order to concoct a 7th grade elixir, the furnace you need to use must be of heavenly quality." At these words, Chen Changsheng smiled and said, "What's wrong? Does eldest Miss Lin still need an alchemy furnace to make pills?" Lin Changyan was speechless for a while. "You don't need an alchemy furnace to make pills? Is this guy out of his mind?" But before this sentence could be pondered the next moment, Lin Changyan saw something happen that made her stare in disbelief, only to see that under everyone's gaze, Chen Changsheng waved his large hand, and a ray of light directly enveloped this alchemy material. Subsequently, 2 or 3 breaths later, in this light, a large pile of materials fused together, and then the light blossomed, and a rich medicinal scent filled the air. In the end, 10 pills appeared, and in an instant, the entire room was silent. Qin Hongling rubbed her eyes incredulously as she looked at all this, her face filled with incredulity. Is this alchemy? How come it's so simple? Qin Hongling looked at Chen Changsheng in disbelief. I told you, alchemy isn't hard. Just have a hand. Chen Changsheng smiled and said, how about this as my self-created method of alchemy? Linger, isn't the refining speed very fast? And how do you guys see the color of this elixir? Chapter 67 Immortal Alchemist? Although Qin Hongling and the others were not alchemists, they were more or less eye-catching. In front of them at this moment, something happened that they could not understand. Refining pills required the use of an alchemy furnace, which was basic common sense, as well as the process of refining pills, the steps of which were extremely tedious and required a great deal of the alchemist's mind. This matter was also something that was well known. Even if everything went well, it would take at least several hours to refine a good potion. The color of the refined pills was also divided into several grades, which were the defective, inferior, intermediate, superior, and extreme grades. If the color is better, the corresponding effect will be better. It was already very rare for an average alchemist to have a middle-grade finished elixir appear after refining a furnace of elixirs, and now Chen Changsheng used these materials to refine the pills. Not only did the number of pills reach 10, which was already the limit, but at the same time, each one of the pills was crystal clear, with a fragrant aroma, all of which were of excellent quality. To be honest, these weren't what shocked them the most. What really shocked them was how exactly did Brother Changsheng refine pills. Not only did he not use a Dan furnace, he didn't even have a Dan fire, so he just waved his hand and fused all these materials together, and then refined the pills on his own. Who would believe this if they didn't see it with their own eyes? Obviously at this time was shocked absolutely not only Chen Changsheng's side of the concubines. See Chen Changsheng this alchemy process. The space ring and the Lin Qing smoke also stupidly froze there. You tell me this is alchemy? May I ask what's the difference between this and a joke? At this moment, Chen Changsheng had undoubtedly shown a wave of maneuvers in front of Lin Qingyan, an 8th grade alchemist. The piles of alchemy materials quickly fused in Chen Changsheng's hands, directly refining pills. After only a few hours, all the various grade types of pills were refined. Undoubtedly, all of these pills were of the finest color, and the number of pills assumed reached the limit, as high as 10. If she had felt that Chen Changsheng was likely to cheat before, but now Lin Qingyan could no longer say anything to question it. The pills had been piled up like a mountain, all of them of excellent color. So many pills, even their divine Dan pavilion at its peak couldn't take them out. If the mountains of alchemy materials hadn't all disappeared, who would have believed this to be true? The more this happened, the harder it was for Lin Qingyan to accept it. Is it that easy to make pills? As an 8th grade alchemist, she knew better than anyone how difficult it was to refine pills. Firstly, one needed a talent in alchemy. Secondly, one needed an alchemy furnace. And more importantly, one needed an elixir fire, especially the control of the elixir fire. If the control of the fire was not good, basically this furnace of elixir would be wasted and it would be impossible to refine it successfully. So alchemy required a lot of figuring out and practicing. However, watching Chen Changsheng alchemize pills actually didn't require anything.
and he only needed to select all the materials that he wanted to make pills from and place them there according to the ratio. Then with a wave of his hand, all of these alchemy materials were fused together and almost instantly refined into pills.
How in heaven's name can alchemy be so easy?
Chen Changsheng glanced at the piles of pills.
A small smile appeared on his face,
then directly transmitted his voice.
Miss Lin, may I ask if there is still a need to compete? I wonder if you, one alchemist of the Central Divine Region, can achieve this level? If you can't, then just be my wife and have children with me properly.
In the face of Chen Changsheng's words, Lin Qingyan froze there, and it took half a day for her to react.
No way. How is this possible? There is simply no such fast alchemy method in this world?
You must be cheating.
None of this is even real.
Chen Changsheng looked at the incredulous Lin Qingyan and said with a smile,
What's the matter? You can't believe that this is real because you can't comprehend it. Can't you see that all of these pills are real? Were they refined just now? Can't you smell how strong the Dan fragrance of these newly refined pills is? Also, as an alchemist,
it should be impossible for you not to know that for this newly concocted pill, the scent of the Dan fragrance will only dissipate after a few hours,
right? Willing to bet, you'll obediently become my favored concubine. At this moment,
Lin Qingyan, whether she became a favored concubine or not was not an important matter. What mattered was that as an 8th grade alchemist, she had to figure out the answer.
Chen Changsheng, how did you do it? Lin Qingyan asked with a trembling voice.
Chen Changsheng smiled bashfully and said,
Didn't I tell you just now? I created a method of rapid alchemy, not to mention the alchemy materials of the Tianlan prefecture. Even if all the alchemy materials of the entire 19 states were brought over, I'd be able to quickly concoct an elixir. My missy, now you know what it means to be outside of the sky and outside of the human race, don't you?
Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Lin Qingyan froze there speechless.
Sister Wushuang, Brother Changsheng is just too powerful. Seeing all this, Lu Qingyao looked at Yi Wushuang with a smile and said,
Piles and piles of alchemy materials. Brother Changsheng actually refined them so quickly.
Could it be that Brother Everlasting is the legendary immortal alchemist? Hearing these words, Lin Qingyan, who was in the middle of the spatial ring, was simply skeptical.
Chen Changsheng's terrifying alchemy technique not only caused him to shut himself down as an 8th grade alchemist, it also caused shockwaves in his harem group, regardless of whether it was Flower Dream Shadow,
or Bai Luo Yang,
or whether it was Qin Hongling or Lu Qingyao.
At this moment, every single face was extremely wonderful. Not only did he look at Chen Changsheng with a face full of admiration, but at the same time, there was an indescribable joy in his heart. After all, what girl wouldn't want her man to be the one with the greatest talent? Now, the gazes they looked at Chen Changsheng became even more attached, and even the eyes of Lu Qingyao and the others were glowing. Immediately afterward, Chen Changsheng handed out an elixir to each of them.
These pills allowed them to cultivate for a decade or two without being able to use them up. Seeing that there was still a large pile of pills after the distribution, Chen Changsheng directly instructed Bai Luo Yang, take all the rest to the clan's Dan pavilion.
Yes, master. Bai Luo Yang had a complicated mood and put the rest of the pills into the spatial ring. At this moment,
Chen Changsheng thought for a moment,
as if remembering something,
and said to the ladies,
Right, how has your cultivation been going lately? Hearing Chen Changsheng's question,
Qin Hongling and the girls also hurriedly spoke about their cultivation. Hua Menjiang was about to break through to the 2nd level of the Divine Hidden Realm, and Bai Luo Yan had already reached the peak of the Enlightenment Realm, just one step away from Sunmmary. Among Chen Changsheng's wives and concubines, the two of them had the highest cultivation levels, while the others were all somewhat uneven.
Lu Qingyao was only at the Hotian realm,
Yi Wushuang was at the 3rd heavenly stage of the innate realm,
and Qin Hongling was halfway to the Enlightenment realm. After understanding their situation, Chen Changsheng spoke.
The gong methods you cultivated before were so varied that this seat forgot to ask about them, and now that I just have the time,
this seat will improve your gong methods.
Linger, that flawless 100-flower bright moon body is at your place,
right? A flawless lily-livered body? Chapter 68, Taking Down Lin Qingyan. Another breakthrough. Qin Hongling couldn't help but be stunned, but she quickly took out the technique and said, Brother Changsheng, here it is. Are you trying to improve this gong method?
But this technique has already reached the heavenly rank. Before Qin Hongling could finish her sentence,
Chen Changsheng also knew what she was concerned about.
A high cultivation level did not mean that one was able to create a technique,
let alone create a high-level technique, or improve it. In the Tianlan prefecture,
heavenly ranked feats were all phoenix-like existences, and being lightweight could potentially cause the feats to lose their original power. It was true that Chen Changsheng wouldn't be able to improve his gongfu,
And he didn't think of doing so. Hadn't the system rewarded him before, with 10 chances to improve his feats? Upgrade the level of the feats and then give them those feats. Next, let them raise their cultivation properly. Thinking of this,
Chen Changsheng did not say anything more and directly upgraded the 100-flower bright moon body.
Ding!
The host has consumed one opportunity to upgrade this technique. The grade of this technique has been upgraded from the lower grade of the heavenly order
to the middle grade of the heavenly order. Ding!
The host has consumed one opportunity to upgrade this technique. The grade of this technique has been upgraded from heavenly rank middle grade
to heavenly rank upper grade. Chen Changsheng had directly used 4 feat enhancement opportunities, directly allowing the 100-flower bright moon body to be upgraded to the lower level of the sacred stage. Chen Changsheng handed Qin Hongling and Hua Menjing the gongfu after the enhancement and said, "Alright, the gongfu has been improved. You two take a look at it." Hua Menjing took the merit law and carefully flipped through it. But the next moment,
light was released from those beautiful eyes of hers.
No way. How is this possible? Flower Dream Shadow's eyes were filled with disbelief.
Although she was unable to do that into the heavenly ranked feats,
she could distinguish between good and bad feats. After Chen Changsheng's improvements,
100 Blossoms Bright Moon's body had clearly become better. Flower Dream Shadow was extremely familiar with the previous 100 Flowers Bright Moon body.
Nowadays,
it seems that this 100 Flowers Bright Moon identity has clearly reached the holy rank.
After Chen Changsheng's improvement just now,
this gong method had actually been upgraded to the saint rank,
which was simply unimaginable. Chen Changsheng smiled and nodded, saying,
"Now that this technique has been upgraded to the sacred stage,
let's suspend all of our previous techniques and cultivate this technique all from now on."
With a cultivation level that wasn't that high,
cultivating a better technique midway wasn't a big deal. Besides, which cultivator didn't want to cultivate a higher level technique?
Seeing that Chen Changsheng had casually improved a heavenly ranked technique to reach the holy rank, this time Qin Hongling and the others were even more filled with shock as they looked at Chen Changsheng. How could they believe such a thing if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? Seeing the gazes of these girls, Chen Changsheng very much suspected that they would pull themselves into the room as soon as they could and study them for a good while.
Next,
Chen Changsheng also strengthened his cultivation technique. Chen Changsheng directly upgraded the Great Luo Sword Cannon to the saint rank. Maybe it's too good for these girls. Today they were straight up happy and moved to tears. All of these girls wanted to serve Chen Changsheng properly.
Chen Changsheng, who was in an extremely good mood, naturally couldn't refuse, and favored them all
sinking into the room 3 days later.
After pampering the last girl,
Chen Changsheng focused his attention on the spatial ring.
"Miss Lin, have you thought it through?" During these 3 days,
Chen Changsheng did not take the initiative to talk to Lin Qingyan, and Lin Qingyan did not take the initiative to look for Chen Changsheng. But even so, Chen Changsheng will not forget that he still has booty that he has not collected. These days Chen Changsheng had an extremely free time, and Lin Qingyan also saw it in his eyes.
Right now,
seeing Chen Changsheng finally call her, Lin Qingyan's ghostly voice came from within the spatial ring.
"Chen Changsheng, did you purposely set up a trap for me to fall into?" Lin Qingyan wasn't stupid.
She had thought a lot in these 3 days and had long since figured everything out.
Of course, Chen Changsheng would not deny this point. "Not bad, even though I set up the trap. You willingly dove into it."
Chen Changsheng smiled and said,
"Heaven and earth. I didn't force you." Who made Miss Lin so confident in her alchemy skills? Hearing this,
Lin Qingyan was actually speechless.
However, Chen Changsheng was right. Before seeing it with his own eyes, who would have thought that there was actually a quick alchemy technique in this world, and that it was so heaven-defying? After all, they all set up the avenue and vowed to be willing to gamble. It was her own fault that she ended up in this situation. Although she was extremely disgusted with Chen Changsheng in her heart, Lin Qingyan didn't want to see herself become a person whose words were not trusted. "Fine, I'll accept my fate."
Lin Qingyan leisurely said this and stopped talking.
But the next moment,
it was Chen Changsheng's turn to get excited.
"It's for the best."
Chen Changsheng nodded with a smile and said,
as if sensing Chen Changsheng's excitement, Lin Qingyan, who was in the middle of the spatial ring, froze for an instant. She was only a remnant soul now. Even if this guy wanted to do evil things to her, it would have to wait at least until after she remade her physical body. As if Chen Changsheng could see Lin Qingyan's thoughts, he smiled and said, "Eldest Miss Lin has seen a lot of things, so I'm sure she also knows about divine souls intersecting, right? Soul to soul?" Lin Qingyan couldn't help but freeze, and then as if she thought of something, her entire body froze directly there. "Divine souls intersecting? Absolutely not. You bastard, how can you humiliate me like that? This seat has already resigned itself to its fate. Can't you wait some more time?" At least until after the seed has remodeled its flesh.
Lin Qingyan said with an ugly face.
I can't wait.
Chen Changsheng's Yuan Shen entered the spatial ring. Seeing Chen Changsheng pounce over,
Lin Qingyan's entire body trembled.
But the space ring was so big, where could she escape to?
Just like this.
One was escaping and the other was chasing. And it didn't take long for Lin Qingyan to completely fall into Chen Changsheng's hands. Lin Qingyan's illusion that concealed her face directly disappeared, revealing her true face.
It was a flawless and stunning face, along with long, dark hair that was absolutely beautiful.
But it was all at this time. How could Chen Changsheng let go of the absolute beauty in his arms? I'm afraid that Lin Qingyan would never have imagined in her entire life that her first time would actually be accounted for in such a way.
Time passed,
and 10 years passed in the blink of an eye.
On this day, the sky above the Cloud Sect was covered in dark clouds, and a powerful pressure was vaguely permeating out. Right at this moment, a terrifying aura rose up to the sky. Under this terrifying aura,
all the Cloud Sect disciples trembled and fell to their knees. But their hearts were overwhelmed with excitement.
When the aura dissipated,
all of them looked into the void with an incomparably respectful expression.
Congratulations to Elder Ancestor Everlasting on his breakthrough. Not bad. Chen Changsheng had made a breakthrough. Enlightenment Realm First Sky. In these 10 years, he had finally broken through the Violet Mansion realm and reached the first sky of the Enlightenment realm. Having more than 100 times the cultivation speed, the speed of cultivation enhancement was naturally terrifying. Even if the aura of the Tianlan prefecture was thin and the laws were incomplete, it still allowed him to make a hard breakthrough to the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. Just now,
Chen Changsheng had successfully crossed the lightning tribulation and made another breakthrough, allowing his cultivation to reach the legendary Enlightenment realm, even surpassing the demon venerable 10,000 years ago, and becoming the true number one person in the 10,000 years of Tianlan prefecture. After breaking through to the Enlightenment realm will have a Dharma phase, which can break mountains and rivers and set the world in motion. Even if he was put into the middle divine prefecture where there were many strong people, he would still be able to become the ancestor of a major power.
Chapter 69, Chen Tianyu's Trail.
Chen Changsheng stood in the void, releasing a terrifying Dharma phase behind him that swallowed mountains and rivers.
At this moment, even at the fringe of Tianlan prefecture, one could feel this terrifying pressure. Qingyan, what do you think? Am I now considered a heavenly pride demon in your eyes? It shouldn't be considered a commission for you to follow this seat.
Chen Changsheng had worked hard to cultivate for 10 years, and Lin Qingyan had witnessed this miracle.
In just 10 years' time,
Chen Changsheng had broken through from the Violet Mansion realm to the Enlightenment realm, and it was estimated that no one in the entire Central Divine State had done so. And Chen Changsheng was actually able to do it in the Tianlan prefecture where the spiritual qi was thin.
This thing is absolutely unprecedented. According to your current cultivation level, you should be about to leave the Tianlan prefecture, right? Lin Qingyan opened her mouth and asked. That's right. My dream is to see all the world's greatest beauties and take them into my room. Chen Changsheng opened his mouth.
With these words, Lin Qingyan fell into silence and said after a while,
don't forget your promise to this seat. During these 10 years,
Chen Changsheng hadn't rarely sought out Lin Qingyan for divine soul exchanges.
She didn't have a physical body, which wasn't a solution.
But her divine soul had long since become Chen Changsheng's person.
To this extent,
Lin Qingyan had already resigned herself to her fate.
However,
before completely opening her heart and accepting Chen Changsheng, she made a pact with him. Yi Tian died in the hands of Chen Changsheng in the end. This could not be changed, and there was no way for her to avenge Yi Tian. It was hoped that Chen Changsheng would be able to make amends to the Yi family as a way to fulfill the master-disciple bond between him and Yi Tian.
Chen Changsheng was still very generous and wouldn't bother with a dead person, making a promise right away. He would have someone give the Yi family some cultivation resources.
Chen Changsheng's breakthrough naturally alarmed the entire Cloud Sect. Cloud Sect Vice Sect leader Qin Zhoxiu hurriedly ran over.
Congratulations to Elder Ancestor Everlasting on his breakthrough.
Old Ancestor is worthy of our Tianlan state.
Before Qin Zhoxiu could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted by Chen Changsheng. Well, enough of this nonsense.
Seeing that old ancestor didn't like to hear this, Qin Zhoxiu hurriedly smiled fawningly.
Yes, old ancestor. Chen Changsheng's breakthrough to the Enlightenment realm was a major event for the Cloud Sect. Even Yi Wushuang and the girls, who were in closed-door cultivation, came out to congratulate them.
For his concubines, Chen Changsheng was still extremely loving,
and gave them an appointment to pamper them properly tonight. Immediately afterward, Chen Changsheng looked at Qin Zhoxiu and said, during these times that I've been in seclusion, have any major events occurred within the sect? Hearing Chen Changsheng's question, Chen Changsheng opened his mouth and said, reporting back to the old ancestor. During all this time that you have been in seclusion, the development of the sect has been going very smoothly.
All the major forces in Tianlan Prefecture have been paying their yearly tributes to me.
Yun Tianzhong, on time, and now we, Yun Tian sect,
have become the #1 hegemony in Tianlan Prefecture once and for all.
Hearing this, Chen Changsheng nodded, then did not inquire further. However, in the next moment,
Chen Changsheng seemed to have thought of something and spoke.
Old ancestor,
there have been some changes regarding the capture of young Lord Chen Tianyu.
What's changed? Chen Changsheng frowned slightly. Next,
Chen Changsheng hurriedly reported.
The sect has been tracking down young Master Chen Tianyu's whereabouts. And finally the kung fu was not lost on some people.
A few months ago some clues were found.
Young Master Chen Tianyu seems to have appeared on the outskirts of Heavenly Wasteland City. We immediately sent a few elders to capture Chen Tianyu. All of these elders are at the Enlightenment Realm. Especially the second elder,
who has reached the 7th sky of the Enlightenment Realm.
After finding Chen Tianyu, I thought that I would be able to take the other party down.
But I didn't expect that at the last moment, a mysterious power suddenly erupted from Chen Tianyu's body, directly forcing back several elders. Outside of Heavenly Desolate City is the Forbidden Dark Forest. The elder and the others were chasing after them deep into the danger. But it turned out that Chen Tianyu actually found a teleportation array over there and disappeared after entering it. That teleportation array was directly destroyed after using it once. And the elders discovered through their survey that the teleportation location was most likely the Wind and Moon state. There's really no choice but for the elders to return to the clan.
Hearing Chen Jiaxiao's report,
Chen Changsheng immediately understood the circumstances of the matter clearly.
In other words,
it was highly likely that Chen Tianyu had escaped to the Wind and Moon state.
In that case,
it seemed that Chen Tianyu was indeed harboring a secret in his body. Otherwise it was absolutely impossible for him to escape under the siege of so many elders.
Thinking about this,
Chen Changsheng had no intention of blaming these elders.
It's nothing. If he escapes, he escapes. Chen Changsheng spoke. I'll personally head to the Wind Moon boat after a while, and if I can meet Chen Tianyu, I'll personally strike then. Chen Zhouxiao nodded and didn't say anything more,
but then he observed the surroundings and subconsciously asked,
by the way, how come I haven't seen Yanger?
Every time he left the gate,
Bai Luo Yang would come in person,
but this time there was no sign of her.
Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Chen Zhouxiao spoke, reporting back to the old ancestor.
A few days ago the patriarch left for the Tianyang mountain range in search of a chance,
and didn't know that the old ancestor would be leaving the gate today,
or else he definitely wouldn't have chosen this point in time to leave the clan. Chen Changsheng frowned deeply upon hearing this.
What do you mean? She went to the Tianyang mountain range to look for a chance? Nice.
Chen Zhouxiao nodded his head and said,
not knowing why Chen Changsheng would react in this manner. Didn't the patriarch used to go out a lot? Seeing the puzzled Chen Zhouxiao, Chen Changsheng's expression sank and he did not explain much. Alright, I know. You continue to stay in the clan. I'll go bring her back. For Yun Tianzhong, Bai Luo Yang was definitely a qualified patriarch,
which could be seen from a number of things. Before the Cloud Sky Sect had completely risen to prominence,
it was also a dominant force in the entire Tianlan state,
and there was not much of a lack of cultivation resources within the sect.
However, Bai Luo Yang will always think about saving as much as he can,
and he will not take up too many clan resources in the process of cultivation, and the vast majority of his time will be spent outside searching for opportunities,
and he will go out every once in a while. But now Chen Changsheng vaguely felt a hint of uneasiness, and it happened to be this matter.
The Tianyang mountain range was an extremely dangerous place where there were countless terrifying ferocious beasts.
Especially the deepest part was inhabited by several powerful demonic beasts. The strength of those demonic beasts was comparable to a divine hidden realm powerhouse. In the original, Bai Luo Yang first met Yi Tian, the son of heaven's destiny, in this Tianyang mountain range. In order to find the source of cultivation, Bai Luo Yang hunted demonic beasts in the Tianyang mountain range as a way to obtain demonic pills. As a result, she unintentionally encountered a ferocious beast. That ferocious beast possessed the strength of the divine hidden realm, and Bai Luo Yangzi was in the enlightened realm, so how could she be a match for that ferocious beast? He eventually escaped with injuries and was saved by Yi Tian. Now Yi Tian grave grass is more than one person high. In case of danger, who else can save her in time this time?
The reason he hadn't cared about this matter before was because the Cloud Sky Sect was extremely wealthy right now. And just those pills he had bestowed on Bai Luo Yang would be able to allow her to cultivate to the Purple Mansion realm. The result, now that the sect had so many cultivation resources, this girl was still running out to look for opportunities. If people didn't know,
They'd think he'd shortchanged her. Why are you so frugal? Never mind. In his heart, although he secretly spat, but in the end he was still extremely concerned about Bai Luo Yang. At this moment, he directly left the Cloud Sky Sect and headed towards the Tianyang mountain range. Chapter 70, Dare to Hurt My Disciple. Seeking Death. Tianyang mountain range. Core area. At this moment, there were many corpses spread all over the place, and a stunningly beautiful figure walked through the corpses of these demonic beasts. She had obtained quite a few demonic pills, which would have been something to be happy about, but that stunningly beautiful face was not happy. Instead, a hint of worry emanated from a pair of beautiful eyes. Old grandpa, will I be able to get enough to eat if I follow you? Of course. Then I will follow you. Good. From now on, you are my closed disciple. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, I don't know how many years have passed. Bai Luo Yang clearly remembers the first time she met her master. She was still a little girl. And now, Bai Luo Yang had long since become the patriarch of the Cloud Sky Sect. Bai Luo Yang came to a lake, reflecting her stunningly beautiful figure. She has grown up, and her master is extremely kind to her. In the past, even though master teacher had overly favored Chen Tianyu, all those best resources of the sect had been left to him. In order not to let his master disappoint him, he cultivated hard to improve his strength and finally broke through to the enlightenment realm, and then inherited the Cloud Sky Sect from his master's hands. She didn't think about what she wanted to do in the future, but in her eyes, it would be an extremely happy thing to go on like this for the rest of her life. I didn't expect the Cloud Sky Sect to undergo such a big change nowadays, and in the blink of an eye, Master Teacher had gone from being at the first level of the Divine Hidden Realm to becoming a renowned Purple Mansion realm powerhouse in the Tianlan state, and then even unified the Tianlan state. She was both happy and a little unhappy in her mind. The Master was indeed very powerful, but now she was no longer the only one for the Master, as she had several masters. In the past, the person closest to her master was her, but now it had become Lu Qingyao, Yi Wushuang, and Qin Honling. To be honest, calling these people who were younger than her as her mistress was still very awkward in her heart. Standing at the edge of the lake looking at himself reflected in the lake, Bai Luo Yang wondered why he had run here to obtain the chance. Master did grant him a lot of cultivation resources, and there was no need for her to obtain cultivation resources as she usually did in the past. In fact, the purpose of her visit to this place was to take a break. She wasn't going to admit that she was jealous, and her master wouldn't have sensed any of this anyway. Looking at the beautiful figure in the lake, Bai Luo Yang couldn't help but smile. Smiling that way, but there was a hint of sadness between her eyebrows. Just as Bai Luo Yang was thinking about his mind, slightly lost in thought, a change suddenly occurred. In the darkness, a pair of scarlet eyes lit up. The next moment, the giant python in the swamp rushed out at an incredibly fast speed, opened its bloody mouth, and directly bit toward Bai Luo Yang, as if it wanted to swallow her in one bite. At this critical moment, Chen Changsheng also arrived in time. Sinful animal, dared to hurt my disciple. Looking for death. Chen Changsheng let out a cold snort as his cultivation at the enlightenment realm erupted. However, in the next moment, before Chen Changsheng could strike, he froze, only to see in front. Bai Luo Yang turned around without any hurry. A sword on instantly cut through the sky, and that giant python was directly split into two. Master, what brings you here? When Bai Luo Yang saw Chen Changsheng, his entire body froze. Only then did Chen Changsheng realize that during these 10 years of seclusion, he was not the only one who had made a breakthrough. Bai Luo Yang, who was originally only at the peak of the enlightenment realm, had already broken through to the third heaven of the divine hidden realm. Seeing her master standing there without saying anything, Bai Luo Yang seemed to have sensed something, blinking her big eyes and said, Master, are you worried that your disciple is in danger and have specially come over to save me? Chen Changsheng felt a bit embarrassed, but he nodded and said, I really didn't expect that you had already broken through to the third sky of the divine hidden realm. Seeing this, Bai Luo Yang smiled and said, Master, it's all your credit that I was able to break through so fast. If it wasn't for Master helping me improve my gongfu and granting my disciple pills, my disciple wouldn't have broken through so fast. Chen Changsheng nodded. If he had known this was the case, there was no need for him to make this trip. With the third heaven of the divine hidden realm and a holy rank technique, Bai Luo Yang could completely walk horizontally in the Tianyang mountain range. Thinking of these, Chen Changsheng spoke. Right, Yanger, what are you doing running to this Tianyang mountain range for nothing? There are so many cultivation resources. There's absolutely no need for you to work this hard. This time, it was Bai Luo Yang's turn to not know what to say. It's a no-brainer. However, soon after, Bai Luo Yang sighed and said, Master, Yanger feels a bit depressed in the middle of the sect, so she just came out to get a little bit of heart. A little depressed. Out for a break? Chen Changsheng was filled with doubt. Master, because Yanger feels as if you don't love the disciple as much as before. Master has so many masters and mistresses to accompany him. But Yanger is. Bai Luo Yang was a little embarrassed. But, Yanger is not bad This. For a moment, Chen Changsheng did not know what to say. From the first day he crossed over, he had no intention of letting Bai Luo Yang go, but just how exactly to do it. Up to now she hadn't thought about it. After all, Bai Luo Yang was different from the others. She was her own precious disciple and had been obedient to him from the beginning. It would be so inhuman to take the same approach that was used against Lu Qingyao and the others. At least Chen Changsheng felt that there was no way for him to do such a thing. He could only slowly cultivate a good feeling. Originally, Chen Changsheng's heart was like this, but now that he saw Bai Luo Yang's grudging look, Chen Changsheng directly froze in this instant. Feeling a little depressed before you go out for a break? Does it feel like he doesn't love her as much as he used to? She's not so bad, is she? Chen Changsheng is not stupid. See Bai Luo Yang this way. In this moment where he still do not understand each other's heart Yanger. In fact, from the very beginning, there was no intention of letting you go from my side. Dressed in a white dress Bai Luo Yang, standing at the lake with a head of black hair, white dress swaying in the wind. Exquisite as if heavenly fairies. What made Chen Changsheng's heart flutter the most was the mature aura that emanated from her body. After hearing Chen Changsheng say these words, Bai Luo Yang directly froze. What did Master just say? There was no intention of letting her go from the start? Was Master Shifu confessing his love for her? At this moment, Bai Luo Yang's beautiful eyes flashed with incredulity. But the next moment, before she could react, her body directly stiffened. This was because Chen Changsheng had already walked over and took her into his arms before kissing her. Bai Luo Yang's body shook violently, but he quickly calmed down, slowly closed his eyes, and gently stood on tiptoe, although she hadn't figured it out either. But this kind of transformation was also very good. At least in the future, she would no longer have to call Lu Qingyao and the others as her master and mistress. Right at this moment, the system's voice rang out in Chen Changsheng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully taking a wife and concubine, and obtaining the Desolate Ancient's Sacred Body reward. Desolate Ancient's Sacred Body? Chen Changsheng couldn't help but feel happy in his heart after hearing this. With that, he returned to the sect with Bai Luo Yang. It wasn't long before Qin Hongling and the others also discovered Bai Luo Yang's relationship with Chen Changsheng. Ha ha, I finally won the bet. Hurry up and bring the stuff over. Seeing Lu Qingyao and the girls unwillingly take out a large pile of cultivation resources and hand them over to Qin Hongling, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but stare. What are you doing? Chen Changsheng looked at Lu Qingyao and asked. Chapter 71, Traveling to the Wind and Moon State. Before Lu Qingyao could open her mouth, Qin Hongling smiled and said, Old ancestor brother, before I made a bet with Sister Qingyao and the girls that you would definitely take down the patriarch. Qingyao and the girls didn't believe it, so we made a bet. Ha ha. It seems I'm the one who knows old ancestor's brother the best. It's just that in the future, shouldn't I call patriarch by my sister? Qin Hongling smiled sweetly. When Chen Changsheng heard this, his heart was speechless. He really didn't expect that Qin Hongling and the girls would actually bet on this matter. Bai Luo Yang saw this group of former senior mothers looking at themselves with ambiguous gazes. And at this moment, even if she was the patriarch of the Cloud Sky Sect, her pretty face couldn't help but redden. One morning a few days later, a divine hidden realm auger dragon pulled an incomparably luxurious chauffeured vehicle, leaving the Tianlan prefecture and crossing the endless savage grasslands towards the southeast. Among the 19 states in the Tianxian continent, the Tianlan prefecture was the most marginalized area. In contrast, bordering Tianlan prefecture was Wind and Moon prefecture. The Wind and Moon state was much more prosperous than the Tianlan state, and it was also a necessary route from the Tianlan state to the other states. Although it was said that the two states were bordering each other, they were separated by tens of millions of miles. Originally, there was a teleportation array between the two major states, but tens of thousands of years ago, the teleportation array was damaged for some reason. Therefore, if one wanted to travel between Tianlan prefecture and Fengyu prefecture now, one had to cross the Manhwa grassland. In the middle of the luxurious chauffeured car, Qin Hongling made tea for Chen Changsheng. Old ancestor brother, I heard that you've been to the Wind and Moon state before. Is it really prosperous over there? Qin Hongling asked curiously. Of course. Chen Changsheng nodded with a smile and said, not only is the Wind and Moon state prosperous with practitioners over there, It's overall much more powerful than the Tianlan state. In the Tianlan prefecture, just one Divine Son sect is able to dominate. But actually, if you put it in the Wind and Moon prefecture, the Divine Son sect might not even be considered a first-class power. This can't be right? Chen Hongling said with a surprised look on her face. How can I say that the Divine Son sect also has a lot of powerful people sitting around? Moreover, there are so many divine hidden realm powerhouses within their sect, but to put it into the Tianyue prefecture actually doesn't even count as a first-rate strength? Chen Hongling said with a shocked expression. The Tianlan state was separated from the Fengyu state by a Mang wasteland grassland. In the Mang wasteland grassland there were countless demonic beasts, and even if one was a divine hidden realm cultivator, trying to traverse this grassland would put their life in some danger. But even so, there were many powerful people of the divine hidden realm who wanted to cross this grassland. The more powerful the cultivator, the more they wanted to pursue even more power. If you rest on your laurels and don't take risks, you probably won't be able to improve yourself. And Chen Changsheng's predecessor and Flower Dream Shadow had once traveled across this grassland. Seeing Chen Hongling's shocked expression, Hua Menjing smiled and explained. A strong person of the divine hidden realm, if placed in the Wind and Moon state, would probably only be considered as an outer sect elder under the sects of those major powers. Back then, my master was a bit unlucky and didn't enter one of those super sects, and ended up just cultivating for a period of time under the first-rate sects. But even so, the sect that master is worshipping would easily overthrow the Divine Son sect if they wanted to. Hongling, do you know how many powerful people of the Purple Mansion realm are in that sect? There are at least no less than 6 of them, and its patriarch is even a powerhouse of the 4th heaven of the Violet Mansion realm. What do you think this Divine Son sect is comparing itself to others? As if they were very curious about Hua Menjing's words, the two sisters, Su Weimiao and Su Weixiao, couldn't help but inquire. If the Wind Moon prefecture is much more prosperous than the Tianlan prefecture, and the spiritual qi is much denser, then why does Sister Dream Shadow want to go back to the Tianlan prefecture? Isn't it good to stay in that sect and cultivate? These words were actually the doubts of the crowd as well, and they all looked at Hua Menjing unanimously. Immediately, Flower Dream Shadow explained. It's true that it's better to stay in that sect in the Wind and Moon prefecture to cultivate, but there are also reasons why I had to leave. After I inherited the 100 Flowers sect, the sect will definitely not be able to leave me, and it's impossible for me to stay in Tianlan prefecture forever. Also, there are some cultivators who don't see any hope of a breakthrough and might as well return to the Tianlan prefecture to develop, or at least be considered a powerful person sitting on one side there. After hearing this, the two Su Weimiao sisters also came to a realization. But Flower Dream Shadow looked at Chen Changsheng with a curious face at this moment and said, Old ancestor, back then, you also went to the Wind Moon state, and it is obviously better for you to stay in the Wind Moon state with your talent. If it has developed to the point where it may even become the overlord of the Wind Moon prefecture, why would it return to the Skylan prefecture? Just like what Hua Mengying had just said, there were only a few cases of returning to Tianlan prefecture from Fengyu prefecture, and this was the case with Chen Changsheng's predecessor. Continuing to stay in the Wind and Moon prefecture would hardly have a chance to break through to the second sky of the divine hidden realm. After all, his talent had already reached its limit and his life was about to come to an end. Instead of staying in the Wind and Moon state and becoming an insignificant figure, it would be better to go back and become the Cloud Sky Sect's old ancestor. Of course, the choice of the predecessor had nothing to do with Chen Changsheng. It was in the Tianlan state that he crossed over. But since Flower Dream Shadow had asked, he still had to answer. Then Chen Changsheng smiled and said, If I don't go back, how will I know you confidants? It had to be said that this answer from Chen Changsheng was very reasonable. Chen Hongling and the others couldn't help but stare, and then they couldn't help but raise their eyebrows and smile. It's a good thing that old ancestor brother came back, or else Hongling wouldn't have been able to recognize you. It wasn't just Chen Hongling who felt grateful. Yi Wushuang, Lu Qingyao and the others were as well. If Chen Changsheng had stayed in the Wind and Moon state in the first place, when would Yi Wushuang's great revenge have been avenged? How could Lu Qingyao obtain so many cultivation resources? How could Bai Luo Yang come together with his master? It was precisely because of Chen Changsheng's presence that they lived so freely. Even Flower Dream Shadow's beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness at this moment. If it wasn't for Chen Changsheng, where would she have gotten the sacred rank technique now? Probably fighting to the death to open the devil's treasure trove until now. Old ancestor brother, you are now a powerhouse of the enlightenment realm. With your cultivation level, are you considered a powerhouse in the Wind and Moon state? Lu Qingyao asked curiously. After following Chen Changsheng for so long, they were surrounded everywhere they went because they were Chen Changsheng's concubines. Even those divine Yang sect's divine hidden realm powerhouses groveled.
If you have to keep your tail between your legs when you get to the Windermere state, you likely won't be as happy as you were before.
However, this feeling wasn't much stronger. As long as one was able to follow Chen Changsheng, it was fine.
Why do you guys care about this issue?
Is it that you still want to run rushshot over the wind and moon state when you get there? Hearing this, Lu Qingyao muttered and pouted. Old ancestor brother. Where did I come from? People are extremely polite no matter who they talk to.
It's obvious that the others are afraid of old ancestor brother. That's why they treat us with such care.
At this time, Flower Dream Shadow smiled and said, Qingyao, just don't worry.
In Tianlan Prefecture, because of the old ancestor's power, other people are careful of us, and the situation will be the same when we arrive in Wind Moon Prefecture. Although the Wind Moon state is large and has many strong people, but a strong person of the Enlightenment realm is a top-tier powerhouse wherever they go. And even those 4 superpowers have to treat them politely.
So you don't have to worry at all. Just cultivate well when you arrive in the Wind and Moon state. No one will dare to bully us. Hearing this, Lu Qingyao's eyes instantly glowed. Is the oldest ancestor's brother all that powerful?
He's actually a top-notch powerhouse in the Wind and Moon state.